Yi Xian. Let's break up. Not far from Tianhai University, Wang Manli smiled brightly and looked at her boyfriend who had been talking for 3 years in front of her with pity. Wang Manli finished, Birdie's small hand holding a youth beside her. What I want you can't give. Or Zhang Xiao is good to me. Buy me designer bags, and clothes rings, and also gave me a house. I was blind to see a poor man like you in the first place, but fortunately Zhang Xiao woke me up. Young Zhang is the one who can give me happiness. Do you understand? To put it mildly, you're nothing but better looking. Coldly mocking Wang Manli, looking at the boyfriend in front of her with incomparable disgust, and this time aside the youth Zhang Zai mouth pulled out a trace of contempt. Yi Xian right. You guys are in love for 3 years. Manli is even still a chick. As Zhang Xiao spoke, he hooked Wang Manli's glossy chin in front of Yi Xian. So, in the future, Manli is my Zhang Zai's woman. Do you understand? Looking at the performance of the two people in front of him, Yi Xian has not changed the slightest bit from the beginning to the end. Wang Manli saw this contempt in her eyes as even more dense. Oh, right. I still seem to be wearing something I bought with your money, so I'll give it back to you if you want it. At this moment Wang Manli seemed to think that she was destined to be in 2 worlds with Yi Xian in the future, so she broke up without a single bit of regret. At least for now. Good. I agree to break up. Seeing Yi Xian's bland reaction, Wang Manli frowned slightly between her eyebrows, her heart inexplicably upset. Shouldn't this poor bastard be begging for death to retain himself, and not care about himself having a relationship with Zhang Xiao and being a licking dog? Actually, I've wanted to break up with you many times over the past year, just in time today. As you wish. Ignoring Wang Manli, his thoughts drifted and he couldn't help but think of that night a year ago. A year ago? I once had sex with a girl who was at least 10 times prettier than you. You. Wang Manli's eyes widened at the news, staring at Yi Xian incredulously. Bastard. You even cheated on me when you were in a relationship with me. Cheating? Hearing Wang Manli's words, Yi Xian looked at Wang Manli like a fool. Cheating is not something to talk about. At most, it's considered that I've greened you. Our relationship, in fact, should have ended a year ago. You, asshole. Wang Manli angry pretty face iron blue. Originally she wanted to come to show off in front of Yi Xian to find a sense of superiority, but who had thought that by Yi Xian burst the shocking secret? No wonder he was indifferent to himself in this year. Manny, it's not worth getting angry over this scum. Zhang Zai glanced at Yi Xian at this time. Although this kid is the school grass, but he's just a little white boy. In the future, my husband will help you fix him. Who? Nah. It's still my family's chapter young husband who's good. Wahahaha. Wang Manli's coy and crispy voice spread in Zhang Xiao's ears, almost making Zhang Xiao fail to hold on and put her on the spot. Scum? Looking at the back of Wang Manli pair of dogs and men leaving, Yi Xian mouth cornered bitter smile. Although a year ago that night he slept with a girl who was 10 times more beautiful than Wang Manli. But how does anyone know? In fact, it was the girl who slept with him. Squeak. Right at this moment, a lengthened version of Lincoln stopped not far beside Yi Xian. Then the door opened, and on the back seat there were 3 little pink-toothed guys, identical to each other. For some reason, seeing these 3 little guys Yi Xian instinctively wanted to go up and touch them. Just as Yi Xian was about to touch the 3 little ones, a cool voice came over. What for? Stay away from my baby. In the driver's seat, an uncharacteristically beautiful girl stood protectively in front of the 3 little ones. The girl's black hair was like a waterfall. Her appearance was exquisite. Her crystal clear skin flashed with an ivory-like halo in the sunlight, and her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Xian warily. But when 4 eyes meet, it's you! It's you! That night a year ago, as if the floodgates were off, memories flooded into the minds of both of them. Luo Tang's face flushed red, her eyes filled with panic, which she had never had before. The nanny beside him, who was about 40 or so, at this moment looked at Yi Xian, then his eyes fell on the 3 little ones, and there were actually a few similarities between his eyebrows. Could it be that this young man is the father of the 3 little ones? Luo Tiany's heart messed up. Yi Xian is even more confused. A year ago the 2 people have a relationship. Now 3 almost 2 months of the baby. Time. Ahem. Just right. I can touch them. Yi Xian's voice that was soft to the extreme. It made Luo Tiany think of that night. This voice was even softer than that night. Afraid of being rejected, Luo Tiany's slender hand clenched tightly. Thinking of her situation today. Yes. Ever since she found out she was pregnant, Luo Tiany hadn't told anyone, including her parents and friends, and with her parents now developing a branch abroad, they simply didn't have time to take care of her. There was only work in their eyes. Ding! Detecting the host's first contact with the 3 little cottons, activating the perfect life system. This system is a perfect life system, designed to help the host to achieve a perfect life. The The system will be triggered at any time to randomize the task or select the task. Complete the task, the host will get the appropriate rewards. The task fails to do the same. In addition to reminding the host, the system also has a system mall. As long as the host has enough money, can be exchanged for any item in the mall. Yi Xian had just touched the soft, fleshy little face, and before he could experience it further, a voice came from his ears. 3 little cottons? What the hell? This, really is the old man's daughter. Yi Xian eyes wide. Little cotton jacket, is not the meaning of the daughter. Tread horse, that night, really a hair into the soul. And, also cough and the third child. That probability Naya. Nope, old man's got a system. Ding. Congratulations to the host to activate the perfect life system. The host does not need to doubt. These 3 little cotton patties are you and Luo Tianyi's biological daughter. The system detects that you and the 3 little cotton patties genetic similarity probability of 9,999%. If the host doesn't believe me, he can collect 3 little cotton padded hairs to go to the paternity testing center for identification. Yi Xian, you big man. Yi Xian once again looked at the 3 little ones. His eyes completely changed, incredulously asking Luo Tianyi, "This, are our children?" Aha! Tightly biting her teeth, Luo Tianyi's delicate hands clenched up and did not hide. If not for their own money to buy milk powder is not enough. She swore that she would never let the 3 little cotton padded jacket with this person to recognize, although she drove a car. But a year she simply did not have a source of income. Boom! Luo Tianyi's words directly induced Yi Xian to explode in place as guilt and self-blame surged to his heart. Luo Tianyi knew a year ago that Yi Xian was in Tiande, the reason why he came here today, but also the 3 little ones could not stay at home, crying one after another, plus not coming to school for a long time. Of course, there is also a part of the reason entangled, whether to tell Yi Xian about the 3 little ones. After all, the daily expenses for the 3 little ones, as well as the nanny's salary was very high. She could make do with what she had, but how could the 3 babies? Ding! In view of the host activating the system for the first time, a newbie gift pack is hereby awarded. May I ask if the host is open? Hearing the voice coming from his ears, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Having traveled to this parallel world for 3 years, has he finally awakened the system? Open! Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly chanted silently, as he knew very well that this was his golden finger to the peak of his life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ultimate musical ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host's charm value max, with a $100,000 portion for the host. Chapter 2 Cough. That what? Daughter-in-law you. Your name is Luo Tianyi. The ultimate music? Charisma pulling all the stops? And 100,000 copies of this system. It's 3 years late, but it's quite generous. Luo Tianyi at this time. The corner of the eye afterglow aimed at Yi Xian. Beautiful eyes flashing. It seems that bastard is more handsome than a year ago. It cannot help but thoughts fluttering. Thinking of that night encounter a year ago. A heart is fluttering, violently jumping. Nanny at this time, apparently also because of Yi Xian charm value pull full up a small mind. Such a handsome young man. If it is their son-in-law, that's how good. Bring out must be times have face. When the 3 little cotton patties saw Yi Xian, I don't know if it was because of the blood relationship, but they waved their little hands and feet at Yi Xian happily and smiled as if they were saying, "Hello Dad. Miss, look, the 3 little ones quite like their father," the nanny said in surprise at this time. She was slightly more aware of Luo Tianyi's situation. Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes also looked over at this time, apparently also seeing the 3 little ones' rare happy appearance. Yi Xian was directly warmed by the 3 little ones' smiles, and a paternal smile directly overflowed onto his face. Seeing that Yi Xian wasn't the negative man of legend, Nanny Auntie Wang let out a slight sigh. "Sir, Miss has suffered an unknown amount of hardship in order to give birth to the 3 little ones. I've been taking care of them since Miss was pregnant. Moreover, Miss's parents and friends did not know until now that Miss had 3 children, and even the money to buy powdered milk for the children was gone. So I have nothing." Auntie Wang. Luo Tianyi looked at Yi Xian. "What are you doing talking to him about this? Meng Nua and Han Han are the ones I want to give birth to. It's not like it has anything to do with him. It's just that I haven't paid you for 2 months. I'm sorry Auntie Wang. I'll pay you when I'm working." "That's out of line Miss. You pay twice the usual babysitting fee, and I've always thought it was too much to take," Aunt Wang said simply. As a person who has been there, she knows too well how difficult it is for a woman to bring up a child, not to mention bringing up 3. In general, half for the money and half for the people, right? When Yi Xian heard the nanny's words, he of course knew that intentionally or unintentionally it was meant for him to hear. After all, from the time Luo Tianyi was pregnant until now she hadn't fulfilled her responsibilities as a husband and father. Right, Auntie Wang. Yi Xian dryly coughed. How much do you get paid a month? I'll do it for. She gave it to you. Only halfway through speaking did Yi Xian realize that he didn't even know Luo Tiany's name. And Luo Tiany apparently also sensed Yi Xian's embarrassment and let out a light hum. Miss gives me a salary of $8,000 a month. But sir, my money is even. If you have the heart, buy powdered milk for the 3 little ones. The family is going out of food. Luo Tiany didn't say anything from the beginning to the end, because she knew that Aunt Wan was telling the truth, and that the family's milk powder money was at most enough for the 3 little ones to eat for 2 days. How would that work? Yi Xian took out his cell phone upon hearing this. Here, Auntie Wang, let me transfer the money to you. This. Aunt Wang hesitated upon hearing this. After all, if her family had the money, they wouldn't help Luo Tiany with the child. Auntie Wang, just take it. Luo Tiany knew that Aunt Wan's family had 2 children going to school and that her husband wasn't in good health. Then, sir, I thank you. Aunt Wang was not able to argue Luo Tiany, and it is also true that she needs this money. And then WeChat transferred 16,000 to Aunt Wang. All of this was seen in Luo Tiany's eyes. Her heart's resentment towards Yi Xian slightly dissipated by 1 point, including Auntie Wang's impression of Yi Xian was once again much better. The matter of Aunt Wang's salary was solved. Yi Xian didn't forget about the matter of the 3 little cotton-padded milk powder. That. Ahem. I still don't know your name. Yi Xian awkwardly looked at Luo Tiany. Aunt Wang saw this scene, slightly shook his head. Now the young people can really play. The child is more than 2 months. Still do not know the girl's name? Really? If she didn't know the reason for this, Aunt Wang would really think that Yi Xian was a scum. My name is Latte. Luo Tiany's face was also slightly flushed upon hearing this. If it was only her and Yi Xian it would be better. But there was still Aunt Wang in front of her, so she was always embarrassed. Yi Xian. Luo. Ahem. So what? Daughter-in-law your name is Luo Tiany. Hearing Luo Tiany's words, Yi Xian was like living a ghost. I drop a good boy. Isn't that Tianhai University's 1-year-long suspension? Countless boys' dream goddess school flower. This. Holy shit. The goddess schoolgirl Luo Tiany took a year off from school too. She's taking a year off from school to give him 3 little coats? Oof. Seeing Yi Xian's expression, Luo Tiany knew what he was thinking with her toes. She knew too well how popular she herself was at Tianhai University. Since the moment she entered Tianhai University, she was the #1 beauty of Tianhai University. Only, a year ago, life played a big joke on her. Let's go get formula for the little one. Finished. Yi Xian heart still set off boundless waves. I drop a wipe. Lousy a year ago in the end have done what? Their own hair into the soul of the object is actually the goddess of the Tianhai University schoolgirls, and also gave birth to a child of 3 treasures. Swallowing like he was dreaming, he carefully carried the 3 little ones into the car with Auntie Wang, then put the 3 side-by-side strollers into the trunk. 20 minutes or so later, Tianhai. In front of the door of the top mother and baby chain store, Love Child Angel. Squeak. With the Lincoln commercial car parked in front of the baby store, the sharp-eyed shopper recognized the person. This is a big customer. Ms. Luo, you're here. Several shopping guides with about 85 points and looks surrounded, and soon the line of sight fell on the handsome Yi Xian's body. Somehow feeling the charm of Yi Xian's body, the heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a bit. So handsome. This was the first impression of a few pretty guides. Ms. Luo. No wonder the 3 little babies are so pretty. It turns out that the father of the little babies is so handsome. Yeah, I've never seen such a handsome hunk before. Yes, if my future husband can be half as handsome as Ms. Luo's husband, I'll be satisfied. Listening to the words of the mom and pop store guide, Luo Tiany's face blushed slightly, especially when they said it was her husband. Although that little bastard was indeed very handsome. Ms. Luo, this time you are here. Are you ordering milk powder? Previously, Luo Tiany had ordered $500 a can of milk powder from them, and one order was for 10 cans. They had rarely seen such generous parents. Coupled with Luo Tiany's outstanding face value as well as the 3 super cute little ones, it was hard to keep people from remembering. Aunt Wang saw the mother and baby store guide enthusiastic look, whispered to Yi Xian, Sir, Miss before ordered the most expensive milk powder here, 500 yuan a can. At that time Miss on the body is only a few $1,000s, for the sake of the 3 little ones. But it's not stingy at all. Listening to Auntie Wang's words, Yi Xian looked towards the goddess schoolgirl who made countless boys of Tianhai University swoon over her. What virtue and ability did he have to let people be so for his 3 little cottons? I don't know. Ms. Luo, how many cans would you like to order? Several shopping guide after a few pleasantries. Finally into the main event. Some operation they have long been handy. Very natural. Not the slightest abruptness. This. Luo Tianyi hesitated for a moment and was just about to speak when she heard a voice coming out. 100 cans. The voice into the ears of several shoppers. Eyes are flooded with green aura. They heard what? 100 cans, my goodness. And Wang are stunned to see the three little ones for the first time. Miss, this is picking up a good generous husband. 100 cans? Sir, are you sure? The manager of the mom and pop store was really shocked by this statement. And so were several shoppers. 100 cans is a full 50,000 RMB. Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes flickered. It was possible for her mind to not have a single ripple, but before she could think about it in detail, Yi Xian's voice once again came out. Sure, how can Yi Xian have the slightest hesitation? That is his own little lover. Not to mention 100 cans, even 10,000 cans, he will not blink an eyelid. By the way, there should be diapers too. 100 packs too. This. At this point, the mom and pop store manager's green eyes won 1 point more. Gulped. 88 yuan for a pack of diapers. 100 packs is 8,800 renminbi. If you add another 50,000 RMB for 100 cans of milk powder, that's a total of 58,800 renminbi. Several shopping guides look at Yi Xian's eyes have changed. So generous, handsome. They have never received such a large order. This is almost up to their turnover for a week. TSK. I don't know. Is there anything else you need? Sir? The attitude of the store manager of the mother and baby store is obviously much more enthusiastic than before. By the way, we seem to have a postpartum recovery package for pregnant women. I don't know if you need it. Sir, we have the most complete set of recovery here. And the postpartum recovery will not only restore the shape as before, but also facilitate the normal life of the couple. We also provide free breastfeeding package, to be able to let the three little ones drink as much as possible of the mother's nutritious raw liquid. Luo Tianyi's face was red to the touch as she listened, as if she had been seen by everyone in the store. But, ding! The host triggers a randomized mission to do postpartum repair for Luo Tianyi, rewarding 1 million renminbi. Quest failure penalty, +1 physique. Oh, hearing the voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian's heart rejoiced. This quest was triggered quite timely. The random task triggered by the system made Yi Xian's eyes blossom a ray of essence. While the store manager saw this and thought that he was interested, his face revealed a brighter smile. It's like this. Our postnatal restoration package here is divided into 3 grades, which are 18,888 renminbi ordinary package, 28,888 renminbi deluxe package, and 38,888 renminbi supreme package. And the higher the grades are, the higher the grade, the better the effect. Hiss. Hearing the words of the store manager of the mother and baby store, An Wang sucked in a breath of cool air. I drop, good boy. No wonder people say that the mother and baby industry is the existence of the same profiteering as the pharmaceutical industry. Just an ordinary package is as high as 18,888, especially the supreme package directly 38,888, is simply robbing money. Yi Xian, I think I'd better not. Luo Tianyi didn't even think about it and directly refused. Jokingly, where does she have so much money? She can let the 3 little ones grow up healthily on the line. How she is really not important. Then, order the supreme package. Latte. Luo Tianyi, who had not yet finished speaking, looked at the man beside her with an incredulous expression. What had she heard? Yi Xian, he had even ordered the supreme package for himself. Swish. When Yi Xian's voice fell, the eyes of everyone in the store gathered on Yi Tian in unison, including Luo Tianyi's eyes flashed. And he, crazy, even want to order the supreme package postpartum restoration for himself. The store manager as well as a few shoppers' eyes were shining brightly, and then they looked at Luo Tianyi with envy. If their future husbands could do the same, not to mention giving birth to 3 or 300 of them, they wouldn't even blink an eye. Why? All good husbands are other people's. Chapter 3, I don't believe that with my mother's charm. I still can't get you. End of purchase. Boss Yi, you ordered 100 cans of milk powder, 100 packs of diapers, and a postpartum recovery kit worth 38,888 this time, totaling 97,688 renminbi. Erase the change. The boss only needs to pay 97,000 RMB. Auntie Wang, hearing the words of the mom and pop store manager, Aunt Wan's entire eyes widened. $97,000, which was more than their total household income for a year. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ordering the postpartum repair supreme package for Luo Tianyi. Transcendent, for completing the task, rewarded with 1,000,000 RMB, with +1 physique attached. The system voice fell. Yi Xian obviously felt his body changing. His strength was greater. Even his abs were much more pronounced than before. His body was indescribably comfortable. Then, the attribute panel appeared in front of him. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years. Physique, 11, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, extreme music ability. Items, not yet available. Wealth, 1. 088, 560, 000. Retracting his sight from the attribute panel, he took out a card and gave it to the mom and pop store manager. Swipe the card. Okay boss. With a drop, the swipe is complete. Luo Tianyi, on the other hand, frowned slightly as she looked at Yi Xian. It wasn't that she didn't have a little understanding that he, who had an ordinary family background, had now spent almost more than $100,000 before and after, which was not at all something an ordinary family's child could have. Nice dad for 3 little ones, miss. Aunt Wang saw the eyelids do not blink to the 3 little ones spent nearly 100,000 yuan, which is not most people can do. From this we can know that Yi Xian character is absolutely not bad. Humph, that's all he should do. Luo Tianyi looked at Yi Xian and grunted with a dead duck's mouth, but the touching in her heart grew stronger by 1 point. Auntie Wang saw Luo Tianyi's hostility dissipate a lot and guffawed. Boss Yi, welcome to your next visit. Ding dong. Return to the Royal Star City upscale district on the way. Auntie Wang received a message, and when the point open is a big red envelope. Eyes shocked. Mr. Yi, you're this. Looking at the 10,000 red packets from WeChat, Aunt Wang couldn't help but look at Yi Xian and hastily refused. 10,000 red packets. What are you doing, Mr. Yi? When Luo Tianyi heard this, she also stared with a slight frown, while Yi Xian smiled faintly. This period of time has been troublesome for Auntie Wang. This 10,000 will be my thanks to Auntie Wang. Starting tomorrow, Auntie Wang won't have to come. Tianyi and the 3 little ones have already troubled you enough. Luo Tianyi heard this and nuzzled her mouth, but in the end she didn't say anything. After all, what Yi Xian said was the truth, and it seemed that Aunt Wang's old partner was not in good health and needed to be taken care of as well. But, that's too much. I already spent a lot today on formula and the lady's postpartum repair. It's okay Auntie Wang, I won a small prize before to get quite a lot of money. This is something you can take. Yi Xian said so. Joking? He now knows that there are 3 little cotton patties and such a beautiful goddess schoolgirl wife. How can he keep a nanny as a light bulb? Aunt Wang vaguely sensed this and did not say anything. Pondering for a moment, she gritted her teeth. Well then, I'll take this money, and in the future, if you don't know anything about taking care of children, you can all ask me. There was a pause in his voice and a murmur. It just so happens that my oldest is having surgery tonight, so after I get my 3 little babies home today, I could be on my way. Aha! Luo Tianyi, who was driving the car, let out a hum. But as soon as she thought that she would have to take care of the 3 little babies with Yi Xian for the next long period of time, she couldn't help but blush, even though all 3 of their little ones today are over 2 months old. Back to Midu Star City, the upscale neighborhood. I'm going to take a shower while you look after the 3 little babies. After Aunt Wang left, Luo Tianyi swooned and said with a small face, but nowadays there was no other way at all except to look after the little babies together with that guy. Good. Yi Xian put down the 3-seater stroller in his hands and washed his hands. Go ahead. The room is very neat. Originally want to cry the 3 little baby, see Yi Xian, is to stop crying, but instead happy to stretch stomping little hands and feet. Luo Tianyi see the 3 little guy so good, is also a sigh of relief. Just strange. That guy how to appear in front of the eyes of the 3 little guys do not cry, but did not think too much, took a change of clothes and went into the bathroom, confirming several times to close the door of the room, and only then took off the clothes, admiring the wonderful body. But when feeling the swelling and pain of the peaks, it is the beautiful eyes surging with bitterness. Knock knock. Just when Luo Tianyi was taking a bath, a knocking sound came from outside. Yi Xian, who was slightly frowning, opened the door to his room and what appeared in front of him was clearly a young woman in her 30s. The body is beautiful and graceful. 30 as a wolf, 40 as a tiger. This landlord is clearly in the year of the tiger and wolf. And when the landlord saw Yi Xian, the whole person's eyes are green. Live want to eat Yi Xian's posture. Charm value max influence at this moment show undoubtedly. Handsome. You're that little beauty's man, aren't you? 3 babies in 1 birth is impressive enough. The landlord looks with 87 points. Especially the water snake-like delicate posture. Reverie, you but owe me 2 months rent. If not also relations, how about going to sit in my sister's room? The naked and man-eating eyes looked at Yi Xian and made him furious. Ma duh, this is definitely a demonic spirit. Pa. A pile of money appeared in his hand and was pressed directly into the landlord's hand. Here's 2 months rent owed and next month's. Goodbye. Boom, the door of the room slammed shut. The landlord's entire body was dumbfounded in place. What the hell? Could it be that the old lady's charm is not working? Can't be. That deadbeat at home is charmed by him every day. Just the fighting power is too weak to satisfy her. Such a handsome man, but he already has 3 little babies. It's a pity. The landlord murmured, a bright aura surging between her eyes. But, I don't believe that with my old lady's charm, I still can't take you. The door to the room closes and the bathroom room door opens. Luo Tianyi was holding a towel and wiping her wet hair. The good smell of the fragrance greeted her. Just by sniffing on it she felt that she could live for 3 more days. What are you looking at? Luo Tianyi was just wearing slippers. Her crystal jade-like little feet, especially her toes, were beautiful, and a small section of her fairer than straight calves were exposed in the air. Daughter-in-law. So beautiful. Could have swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This time his own daughter-in-law is more than 10 times more beautiful than the landlord just now. He will only be seduced by the landlord if his brain is clamped. Put. Luo Tianyi face tangs red as if evening sun. Thinking about the scene experienced today, if she did not meet Yi Xian, she really does not know what state will be now. Angry eyes Yi Xian. Who is your daughter-in-law? Think beautifully. Chapter 4, What the Fool Said. You're doing great already. Who's your daughter-in-law? Think twice. Pretty schoolgirl wife shy. The atmosphere has become strangely charming. Before Aunt Wang is okay, now without Aunt Wang, it is like there is no layer of window paper separating the two people. Right. By the way, who was it that just knocked on the door? The atmosphere is slightly awkward. Luo Tianyi, changing the topic to break the charming, thinking of the knocking sound that he heard when he was taking a shower. Oh, nothing, the landlord's here to collect the rent. Listening to Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, the corners of her mouth were filled with bitterness. Of course she knew that the rent was already 2 months in arrears. I wasn't very useless. Thinking about today's status quo, Luo Tianyi pursed her lips, her eyes dark, her slender hands clenched tightly. I can't even afford to pay the rent. And formula for Mo and the 3 of them. Luo Tianyi hadn't finished yet was being hugged by a warm embrace. His big hand encircled the slender waist that could be hugged with one hand. What are fools talking about? You've done a great job already. I'm the one who has to say it's useless. I wasn't there during the 10 months you were pregnant and when you were mooning with 3 babies. The gentle magnetic voice resounded in her ears. Luo Tianyi really felt very secure at this moment. In the future such things will never happen again. You and the 3 little babies have me. Aha. Fine, as a mosquito voice answered. Is this the feeling of having dependence? This feeling is so marvelous. Never had. It had been a really tiring year, and she didn't dare to relax for even a moment. Hiss. Luo Tianyi, who just wanted to break free from Yi Xian's embrace, slightly frowned her eyebrows and subconsciously grabbed Yi Xian's arm vigorously with her slender hand. Why? It's okay. Seeing Luo Tianyi's sudden pain, her face worriedly asked. Feeling Yi Xian's gaze, Luo Tianyi's face pranced with a blush. The swelling and pain of her peaks tormented her. But must she follow the doctor's instructions to pass the milk that way? But, if you don't pass the milk, the 3 little ones will only drink powdered milk, which costs money and is not good for the little ones. Although it is possible to assist in the passage of milk through other people, the best way to achieve the best results is to let your own man stimulate it. No, it's okay. Luo Tianyi blushed scarlet. Of course she wouldn't say that the doctor and Auntie Wang had said to let the father of the 3 little ones help her pass the milk. But she really couldn't say this. It's really okay? Seeing Luo Tianyi's complexion, having such a red face doesn't seem like it's okay. If you really want my help, don't be embarrassed. I'll be happy to do it. Lottie, geez, I said it's fine. I'll talk to you when I need your help. Luo Tianyi hated to find a crack in the ground. I blame myself for not competing. People are all their own milk. To their own, how it is so difficult. Jingle bells. Yi Xian was just about to say something when a cell phone rang. Seeing that it was the dormitory's second oldest Xiaoming's call, he smoothly connected it. Hey boss, where are you people? The orientation party will start soon. Just connecting the phone. The opposite side came Xiaoming's voice. Yi Xian froze, almost forgot. Today's welcome party seems to have his program. However, meow, I just became a baby daddy. How can I go to any welcome party? Hell, welcome party is important. Where is the school flower wife and little cotton jacket important? Ding. The host triggers the choice quest. Attend the welcome party. Mission choice 1, attend the welcome party and be rewarded with a cashback of 10 times your spending, capped at $1 million. Task choice 2, refuse to participate and shorten the small peg by 10 centimeters. Voorhees. The system's voice came from his ears. Yi Xian directly exploded. Stepping on the horse, the dog system is too ruthless. This is letting himself choose? Luo Tianyi heard the foul language and whitened her eyes fiercely at Yi Xian. Ahem. Well, I'll be right back at school. Yi Xian came back to his senses. Your sister. It wasn't that he didn't pick the second choice. He just simply liked 1 million. Right. Penis. I'd like to change my song. I'll send you the accompaniment later. So go pass it on to the vocal teacher for the evening. Yi Xian saw Luo Tianyi teasing with the 3 little ones. The cozy scene made him change his mind. Maybe he should do something about this welcome party. Xiao Ming. Boss, what the hell are you doing? Making me sell my color again? Opposite Xiao Ming's eyes widened. The boss is pushing himself into the fire pit. Who let the president of the literary association of the party like him? Of course, like him even. The two are still childhood friends engaged doll marriage. Get out. Hanging up first. Hanging up the phone, Yi Xian smiled faintly. Although he was separated by the screen, he could still imagine the expression of the oldest Xiao Ming who was lifeless. Ahem. What about? Yi Xian smiled slightly awkwardly. I have to attend the welcome party at school at night, so I might have to go out for a while. Just recognized with the 3 little cotton-padded jacket, which let Luo Tianyi own care of the 3 little babies. Truly say not to go. Just, damn. He did not dare not go. Ah. Your sister. If the small nail that what 10 centimeters? He cried, no place to cry. There you go. Luo Tianyi nodded her head. He went out, so she could also squeeze without any worries and see if she could get some nutrient original liquid for the baby. Don't worry, I'll be back soon for sure. After saying that, Yi Xian didn't leave, but came to the 3 little babies. Meng Meng, Nua Nua and Han Han. You guys can listen to your mom, okay? Daddy go out for a while. Pinched the cheeks of the 3 little babies, nodded to Luo Tianyi and left, but when he just went out, he thought of something. Right, daughter-in-law. There's some money in the coffee table drawer. Usually take it if you need money to spend. Yi Xian, who didn't yet have Luo Tianyi's Weixin, could only realize his wealth and put it in the drawer. Luo Tianyi just wanted to speak. Heard the room door sound snapped shut. Thought of just called very smooth daughter-in-law. Face slightly red. Came to the coffee table. Came to open the drawer. Suddenly saw a pile of neat RMB. A layer of 5 piles. A total of 4 layers. This is $200,000. Seeing a drawer 200,000. Luo Tianyi heart cannot help but twitch a point again. Think of just Yi Xian said in the future have his words. The heart is full of a sense of security. They finally do not have to be afraid because of money. Just, what did he win? Before more than 100,000. Now 200,000. This has been more than 300,000 are. Less than a day. Spent 300,000 for himself and 3 little babies, even if he won the prize. But being able to take out 300,000 without batting an eyelid, this could at least show that Yi Xian was really a very good and responsible man. Take Luo Tianyi's car keys, drive the extended version of the Lincoln towards Tianhai University and drove over. Directly gas pedal dry to the end, to sing a song as fast as possible, and then come back to accompany the goddess schoolgirl's wife and their 3 little cotton-padded. During this time, Yi Xian sent the song that he wanted to express his heart to Xiao Ming. Along the way, Yi Xian thought a lot, feeling with a dream. The goddess school flower Luo Tianyi, surprisingly, became his woman, and the two also gave birth to a child. 3 treasures? Chapter 5, This car is not mine, it's my daughter-in-law's. Tianhai University. Entrance to the auditorium. Hey, Xiao Ming, you have to keep your word. A 90-minute looking girl with a slender figure and 3,000 hairs draped over her shoulders. This girl was none other than Xiao Ming's fiancé, Lin Yushi. Sha, of course I'm a man of my word. Xiao Ming looked at Lin Yusher beside him and the corner of his mouth twitched. Yusher, so what? What exactly do you like about me? I'll change, okay? Xiao Ming was incomparably agonized. He was looking forward to a life that was a forest, not just hanging on to a tree. Xiao Ming, you don't need to change. Lin Yusher, like you no matter what you change into, you are destined to be my man in this life. The surrounding students watched the two conversations and looked at Xiao Ming with eyes full of envy and jealousy. Damn, this dog day. There is such a good-looking fiancé who is still unwilling. No, we're too close for a relationship. Having grown up naked, Xiao Ming's eyes danced wildly. He knew Lin Yusher even better than Lin Yusher herself, and Lin Yusher knew him equally well. That's what makes it fun. My dad, my mom, and my aunt and uncle don't object, so it's useless for you to object. Ha, Xiao Ming. Hashtag at hashtag $% and give up resisting Xiao Ming. Since childhood we two sleep together not know how many times, and kissed me, and hugged me, but also with me that what? Well, Lin Yusher hadn't even finished her sentence when she was directly covered by Xiao Ming's small mouth. Lin Yusher, you're crazy, saying everything out loud. Surrounding students, oh, shit, what the hell? How many times have we slept together? kissing, hugged, and, what? The two people lived like treasures gabbing. Just at this time, a lengthened version of Lincoln parked in front of the auditorium. Just one look at the car is extremely extraordinary. Seeing a big shot coming, Lin Yusher didn't dare to be arrogant, letting the two from the student council go forward to greet them, and lifting her own feet to go over. Her heart suspicious. The school shouldn't have invited anyone over. Pushing the door and getting out of the car, a figure appeared in the middle of the field, and when Lin Yusher and Xiao Ming saw the visitor, their eyes glazed over. Old boss. The people around the entrance of the auditorium also exploded. Holy shit. The person who came down from that extended version of Lincoln was actually Yi Xian. Lin Yusher knew that Yi Xian's words were what Xiao Ming listened to the most, so this oldest call was heartfelt, and she was counting on Yi Xian's assists to help her take down Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming also came to the front of the car, looking like a new car, like a lengthened version of Lincoln. Boss, this car, Les said, worth several $1 million. You will not be hidden rich second generation it. This car, why does it look somewhat familiar? Lin Yushan cocked her head in thought. She just didn't know where she had seen it before. Xiao Ming was even more nonchalant, pulling open the car door, but the next thing he saw was the bottles and diapers in the compartment. Boss, what's going on with you? Seeing Xiao Ming's movements, Yi Xian smiled faintly. This car is not mine. It is my daughter-in-law's. Wow. When these words came out, everyone around was in an uproar, while Lin Yushi's beautiful eyes were wide. Boss, you and Wang Monli got a license, but it's not right. Wang Monli can't afford such a car? My daughter-in-law is 10 times prettier than Wang Monli. Brain thought of his own beautiful daughter-in-law, Luo Tianyi, the goddess schoolgirl of Tianhai University. Moreover, Wang Monli and I have already broken up. I'll go. Boss, you won't have been adopted. With a thud, Yi Xian directly knocked on it with a cerebral crash, causing Xiao Ming to grimace in pain. Wrap your big head. You think I'm you? Leaving a big beautiful woman like you sure alone and thinking about a big forest. How dare he? Before Xiao Ming could speak, he was directly interrupted by Lin Yusher. His threatening eyes locked onto Xiao Ming, instantly sending chills down Xiao Ming's back crotch. Before, Lin Yusher had threatened him. If he dared to mess with another woman, he would definitely let him cut off his children and grandchildren. And Xiao Ming knew that that wicked woman could do what she said she could do. Hey, but boss, now that you have such a rich daughter-in-law, that Wang Monli mustn't regret it. Xiao Ming had originally looked at Wang Monli in a bad light and spat in passing. Serves that woman right for regretting it. The first time I saw her I knew that woman wasn't a good bird. Right, boss, hurry up and get in there. It's your turn to sing soon at this hour. Lin Yusher thought of the boss's song. The song the boss changed. I'm afraid it's not for his sister-in-law. Good thing too. Nodding at Lin Yusher, he whirled around and looked at Xiao Ming. What a nice girl. Get on the ball. Yusher, control this bastard from now on. I'm waiting to drink your wedding wine. Lin Yusher's pretty face was delighted upon hearing this. He received boss. But boss, you've become even more handsome and charming now than before. Boss, you, elbow out. 10 minutes or so later. School, auditorium. Wow. Manny, you got a new bag. I envy you, Monli, but isn't the one in your family the school bully Yi Xian from an ordinary family? How could he afford such a nice bag? Wang Monli listened to the envy of the surrounding classmates. The corner of her mouth curved up in an arc. In the future, I won't have any semblance of a relationship with Yi Xian anymore. Now my boyfriend is Senior Zhang Zhe. Whoa! The many girls around them all let out their surprise. Senior Zhang Zhe, Monli, you're too good. Yeah, you took down all the chapter seniors. Wang Monli proudly straightened her back. How long had it been since she had been so envied? Right at this moment, the beautiful host with a face value of 89 points came onto the stage, her vermilion lips pressed to her mouth. Next, please welcome sophomore senior Yi Xian, who will bring us a song called Dimple. Everyone welcome. Pa 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 pa. When the beautiful host's voice fell, thunderous applause rang out in the arena. It was obvious that Yi Xian's popularity in the school was not low. There were quite a few people who envied Wang Monli before. When Wang Monli heard the host's words, her slender hands clenched tightly. She hadn't forgotten about that guy's comment about greening himself during the day. Wang Monli had never imagined that one day she would be slapped in the face like this by Yi Xian. I'd like to see what you can sing. Right at this moment, the lights focused and a figure appeared in the middle of the field, with a handsome face, perfect body, and the price added to the charm value max. At this moment, the students in the entire auditorium were all shaken, waiting to see Yi Xian embarrassed Wang Monli. Pupils suddenly shrunk, directly confused. Seed and Prince Charming more charismatic Yi Xian. How is it possible? It's impossible to have so much charm. Chapter 6, If I Were a Woman, I'd Marry the Boss. 2. How could he? Can't possibly be that charismatic. Wang Manli eyes wide. Before Yi Xian although handsome, but completely not like this in front of me. In front of me Yi Xian no matter temperament and face value than before are higher than I don't know how many grades. Throw Zhang Zhe at least 10 streets. Seriously, if you break up before, even if you know that Yi Xian green her she estimates that she will not break up. After all, face can be more important than green her too much. No, that poor boy. Even if he becomes handsome, so what? Could he love himself more than Zhang Xiao? Wang Manli struggled to speak. She didn't want to admit that she regretted breaking up with Yi Xian. During this time, Yi Xian on the stage knows that at this moment Luo Tianyi is likely to be watching the party live on the internet at school, so he wants to make tonight different. This song the name is called Dimple, given to a year ago, a beautiful misunderstanding that brought me and that girl together. She has dimples, long eyelashes, and a smile that mesmerizes me. She is like a ray of sunshine pouring into my life. In the past 1 year, I owed her a lot. Only the song represents my love for her. Wow! The scene was in uproar at this statement. What the hell? A year ago? A beautiful misunderstanding? Dimples, long lashes, and a mesmerizing smile? Yi Xian said this girl, treadmill, surprisingly, was not Wang Manli. To know, Wang Manli and Yi Xian love each other for 3 years. Give many students envy. This is already everyone knows the thing. And once judged campus CP couple combination top list. Now telling them that school grass Yi Xian had met a girl a year ago that had left him spellbound. This news was too far-fetched. Swish, Dao Dao's line of sight this moment, all gathered in the body of Wang Manli, after all, has a 90-point face value. But also however, at the moment no one pay attention to these, because, the school herbs even green Wang Manli. Asshole. Wang Manli felt the line of sight from all around her, and her face was hot and raw, like she had a green piece of grass on her head. This scene was exactly the same as Yi Xian deleting her slap in front of everyone, and she would become the joke of the entire school. Crap, boss, that's a slick move. Xiao Ming looked at this action of his boss. His heart was so exuberant and excited, like the person who hit his face was not his boss, but him, Xiao Ming. Boss, mighty and dominant. Mud. I've long said that Wang Manli has a thing with senior Zhang Zhe. He. But boss, this divine twist, it's poisonous enough. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian quaffed their mouths and looked at the boss on the stage. The admiration in their eyes was like a torrential river stretching on, and like the yellow river flooding out of control. Pressure with power. Learned. Boss TSK. Icon. Lin Yushir saw Yi Xian's operation. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with essence. Grandma drop. That Wang Manli is not the boss's opponent at all. He. Wait for the time to definitely try it out first. As she spoke, Lin Yushir's beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Ming intentionally or unintentionally. Xiao Ming, _ Lutong Zhang Zitian looked sympathetically at the second oldest Xiao Ming. They could already imagine the picture of Xiao Ming being destroyed by their second sister-in-law Lin Yushir. I'm still looking for something to fall back on. And a hug. Who will pray for me and trouble me? Get mad at me and make trouble for me. Happiness begins to show signs. Fate has brought us close together. The voice full of magnetic sweetness came out. This moment the ultimate music ability rewarded by the newbie gift pack. At this moment was performed to the extreme by Yi Xian. All the little friends in the whole scene were stunned. Lin Yushir, _ Boss Bull, Xiao Ming and all the others. Right number. Yi Xian's voice seems to be like a magic sound trickled into the heart of every person. The heart of an unprecedented vibration. Wang Manli is more directly eyeballs shattered. Snapped another mercilessly hit the face. The more excellent Yi Xian was, the more she proved her brainwashed and stupidity. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking of his first encounter with Luo Tianyi a year ago, of meeting again after a year when the two already had a baby and 3 babies, and of Luo Tianyi's small pair swirls, long eyelashes and the smile that mesmerized him. The room was in the star city of Midu. Luo Tianyi listened to Yi Xian's song, could not help but poof a smile, and if someone is here, it is completely is able to see a small pair Eddie, plus long eyelashes, and a sweet smile. Humph, don't think I'll forgive you just because you sang a song. Luo Tianyi hummed, but the eyes where there is half a point of blame, there is full of sweet and happy, the heart than ate honey sweet. At the same time, the resentment is again dissipated a lot. The 3 little babies who originally wanted to cry, saw Yi Xian in the video, their little mouths opened wide and smiled happily. The number of visitors to the school's website also skyrocketed in this period. The song penetrates the sound dazzling, ringing in the ears of everyone, are thinking of the goddess of their dreams, beautiful first love, the flavor of a crush, really super sweet, pain but no regrets, because it is the best memories of life. Of course some of the young couples in love. But the fingers are interlocked. Feel each other's hand temperature. Quiet and beautiful. It was also during this time that the song came to its first crescendo. Dimples and long lashes are your best mark. I can't sleep a wink. I miss your smile. You don't know how much you mean to me. With you, life is complete just in time. Dimples, long lashes, hopelessly charming. I'm slowing down. I feel like I'm drunk. Ho! Xiaoming's eyes burst open, his eyes blooming with essence. My goodness, Grandma, the boss is going crazy. Yes, who would have thought that the boss would have such a warm side? Mamma mia. I want to know whose girl is so lucky to be our sister-in-law. Motherfucker, I'm a woman must marry the boss too. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian quaffed his mouth and was overwhelmed with emotion. It was Lin Yushi on the side whose eyes were flooded with little stars. Awesome, I'm going to be touched. Hey, really? Hearing Lin Yushi's words, Xiaoming's eyes lit up. He hasn't forgotten a forest in the big time. Why don't I pull the strings with you guys and let you and the boss? Get out. Lin Yushi's pretty face chilled as she glared at Xiaoming. Beat my mother again and I'll sleep with you tonight. Lu Tong, Zhang Zitian, second sister-in-law is awesome, mighty and domineering. Good journey for the penis. Besides, let's talk about the bank card password first. He. Sha. Oldest 3, oldest 4. You big man. Xiaoming's face was iron blue, looking at Lu Tong Zhang Zitian's unpunished appearance. His teeth clenched and creaked. He really wanted to hammer them to death with one fist. These two unruly people even coveted his small treasury. Chapter 7. Do you believe me when I say that your sister-in-law is Luo Tianyi? The song ends, and the people are silent. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up in an arc. And it was true. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing his participation in the welcome party and obtaining 10 times the rebate consumption. Given that the host has successfully punched the gold-digging woman in the face, the rebate is further increased by 10 times, obtaining 100 times the rebate consumption, capped at $10 million. Yi Xian. Oh yo, that's a good one. That's good enough. The song ended, ignored the boiling arena, and just turned around and got ready to run. Kidding? What's so great about singing? Doesn't it smell good when you're at home with your goddess wife and pampering your 3 little babies? Crap. Hurry up. The boss wants to run away. Xiaoming's trio was curious about the sister-in-law that the boss was talking about. So how could they let the boss leave so easily? A few minutes later, at the back door of the auditorium, Yi Xian left the auditorium and slightly breathed a sigh of relief. Marred. If it wasn't for the system that son of a bitch forcing the old man would not come to this place even if he died. Apparently, since he knew that he had become the father of a trio of babies, Yi Xian's state of mind was undergoing a complete change, and he couldn't wait to pull out his entire heart for the 3 little babies. Tai. Stop right there. Boss, where to go? Yi Xian was just about to go around to the extended version of the Lincoln car when he was startled by 3 voices, and then he was surrounded by Xiaoming's trio, cutting off all the paths of retreat. What are you guys doing? Get out of the way. Yi Xian glared at the trio. These 3 goods had grown in ability yet. Hey, boss, tell us the truth. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Humph. To accompany our sister-in-law. Xiaoming squeezed his eyebrows and said. Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian were also full of bad jokes. The more the boss was like this, the more they were looking forward to it. Just what kind of beautiful sister-in-law would make the always calm boss like this? Bah! Yi Xian heard out the 3 people's words. The thought is really fucking dirty. Accompany your sister. The old man went back to take care of his daughter. Your sister-in-law can't take care of her alone. Boom. Yi Xian's words directly split the Xiaoming trio silly. Crap. Boss. You. Say what? Take care of your daughter. Boss, you have a daughter. When did this happen? No. Really. Xiaoming's trio was obviously thunderstruck. I'll be damned. The boss not only has a sister-in-law, but also has a daughter. Abortive. Why? Don't believe me. Seeing the 3 people surrounding him, Yi Xian didn't want to babble and directly light up the evidence. Look, you guys, what's in the photo is my daughter. Saying that, he placed his cell phone in front of the 3, while Xiaoming's 3 looked at the photo, and then looked at the boss, whose eyebrows obviously had quite a lot of similarities. WOJ. I can't believe it's true. Boss, you're damn awesome. Judging from the niece's picture alone, sister-in-law is definitely a great beauty in the city. Yi Xian nodded approvingly at this. It's not that I'm blowing. Your sister-in-law's face value is definitely 10 times that of Wang Manli. Che. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiaoming's trio gave him a blank look. Boss, this girl is shameless. If I were to say that your sister-in-law is Luo Tianyi, do you believe me? Yi Xian smiled and looked at the 3 of them, faintly originating. Xiaoming 3. Boss, your honor. Don't defile my goddess. Xiaoming blew up at this time because Luo Tianyi was the first target he wanted to vow to pursue after getting rid of Ling Yushe. That's right, my goddess can look at you, I believe you do her. The three of them chattered and spat, while Yi Xian shrugged. There was nothing he could do. They didn't believe him when he said it, so it wasn't his fault. Well, it's my bad luck to be bumped into by you guys today. After a pause, thinking of his cap 10 million 100 times rebate spending. Come on, I'll treat you guys to the school supermarket, give you 5 minutes to shop, buy whatever you want. I'll pay for it. Holy shit, hey, this is good. Grandma, the boss is hemorrhaging. Let's go, boss, mighty and dominant. What are you waiting for? Yi Xian drove a car to carry the three to the school supermarket, and the three of them rushed straight at the speed of a 100-meter race, which they swore was the fastest speed they had ever seen in their lives. Boss, give me 3 boxes of soft box wazoo. Xiao Ming maneuvered skillfully and muttered in a low voice to the boss, whose eyes lit up when he heard. Wait a moment. Hey, old 3, old 4, what are you waiting for? Let's do it. Ow. Lutong Zhang Zitian only came back to his senses. Martyr. The second is ruthless enough directly as a soft box of huazi, a packet of 65 renminbi. They cannot lag behind. Then the whole supermarket staged a crazy shopping trio. Watching the boss was stunned. He had never seen such a scene. Within the supermarket, there was a flurry of activity. 5 minutes passed quickly. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. Finally, at a certain moment, Yi Xian smiled faintly. Time. Whoa. 3 mountain-like shopping carts, pushed directly to the cash register. As for Xiaoming, 3 people have long been sweating. Phew, that was close. I finally got my RC airplane. Luton took a large remote control airplane. Above Huran soaring price 210 renminbi. See soaring price Xiaoming Zhang Zitian eyes jumped straight. Martyr, careless Yi Xian. On the other hand, his eyes lit up. 100 times the rebate. This was a lot of money. Boss, pay up. The boss was surprised to look at Yi Xian. My goodness, the first time he had seen such a bold classmate. After scanning it, the price was finally displayed. This student, it's 1,050 renminbi in total. You guys will pay 1,000 if you buy this much. 1,000? Hearing the boss's words, Yi Xian froze. How can that be? It's not easy for the boss to open a store 1050. Just 1,050. I'll pay, said the man. Scan the code, and with a drop, the payment was successful. Ding. Host spends 1,050 RMB. Rebates 500 renminbi. In front of the dormitory. Take care, boss. Xiaoming and the 3 of them gave their boss a farewell until Yi Xian left the field of view, and only then did they withdraw their gaze. Eldest, do you think sister-in-law is really the goddess schoolmate? Sister Tianyi? It's a ghost. Xiaoming looked at the direction where Yi Xian disappeared. If school sister Tianyi is our sister-in-law, I'll gouge out my eyeballs to block the ball for you guys to kick. But, hell, the boss is awesome enough to go straight to the soul in one shot, and with 3 treasures in one tire. It's hanging by a thread. It's not great. If I had the skill of the boss, I could definitely brag for at least 10 years. Chapter 8 I don't care. I'll call you my wife from now on. The room was in the star city of Midu. Ka Chao. The key to open the door of the room. Then Yi Xian came in from the outside. Luo Tianyi at the moment doubly struck. Hate look at their peaks. So angry. Squeezed for so long, but did not squeeze out at all. At this moment, Luo Tianyi was feeding milk powder to the 3 little babies. Her hands were busy. Before there was Auntie Wang to help, it was better. Now Auntie Wang was not there, naturally a lot of trouble. Ding! The host triggers a randomized quest to help feed the baby and gain the ability of an ultimate milkman. Mission failed, +1 physique. I'll do it. Even without the system's task, Yi Xian wouldn't watch Luo Tianyi busy herself, and began to feed the 3 little babies with milk powder. Strangely enough, when Yi Xian entered the 3 little ones' field of vision, the rowdy little ones all quieted down, which made Luo Tianyi sigh with relief and look towards Yi Xian. Could it be because of the blood relationship? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest and obtaining the ultimate milkman ability. The system's voice rang out, and then Yi Xian's mind was filled with a multitude of knowledge about the baby daddy bringing up a child, as well as helping his wife to pass the milk, and toning her body. Obviously Yi Xian's posture of hugging the little baby had become much more casual, holding Momo in his arms and smiling happily at his father as if to say, "Daddy hugs like this? Super comfortable." The other 2 little babies also had their eyes on their dad, like they were afraid he would run away. From today, let me bring up the 3 little babies with you. You've suffered a lot in this year, haven't you? I'm sorry, daughter-in-law. Luo Tianyi felt Yi Xian's big hand patting her fragrant shoulder, feeling that any amount of suffering was worth it. Her heart comforted a lot. Good. Luo Tianyi reddened her little face, but immediately after, however, you have to sleep in Auntie Wang's room. Okay, wife. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Luo Tianyi had already treated him well for being able to do so. Who's your wife? Don't talk nonsense. Hearing Yi Xian's address, Luo Tianyi's face flushed red. Who's talking nonsense? Our child is over 2 months old. I don't care. I'll call you my wife from now on. Lottie, whatever. Luo Tianyi was shy. When she gave birth to her 3 little babies, she had already decided that she would not marry in this life. Honey, I'll chase you from today. Thinking about the fact that the 2 of them are not in a serious relationship yet, even though they have 3 little ones. You chased me? Luo Tianyi froze. Her heart at this moment could not stop fluttering, violently jumped up. But she has never been in love. In love? Luo Tianyi is still as pure as a piece of white paper. Right, Yi Xian solemnly said in a serious manner. One day, I'll make you accept me willingly, and then I'll make you and the 3 little babies appear on my family's account book. Are you sure you want to chase me? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi was undoubtedly moved. I'm a hard one to chase. A year ago, she was the goddess of Tianhai school flower, and there were many people who pursued her, and her tricks were even more numerous. That's true. I have a hunch you'll fall in love with me soon. Oof. I won't. The 2 of them were chatting idly, which, if seen by outsiders, was absolutely no different from a young couple who had just fallen in love. Gollum. At a certain moment, Luo Tianyi's small belly screamed in hungry protest. She hadn't eaten much at noon, and after working all afternoon, it would be strange if she wasn't hungry. Honey, I'm a little hungry. Let's go eat. Looking at the shy-faced Luo Tianyi, Yi Xian smiled. It just so happens that I'm buying cribs for the 3 little babies on the way, and some clothes and such. Aha. Luo Tianyi gently nodded her head in agreement. Of course she knew that Yi Xian was saying this because she was hungry. Then grabbed the 3 little ones and headed towards the CBD, the business center next to the downstairs. Soon, the 2 arrived at a Western restaurant with upscale decorations. Yi Xian, better not go. It's super expensive in there. Luo Tianyi looked at the decoration that was very aesthetically pleasing, and judging from the elegant style, without tens of thousands of dollars it simply wouldn't come down. Listening to Luo Tianyi's words, Yi Xian pinched his fair and delicate face favorably. Silly girl, have you forgotten that I'm pursuing you now? This amount of money. Your husband still has it. After saying that, pushing the stroller, she walked towards the Western restaurant. Luo Tianyi froze for a moment, biting her vermilion lips, following and also walking up. She felt like dreaming. What can I get you to, please? A private room in the Western restaurant. The waiter looked at the cute 1-child 3 babies, full of envy. This lady should still be breastfeeding. Why don't you guys take a look at our restaurant's newest baby mama set menu? The package is on our side. There are 4 grades. 8888 VIP package, 16666 VIP package, 999 deluxe package and 26666 romantic theme package. Of course, alcohol doesn't count. Help me with the 26666 romantic theme set meals. There was no hesitation. These were just what he wanted. Yi Xian's guideline was not to be afraid of him being expensive, but to be afraid of him not being expensive. With 100x rebates on purchases, he's got a lot more rebates to get. Hearing this, Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes flashed, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Help me get 2 cups of the most expensive milk you have here. Yes sir. Please wait. The waiter's voice fell. The lights of the room dimmed. The screen in front of the beautiful picture. At this time the sound of the soothing melodious violin sounded. Then a violin. Face value has 92 points of the girl. Interpretation of the famous hand violin song. In a short while, a dish is all breastfeeding baby moms can eat: asparagus fried potatoes, pan-fried steak, fruit salad, honey roasted chicken wings, mushroom oysters. It was cozy and nice to listen to a beautiful girl playing a violin tune with romantic themed lights flooding in. At this moment, Luo Tianyi felt like she wasn't even a baby mama, but was on a dinner date with her lover. Sir, the total consumption is 28,000 RMB. Cash or credit card please. The front desk of the 290 points in the looks of the young lady. See Yi Xian max charm. As well as on the birth of a child 3 baby can still come out with his wife to eat romantic theme baby mama package. This is the first time they received such a customer. After all, the pressure of raising 3 children is not generally big. 28,000 RMB. That's too dark. That was Lottie's first impression. But of course it wasn't the idea at all until she had 3 little ones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 28,000 RMB and rebating 100 times the spending, gaining 2.8 million renminbi. Hearing the system's voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian was even more excited, the corners of his mouth revealing a mesmerizing smile. Wife, let's go. Let's go buy a crib. And by the way, let's buy clothes for you and the little babies. Front desk miss heard this, eyes full of small stars. Wow, that handsome man on his own wife to spoil it. A child, 3 babies, can still be so dashing. This if their husband that would be so good. Chapter 9, set a small goal. First earn $100 billion. Shopping mall, Hermes flagship store. Yi Xian, here I think it's really forgettable. Luo Tianyi looked at the Hermes flagship store. She had been here many times and the things inside were not something they could afford to consume in their current condition. Don't worry, your husband has plenty of money. Pushing the stroller with one hand, wrapping one hand around Luo Tianyi's fragrant shoulder, and sniffing the nice fragrance, he arrived at the Hermes flagship store just like that. Just how much did you win? Luo Tianyi looked at Yi Xian suspiciously, knowing that from the time she bought the milk powder until now, the money she saw alone was already more than $300,000. Not much, just 5 or 6 million. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and spoke out, while Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes widened. 5 to 6 million. This is a small prize. Although their Luo family was a celebrity in Tianhai City, even she had at most $200,000 to $300,000 on her card, and had never had this much money. How about? Although Yi Xian had quite a lot of money, Luo Tianyi was still a bit reluctant to part with it. After all, she had really been poor and scared for a year. Let's buy cribs and clothes for the 3 little babies first. Okay, let you buy it. 3 little babies compared to you. Of course you are important. Without the slightest regard for the Hermes flagship store staff who had been forced to stuff dog food, he doted on Luo Tianyi and scraped her delicate nose. Are you kidding me? Such a good goddess schoolgirl wife. He hated to let the world know that she was his wife. The hell, I'll believe you. Luo Tianyi's face blushed shyly. Although she didn't know if what Yi Xian said was true, she was really happy in her heart. The store manager and shopper at the Hermes flagship store barely escaped the snooze. This lady, you're so happy too. Yes, you all have 3 babies in one birth, and your husband still accompanies you to buy designer labels. If this were my husband, I could wake up laughing in my dreams. Intentionally or unintentionally, a few shoppers threw winks at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was as if he had not seen it. Luo Tianyi's heart was tightened, as if someone was grabbing something very important with her. The store manager and the guide were filled with bewildered envy. Such a handsome and charismatic big handsome man. They did not have the slightest resistance at all. Gritting her silver teeth, she declared her sovereignty by buying a bag and a few pieces of clothes, as well as cosmetics and such, with a gesture that seemed to say, "This is my Luo Tianyi's man. You guys don't have a chance." Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 32,000 RMB. 100 times rebate of 3,200,000 RMB. Pay the end. The ear came the sound of the system. Yi Xian's mouth curved up the arc. Motherfucker. He never felt that making money turned out to be this easy. Set a small goal of 100 million, completely easy to realize. If there is a goal, Yi Xian will definitely set it to earn him 100 billion first. Dreams still need to be had. Otherwise, what is the difference with salted fish? And even if he does salted fish, Yi Xian will also do the most leisurely one. Yi Xian, isn't it that you shouldn't buy 32,000? This is already enough for 3 little ones to order 64 cans of milk powder. Before Luo Tianyi could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Yi Xian. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for your husband. In the future you'll be responsible for looking beautiful and I'll be responsible for earning money to support my family. I'm not going to. I want to be financially independent and be a strong woman. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 15,000 RMB. 100 times rebate of 1,500,000 RMB. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 27,000 RMB. 100 times rebate of 2.7 million renminbi. An hour later, the two were full. Yi Xian got what he wanted. 100 times rebate consumption directly capped at 10 million. Opened the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years. Physique, 11, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, extreme music ability. Extreme nurse ability. Items, not yet available. Wealth, 10. 785. 680. 000. Unsurprisingly, at this moment, Yi Xian had already become a multimillionaire. And this was only the first day that he had gotten the system. And also the first day that he had recognized with the 3 little cottons. Grandma's drops. Drying up to 10 million a day. Yi Xian was really getting more and more excited about the future yet. Back at the rental house, it was 10 o'clock at night. The fragrant and sweaty Luo Tianyi once again drilled into the bathroom to take a hot shower. A voice came from the bathroom. Yi Xian subconsciously looked in the direction of the bathroom. Ding! Host triggers a randomized quest. Save Luo Tianyi from the bathroom. Rewarded with an ultimate massage ability. Mission failed, +1 physique. Crap! Yi Xian didn't hesitate, directly pulling open the bathroom room door and drilled in. Jokingly, he actually didn't want to go in. It was entirely because he was rushing towards the ultimate massage ability. When he came to the bathroom, he saw Luo Tianyi, who was collapsed on the ground covering her ankles, her pretty face full of pain. But this was not the most important thing, because Luo Tianyi was sitting on the ground naked at the moment. You, how did you get in here? Hiss. Seeing Yi Xian suddenly come in, the flustered Luo Tianyi wanted to struggle up. However, she fell down again, but this time, she was wrapped by a big hand around her slender waist. You're out of. Don't move. Yi Xian didn't pay too much attention to the beautiful scenery at the moment, although he also saw all of it, but at the moment, he was obviously focusing on Luo Tianyi's exquisite jade-like feet. Just like this, he pulled the bath towel over Luo Tianyi and hugged Luo Tianyi and left the bathroom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for rescuing Luo Tianyi and obtaining the ability of an inquisitive massage. As the system's voice fell, Yi Xian was the one who felt subtle changes in his mind and body, as various massage techniques and maneuvers blended together and became part of Yi Xian's ability to do things at his fingertips. Luo Tianyi's head was buried in her heart, a heart fluttering violently. It was over. She seemed to have been seen naked by Yi Xian, and she was also holding her waist and ankles. What's more, right now she was only covered with a bath towel. Early on, he figured out the location of Luo Tianyi's room's medical kit, and after bringing it over, he applied the essential oil to Luo Tianyi's crystal white ankles and started massaging them with his ultimate massage ability. Hiss! The pain of Luo Tianyi sucked in a breath of cold air, but soon she was feeling the place where she broke her foot cool, not only pain, but feel quite comfortable, wrapped in a towel, but even so still cannot cover the delicate body, especially the delicate lofty. Yi Xian, you still know how to massage, huh? Luo Tianyi had been to health clubs before to take care of her body, but she felt that Yi Xian's techniques were better than any of those professional technicians. Well, slightly. Seeing Luo Tianyi's restored ankle, he carefully assisted Luo Tianyi's white arm. The touch was soft and comfortable. Come, stand up and take 2 steps. It's like really good. Luo Tianyi, under the support of Yi Xian, walked 2 steps to move her ankles. Her face was full of surprise, thinking of just Yi Xian's massage and the scene just now. Anyway, they all looked at the light, plus the 3 little ones waiting to eat the nutrient original liquid. Luo Tianyi clenched her silver teeth, wrapped the bath towel with slight force, as if she had made some kind of determination. Her face was slightly reddish and said, Yi Xian, I have something that needs your help. Chapter 10, The Heartless Mission. Returning fees capped at 100 million renminbi. Yi Xian, I have something I need your help with. Luo Tianyi thought about all aspects. And then say a year ago Yi Xian should see should not see, should not touch all touched, and not that repulsive. After all, a day's experience, she is also very understanding. Yi Xian is really good for her and the 3 little babies. Oh, what is it? Seeing Luo Tianyi's desire to speak, Yi Xian asked suspiciously. Don't worry, wife, I'll definitely help if I can. Luo Tianyi was even more shy for a minute when she heard that. Of course you can help, and you're definitely having fun. The 2 delicate hands entangled. Luo Tianyi hardened her head and didn't dare to look at Yi Xian. It's just that the doctor said that I have a special physique and need to have someone stimulate and help me pass the milk so that I can feed the 3 little babies. Yi Xian. Swish. Yi Xian's line of sight was falling on Luo Tianyi's plumpness wrapped in a bath towel. His eyes widened. Cough cough. Honey, are you saying, let me help you pass the milk? Aha. Since she had already said it, Luo Tianyi could only nod her head stiffly. For the sake of the 3 little babies growing up healthier, this amount of effort on her part was nothing. Not to mention, it's not like that guy hasn't eaten before. Thinking of this, Luo Tianyi's cheeks reddened 1 point more. Well then, is it now? Yi Xian looked at his goddess schoolgirl wife who was only wrapped in a bath towel while Luo Tianyi glared at him. You go out first, I'll change my clothes. Ahem. Okay, I'm going to go see the 3 little babies first. After saying this, he closed the door of the room, leaving Luo Tianyi alone in the bedroom. While Luo Tianyi's face swished red to the point of being unable to take off the bath towel, looking at the flawless body in the mirror, and then it was to see the abundance. Later it will be cheaper for this guy. 10 minutes or so later, a charming through milk operation, Luo Tianyi suddenly felt plump and relaxed a lot, while Yi Xian drank an unknown amount of nutrient original liquid. Wife, I didn't realize you had such a slim figure and a lot of inventory. Hiccup. After saying that, Yi Xian couldn't stop hiccuping, which made Luo Tianyi hate to find a crack in the ground. You still say, she was already shy. How could she withstand such a talk? But now it's good that the lactation is over, so she can feed her baby in the future just like other baby moms. Ding! Host triggers choice quest. Help Luo Tianyi get rid of her plump lumps. Task choice 1. Help Luo Tianyi eliminate the abundance lumps and receive 10 times the rebate spending. Capped at 100 million renminbi. Mission choice 2. Reject the mission and shorten the small nail by 10 centimeters. Pust. Your grandpa's system. The evil system once again triggered to choose the task, which makes Yi Xian strangled at heart have. This is to mess with the rhythm of their own. Just treading horse. The task cannot afford to refuse but Nima, capped at 100 million, this operation is really very tempting. That, wife. You. Ahem. Does it feel like your chest hurts more when you press on it? Don't get me wrong. I've read before in my medical journals that lactating pregnant women pass the milk is only the first step. To make the little one drink more, you have to massage and melt away the hard lumps in your chest. Look, should I help you? Or should I let the mom and pop help you? Luo Tianyi heard Yi Xian's words. Of course she knew that there were so many hard lumps inside her plumpness. So that's how it was. The doctor didn't give herself a word. No wonder it was super painful when she touched it. Then, well, you help me. Luo Tianyi clenched her slender hands tightly. For one thing, she was worried that Yi Xian couldn't bring up 3 little babies by himself. And secondly, Yi Xian's techniques might be better than those of the mom and pop store. Well, let's start while the iron is hot then. Just passing the milk will work better. Just like this, Luo Tianyi lay back and closed Wang Quan's beautiful eyes. She didn't dare to open them, because she knew very well what kind of operation would come next. During this period, it would be impossible for Luo Tianyi not to feel a little bit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping Luo Tianyi eliminate the ceiling lumps successfully, obtaining 10 times the rebate spending, capped at 100 million renminbi, and in light of the host's perfect level completion of the task, attached to the host's physique +2. After doing everything, Luo Tianyi obviously felt a lot more comfortable again and there was no more hidden pain. If she didn't know Yi Xian, she really thought that Yi Xian was a doctor. Well, wife, next thing you know, you can wash it down for the 3 little babies. The nutrition is at its best in the beginning, but unfortunately I wasted a lot of it. Aha! Luo Tianyi answered in a small voice, then picked up her clothes and went to the bathroom to wash them. All that floated in her head was the scene just now. Luo Tianyi, Yi Xian is helping you to pass the milk to eliminate the lumps. What are you thinking about? Ba 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 ba. The next day, early morning, the 3 little ones seemed to be eating the nutritional essence of the reason. Sleep especially want. Pink little face is still residual contented look. Compared to the milk powder is obviously 3 little babies are more fond of the mother's nutritional essence. Luo Tianyi did breakfast early, put on the Hermes underwear and chaps and clothes that Yi Xian bought for her yesterday, and with some dressing up, she looked better than an actress. By the way, Yi Xian, are you going to school today? Luo Tianyi asked with concern as she thought about how many classes Yi Xian had already missed. No. Yi Xian smiled faintly. I plan to not even go to school much in the future. I want to invest in some projects. The source of his money in the future definitely needed to be accounted for, or else it would definitely draw suspicion. So investing was the best option. After all, Meng Meng and the girls will definitely have a lot of places to spend their money in the future. Well, I'm with you. Luo Tianyi nodded her head in agreement and seemed to think of something. By the way, Yi Xian, my cousin works in a hotel. I've learned that their hotel seems to have a problem with its capital chain, but the operations are all very good. You can go and take a look. You can't tell her about our relationship and the 3 little babies, Luo Tianyi instructed. Of course she was happy that Yi Xian could think so long term. I have a count on that. It's just that it'll be a burden on you before you showdown with your family. Seeing Luo Tianyi's look of weighing her thoughts, Yi Xian embraced her in his arms. No aggravation. It doesn't matter how much I suffer as long as my 3 little babies are well. Luo Tianyi shook her head and said. Of course there was another sentence she didn't say, because now she and her 3 little babies had something to rely on. Silly girl, you can make my husband feel so much pain like this. Between emotions, Yi Xian tenderly kissed Luo Tianyi's glossy white head. Having such a beautiful person with him was undoubtedly the happiest thing in the world. The 3 little babies turned their heads to look at their mommy and daddy, who were hugging, blinking their eyes as if to say, look, what mommy and daddy are doing. Chapter 11, Acquisition of Chijun Hotel. $100 million rebate. Chijun Hotel, Tianhai City. One of the few upscale hotels. Each time the consumption of tens of thousands of dollars. This price alone will let more than 90% of the people deterred. Unsurprisingly, this would be the beginning of Yi Xian's rise to power. Following Luo Tianyi's information, he arrived at the 6th dining floor of the Thousand Monarch Hotel. Welcome, Sir, the hotel service staff, the girl with a face value of 90 points, revealed a sweet smile and a good service attitude, thus showing that what Luo Tianyi said wasn't bad. The service of this hotel was definitely far beyond other hotels. Prior engagement. I'm looking for your manager Su. Oh, you must be Mr. Yi. The service staff understood, and their attitude was another point more respectful. Manager Su has an explanation. Please follow me. Under the guidance of the waitstaff, came to a window seat. The restaurant atmosphere is very good. Light layout and so on, all aspects are not picky. Not long ago, into the eye is to see a dressed in OL uniform. White lab coat buttons taut. A pair of white then straight long legs exposed outside. Temperament is very competent. Face value of about 95 points. This person was Luo Tianyi's cousin Su Wanqing, a strong woman whose face value and ability coexisted. With her outstanding ability from an ordinary family, she had reached the position of lobby manager of the Qianjun Hotel at a young age. Su Wanqing and Luo Tianyi relationship is also the best cousin. Before Luo Tianyi pregnant period, is with Su Wanqing borrowed 70,000. Su Wanqing's salary is good, but 70,000 is also her not small expenses. Do not even think about it to give Luo Tianyi. It was also for this reason that Yi Xian had chosen the Thousand June Hotel. Manager Su, Mr. Yi has arrived. Well, go ahead. Su Wanqing put down the magazine in her hands. Her eyes fell on Yi Xian, sizing him up. Tianyi doesn't have a lot of male friends around her, but you're the first one to be this handsome. Sit down. That 90-point beautiful waitress, pulling out her seat, was very attentive in her service, which made Yi Xian's impression of the Qianjun Hotel 1 point better. I wonder, what do you want with me? Su Wanqing went straight to the point. She was very busy and didn't have that time to waste on insignificant things. Yi Xian was not surprised by this. I heard old Tianyi said that your hotel is experiencing a broken capital chain. Perhaps I can help. Ha! Hearing this, Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes gave a start. You help? Sure you're not joking? Of course you can take me as a joke. I just hope that you Qianjun won't regret it in the future. Yi Xian quietly watched Su Wanqing's reaction. He also wanted to see what Su Wanqing would do. After Su Wanqing heard this, she didn't speak immediately, and after a few seconds of silence, she dialed the hotel owner's phone. Hey, Mr. Chu, do you have time now? A friend of my cousin said he could fix our hotel's cash chain. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing looked at Yi Xian. Wait a moment, our general manager Chu will be here soon. It didn't take long to wait. The owner of the Thousand June Hotel, Chu Yanghe, then came to the field, first nodding to Su Wanqing, then looking at Yi Xian, a flash of surprise surging between his eyes, obviously not expecting it to be a young man. Knowing the intention of the person in front of him, Chu Yanghe smiled and spoke out. I think the one who manager Su said can solve the problem of our hotel's capital chain is this brother. You're the owner of the Chikuan Hotel. Yi Xian's ancient waves were not shocked as he calmly looked at Chu Yanghe without the slightest bit of tension on his face. It was this scene that caused Chu Yanghe to look deeply at Yi Xian. Not bad. I'm Chu Yanghe, the owner of the Thousand June Hotel. I don't know. What is the brother's name? Chu Yanghe's see people vision is very accurate. The first time he saw Yi Xian he knew that this young man is not simple, because that kind of self-confidence from the bones throughout cannot be camouflaged. Yi Xian, Chu Yanghe heard, secretly remember this name. Go back and set people to check. Then sat down on the seat. Mr. Yi said he can solve the problem of our hotel's capital chain. I don't know. Mr. Yi, what way? He really panicked a little. The problem of the capital chain is not solved. At most last half a month. He worked hard to start the Qianjun Hotel will be closed down. How can he calm down? So when the first time he received Su Wanqing's phone call, he rushed over. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth arced as he looked at Chu Yanghe with a smile. I want to acquire Qianjun. Of course, I'm not acquiring all of it, but I'm only taking 51% of the shares, and the rest of the shares still go to you. Of course Yi Xian would not completely acquire the Thousand June Hotel. Then the probability of Chu Yanghe agreeing would be extremely small. What he wanted was a proper excuse for the money he would use in the future. That's all. Oh, so, Chu Yanghe heard Yi Xian's words and couldn't help but be moved. Selling 51% of the shares in exchange for a huge sum of money. And the problem of the capital chain was solved. 2 birds with 1 stone. However, does Mr. Yi know that, although my Qianjun Hotel isn't considered the top hotel in the country, it's still worth towards 100 million. After pondering for a while, Chu Yanghe continued. Let's put it this way. If Mr. Yi really wants to acquire Qianjun Hotel to occupy 51% of the controlling stake, how about Mr. Yi only need to take out $50 million of capital? Hiss. The little beautiful waitress on the side sucked in a breath of cool air. Her eyes were glaring round for a split second. My god. $50 million. Even Su Wanqing was a little shocked in her heart. $50 million of capital. That was not something that an ordinary person could take out. Good deal. Yi Xian did not think too much. Directly agreed. Originally ready to counteroffer Chu Yanghe a stagnation. Stunned look at Yi Xian. Mr. Yi, you promised. Yi Xian smiled and nodded as he continued. However, I have a condition. The $50 million of capital I will put into the Qijun Hotel in 3 installments. The first 10 million, the second 20 million, and the third the same 20 million. This, no problem. Chu Yanghe instantly agreed. After all, he understands that 50 million, such a huge sum of money, is not so easy to put together. Ding. Host spends 10 million renminbi. Tenfold rebate of 100 million renminbi. End of the transfer. The ear came the voice of the system. This wave of operation directly 10 times the rebate consumption of 100 million renminbi. According to this speed to go on, not out of 3 years and 5 years, and even Yi Xian feel that they can buy the whole world. Looking at the scene in front of her, Su Wanqing is a dream. Their cousins, this friend, now become their boss, top boss. This identity change, let her for a time some adaptation does not come. Cousin know this friend exactly. What kind of person is it? How come I never heard her mention it? Chapter 12, isn't he a poor boy? How can he be the chairman of Qikuan? Manager Su, do you know what this Mr. Yi is from? Taking advantage of Yi Xian to go to the restroom, Chu Yanghe asked to Su Wanqing. At such an age, tens of millions of transfers without blinking, he asked himself that he could not do it. I'm not sure. It's also the first time he and I have met. About 3 or 5 minutes of conversation. A pair of men and women came out from their hotel room to dine, and happened to encounter Yi Xian, who had returned, with the girl among them sneering out. Yell, young Zhang, don't you see that's my ex-boyfriend? The girl who came to the restaurant was none other than Wang Manli, and the first thing she did when she saw Yi Xian was to make a fool out of him in order to avenge the party's face slapping. Zhang Zhe also knew about that Yi Xian, who made a big splash at the welcome party yesterday. He smiled coldly. I didn't think that any cat or dog could come in at the Thousand Monarch Hotel. Baby, let's go over there. I'll take it out on you. He. Thank you, young Zhang. Wahahaha. Wang Manli finished, but also Moa's kiss on the face of the chapter less, which makes the chapter Z doubly face. Vanity burst. Kid, is this a place where a poor man like you can come? Zhang Zhe's piercing voice came out, and then he blocked in front of Yi Xian, but the surrounding guests looked at Zhang Zhe in confusion. Oh, shit. This kid's brain was squeezed by the door. If they didn't hear correctly, just now this young lad acquired 51% of Qianjuan's shares, right? In other words, the entire Qianjun Hotel is this lad's. This kid even said that people are not qualified to come. They have not really seen so rushed to find death. In the people's land asked people should not come. This operation is completely retarded. Yi Xian, you must have followed us here. When Wang Manli thought of yesterday's face slapping, she hated it so much that she just had itchy teeth. Do you want me to give you my collection of yesterday's fight between me and Zhang Xiao? Ding. The host triggers a randomized mission, palm smacking dogs and men. The mission rewards the ultimate martial arts ability. Mission failed, +1 physique. Pa. The system's prompt sound rings in the ear. Yi Xian did not even think about it, directly slap up. This time not out more time. Wang Manli was directly smacked over on the ground, directly confusing Wang Manli on the ground. Ding. The host has successfully palmed the dog man and woman, and has gained the ability of the ultimate martial arts. A slap down. Yi Xian got the ultimate martial arts ability. Surging power surged through his whole body. Slightly clenched his fist. Yi Xian felt that it was a meter-thick titanium alloy steel plate he could punch through. Marred. The kid dares to touch the old man's woman. You seek death. Boo. Before Zhang Zhe finished speaking, he was directly kicked out by Yi Xian, directly scampering out 7 or 8 meters, smashing a card table to pieces. In the arena, the eyes of the people looking at Yi Xian all changed. Holy shit, that Qianjuan's new chairman is so powerful. Put. Zhang Zhe struggled to get up and spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Yi Xian with a fierce face. Yi Xian, you dare to touch me? I'll kill you. Zhang Zhe stared resentfully at Yi Xian, cracking a bottle of red wine with a clatter. The sharp red wine bottle stabbed at Yi Xian's face. That's right, he was going to disfigure that brat. Pa. Before Zhang Zhe got close, Yi Xian directly smashed the bottle of red wine from the side with a slap, and then ruthlessly smashed in Zhang Zhe's face, banging the side table into pieces, and his head opened up on the spot. Kill me? Yi Xian glanced at Zhang Zhe with contempt. What are you? Manager Su. Effective immediately. This person is not allowed to take a single step into the Thousand June Hotel, and give me a beating once he enters. Icy cold voice came out. This Zhang Zhe he wanted to beat up, not for a day or two. Yes, Chairman, Su Wanqing respectfully voiced out, and then called for security guards to hold Zhang Zito like a dead dog away from the restaurant. Wang Manli's entire mind rumbled, and the whole person was dumbfounded in place. With a snap, Wang Manli fiercely smacked herself in the face, and the whole person became even more confused. What? I can't believe it's true. Wang Manli couldn't believe what she was experiencing in front of her. Impossible. How can this be true? You, aren't you a poor boy? How could you be the chairman of the Thousand June Hotel? Based on the chairman of the Thousand June Hotel alone, Yi Xian's worth at least hundreds of millions, and that's conservatively speaking, which means that the guy she abandoned and dumped is a billionaire. That's a much better status than the middle of the road. Second generation chapter Z. Yi Xian. I didn't do it on purpose. It's all because that Zhang Xiao. Oh no. Zhang Zhe forced me. Actually, I'm still in love with you. Let's start over, okay? Wang Manli said hopefully. Su Wanqing looked at the gold-worshipping girl Wang Manli. Speechlessness surfaced on her face. This girl is really without shame. The people around the restaurant were also incredibly confused. This woman really refreshed their knowledge of shamelessness. Regret. That's right. This moment Wang Manli regretted like never before. At this moment, she felt that what she did before was stupid and retarded. She even put such a good man did not love, but instead went to mix with Zhang Zhe. It was all a test of herself before. Thinking of this, Wang Manli clenched her pink fists and flopped down on her knees. Yi Xian. No. Yi Xiao. Give me a chance, will you? Just once. Wang Manli, this moment gold-worshipping mouth revealed undoubtedly. This time I swear. I only love you alone. Other men I do not even look at a glance. Please give. You. Su Wanqing looked at this scene and was surprised to see this new boss of his own, not expecting that this new boss was not only bold, but also so ruthless. Between the crowd's thoughts, Yi Xian had already left the restaurant and opened the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years. Physique, 13, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, ultimate musical ability, ultimate nanny ability, ultimate massage ability, ultimate martial arts ability. Items, not yet available. Wealth, 178 million. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian smiled. The billionaire had just been reached. Inside the rental house, Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes widened. Yi Xian. You said something. You acquired 51% of the shares of Qianjun Hotel. Hey. Yeah, wife. Seeing Luo Tianyi's surprised expression, Yi Xian laughed and said, in other words, wife, you're now the boss's wife of the Thousand June Hotel. Oh, put. Who is the boss's wife? I'm not. Luo Tianyi's face flushed red as she looked at Luo Tianyi, who was wearing pajamas but could not hide her proud figure in the slightest, and joked with a bad smile. Hey, wife, today you are so special. Why? Seeing Yi Xian staring at her in a serious manner, Luo Tianyi subconsciously touched her face. Could there be something on her face? You're especially beautiful today. Luo Tianyi heard the blush of the face of the blush of the anger of the eyes of Yi Xian. This guy have dared to openly provoke their own it. Just this feeling is so wonderful. And then go on like this. They will not. The first thing you need to do is to get a good look at the guy. Chapter 13, whose husband are you? I don't know you. What's that smell? This. Yi Xian. Come quickly. Your family's debao has pooped. Little touched Lottie. Sniffing stinky, called out to the guy who was ruffling her feathers. Yi Xian. Ahem. Okay, I'll get the water. Being broken the atmosphere by debao, Yi Xian couldn't lose his temper yet. Who let that be his own little lover? Walking 2 steps to look at Luo Tianyi. Right. You take the wet tissue paper that wiped debao's butt. Oh, the two of them worked well together. And it wasn't the first time they'd rubbed stinky on a baby, let alone a baby of 3. Whoa. Turning on the bathroom switch, letting the cool water run, grabbing the butt-washing basin on the other side. The series of movements flowed without a hitch. By the time she returned to the living room, Luo Tianyi had already taken the wet wipes and paper towels. After all, the baby was still small. Even if she wiped her butt, she could only use warm water. Lots of stink. Luo Tianyi opened the diaper that was sticking to Debao Mengming's waist and saw Stinky, who was accompanied by a few milk petals. Yi Xian. You come. Good. Seeing Luo Tianyi's flustered appearance, Yi Xian didn't say anything. His big hand grabbed Debao's 2 little tiny feet and lifted them upward slightly while wiping Stinky with a diaper, then picked up the wet tissue paper that Luo Tianyi had already put into the wash basin, wringing out the water stains, and wiping Stinky clean. A number of actions looked in the eyes of Luo Tianyi on the side, earnestly learning. She also incurious. Obviously Yi Xian is also the first time to take care of Xiaobao. Why is it so much more skillful than himself? As if he has practiced thousands of times in private. Then, it was smooth to put the poopy diaper in the trash and put on a new one. Yi Xian, why did you do such a good job changing the baby's diaper? Am I useless? Luo Tianyi enviously looked at Yi Xian, and she had taken care of Sanbao for more than 2 months than Yi Xian. Yi Xian could do it so skillfully in just a few days, which made Luo Tianyi ashamed of herself. I guess I've seen more before. Yi Xian casually found a reason. After all, the matter of the system was probably not believed by Luo Tianyi even if he said it. It's fine. Just take a look more often. Aha! I will definitely double my efforts. Hearing Yi Xian's relief, Luo Tianyi regained her confidence once again and secretly cheered for herself. Cheer up, Luo Tianyi. You are Sanbao's mom. You can do it. Yi Xian. From today onwards, you sleep in my room, Luo Tianyi said with a small red face. Really, because yesterday, she was simply too busy. And the action is not as slippery as Auntie Wang and Yi Xian. They are nothing. Is afraid of letting the three treasures suffer. Originally, I also wanted to go and call Yi Xian, but it was very inconvenient and I was afraid of waking up Sanbao. Sleep in your room? Hearing this, Yi Xian looked up and down at Luo Tianyi in her pajamas. Wife, are you sure? You, don't get me wrong. I can't look after Sambo on my own. After saying that, and feeling that it wasn't enough added, I'm warning you, don't think that just because I let you into my room that you can think ill of me. And besides, you're going to sleep on the floor. No problem. To be able to enter the room would be good. Yi Xian did not have the luxury to expect Luo Tianyi to accept himself at once, but to take down this arrogant wife is considered to be the first step. I swear that there will not be any improper thoughts. If there is a violation of my life to you mother for as a cow as a horse. Luo Tianyi blanked Yi Xian. Virtuous. I'll be damned if I believe you. This guy said it like he wouldn't be a cow for the four of them if he didn't break his oath, which was the same as not saying it. Then, wife, I'll move the bedding to your bedroom. The next day, well, Luo Tianyi woke up from sleep, looked at the ground and the stroller sleeping four people. Thinking about last night's scene cannot help but blush. Last night when breastfeeding, but the whole time was that guy in the eyes. Now think of it all, cannot wait to find a crack to drill in. Loss of big yesterday. However, she was well aware that being watched by Yi Xian to breastfeed was sooner or later. And anyway, he was the one who had passed the milk and eliminated the lumps before. So it was nothing to think so. Right, Yi Xian? Today is the day for Sanbao's medical checkup. We might have to go to the hospital later. Thinking of something, Luo Tianyi voiced out, not realizing that Sanbao was 3 months old. Good. Hearing Luo Tianyi's words, Yi Xian froze. Sambo, this is 3 months? Right, wife. Moving on, it felt right to do something in honor of the three munchkins being 3 months old today. Aha. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi looked over, clearly used to Yi Xian's wife title. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging exotic rose X1, consuming 100 renminbi from the host. The system's voice rang in his ears, and the item bar had an extra rose, and it had cost 100 soft coins, but it didn't matter. I'll do a magic trick for you. After he said that, before Luo Tianyi could make a sound, he flipped his right hand and snapped his fingers at the same time, and then in Yi Xian's hand, there was a golden rose in bloom. The moment the golden rose appeared, a strange fragrance centered on the rose overflowed between Luo Tianyi's nostrils, and then filled every corner of the living room. Even the three little munchkins moved their cute little noses to sniff. This rose, Luo Tianyi had just taken a whiff of the rose scent, and her spirits were much better. Yi Xian, you still have magic. Looking at the golden rose in his hand, where did you get this rose? The scent is so special. Like it. Seeing Luo Tianyi holding the rose and sniffing at the tip of her nose, she smiled. Aha. Luo Tianyi nodded her head and said, not to mention her. I guess there wasn't that girl who didn't like such roses. Yi Xian, why are you so kind to me? Looking at the golden rose inserted in the glass, Luo Tianyi curiously looked at Yi Xian. I thought I told you. I'm courting you now. Smiling, she looked at Luo Tianyi. Why? Wife, is there any little touched? Or else you should obey your husband. Hoof. Who? Touched? And whose husband are you? I don't know you. Luo Tianyi grunted. Although her mouth said so, a small face was full of acceptance. The feeling of being pursued was so wonderful. She seemed to have smelled the rotten flavor of love dog food. If this scene is known by the people of Tianhai University, I'm afraid that at least tens of thousands of people lined up in a long line, holding a 40-meter machete to fight with Yi Xian. Meow. So provoke their goddess Tianyi schoolgirl really good. Chapter 14 Yi Xian, to be the first person to be pitched by the system? Tianhai City, Hospital. Honey, what did the doctor say? Yi Xian was pushing Sanbao in the corridor, and at the moment, Sanbao was tilting his head, looking at his dad curiously, as if he was learning to talk from his dad. Luo Tianyi looked at the checklist. The pretty face of the pouring city a bitter. Big treasure 3 treasure okay? The second baby doctor said to eat milk powder more fire some serious. Let me. More to the second baby breastfeeding less feeding milk powder. And the 3 baby drinking milk powder during the period also need to drink water. Yi Xian I am. Ha! Luo Tianyi hadn't finished speaking when a startled eep came. Then a silhouette appeared in front of the two. Tianyi, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken. Yi Xiao. Why are you here too? The person who came was certainly Su Wanqing, who came to the hospital for regular checkups. The doctor said that she recently stayed up all night, seriously need to pay attention to rest. Just came out in the corridor and saw her cousin Luo Tianyi and their Qianjuan's new boss. Originally wanted to address Chairman Yi. Just felt a bit awkward. So he directly addressed Yi Xiao. Nope. The next thing Su Wanqing was to see Yi Xian pushing the one-born 3 treasures, and Luo Tianyi who was holding the 3 checklists. Su Wanqing realized something at a certain moment, and her eyes widened. Yi Xiao, Tianyi, this, 3 treasures won't be, ahem, your children. Su Wanqing was not a fool. The facts were in front of her. It was hard not to believe that they were examining someone else's child. Sister Wanqing, would you believe me if I said it wasn't? Luo Tianyi, a heart to the throat. This is bad. How to run into the cousin. Cannot help but small face a bitter. Hidden more than a year finally still found? Manager Su. This is indeed my child with Tianyi. Seeing Luo Tianyi's nervous appearance, Yi Xian wrapped one big hand around Luo Tianyi's fragrant shoulder. Sanbao is still small, and there are many germs in the hospital. Let's talk somewhere else. Yes, cousin. Let's change places. Luo Tianyi also just reacted to the fact that if it wasn't for the checkup, the hospital was really not the right place for Sanbao to come. A few minutes later. Sister Wanqing. It started a year ago. That night my parents had another fight over work. Disappointed with my parents, I went to the bar and Luo Tianyi told the deepest secret buried in her heart one by one. While listening to Luo Tianyi's words, Su Wanqing looked at Yi Xian with an odd expression. Tianyi, you said that you and Yi Xiao only had sex once. Ahem. And gave birth to Sanbao? A large hand held Luo Tianyi's nervous little hand under the table. Sister Su, this matter, please also help keep it a secret. Yi Xiao, you this. I can't dare to be. Otherwise, you still call me Manager Su, or Wanqing. Su Wanqing is full of apprehension. She is in desperate need of this job. There is a younger brother in college at home, and a single-parent family. Your Tianyi's cousin, as you should be. Yi Xian didn't care about this, but took out a file bag from underneath the stroller. By the way, Sister Su, here's the 70,000 that Tianyi borrowed from you earlier. I'll help her pay you back. This, okay. Su Wanqing emotional intelligence is very high, and did not refuse to sign will be accepted. So also means that she helped 2 people to keep the secret. The heart of this is to understand. No wonder Yi Xian to find them 1,000 June. When Luo Tianyi saw this, she also breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Sister Su, I wonder if there is any interest in managing the 1,000 June hotel. Although he didn't have much contact, he knew that Su Wanqing was a smart person. I'm not too familiar with Qianjuan's situation, and I want to have a trustworthy person in Qianjun. As expected, when she heard Yi Xian's words, Su Wanqing's heart shook. Managing the 1,000 June hotel. This was the goal she had been working towards. Wanqing, I am willing to manage Qianjun for Xiaoyi. Live up to Xiaoya's trust. Slightly relieved, Su Wanqing was certain. She knew very well that this was a fleeting opportunity that must be seized. However, Tianyi, you really hid it from cousin so bitterly. Su Wanqing bitterly shook her head. Before, I thought that you and aunt and uncle had a falling out. Whoever thought that you borrowed money to give birth to a child? Really? You a ninja can be really bold. And suffered a lot of suffering, right? Blankly. Luo Tianyi. Thanks to Yi Xiao's commitment. If you couldn't meet Yi Xiao, I'll see what you'll do. Alright, Sister Wanqing. I shouldn't have kept this from you. Su Wanqing's face eased. Then her eyes fell on Sanbao. But not to mention, Sanbao has inherited your fine genes, and will definitely be 3 great beauties when she grows up. More than half an hour later, watching Su Wanqing drive away from the restaurant, Luo Tianyi breathed a deep sigh of relief. Luckily, cousin promised to keep it a secret, otherwise it would have been bad. Ding! The host triggers the choice mission. Take Luo Tianyi and the 3 munchkins to school. Mission choice 1, take Luo Tianyi and the 3 munchkins to school. Rewarding 10 times the spending of the return fee. Capped at 300 million renminbi. Task choice 2, reject the task and the small peg grows 50 centimeters. Yi Xian. System, use sister. The choice mission of the 10,000 evils system appeared again. Only this time the punishment for refusing the mission gave Yi Xian the urge to strangle the system. If he had refused the mission, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. It was just that, bringing Luo Tianyi and the three munchkins to the school. This was afraid that the school would be blown up. Is the system crazy? This is totally going to screw him over. Honey, you haven't been to school in a while. Thinking about the system's mission, Yi Xian said stiffly, there's still a year before you graduate. It would be a strange pity if you don't complete your studies. Besides, if your aunt and uncle knew that you hadn't finished your studies yet, they certainly wouldn't be able to account for it. But, what about Sambo? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi frowned slightly. It wasn't as if she hadn't considered this issue before. That's easy, just take it straight to school. Lottie, take it to school. You're crazy. Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes were wide open. She couldn't imagine what a sensational picture she and the three munchkins would have when the whole school knew about it. Thud. Yi Xian gently doted on Luo Tianyi's glossy white head. What are you thinking blindly about? I said I'd take you and the three munchkins to school. I didn't say I'd go together. When the time comes, you'll go first by yourself, and I'll take Sambo afterward, so no one will find out about our relationship. Luo Tianyi frowned slightly. This can work. Well, wife, how do you know if you haven't tried it? After a pause in his voice, he continued. Besides, I don't want you to stay home and watch Sambo every day. That would suffocate you. After persuading for a while, finally said through Luo Tianyi to go to school together. The system task is to bring Luo Tianyi and the three Mengbao to school, and did not say in what way to go. The old man is really a resourceful person. Systems, meow. Old man was careless. Chapter 15, If only mine was half as big as Luo Tianyi's. The next day, a girl with a face value of the city appeared at the entrance of the Tian High School. The girl has deep eyes, soft full red lips, delicate little demonic nose shows the beauty of beautiful and pure, serene and elegant colors. This girl was no other than Luo Tianyi, who was sent by Yi Xian to get off the bus not far from the school. Wow! Look at that! Super hot babe. Where? Let me see. It's indeed a great beauty. The national goddess is no better. But why does it feel so familiar? This is Luo Tianyi, the goddess schoolgirl who took a year off from Tian High. Oh my god! The goddess schoolgirl took a year off to come to school. Where? Is it that beautiful girl? She is the first goddess schoolgirl of our school. So beautiful. Yes, if I can marry such a goddess in the future, I would be willing to live for 20 years. As expected, Luo Tianyi just appeared at the entrance of the school as to trigger an unprecedented hot discussion. In fact, Luo Tianyi's popularity in the Tianhai University is really too high. White, rich and beautiful is completely the words composed for Luo Tianyi. And even these words can't explain Luo Tianyi's excellence. Soon, the crowd was spreading the matter of Luo Tianyi coming to school to the school exchange group. It didn't matter that this spread. The school's major communication groups directly boiled over. Meanwhile, the school cafeteria. Put. Xiaoming's eyes widened as he stared at the hot topic of the school's exchange group, and his eyes went straight. Holy shit! The old goddess came to school at the end of her suspension. As Xiaoming's number one target, how could he be calm when he learned that the goddess had come to school? Oldest 3, oldest 4, help me empty the dinner plates. I'm going to meet my goddess. Before Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian could react, Xiaoming's figure had already left the cafeteria, leaving behind the confused two. Your honor, penis, stepping horse, too shameless, who the hell don't want to see the goddess? Grass. The two of them spat and were close to cursing Xiaoming into a dog. That beast. He. Old 4. How about we report this matter to second sister-in-law? Lu Tong thought of something, his eyes filled with a bad smile as he conspired with Zhang Zitian. Oh. Hearing Lu Tong's words, Zhang Zitian's eyes were glowing green. This is good. Later on, not only can I catch a glimpse of Luo Tianyi's school beauty, but I can also, hey watch the good show of second sister-in-law versus old man. TSK, just do it. As soon as he said it, Lu Tong dialed the phone of Xiaoming's fiancé, the president of the Literary Association, Lin Yushi, at the first opportunity. Hey, second sister-in-law. Lu Tong dialed the phone without any nonsense and went straight to the point. I want to report to you. Lao Air. He went to see Luo Tianyi's schoolgirl. What? Over not angry. Lu Tong just took the cell phone to the side. He heard a 120 decibel voice from the opposite side. Xiaoming, how dare you think of other women behind my back? My old lady will sleep with you tonight. Snap. The opposite Lin Yushi directly hung up the phone. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian and scrupulous glance at each other. He bad smile. The mind has already floated their second sister-in-law revitalization of his wife's image. And of course, there is also the expression of the oldest two want to cry without tears. Grandma, think about it all, let a person excited now. Lao San, hurry up. This is a good show not to be missed. Zhang Zitian was so excited that he couldn't wait to see the picture of his second wife being revitalized by his second sister-in-law. It must be especially wonderful. Of course, compared to this, if he could catch a glimpse of Luo Tianyi's face, it would be even more enjoyable. Yes, Lu Tong of course did not procrastinate. The two of them directly chased after Xiao Ming's direction. While walking, Lu Tong said, "Lao Si, you say, second sister-in-law will sleep with Lao Er tonight. Goosey goosey. Hey, if second sister-in-law can sleep with Dick tonight, we'll have to celebrate with a bottle of champagne anyway." Good. It's settled. The more the unscrupulous duo said, the more excited they were. The second sister-in-law's toughness they have seen. When the oldest two had a seedy relationship with a girl, directly by the second sister-in-law kissed to almost suffocate. Simply heartless. The way Lin Yushi swore her sovereignty was both enviable and frightening. Honestly, it's a complete miracle that the penis has survived this long. At the moment Xiao Ming is not know how things will be staged on him. Of course, he knows the estimate is also useless. After all, Lin Yushi that is Taekwondo 6 paragraphs of the existence of Ruthless, is the school's Taekwondo club president in front of her also have to rest. And that, in turn, was why no boy dared to pursue Lin Yushi? Joking? This kind of existence is not something that can be suppressed by anyone. 10 minutes or so later, on the Tianhai campus, Luo Tianyi attracts 100% turnaround rate everywhere she passes, no matter male or female. Only, what they don't know is that Luo Tianyi now has already been cheap a year ago. A certain guy took a blood, and now it is not a perfect body. Not only that but also gave birth to a child of 3 treasures. Of course, this is something they don't know. At least not yet. Holy shit, have you guys noticed? Luo the schoolgirl is even prettier than a year ago. Aha, and the temperament and skin have become super nice and more attractive. Especially the plumpness before it had been almost C, now it's all the way to D+, even to E all. Yes if only peoples could be half as big as Sister Latteyi's. Yeah can't afford it. Woo woo, the students chattered hot discussion. This room gathered less than 200 or 300 people, which has both male and female. Male eyes are full of adoration. Female eyes are full of envy. Girls like this are totally their dream goddesses and what girls want to be like the most. It was also at this time that Xiao Ming finally arrived in the arena. Boom. At the first time, Xiao Ming was stunned by Luo Tianyi's angelic face, devilish body, a face held red. Wow. Is this Sister Luo Tianyi, who was named the most beautiful school flower ever in Tianhai University. Sure enough, so beautiful. White skin, and a superb body. Clenching his fists, Xiao Ming summoned his courage and stepped forward because he wanted to confess to the goddess schoolgirl. Sister Luo Tianyi, please stay. Xiao Ming. Before Xiao Ming's words came out, a voice like a lion's roar came from the distance, followed by a silhouette rushing over with terrifying speed, and the surrounding students were all avoiding it because they had already recognized the person who had come. Crap, what's that ninny doing here? Xiao Ming's face was all white. Where did he care about confessing? He directly leaped out. He absolutely could not let Lin Yushi catch up. Otherwise he would definitely have his 3 legs broken. Run? I'll see if you can escape me today. You're done for tonight. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian, coincidentally at this time saw his second sister-in-law with a destructive and domineering momentum, will be mercilessly crushed by their second? Eyes bloomed with essence. Awesome, my second sister-in-law. Well done. Chapter 16, the school's first 3 babies are super cute, making me want to give birth to a daughter. Awesome job, my second wife. Well done. Lu Tong. 2 people admire the second sister-in-law Lin Yushi woman between. Lin Yushi has already caught up with the Xiao Ming. No mercy. Crackling is a pass repair. Of course, every foot every punch is accurate to avoid the face. When Luo Tianyi saw the flirting too, the corner of her mouth slightly curved up in an enigmatic arc. Nowadays, schoolmates are so bold. Does it seem that I'm the one who's lagging behind? But, thinking of this, Luo Tianyi's sight looked vaguely in the direction of the school entrance and murmured out, Yi Xian. He can look at the 3 mengbao. Boom. Just between Luo Tianyi's thoughts, a car drove in directly from the school entrance. And when she saw this car, Lin Yushi walked over carrying the grimacing Xiao Ming, and so did Lu Tong Zhang Zitian. Obviously, it was recognizing the car as the one Yi Xian drove at the welcome party. The car door opened. Yi Xian got down from the car, skillfully opened the trunk to take down the stroller, followed by carefully carrying down the 3 treasures from the extended version of Lincoln. The baby seat. Crap. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian's eyes widened. Even Xiao Ming, who was repaired by Lin Yushi, was also, his pupils widened. I drop wipe. The boss. Bringing 3 munchkin nieces to school. Crazy. It's going to blow up. At the first moment, Xiao Ming's trio surrounded them. Voodoo. Xiao Ming was the first to come close. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Damn. Boss, this is what operation. Naked show off it. This is too obvious. Wow. Lin Yusher at this time. A moment while Xiao Ming bumped away, looking at the three cute baby, eyes full of small stars like not, boss, these three cute baby is? Hey, second sister-in-law. You don't know yet, do you? Lu Tong at this time and Zhang Zitian glanced at each other. He smile. In order to let the second sister-in-law early push down the oldest two, began to the divine assistance. These three munchkins, that is the boss's daughter, a child of three treasures. How is it? The boss is powerful. Shall you and Junior think about giving us some nieces and nephews, too? Shaw. Senior. What the hell? Give me. Shut up. Xiao Ming had not finished speaking. Directly by Lin Yusher to a glance glared back. Xiao Ming wanted to retort what, but thought of just being repaired miserable experience. Hard will have to say word swallowed. Really, Lin Yusher's eyes are full of interest at the moment, especially when she sees the boss's three munchkins. Simply motherly love floods as if it were a torrential river. A hair out of control. In fact, the boss's three munchkins are too adorable. Seeing his second sister-in-law in such a grandiose mood, Lu Tong Zhang Zitian did not pay the slightest attention to the loveless Xiao Ming. Compared to the mood of the oldest two, they were more than happy to see his second sister-in-law's revitalization of her wife. Of course, if they could have a few more little nieces in the meantime, then it would be even better. Damn, didn't see the boss's three budding babies? Simply adorable. If it was possible they really wanted to have one themselves. Of course it's true, but no, that's what the dick knows, isn't it dick? Xiao Ming, #% and $** and. This moment seriously, Xiao Ming would like to rush up to strangle Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian two bitches, but in this thought just up, is aware of a sharp eye lock, not from all over the body cold, do not need to look to know that the owner of this unique gaze is not someone else, it is precisely Lin Yushi that girl. Holy crap, that look, something's wrong, something's very wrong. Grandma, this girl will not really want to let herself give birth to her daughter. Right, abortion. No, it seems that the night to leave the school to live a few days, to avoid the wind. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian. Very good. Lin Yusher retracted her crushing eyes and looked at Xiao Ming. When Xiao Ming and I have a little baby, I will definitely give you guys a big red packet. Hey, thanks, second sister-in-law. The two Lu Tongs were unscrupulously and directly on one side, which made Xiao Ming feel like killing them. So what, boss? Only then did Lin Yusher come back to her senses, her line of sight finally landing on top of the munchkin. Rubbing her hands together hopefully, can I hug my niece? Lin Yusher's voice was soft, like she was afraid of being rejected. Sure, Yi Xian smiled faintly. Of course he was happy to have free laborers to help carry San Bao. Boss, there's us. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian rubbed his freshly washed hands vigorously on his body, fearing that he would not be as clean as he was. Just like this, Lin Yusher and Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian were hogging a munchkin each, with a careful look, more careful than they were holding the golden dollar. Shaw, you guys. Xiao Ming, who had wanted to hug one as well, blared fiercely at the three, then came over to Lin Yusher. Yusher, quick, let me hug the boss's daughter. Get out. Lin Yusher glared at Xiao Ming who was full of anticipation. Don't run into Meng Bao, or else my mother will make your Xiao family cut off their children and grandchildren. Hearing Lin Yusher's vicious words, Xiao Ming along with the boys around him had a cold crotch in unison. Holy shit, too ruthless. Luo Tianyi was relieved to see the three munchkins being grabbed for a hug. She was also happy that the three babies were so popular. The surrounding students, looking at the departing backs of the group, were completely boiling at this moment. What do I see in my plants? School brother Yi Xian, he actually already has 3 daughters. And it's still 3 babies in one birth. It's over. This little beauty doesn't stand a chance. Wow. The field was filled with ghosts and wolves. Luo Tianyi froze as she watched the scene. She obviously didn't expect Yi Xian's popularity to be so high in Tianhai University. Lao Air. Look at. Isn't Sanbao really somewhat similar to goddess Luo Tianyi? Lu Tong looked at the munchkin in his arms and spoke to the pitiful Xiao Ming beside him. Xiao Ming glanced at Lu Tong. Where is the resemblance? I don't see any resemblance at all. You believe whatever the boss says. You also believe if he wants to say he is a billionaire. Xiao Ming whitened his eyes at Lu Tong, obviously still not believing. If it was really Luo Dashue, just now senior sister Luo would have no reaction. Right in the middle of this, the school exchange group following the goddess schoolgirl Luo Tianyi's return to school, once again set off a flat wave. School grass Yi Xian has a child, and it's also a litter of 3 little babies. Really? Can't be. There's no sign of the orientation party. It's true. Now the video has gone viral. The schoolmaster's 3 babies in one birth is super cute. It makes me want to have a daughter. Yi Xian Oba. I want a baby with 3 babies too. Boing. Right here in this room. The Wang Manly dormitory. Manly, come look. My god. Your ex-boyfriend. Brought 3 munchkins to school. My god. Manly you. When did you get green? Wang Manly, who was listening to her roommate's words, her eyes fell on the cell phone screen, and she suddenly saw the scene of Yixian carrying Sanbao to the stroller, and her mind boomed. This. Impossible. Chapter 17, I want to buy a villa. Which is the most expensive one here? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of bringing Luo Tianyi and Sambo to school. Rewarded with 10 times rebate spending. Capped at 300 million renminbi. Successfully sensationalizing the school. Yixian once again activated the rebate spending. But this time it was 300 million. Needless to say, the system is fast. The rewards arrive immediately. During Xiaoming's classes, Yixian pushed Sambo to take a walk around the school, so that Sambo could also breathe the fresh air. As for the classes, just kidding. With the system he still went to a hairline. However, very soon, Yixian was stared at by 3 tattooed youth gangsters. Seeing that there were few people around, the 3 gangsters' eyes flashed grimly, and they surrounded Yixian, who was pushing a baby stroller. Kid, stop right there. 3 people, of which the leader, bald man. A bullet knife appeared. Hand over all the money on your body. Otherwise, hey, I can't guarantee what I will do. The bullet knife in the bald man's hand waved above Debao, but Yixian's eyes flooded with killing aura. Looking for death. Stop. Just as Yixian was about to get ready to strike, a bellowing voice came, followed by a man walking over. Fuck off. You're not in here. Boom. The incoming man directly kicked one of the bald man's henchmen 5 or 6 meters away, passing out on the spot, and then slammed his fist into another henchman's ribs, clicking and breaking at least 4 of them with great force. As for the bald man, has not reacted as the hands of the bullet knife was appeared in the hands of the man into the hands, a slap to slap it over on the ground. And then the bullet knife directly stabbed in front of the bald man less than 3 centimeters. Scared, the bald man's scalp exploded. How dare you learn to rob others with this amount of strength? Get lost. Violent shouts spread. Bald man where dare to say half a word. Know that he kicked the hard board. Encountered a ruthless person. It's okay. The man who appeared looked at Yixian and then said, 1 person with 3 children, pay attention. Thanks. Yixian also did not expect that the person in front of him was so dry and sharp. And just now, Yixian could see that every strike was a killing move. It was highly likely that this person was a mercenary king. You're welcome, and since it's okay, I'll be on my way. Wait a minute. Wang Taizhu stopped in his tracks when he heard Yixian's words, and this time Yixian continued, perhaps I can save your mother. Hearing Yixian's words, Wang Taizhu's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't get me wrong. I overheard you talking to your attending at the hospital yesterday, and your mother seemed to need a lot of money for medical care. There was a pause in his voice. Tell you what, I'll give you money for your mother's care, and you'll work for me in the future. Of course, I won't let you do anything illegal. Are you sure? The first time Wang Taizhu saw Yixian, he sensed that this person was not an ordinary person, no matter his state of mind or his talk and temperament. Honestly, thinking of his mother's illness, he hesitated. He grew up and his mother depended on each other. In order to make a living, he went abroad as a mercenary. Just 1 execution during the mission. Half of his comrades died, only 5 or 6 people escaped. And they will be all of their own savings are taken out to the loved ones of their comrades. Compared to the death of their comrades, they come up with the money, and what is it? But after he returned to China, he found that his mother had a lung tumor, and it was still in the middle stage. To be completely eradicated. The cost of the operation, plus the late convalescence, the doctor said that at least 800,000 yuan of medical expenses need to be prepared. If not for this cost, his mother would not live more than a month at most. Of course, I also see that you are eager to save your mother, so if you don't agree, then forget it. Although I want to take Wang Taizhu, but it is not necessary for him. Yes, I promise. Wang Taizhu is not stupid, otherwise it is not possible to live so many years of mercenary to now. Know that this is his fastest opportunity to raise money, all as a mission. 2 or 3 minutes later, ding dong, a message sound spread, and Wang Taizhu's cell phone received the message. Dear CCB user, your account with tail number 9586. 1 million renminbi arrived at 9 hours 32 minutes and 46 seconds. Construction bank. Ding. The host spent 1 million renminbi and returned 10 times the fee, gaining 10 million renminbi. The money for Wang Taizhu's mother's treatment has just arrived. Yixian's side received 10 times 10 million in rebates. But this obviously did not end. Then Wang Taizhu received another 2 million renminbi in the account information. Yixian once again captured 20 million in rebates. Yi Xiao. What are you? Wang Taizhu saw the $3 million before and after, and he himself was confused. Even if he had been a mercenary for many years, This was not a small amount of money. Touching Sanbao's pink face. Not without concern. This 3 million, of which 1 million is used to treat your mother. The other 2 million as start-up capital. You are responsible for the creation of a security company, the name of which you set yourself. Young Yi, what you mean is, to form your own force? Wang Taizhu thought for a moment. Is to understand Yi Xian's intention? So many years. Of course he knows that the security company, in fact, with another way of saying can be regarded as a dark force in the open. You can interpret it that way too. Conversation a few sentences. Wang Taizhu is to leave the fast pace toward the hospital direction, while the hearts secretly remember this favor. Mother is the most important person in his life, even more than his life. When his mother's condition is cured, he will go all out to help Yi Xiao form a force as a way to repay him for his heavenly kindness. Watching Wang Taizhu leave, Yi Xian smiled faintly. Thousand June Hotel is the first step. Now let Wang Taizhu established security company is the second step. However, 300 million capped rebate consumption. Today only used 1/10. Since so, then let's just cap it. After saying that, Yi Xian directly transferred 40 million to replenish the remaining funds of Qianjun Hotel. Ding! Host spends 40 million renminbi, 10 times rebate, obtains 270 million renminbi. Capped. Fruity. After transferring 40 million to Su Wansheng, the system's voice rang in his ears. Then Yi Xian pulled up the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years. Physique, 13, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, ultimate musical ability, ultimate nanny ability, ultimate massage ability, ultimate martial arts ability. Items, none. Wealth, 357 million. Looking at the wealth value, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up slightly, and not long after, he saw a real estate sale named Xing Chu next to the school. Now there is a lot of money. It is time to improve the living environment. He does not matter, but his wife and children cannot make do, pushing 1 child and 3 babies into the real estate center. As soon as he entered the real estate center, an enthusiastic saleswoman came over, with a face value of 90 points. Hello, sir, what do you need? The other veteran employees glanced at Yi Xian and paid no more attention. Joking? What kind of house can a person with 3 children afford? With the money for formula and daily expenses alone, I'm afraid that my salary will be at the bottom of the barrel, which means that a newcomer like Vivian will be hosted by the newcomers. I want to buy a villa. Price is not a problem. Which is the most expensive villa you have here? Vivian heard. Ah, sir, you want to buy our most expensive villa here? Yeah, is there a problem? Yi Xian smiled and looked at Xiaowen, while the surrounding employees were full of confusion looking at the field. Their hearts felt bad. No way. It is hard to. They looked away. Chapter 18. Sanbao's mom is the prettiest girl in the world and the dumbest girl I've ever met. No problem? Vivian can't believe what's happening in front of her. This is the first customer she's just come here to receive, and she didn't expect to have to buy a villa. Vivian, who had long since learned all the major properties they sold by heart, organized her thoughts. Sir, follow me. We have a piece of new handover on this side of the property, called Kowloon Villa, located in the prime location of Tianhai City. The surrounding traffic is very convenient. The most expensive is the king of the villa group, Kowloon 1 Villa, worth 150 million. Lighting, ventilation, and decoration are all internationally renowned designers specializing in the design of. That's the set. I'll take it. Looked at the location of the Kowloon 1 Villa. Yi Xian is not much thought. After all, the value of 150 million. These basic conditions are certainly all the best choice. Look and do not look at the significance of not much. Xingqiu real estate many sales. Heart a thump. Hell. What the hell? What the hell? Sir, this. Are you sure you don't want to take a look at the villa? After all, that's 150 million. No need. You serve well. I trust you. Crowd sales. Trust you? It's the first time we've met. There's no such thing as trust. They would be retarded if they really believed Yi Xian's words. And the only explanation was that the Grand Master in front of them was not poor. Vivian was flattered to hear this. Sir, thanks. Thank you. Yes. Vivian was too excited to realize that they sell houses for a full 2 commission points, which means that she sold a $150 million villa for a commission of $3 million alone. Vivian felt like she was dreaming. She could never earn so much money in her life. Right? Sign the contract. Yi Xian smiled out. The reactions of the others. Yi Xian of course saw it in his eyes and spoke to the confused Xiaowen. Oh, good. After signing the contract, Yi Xian took over the contract and the key, looked around at the other employees who were envious and jealous, and took out a business card from his pocket, which was clearly Su Wanqing's phone number. You're a nice person. If you can't hang around here anymore, You can call this number, and tell them that it's Yi Xian who told you to go. Well, okay. Thank you, sir. Xiao Wen, who was a bit confused, was a bit puzzled as to what Yi Xian meant, apparently not realizing that she had invariably become the public enemy of all her co-workers, and that even if she didn't quit her job, she would definitely have a very difficult time in the following days. It was because he knew this that Yi Xian gave her a business card, and it was up to her whether she could grasp it or not. Ding! Host triggers a randomized quest, take Luo Tianyi to one Kowloon Villa, rewarding the ultimate cooking ability. Mission failed, +1 physique, pushing San Bao to leave the real estate center. His mind rang with a new task of the system, but when he saw the task Yi Xian was slightly stunned. This ability, it's no different from giving it away for nothing. Taking Lottie to the villa? Are you kidding me? Isn't this villa bought for the 4 of them? If you don't take her to the villa, do you take a ghost? Jingle bells. Between thoughts, a cell phone rang, and the caller ID was clearly Xiao Ming. Hey boss, where are you? Let's have lunch together at noon. I haven't even hugged my niece yet. After class at noon, Xiao Ming couldn't wait to call Yi Xian. In the morning, Lin Yushir and the 3 oldest and 4th oldest goods dominated San Bao. He didn't have a chance at all. 10 minutes or so later, Yiping Jiangnan. Whoa, nieces, your uncle Xiao is here. Across the distance, Xiao Ming was running over excitedly, trailed by Lu Tongzheng Zitian and Lin Yushir. This time, Xiao Ming grabbed the first opportunity to hold big treasure. Lin Yushir held second treasure. Lu Tongzheng Zitian looked at each other. Cough cough. So what, boss? You take third treasure. Just like this. Yi Xian's 3 people each held a treasure. Lu Tongzheng Zitian carried the folding baby carriages into the Yiping Jiangnan. Boss, order. Lu Tongzheng Zitian put down the baby folding chair in his hands, wiped the sweat stains on his head, and turned his head to look at Yi Xian. Lu Tong psyched his mouth. Boss, this baby stroller is so heavy. At least there must be 100 or so pounds. But no, old Ni's waist is about to break. Boss could pick it up with one hand in the morning. Zhang Zitian sighed with emotion. In the morning, the boss looked so relaxed and easy. There was really no comparison without harm. Ha! Right at this moment, a voice came from the side. Schoolmate you sure? You guys are here too. What a coincidence. When the voice fell, a silhouette appeared in the field of vision, and on the side of the silhouette was no one else but Luo Tianyi. Luo Tianyi's face blushed when she saw Yi Xian. Others weren't clear about their relationship, but she herself was clear about it, and San Bao's little face surged with happiness when she saw her mother. Academic sister Wang. You guys come to eat too. Lin Yushir of course also saw Luo Tianyi, fiercely glaring at Xiao Ming. The meaning is very clear. If you dare to think about the consequences will be extremely serious. This is, what a cute munchkin. Oh my god. Wang Shiqi stared with wide beautiful eyes, love flooding her eyes filled with fondness. 3 munchkins. This, couldn't it be school brother Yi Xian's 3 daughters? Yi Xian brought 3 munchkins to the school. Wang Shiqi had obviously heard about it. And the reason why Wang Shiqi knew Lin Yushir was also because Wang Shiqi was the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, and the 2 of them had worked together many times before, and were also good friends. Can I have a hug? Wang Shiji looked at the munchkin Yi Xian was holding, her eyes filled with anticipation. Sure, Yi Xian also knew Wang Shiqi. He just didn't realize that this senior sister Wang had a good relationship with his own daughter-in-law. Otherwise he wouldn't have agreed to eat with Wang Shiqi. T-on-E, let's share a table with you sure and the others. Just in time to introduce you guys as well. This, okay. Luo Tianyi's face was vaguely slightly haloed. If it wasn't because she was worried about the 3 munchkins, she really didn't want to share a table. It would be bad if she revealed herself later on. Tianyi, you see Sambo quite likes you and smiles when he sees you. After a pause, he added. And, there are some things that are quite similar to you. Yes? Luo Tianyi stiffened. Which is not. After joking around, Wang Shiqi introduced. I don't need to introduce Tianyi, the #1 beauty Tianhai University has ever seen. Xiao Ming and the others have heard that they are quite fond of it as well. Xiao Ming, how could that be? Don't talk nonsense. Sister Wang, under the gaze of death. How dare Xiao Ming admit that Lu Tongzheng Zitian saw his second sister-in-law as very threatening eyes, smiling and laughing. This is sophomore Lin Yushir, president of the Literary Association. After saying that, Wang Shiqi's line of sight fell on Yi Xian. This one, but our Tianhai University's school grass. And I heard that it was also internally rated as the most handsome school grass since the history of the school. Oh, however, Yi Xian's senior brother, to be honest, your one child with 3 treasures is powerful enough. Looking at San Bao, Lin Yushir curiously looked at Yi Xian. Boss, San Bao is so adorable. Sister-in-law must be especially beautiful. Not bad. Boss, tell us about it. Xiao Ming heard, eyes glowing said, then thought of something to look at line Luo Tianyi. This time do not make up anything about Luo Tianyi's school sister is your 3 munchkin mother. The parties involved can be at the scene. He, Tianyi senpai. You don't know. Lu Tong twittered unscrupulously betraying Yi Xian, while Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes flickered as she listened. That guy even told these people that Sanbao's mother was her. This heart was also too big. Feeling Luo Tianyi's eyes, Yi Xian smiled faintly. What about Sanbao's mom? She's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen in the world, possessing a face that's been kissed by angels, and she's also the dumbest girl I've ever seen. A year ago, with Yi Xian's narration, Luo Tianyi's face became more and more red. This bastard even told them all the experiences between the two. Shichi, they won't find out. This guy, how can you be like this? Bad? Chapter 19 Boss, you'll play me to death like this. Phew. On the dining table, Xiaoming 3 people are uproarious appealed. The boss's words directly make their teeth sour. Grandma drop. The boss still have this side. Really long to see. Lin Yushir, on the other hand, blinked her big eyes. Really? Then boss, use a phrase to describe your sister-in-law's beauty, and let my younger sibling's eyes be opened as well. Xiaoming, _ Lu Tong Zhang Zitian heard the words of the second sister-in-law. Bad smile, looking at the lifeless penis, smiling that there is not a bit of wolf heart. They are still looking forward to the second sister-in-law will be their penis to take it. Wang Shiji was also listening with all her might at the moment, obviously concerned about this as well. As for Luo Tianyi with her head lowered, clutching her slender hands, although she didn't know what that guy was going to do, she was sure to spout a bunch of nonsense again, but she couldn't say anything yet, or not even a trace of it could be exposed. However, she didn't resent the feeling at all, and kinda enjoyed it, the feeling of being in love. It turned out to be really like what they say on TV, super sweet and marvelous. Just, what would that guy say that he was actually kind of looking forward to? The beauty of your sister-in-law. How so? Yi Xian glanced at his slightly shy self-wife. Honestly, this feeling was quite good, little exciting and expectant. He paused his mind. Your sister-in-law is beautiful like a deep and long dream, unattainable, yet one is willing to follow her and never wake up again. Would like to spit out the Xiaoming several people, but found the boss eyes full of seriousness. A time into silence. Luo Tianyi heard this, a heart fluttering as if a deer collision. What they are so beautiful, but also deep and long dream, unattainable? Humph. I didn't expect that guy's mouth to be quite sweet, but, he's confessing to himself. Why is his heart beating so fast? And his face, so hot. Boss, really? Sister-in-law, she's that pretty. Wang Shichi also frowned her eyebrows. Yeah, Yi Xian schoolmate, look at you talking so seriously. I really want to meet Sanbao's mom. TSK, it's hard to. Speaking here, Wang Shichi's eyes fell on Luo Tianyi. Is it still prettier than our Tianhai University's most beautiful school flower ever? Shiki, you, what are saying? Luo Tianyi's rare face obviously swooned red for a minute, which made several people including Xiao Ming gulp their saliva. Mama, in the future, whoever can marry Luo Dashue, it is simply 18 generations of smoke on the ancestor's grave. Other people are not clear. Luo Tianyi but in clear but. Yi Xian said Sanbao's mother is Hua, is not at her. Just no a serious nonsense. Although, she is not disgusted. After all, there is that girl who does not want the boys to say so about themselves. It was just that this occasion and this tone of voice made her confused as to whether the guy was confessing to himself or just playing along. He. Listening to Yi Xian's words, Lu Tong hemmed and hawed and laughed badly, nervous as if he was meeting on a blind date for the first time. Boss, so what? Sister-in-law she. There is no sister or sister. Really can't cousins also line. Hearing Lu Tong's words, Zhang Zitian was also energized. Right. Boss, we all know each other well. It would be better if we could kiss each other. Zhang Zitian urged and agreed. Sister-in-law by the boss said so beautiful like heavenly fairies. Even if the sisters are even worse, how bad can it be? The old Xiaoming's heart itchy, but before he could speak, there was a hoo sound, a sharp eye lock, and then Xiaoming was the words that came to his mouth. Hard to swallow. Grandma, if I couldn't beat her, I wouldn't take this kind of shit. Taekwondo black belt 6th degree alone. Let him difficult to overcome. And recently heard that she is learning judo. The future when he can overthrow the head of this mountain. Old man a large forest awesome. Second sister-in-law. Lu Tong Zheng Zitian looked in his eyes. Not to mention the oldest two who are the parties involved. Is that every time they are in the face of the second sister-in-law? Unconsciously terrified. And only the oldest can be town for 3 points. Put. Wang Shichi saw Xiao Ming so, smiled sweetly and teased this Lin Yushir. Yushir's senior sister. Really have a way to control the interior. Have time to teach teacher sister chanting. Shaw. Senior sister Wang. You'll have no friends like this. Shut up. Lin Yusher glared at Xiao Ming and turned to Wang Shiqi as if she had changed her face. Senior sister Wang is not saying anything. We are all friends. Let's communicate privately in the future. Boss, look at this girl. The helpless Xiao Ming looked at Yi Xian for help. Luo Tianyi looked at Xiao Ming and Lin Yusher. These two people are really well matched. Completely like two people bickering. Okay Yushi. Not that I'm talking about you. Liking someone isn't what you do. You have to give them some space. Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Ming who was begging for help and continued. You have to know that every time you do this to Xiao Ming, it's like pumping air into a balloon. And even though Xiao Ming doesn't say anything about it on his lips, his heart definitely doesn't feel good about it. Besides, if you guys are going to have a child in the future, do you want your child to look like you or Xiao Ming? Shaw. Boss. You. What are you saying? Who is going to have a child with this girl? No. Can't even get married. How can you have a child? I wanted to think that the boss would back it up. So why did it feel weird how it was brought up over having a baby? You sure you're a smart person? The reasoning of retreating for advancement. You should understand it. So, speaking here, he looked at Xiao Ming. The most important thing for you is not to make Xiao Ming afraid of you, but to make him fall in love with you. If you change the way you pursue Xiao Ming, you might receive a different effect not necessarily. Boss. Pithy. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Yusher's eyes flashed with essence, and the words seemed to have opened a new window for her. However, looking in Xiao Ming's eyes the back of her back was cold. Boss, you're going to play me like this. Xiao Ming seemed to have sensed what would happen next. The thought of Lin Yusher, that ninny lady and gentle, appearing in front of him made his entire body shudder. Lutong Zhang Zitian secretly gave his thumbs up to Yi Xian. Awesome. The boss is the boss. 1 out of 1 tops 2. He. The second's little face is green. TSK. It seems that in the next few days there will be a good show again. Violent second sister-in-law's gentle lady. Grandma drop. Think of all the damn excitement. Hey. Lao air all the way good ah. If Xiao Ming knew what was in the minds of the two Lutong Zhang Zitian at this moment, he did not know if he would carry a machete to fight with the two for 300 rounds. Chapter 20. That guy. So angry. Okay Dick. Glancing at Xiao Ming, Yi Xian smiled faintly. Honestly, don't you know how many people in the entire Tianhai University envy you? Including me. If your sister-in-law had been as kind to me a year ago as you sure was to you, I could have woken up smiling in my dreams. Luo Tianyi heard this and clenched her pink fist. That guy. So angry. Is this complaining about not taking the initiative? It's so annoying. Can the situation be the same? This asshole. Jingle bells. Just at this time, Lin Yusher's cell phone ringing up. After connecting the phone, Lin Yusher violent temper soared up. What did you say? The singer we hired for the benefit show had a car accident and was taken to the hospital. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yusher's pretty face turned white. Xiao Ming saw this and didn't care that he had been whacked by Lin Yusher earlier and asked with concern. What's wrong? Seeing this, a set of people on the table are all see-through not to tell the truth. This situation, to say that Xiao Ming has no interest in Lin Yushi at all, kill them all do not believe. Something happened at the benefit show. The most important singer we hired had a car accident and couldn't attend the show. This is bad. One should know that the Literary Association had put in a lot of effort for this performance. Even Xiao Ming's 3 were forced to distribute flyers, and they did so for 3 days at a time. You guys, then, can temporarily find someone to fill in. Luo Tianyi saw that this line of people were of good character and said out of the blue. Looking for a replacement? It's difficult in such a short period of time, and even if people agree, they may not be able to get there right away. Lin Yusher said thoughtfully. At this time she must remain calm, and to find a solution in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, the public service performance could be ruined. Yoshiro-senpai, I do have an idea. Wang Shiqi's eyes fell on Yi Xian, thinking out loud. I remember the welcome party Yi Xian's schoolmate song Dimple, but it was sung quite well. Why don't? Let senior brother Yi Xian top it. Oh, boss. Hearing Wang Shiqi's words, Lin Yusher's eyes fell on Yi Xian, and so did Xiao Ming's trio, and they couldn't help but have a bright aura surging between their eyes. Yushi, this can be had. Not bad. Boss never lets us down. Lutong Zhang Zitian, 2 people flirted, and Lin Yushi is obviously also intended. Boss, how about help sing a song? Okay. Ding. The host triggers a randomized mission, participate in a public service performance and provide a divine assist for Lin Yushi, rewarded with 10 million renminbi, with a +1 physique attached. Mission failed, +2 to physique. Okay, I promise. The system's voice rang in his ears. The mere fact that Lin Yushir had called himself his boss for more than a year was enough for him to sell this favor, not to mention the fact that the future was 8 or 9 times more likely to be his own sibling. Really, boss? Thanks so much. Lin Yushir's eyes were full of excitement. Xiaoming also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even he himself didn't know why. It was impossible. How could he like that violent maniac? It's almost time. Boss, why don't we go now or we won't make it? Lin Yushir looked at the time. Out of the voice said. In fact, this public service performance is very important to their arts association. This time to see the performance of not only students, there are people outside the school. Boss, don't worry about going. Sambo has the 3 of us. Xiao Ming held de bao. Lutong Zhang looked at each other and picked up Erbao and Sanbao. As if the boss didn't have to worry about the 3 Mengbao. While the 3 Mengbao seemed to know what their dad was going to do to go, waving their little arms and legs happily at Yi Xian as if they were saying, "Go daddy, you're the best." A few minutes later, the Tianhai University Stadium. At this moment, there are thousands of people watching the public welfare performance prepared by the Literary Association. Shin Chul Boy. Shin Chul Boy is finally coming out. I love you. Shinchaku-chan. Shin Chul Boy God. My God forever. The boisterous field included both students and off-campus spectators. Yi Xian handed the system-redeemed accompaniment USB flash drive to Lin Yushir. Then he picked up the steps and walked towards the stage. The boiling field immediately froze. Crap. What the hell? If it's not Shinjun boyfriend, how come the schoolboy went up there? Literary Society. Meow. This is a tease. The scene once again clamored. To which Yi Xian did not have the slightest fluctuation. Next a little to my dormitory brothers and siblings, but also to everyone present. Memories like a storyteller. In a tone full of country accent. Jump over the puddles and go around the hamlet, waiting for the fate of meeting. You make a city out of clay. Said he'd marry me someday. How many turns? How many doors? How many wasted youths? Shaw, boss, this is, sent to me. Xiao Ming, who was staring wide-eyed, listening to the lyrics and melody full of memories in his ears. His thoughts couldn't help but drift, thinking of a scene when he was very, very young, when he was playing with that girl Lin Yushir, together pulling hands, spreading joy, and playing house. That time Xiao Ming remembered very clearly. He pinched a city, patting his little chest to the then little snotty Lin Yushi, assured that when she grows up and grows her hair waist long, he will marry her. Because of that time words, Lin Yushir then from then on will be their own as Xiao Ming's wife. Life is not him not married. Here Lin Yushir eyes moist. Fell 2 lines of tears. Boss, after all, is understanding me. Lin Yushir had previously told him everything about herself in order to get her boss to help her chase after Xiao Ming, which was why Yi Xian nudged Xiao Ming every now and then. Luo Tianyi listened to the nice voice and a scene came to her mind. Although she didn't have any childhood playmates, but this song was really nice. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian. 2 people looked at each other, eyes filled with full of vibration. I drop good boy. Boss bull ah. The second this treatment is too high, directly by the boss to write a song. After this wave of divine assistance, I guess the second piece of the big forest will not be so full of impulse. Hey, everyone in the world knows that Lao Er and second sister-in-law are joyful lovers. Just Lao Er himself is obsessed with the authorities. Lu Tong quaffed his mouth and said, Grandma drop. Laozi is suddenly so envious of Lao Er, being able to have a childhood friend who was that playfully chasing him. Zhang Zitian glanced at the clueless Lao Er. Don't worry. In this life, Lao Er won't be able to escape from his second sister-in-law. If they don't get together, Lao Zi won't believe in love for the rest of my life. I have lived in my heart ever since. Once we looked like little people. The year you moved the tiny bench. I'm hooked on the show and I'm following it all the way. I'm looking for the guy in that story. You're the part you can't live without. Put. Lin Yushir heard here. Directly tear collapse. The boss, this word is completely written about her. So many years. It turns out. Herself more like Xiao Ming than imagined. If it is true that one day Xiao Ming has another woman, away from her, she, really do not know how the future life, will continue. Xiao Ming this time is also flashing tears between the eyes. The boss of the song as if the morning bell will wake him up. The original, that girl in his heart is not no position. Then he glanced at Lin Yushir who was moved to a mess. Girl, just one song as far as that goes. Though he was impressed too. Oof. For you to care. Lin Yushir glared at Xiao Ming. Was it really that much fun for that asshole to reject himself over and over again? And this playful look was in Xiao Ming's eyes. This ninny. I didn't expect it to be cute. Xiao Ming eyes wide. Incredibly dark thought. This is impossible. The old man actually think that violent maniac. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get a good look at that. Crazy. The old man must be crazy. Chapter 21, If I'm not decent, even I'm afraid of myself. The students and spectators who originally wanted to leave, all froze in place at this moment, their minds thinking of a scene, their childhood playmates, the beautiful and flawless memories, carefree times, that may be what they remember about love in the first place. Snap, 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 snap. In the arena, thunderous applause was immediately heard. My goodness, the school grass is awesome. This strength is not weaker than Shinjin's male god at all. But no, tisk tisk awesome. With this kind of strength, it would be a pity not to mix with the singing world. Schoolboy, go home with this little beauty. My house has mines, money, and slaves yo. Oing oing. Looking at the boiling field, Luo Tianyi for some reason fancied that she was secretly wary, like someone was threatening her most beloved thing. Ding! Congratulations to the host's successful divine assist on Lin Yushi, obtaining 10 million renminbi. Ding! Congratulations to the host's physique +1. The system voice rang in his ears, and Yi Xian proceeded to call up the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years. Physique, 14, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, ultimate musical ability, ultimate nanny ability, ultimate massage ability, ultimate martial arts ability. Items, none. Wealth, 217 million. Looking at the changes in the attribute panel, Yi Xian smiled slightly, flipping his hand since the system exchanged 10,000 RMB out of his pocket. Supporting the public welfare, I'll donate 10,000 on behalf of individuals. Put a bunch of soft sister coins into the fundraising box. This scene shook everyone. So talented, but also so generous. They cannot donate 10,000, but how to mean it? I'll donate 10,000 too. Lin Yusher moved in directly also smashed in 2 months of living expenses. I'll donate 200. I'll donate 300. Immediately the collection box is a pile of money into the collection box. Even the name is not written. Kidding? It would mean something different if they wrote their names. And this time they're going to be a handful of unsung heroes. Time went quickly and night fell. After a busy day, Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi returned to the rented room. Yi Xian, hurry, just return to the rental room. Luo Tianyi first began to take off her skirt. Looking at Yi Xian stunned, wife, you are, put, what were you thinking? Seeing Yi Xian confusedly surveying himself, he knew that he was thinking out of the box and glared at him fiercely. I mean you hurry up and bring big baby here. I haven't breastfed for a day. It's so high. I thought. Ahem. You want that. Latte. So what you big head? Don't be poor. Hurry up. Hug over. Luo Tianyi's face was red, because at this moment her movements were really indecent, especially the plumpness and daji that were exposed in the air. If this scene was seen by the students of Tianhai University, their blood would definitely flow 3,000 feet. Oh, obviously hearing Luo Tianyi's words, Yi Xian's mood lost a point, which made Luo Tianyi's face redden even more. What was that guy thinking about all day long? Too damnable. Still, it's a bit of a letdown, but it's okay to get over it. Luo Tianyi was not surprised by this. Anyway, it wouldn't be any less of a piece of meat to look at, and it wasn't like that guy hadn't seen it before. Hiccup. Debeo finished eating. Yi Xian let Debeo recline on his body. Pat hiccups, sniffing the overflowing milk flavor. Yi Xian can't help but think of the picture when the milk passes through. Can't help but be a little dry-mouthed. That posture obviously want to have a taste of the delicious. Honey, let me tell you something. Looking at Luo Tianyi who was feeding the second baby, Yi Xian asked expectantly. What is it? Luo Tianyi let out a slight sigh of relief and looked at Yi Xian. I would like a couple sips too. Latte. Yi Xian. You. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi Tang's face just reddened to the root behind her ears. This asshole is really getting bold. Rascal. Luo Tianyi held her tongue for half a day. How did that guy not realize before that he was so bad and shameless? Ahem. Hooligans? Yi Xian heard then is not happy. Husband to wife that called hooliganism it, that called hobby not. Che. Crooked reasoning. I'll be damned if I believe you. Luo Tianyi fiercely despised someone. Yi Xian saw his daughter-in-law's contempt and sked. Worthy of being the woman lousy slept with. Even despising someone is so beautiful. Virtue. Luo Tianyi was exasperated by Yi Xian and laughed. Can you speak properly? Shame on you. I'm ashamed for you. Proper? Hearing Luo Tianyi's words, Yi Xian expressed his innocence. Cough cough. Wife. I'm already very decent alright. If I'm not decent, even I'm afraid of myself. Lottie. Well, your shamelessness is beyond my knowledge. So forget I said it. Obviously. Luo Tianyi directly gave up her expectations of speaking to Yi Xian. After burping Sambo, Yi Xian drilled into the bathroom to take a shower. Listening to the pattering sound of water, Luo Tianyi uncontrollably thought of certain images, but they were quickly thrown out of her mind. Ding dong. After feeding the three treasures not a moment, the doorbell rang. clicked to open the door of the room. Is a Yuantong courier door delivery. Excuse me, is the young lady's name Luo Tianyi? Courier guy C is a big beauty, eyes bright. After all, love of beauty all people have. After signing, Luo Tianyi is the courier in the hands of the hand, and smoothly closed the door. A delivery for me, could it be? That guy bought himself a present. Thinking of this, the corner of Luo Tianyi's mouth curved up in an arc that she herself didn't even notice, and with a hint of curiosity, she picked up the knife and unwrapped the express delivery. Anyway, it's for herself. It's not the same as opening it early or late. Under the numbness, Luo Tianyi dismantled the courier's small hand possessed, quickly removed the packaging. Inside the packaging is exquisite brocade box appeared in front of the eyes, and then opened the brocade box, which certainly put a large bouquet of roses exuding the fragrance of roses. This is the... When Luo Tianyi picked up the two small black cloths, her face reddened to the point of redness. Erotic lingerie? That's right, this is Luo Tianyi's first reaction, because in this general merchandise, she has seen more than once online. Just, how could she buy underwear that she couldn't even look at? That guy, surprisingly, love this, rascal, that guy is a huge pervert. He glared hard in the direction of the bathroom, as if he wanted to pierce the bathroom into nothingness, then withdrew his eyes and muttered, but this size, surprisingly, it's the same as the one I'm wearing. That guy, surely peeked at his own size. How is he like that? Chapter 22, isn't the towel for wiping your face, or else why does it smell so good? In the bedroom, Luo Tianyi saw that the bathroom was still pattering, looked at the erotic lingerie on the futon, gritting her silver teeth. She also wondered what that guy had like this, and then she changed the two small cloths, and then she looked at the full body mirror, especially the black sticker on the big chi, and then she looked at her own self in the mirror, and Tang's face was just as red as it could be. Pervert, rascal, the hell with wearing these for you. Hurriedly and nimbly, he took off the two small pieces of cloth, followed by changing into the clothes he had just worn, and electrocuted himself by placing the two small pieces of cloth in a hidden corner of the closet to hide them. A heart is fluttering, violently beating, can no longer stop, the head floating to explain just where erotic lingerie picture. No wonder that guy to buy this for themselves. Humph, really bad intentions. Luo Tianyi shattered, but for terrific suspicion glared at the direction of the bathroom, returned to the living room to continue to take care of the three mengbao. Everything seems to have never happened. Just, Luo Tianyi's mind on the other hand, there is an additional memory, thinking about the three treasures, and that bathing guy, although there is no contact, but know that the guy on their side, it feels very warm and quiet. Pattering sound of water spread. Luo Tianyi stunned some out of the spirit. If it is, time has been stayed in this moment. That would be how good. What are you thinking about? So absorbed? When Luo Tianyi froze with the corners of her mouth curved up in an arc, a unique flavor of a man's body assaulted her nose, and Luo Tianyi's heart thumped. Didn't think of anything. Hurry up and watch Sambo. I'm going to. Halfway through her words, Luo Tianyi looked at Yi Xian, who was wrapped in a bath towel, with wide, beautiful eyes. Yi Xian, why are you using my bath towel again? And do you know what the towel you wipe your face with is for? Yi Xian, what's up with that? This bath towel smells super nice. Of course I'm using this one. After saying that, he also sniffed between his noses, which had the same general smell as his own wife's body, which was very nice and refreshing. By the way, there's also this towel. In the midst of Luo Tianyi's days, she felicitously said, the flavor is not the same as the bath towel, but it also smells good. Isn't this towel for wiping your face? I use this one all the time. The others don't smell good. Luo Tianyi heard Yi Xian's words. Brain nuts are going to explode. That guy used his own bath towel even if, but, surprisingly, has been using his own scrub butt and their towel to wipe his face. This is considered indirect kissing. Wow. How to do? What should I do? Wipe your ass. Disgusting. Viciously glared at Yi Xian. Dede stepped away from the little feet towards the bedroom and went to get a new towel. As for the bath towel, there are a total of 2. That bastard used his own. It seems that she can only use that bastard's stinky bath towel. Looking at Luo Tianyi nimbly drilling into the bathroom, Yi Xian was honestly a bit confused, staring at the towel in his hands in a daze. What the hell? Is this towel not for wiping the face? Or else what's the point of making it smell so good? This girl is really making a fuss. Glancing at the bathroom, he then towel dried his hair before sniffing at the tip of his nose again. That smells really good. I wonder what brand of perfume that girl uses. Burrowing into the bedroom, he opened the closet and prepared to change, but in the meantime suddenly saw a hidden corner of the closet, an extra ball of something, and then picked up a look. It won't be the birthday gift that I gave to that girl. Unfold the two small pieces of cloth. It is exactly the same as the one you bought. Could it be that the knock on the door just now was delivery? The smell, though, is anything but rose-scented? The murmur said half. Then Yi Xian froze. I drop good boy. This flavor, can't be wrong. The flavor of that niece's body. Cough cough. That girl won't be unable to wait to try it on. When I think of Luo Tianyi's girl wearing the birthday gift she bought, a scene comes to mind. The size shouldn't be wrong. Feeling the size of the milk and eliminating lumps. With his eyesight would be wrong to be strange. Of course, not to exclude the underwear making machine malfunction caused by the slight gap. TSK, I can't tell. That ninny is quite relaxed. I was worried that she didn't like this before. If Luo Tianyi know at this moment Yi Xian's mind, I do not know whether it will immediately rush out from the bathroom to fight with him for 300 rounds. What let go? What like? She is not like this. Just, some of the curiosity is just. Of course, Luo Tianyi would never know how Yi Xian thought of her at this moment. At least not right now. Wait until you take that nymphette down. Make sure she wears this birthday present for herself. That scene, TSK, it's exciting to think about. Yi Xian was mesmerized by the thought, and was close to drooling out of his mouth. That kind of picture. He was willing to be happy even if he ran out of ammunition. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's brows furrowed slightly. Then again, is he going to have another son with that girl? Putting back the birthday gift that Luo Tianyi's ninny had hidden, he changed his clothes, looked at the three munchkins who had already fallen asleep, carefully pulled open the door of his room, and went out to buy dinner. Just as Yi Xian had just exited the royal capital Star City neighborhood, a black van that had been squatting for a long time. Young Zhang, the fish is on board. You can reel in the net. The intercom finished, is to start the car, towards the driving away from the royal Star City neighborhood of the extended version of the Lincoln Tale. As for Yi Xian, through the rearview mirror glanced at the following car. The corner of the mouth lifted a playful arc. It seems that he is quite popular at. Yi Xian, who had wanted to go back to get bored with his wife after buying dinner, was in a good mood as he kicked the gas and drove towards a less traveled street. Brat, looking for your own death. In the car following behind, a tattooed youth, the corner of his mouth hooked up with an evil arc, offending Zhang Xiao. No matter who you are, today you're finished. Apparently, they didn't realize that the person they had struck was the new owner of the Thousand June Hotel. Squeak. 7 or 8 minutes later, an asshole streetlight was in the middle of a road, the buildings on either side of it dark at the moment. 5 or 6 black business vans blocked both ends of the road, and the one who was blocked in the field was clearly Yi Xian. Obviously, as he had guessed, these people were rushing at him. Whoa! Business car door opened. Then from the top down more than 50 people from the business car drilled out to the field. The right hand a fling, directly throwing stick in the hand. Each top is a good fighter. Then, a young man came down from a commercial vehicle, and this person was no other than Zhang Zhe, who had been beaten to a dog by Yi Xian at the Thousand Monarch Hotel. Seeing Yi Xian who was surrounded by the field, Zhang Zhe's face was filled with sarcasm and grimace. Yi Xian, the shame that old man Xian Jun suffered that day. I will make you pay back tenfold today. Get on me. Kill him. Chapter 23 Yi Xian. You have to die. Get on me. Kill him. At Zhang Zhe's order, more than 50 of his men who took the money of others, swarmed up with fierce eyes, as if they were going to engulf Yi Xian in an instant like an ocean. Since childhood, Zhang Zhe has never suffered such humiliation. With his father's relationship, even if he kills this boy who does not know the high ground, no one can take him. I'd like to see how well you can fight. The corners of Zhang Zhe's mouth hooked up in a sinister smile, and right at this moment, one of the first henchmen had already thrown his stick down towards Yi Xian's head, facing the incoming attack. Yi Xian did not make the slightest movement. The moment of £1,000,000. Snapping a figure appeared in front of Yi Xian, catching the flinging stick with one hand in a vice-like manner, and kicking it directly out with a terrifying force, directly sending the henchman flying out, knocking down 5 or 6 people along the way. With the sound of cracking bones clicking, the one person who appeared was like a tower of iron, and his strength was far greater than that of any other person. Something looking for death. Fight together for me. Zhang Zhe saw halfway killed a Chang Baijin, directly under the wave of the hand to let the people once again surged. Then, in the Zhang Zhe confused look, destroying the unilateral crushing scene appeared. The sound of clicking and cracking bones was unrelenting. In an instant, all of his men were dried over by Wang Taizhu alone, and these people actually seemed too weak to him. What? Zhang Zhe looked at the field and his expression changed greatly. What are you? Boo! Zhang Zhe has not finished speaking. Directly by Wang Taizhu a kick to fly out 7 or 8 meters away, ruthlessly hit the street wall sliding down, floor to ceiling glass are clattering to be crushed, fainted on the spot. If not for Wang Tieju's fear that finishing off Zhang Zhe would cause trouble for Yi Xiao, this kick would have definitely taken his little life. Taiju. Good hands. Yi Xian didn't even look at Zhang Zhe. How about we go through the motions? Good. Wang Taiju didn't refuse because his intuition told him that Yi Xiao had good hands. Swish. Wang Taiju did not stay. Full force toward Yi Xian, straight fist smashed up. The speed of the fast. Then just abused Zhang Zhe line of fast. I do not know how much. Yi Xian saw Wang Tieju's incoming attack. Good timing. The same fist slammed up. Bang, the two fists met. Yi Xian took a step back while Wang Taiju took 4 or 5 steps back. Yi Xiao's skill. Taiju admires it. Wang Taiju felt the pain coming from his fist. His heart was shaken. Yi Xiao is so powerful. His own full force strike could only force him back 1 step, and he retreated 4 or 5 steps. Of course, if he were to know that this was less than a tenth of Yi Xian's power, he didn't know how he would feel. How is your mother's condition? Seeing Wang Taiju appear here, Yi Xian asked out loud. Thank you, Yi Xiao concerned. The operation is very successful, and then recuperate more than half a month should be able to leave the hospital. If not Yi Xiao those money, I'm afraid that my mom she is still. You deserve all of this. After saying a few sentences, Wang Taiju thought of something. By the way, Yi Xiao, I intend to gather my previous comrades together to jointly form a security company. The company name will be called Tianquan Yi Xiao Fat Hao? Oh. Hearing Wang Tieju's words, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Gathering your comrades? Of course there's no problem. I'd welcome them to be able to join. As for the name of the company, just decide it yourself. But that Zhang Zhe, and the Zhang family, you deal with it. Yi Xian frowned slightly and glanced at Zhang Zhe, who had been kicked unconscious. It doesn't matter to me. Tiani and Sanbao absolutely cannot be subjected to the slightest potential possible threat. Understood. Yi Xiao. Of course Wang Taiju knew that Yi Xiao was talking about his woman and child, only that he was a little surprised that Yi Xiao was only a sophomore, but even his child was 3 months old. Buy dinner and return to the rental house. The 3 munchkins are still sipping their little fingers and sleeping beautifully. Luo Tiani is blowing her hair in the bedroom. Although the door is closed, she can still hear some sounds. Close the door to your room and push open the bedroom door. Just in time to see Luo Tiani blow drying her hair, removing the bath towel and trying to get dressed. And what's worse is that it's directly facing the door of the room. Unsurprisingly, all of the beauty was presented in front of Yi Xian as much as possible, while Luo Tiani looked over. Prancing haze flew over her cheeks. Yi Xian, you want to die? Close the door. Between words, Luo Tiani hurriedly blocked with her clothes. Where did she know that Yi Xian would come back so quickly? And, obviously did not hear the sound of opening the door to the right. I should have known to close the door. Now it's good. And let that guy to see the light. Then, quickly dressed, looked at the erotic lingerie still lying quietly in a corner somewhere. That guy should not have seen it, said, feeling that place is not particularly safe, and tucked under the closet again. After doing a series of actions, it was only then that she breathed a sigh of relief and clapped her small hands. If she let her know that Yi Xian had found out long ago, and also took a deep sniff of the scent that she had worn, she didn't know whether or not she would raise a kitchen knife to fight with him. Get dressed and smooth your mind out of the room. Seeing his wife's slender figure under the pajamas, Yi Xian said in a serious manner, by the way, wife, today you received the courier or not? Express. Luo Tiani's face blushed for a moment, then pretended to be confused. What courier? Nothing? As expected. As Yi Xian had guessed, this nymphette was afraid of hiding that thing, but it didn't matter. After all, it wasn't like it was going to be used right now. As if to prove that he indeed did not receive it, the playwright blinked his big curious eyes. My delivery? I don't seem to have bought anything. Did you buy it for me? Right. Seeing Luo Tiani's dead duck's lips, this niece didn't say it was quite funny. So what did you get me? Luo Tiani bang jumping heart and liver said. Think of this guy's erotic underwear. Simply bad. This school flower would like to see how you can say. Of course it's good. Yi Xian matched his wife's acting in a serious manner. That kind of thing. It said that it can enhance the feelings between couples. Luo Tiani's face swooned for a minute. This asshole. Enhancing couples' relationships. Really? Of course it's true. Yi Xian laughed evilly, looking as if he didn't have the slightest idea that Luo Tiani had hidden her birthday gift. Wife, if you can wear it, I bet that the absolute charm soars by at least 10 times more than that. Lottie, Che, Ghost believe you. Although Luo Tiani didn't know that Yi Xian had already found out about her hiding the erotic lingerie, she was still a little embarrassed, although it could indeed enhance a very, very high level of charisma. But, how could she wear it in front of that asshole? However, Luo Tiani did not notice that the bad smile curving up at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth was 1 point thicker. Chapter 24, as long as that delivery comes, I dare to wear it in front of you. The two men in the room, eating their meal. Little exciting acting, dog food full of food. Luo Tianyi was directly titillated. Why, wife, you don't believe me. Yi Xian also came to the interest. So good to tease his wife's opportunity. How can he let go? How about, wait for the express to arrive. You wear in front of me to try. Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes glared, her head floating with the image of just changing into her erotic lingerie in the bedroom, and she couldn't help but subtly scrape her eyes hard at that unscrupulous guy. What an abomination, to actually have her in front of him in two little black rags. Yeah, Luo Tianyi hardened her head. She couldn't show her cowardice. That delivery would never arrive again anyway. Humph. Yi Xian. For all, honey, you, okay. As expected, Luo Tianyi saw the excited look of the guy she expected. Men are really all big pig's hooves. Sure, the erotic lingerie had long been hidden so tightly by her that it would never be found unless the house was torn apart. Not that I'm talking out of my ass, but as soon as that delivery comes, I'll dare to wear it in front of you. Speaking here, Luo Tianyi arrogantly continued. Whoever doesn't wear it is a puppy. Yi Xian listened to his wife's big words. This niece is really enough to fight, but also who does not wear who is a puppy, said Yi Xian almost believed. I didn't realize that this ninny had such a cute side. TSK, it's great, really. Yi Xian, who was cooperating with his own wife's acting, his eyes revealed a green aura. When the time comes, don't forget what you said now. If you forget, hubby will beat your ass. Full of magnetic voice, listening to Luo Tianyi and shy and sweet. Honestly, this guy's voice at the moment really does not have too much resistance. Not to mention her, in exchange for any woman in hearing this kind of voice, will be so. After snarking for a while, honey, let's move tomorrow. Yi Xian thought about the task of the system. He did not forget. Moreover, there is another advantage of moving, that is, away from the thoughts of that tiger and wolf landlord. That woman is definitely not a good person. If one day he was really fucked over by that shrew, then he would be sorry for his daughter-in-law. Moving? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi stalled, obviously not expecting Yi Xian to say this. Where do we move? Yi Xian, who had long thought of what to say, smiled faintly. Your husband is now a shareholder of Thousand June, and it just so happens that the Thousand June Hotel has a fixed asset in the Nine Dragons Villa, which has been temporarily taken down by me. When Luo Tianyi heard this, her eyes suddenly widened. Nine Dragons Villa? That newly opened villa complex. Yes, you probably don't know it. Your husband I can pick up a big bargain. That villa can be old value. As he spoke, Yi Xian hooked up his own wife's glossy white chin that made people want to chirp on it. How about it? Do you want to give your husband a kiss to celebrate? Lottie, kiss your ass. He glared hard at some guy, then looked at the various furniture added to the rental room. It's a pity to throw these things away. Why don't we move them together tomorrow? Maybe there's some use for them. Good. I'll call the movers later. Half an hour later, the school dormitory. Ding dong. Just finished showering Lu Tong out of the washroom. Part-time task group is to send a message. Moving company recruit temporary workers. Money, easy work, daily collection of 400 renminbi. Sign up from the speed. Crap. Lu Tong saw the message in his cell phone. His eyes lit up. Lao Air, Lao C. Moving company temporary workers. Tomorrow just happens to be the weekend. Why don't we go and do it for a day? A day of 400 yuan, it is enough to buy 5 or 6 packages of huazi. Seriously. Zhang Zitian heard, climbed up with a bone. $400, for him has also been quite a lot. This kind of good thing, count me in. What about you, Junior? Lu Tong looked towards Xiao Ming, who was frozen at the moment. He didn't know what that guy was thinking. He had become this awesome since he heard his boss sing that song. I'll just forget it. I'm not that bad, Xiao Ming said listlessly, while Zhang Zitian blanked Xiao Ming. Lao San, Lao Air is even. Right now he's wandering and struggling between a big forest and his second sister-in-law. He. Besides, the oldest two families are much better off than ours, and they don't care about this amount of money. And rightly so. Lu Tong heard this and nodded after pondering, then looked at Zhang Zitian. Lao Si, you are sure to go tomorrow. The one who sends out the mission is my iron brother. Tomorrow live absolutely lying down to pick up money. Okay. Confirming Zhang Zitian's reply, Lu Tong nodded his head, then sent a message back to the deadbeat who had sent the mission over. And soon the opposite party sent an okay gesture followed by the time and place. The next day, early morning, Lu Tong Zhang Zitian came to the meeting place to gather early. Not surprisingly, the peer group also has a few other school students. Crap. Binzi, are these the temps from your moving company? Named Binzi, is a sophomore student, and Lu Tong is the same hometown as also a high school 3-year meal friend. Or what good will want to Lu Tong? Hey, old Lu. The employer this time is a gold master. Let's behave better. I guess we can still get a lot of tips. When Bin Zi said this, the students around him had green eyes. Mr. Bin, really? Hey, can I lie to you guys? You work with me not once or twice, but people have requirements, saying that they want to be highly educated and high-caliber talent requirements. If everyone does well this time, it won't be a problem for me to treat everyone to dinner tonight. Thank you, Mr. Bin. Around the 3 or 5 students uproar, plus Bin Zi a total of 8 people. Just the employer's requirements of the quota. After all, lying clang 400 yuan, Bin Zi will not lose their own. Got into a car and proceeded to just kill it towards the go-to star house. This was because the place where their employer was moving this time was the Imperial Capital Star Mansion. Crap, Bin Zi. Really? The employer is moving from the Imperial Capital Star Mansion to the Nine Dragons Villa. Lu Tong's entire body froze when he learned about the other destination of this move. No wonder this kid was so solemn. Yes, I've heard that the Nine Dragons Villa sold like hotcakes as soon as it opened. And those who can afford the Nine Dragons Villa are either rich or noble. Grandma, I didn't think we'd run into a big tycoon this time. Between words, a group of people is driving the moving company's car to the Royal Capital Star House. This day or one of the few upscale neighborhoods, and then squeaked to a stop in front of a building. Ding dong. Arriving at the door of the room, Bin Zi pressed the doorbell, and Lu Tong and the other 7 people straightened their backs as if they were about to be inspected in a rather solemn manner. The door to the room opened. Bin Zi just wanted to speak, but it was Lu Tong Zhang Zitian eyes wide, incredulous looking at the door open hostess. Luo de school flower. Tian E school sister this. I rub. Chapter 25, Yi Xian, your big baby, second baby, and third baby all have stinky stinks. Luo University school flower. Tian E senior sister this. My ass. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian's eyes were full of disbelief. What did they see? The person who hired them this time was actually the #1 goddess schoolgirl Tianhai had ever seen. Oh, my god. What kind of concept is this? Today they have to serve Luo big schoolgirls? Grandma drop. That is, they are willing to die of exhaustion. Bin Zi and others are also confused. Obviously also did not expect that the employer would be Luo big schoolgirls. However, Luo Tianyi was secretly saying in her heart, this is bad. The 8 Lu Tong people were shocked, while Luo Tianyi's heart was rubbing up against her. Her secret with Yi Xian was going to be impossible to hide. Just between Luo Tianyi's 10,001, a familiar voice entered the ears of Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian and the others. Wife, it's taking so long to open the door, and you still won't let the courier masters come in. As he spoke, Yi Xian's figure appeared in the middle of the field, and he suddenly saw Lu Tong Zhang Zitian and his party. The air stopped at this moment, and Lu Tong Zhang Zitian's pupils widened. Bin Zi's 6 people are also brain booming. I dropped the sky. What the hell? They saw something. School grass Yi Xian. This, Nima, cohabitating and sharing a room with Luo University schoolgirl? Nope. Yi Xian yes. Yesterday is not still with a Tier 3 treasure to school. Today early in the morning with Luo big schoolgirl together. Is it? Murphy. That one Tier 3 treasures. Ahem. Is Yi Xian and Luo big schoolgirl's child. Compared to the 6 people's shock, Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian thought of the scene at the orientation party, where the boss said that Sanbao's mom was Luo Tianyi, and they didn't believe it at the time. Together, boss didn't lie. Oh, my god, it's too early to die. Yesterday, no wonder Luo big schoolgirl other days do not return to school, in favor of the same day with the boss to take 3 Mengbao to the school, afraid that they are together to the school, just do not want to let the people in that school to know their relationship, which is, did not publicize. Grandma, the boss even had a child with Luo Dashue, and it's still a trio of babies. In that case, wouldn't it be true that a year ago, the boss and Luo big schoolgirl had a relationship? Think about it. Lu Tong Zhang Zitian eyes wildly jumped more than, if let the second know this scene, hey, I do not know whether it will jump up to rebel with the boss to do the fight. Seeing the 2 goods, Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian, Yi Xian froze. Why you guys? Lu Tong 8 people came to the rented house. He suddenly saw the 3 munchkins in the living room who suddenly flashed 3 eyes to look at them, as if they recognized Lu Tong Zhang Zitian general, happy to dance with their little arms and legs. Dabo, Dabo, Dabo. It's been a long time. Lu Tong instantly a splash, ran to the front of the 3 treasures. Zhang Zitian is also the same. Bin Zi and others are still the brain booming burst. I drop a wipe. What they saw. Yi Xian and Luo big schoolgirl even. Is this kind of relationship? What have they seen that won't be a ham? Killed and silenced. After getting tired of it for a while, Lu Tong Zhang Zitian put down the 3 treasures, and hemmed and hawed. Boss, you're hiding this deep enough. Binzi, what are you waiting for? Haven't you met your sister-in-law yet? Oh, ahem, boss, big. Hello sister-in-law. Binzi is not stupid. Know that Lu Tong is giving them a step down. Hurriedly screamed in unison, quite a few times to address the flavor of the big brother woman. You guys. Luo Tianyi was also flustered for a while, and finally held back a sentence. Hello, you guys. Things had come to such a pass that no amount of explaining on her part would convince them, and she knew that her secret with the guy was already known to them. Binzi, right. Facing this scene, Yi Xian on the other hand didn't worry too much and took out 2 piles of money from Luo Tianyi's bag. This $20,000, just as this time to trouble a few students. With $20,000 in hand, Binzi's heart sank. Of course he knew what this meant. It was sealing their mouths. Boss, don't worry. Your relationship with your sister-in-law will never be spread. Binzi immediately state. Lu Tong Zhangzitian saw the boss of the hush money. Grandmother drop. The boss is now so hoet. Lifting the hand of the emergency room 20,000 soft sister coins. With that money, they can buy as many wazoo as they want. Unable to help, Lu Tong Zhangzitian thought of the day to let them go to the store crazy shopping scene. This operation and that time the same. The boss this hush money to give enough slippery. However, the effect is also extremely obvious. It was perfect to seal the mouths of their brothers and 3 on that day, and now the mouths of a few of Binzi's people were also perfectly sealed. Gee, money nymphets are a good thing. So what? Old Lu, old Zhang, you talk to the boss and the sister-in-law. Just leave these furniture without anything too heavy to us. Lu Tong, Binzi, this, ahem, it's not good. Hey, Lu Tong, don't push your luck. That's right, this time we have been benefited by you guys. 1 time is as good as a week in normal times. A few other students chirped out and agreed. Not waiting for Lu Tong Zhangzitian to speak on the start of busy work, the line of sight to Yi Xian eyes surging all the envy. Damn, the school bully paired with the school flower. This CP, not to mention, they are quite compatible. You guys stay here and talk. I'm going to take care of the baby. Luo Tianyi reddened her pretty face. Where would she have thought of the scene in front of her? If she stayed any longer she was afraid that she would really have to find a crack in the ground. Watching Luo big schoolgirl little wolf fleeing to see the 3 little babies, Lu Tong Zhangzitian's admiration for the boss directly soared to the extreme. Holy shit, boss, this is awesome enough. TSK, if Lao Er knew, he would definitely fight you to the death. He. The 2 guys oohed and awed, sympathizing with Lao Er in their hearts for half a second, then couldn't stop the anticipation and excitement at the thought of Lao Er's miserable look, hating the fact that they were about to see Lao Er's reaction when he found out about this. I told you guys last time that Sanbao's mom is Luo Tianyi. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. Lu Tong too. However, my relationship with your sister-in-law must not be publicized. After all, your sister-in-law gave birth to Sanbao. Even her parents do not know. That Binzi's side, and then know the next. Thinking that the relationship between the 2 of them is not suitable to be publicized, Yi Xian instructed the 2 of them. Hey, that goes without saying. Don't worry boss, we know what's in our hearts, and that Binzi's mouth is very tight, and he's my die-hard friend, so I'll personally give him the word later. Lu Tong patted his chest and assured him that Binzi and he had known each other since high school. He knew that guy too well. Yeah, Yi Xian, come over here. Your families Dabao, Bao, and Sanbao have pooped. Right at this moment, the anxious voice of Luo de schoolgirl came from the side of the living room. Originally she didn't want to say anything, but with 3 babies pooping at the same time, she couldn't control the situation. Yi Xian, senior and junior, you guys go to the bathroom and get 3 tubs of warm water. Yi Xian instructed Lu Tong Zhangzitian, then quickly walked towards the 3 munchkins. Wife, prepare 3 packs of wet tissue paper. For a moment, the living room is a big battle to wipe the stink, as the 2 uncles of Lu Tong Zhangzitian is busy and happy. Chapter 26, Neisan, this will be your payment to your husband. In the living room, Yi Xian skillfully operated, incomparably smooth for the 3 Mengbao to wipe the stink. This seemed to see Luo Tianyi's face halo red, because in front of her eyes to wipe the stink should have been her as a baby mother to do it right. Moreover, if it is Yi Xian himself, even if, in front of them there are also Yi Xian's 2 roommates, Lu Tong Zhangzitian look in our eyes, the heart is incredulous, the boss has this ability. 3 babies at the same time pulling stink, not the slightest mess. If it is their words, I am afraid of stink flying all over the sky is light. Soon enough, the 3 munchkins were finished with their stink. Boss, that's an awesome maneuver. Yes, this level of child rearing is much better than babysitting. Hey, boss seems to be on the road to becoming a baby daddy. The 2 of them gabbed and spat. Lu Tong looked at his sister-in-law who was a national beauty. Hey, don't say milkman. If my wife is half as beautiful as my sister-in-law in the future, I will be willing to be a cow and a horse for the rest of my life. About half an hour or so later, Tian Hai. In front of the Kowloon 1 villa. Squeak. The stretch Lincoln pulled up in front of the villa and pushed the door to get out of the car. Whoa! Lutong Zhang Zitian's two people's mouths were open. Completely stuffing down an egg was no problem. Really being shocked by the villa in front of them. 9 Dragons 1 villa. Surprisingly, it's the king of 9 Dragons villa building. Lutong heart shocked beyond words. Zhang Zitian is also sip mouth. Not so good. I can hear that Kowloon 1 villa covers an area of 3,000 square meters. TSK. This environment. Don't be too good. Grandma, I feel like I could live for days longer just by sniffing the last breath alone. Then Z6 people look at the fantastic villa in front of them. Are staggered. Look at Yi Xian's eyes all changed. Not to say that Yi Xian's family is ordinary. Yeah bah. Ordinary ah. That Wang Manli is simply blind. Even broke up with such a super second generation. Day to dog. If that bitch knew Yi Xian's strength, she was afraid that she would absolutely cry in the toilet. Enter the villa. Into the decorative luxury without losing connotation. Atmospheric fashion floor-to-ceiling windows with excellent lighting. All kinds of design is just right. Giving people an incomparable comfortable and cozy feeling. Villa rear is more than 200 square meters of open-air pool, next to a few artistic scents of the lounge chairs. At the moment just happened to be the golden sunrise pouring. Awesome boss. We struggle for a lifetime. I'm afraid we can't even afford a toilet. Visiting for a little while, Lutong Zhang Zitian looked at each other. Boss, we'll just leave without disturbing you and your sister-in-law alone. The amount of information today was just too much. So after saying a few words, he excused himself and left the villa, soon leaving Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi, as well as the 3 munchkins. It's over. They've seen it all? Seeing Lu Tong and the others leave, Luo Tianyi's pretty face was filled with worry, while at this moment Yi Xian's mind was ringing with the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of bringing Luo Tianyi to the villa and obtaining the ultimate cooking ability. In view of the host's perfect level completion of the task, an additional reward of physique +2 is hereby given. Next, Yi Xian called up the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years. Physique, 16, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, ultimate musical ability. Ultimate dairyman ability. Ultimate massage ability. Ultimate martial arts ability. Ultimate cooking ability. Items, none. Wealth, 217 million. Looking at the attribute panel that once again had an additional skill, Yi Xian smiled slightly. His mood was not bad, especially since his physique had been added another 2 points. It felt like the physical quality could even bring down an adult elephant. Well, I'm still relieved that Lao San is doing his job. Yi Xian dotingly pinched Luo Tianyi's pink, bouncy face and said with a smile, tired from cleaning up all day. You look down at San Bao. I'll go and get some chilled watermelon juice to come over. And later on hubby will give you a good massage. After saying that, Yi Xian was walking towards the kitchen. Luo Tianyi froze upon hearing that. Then the corner of her mouth curved up into an arc. However, very quickly, Luo Tianyi thought of something and started to find that erotic lingerie purposely at the first time, hiding it in the nooks and crannies of some closet with a red little face. Absolutely not letting that guy find it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming refreshing watermelon X1. Consuming 100 renminbi from the host. With a flip of his right hand, a watermelon appeared in Yi Xian's hand, and then under the effect of his inquisitive culinary arts ability, he skillfully began to squeeze the chilled watermelon juice. Although the value of 100 renminbi, more expensive than the watermelon sold in the outside world, but this, refreshing watermelon, but has the effect of God, from the name can be seen, has the effect of refreshing, and the effect is also very good. According to the system evaluation, at least more than 20 times better than the effect of refreshing the high concentration of coffee. 1 watermelon made a total of 8 cups of chilled watermelon juice. 2 to keep outside and 6 to put in the fridge until you want to and a few ice cubes. Wife, come. Yi Xian placed a cup of chilled watermelon juice on the table. Finish this cup of chilled watermelon juice, then hubby will help you with a massage to ensure that you are refreshed. Really fake. Luo Tianyi looked at the sleeping Sambo. Honestly yesterday cleaned up so long. Today and tossed a morning. Indeed quite tired. After drinking ice-cold watermelon juice Luo Tianyi is leaning on the sofa, enjoying the child's father's massage. As for the massage technique she didn't doubt it in the slightest. After all, she had experienced it before when she broke her foot and eliminated the lump. Time was quiet and beautiful. Luo Tianyi felt the force of that guy's hands and felt comfortably a bit fluttery. I don't know at some point, it went to sleep. With a mesmerizing curve on his mouth, seeing his own wife's sleeping appearance, he couldn't help but kiss her on her soft and crispy vermilion lips. Nei-san, this will be your payment to your husband. Oh, kissing his own wife. Yi Xian drank the other cup of chilled watermelon juice on the table, and was refreshed for a split second with excellent results. Grandma, it's worthy of being produced by the system, honestly. But, the moment Yi Xian turned around and left, Luo Tiany's beautiful eyes opened a slit, her face slightly haloed, then curved up in an arc. That guy really took advantage of himself while he was asleep, and even kissed his own lips. That bad guy is so bold. Humph. Chapter 27. Are you trying to kill me and then dominate Sanbao alone? What a wicked woman. Well, in the villa, Luo Tiany didn't know how long she had slept, only knowing that when she woke up she was already in her bedroom, and that all her clothes had been taken off, leaving her in a small lab coat. That bad guy, he must have taken advantage again. Lottie grunted. It was just a shame that she was asleep and couldn't feel it. Put on the clothes, pull open the door of the room, is to smell the aroma of the meal came to the nose. This smell, Gollum. Before Luo Tiany could finish, it was the flat belly without a trace of flab that made a hungry protesting sound, as if to say, I protest, I want to eat. Following the aroma of the meal, Luo Tiany walked up the stairs and saw a figure busy in the living room. That figure was no other than Yi Xian. However, seeing this scene, Luo Tiany was slightly stunned. Yi Xian, he, also cooks, and this cooking, it seems to be even better than his own, like discovering a new continent like eyes, staring straight at the kitchen busy Yi Xian, especially that day, like a ghost's hand speed. When that guy's hand speed became so fast, a year ago cannot be so fast. Hubby, you can still cook now. Coming to the kitchen door, Luo Tiany asked with curiosity on her small face. Hearing Luo Tiany's sweet and crispy voice, Yi Xian, who was busy working, froze and looked at Luo Tiany. Wife, what did you just call me? Hubby. It was a word that he had definitely heard correctly. Lottie, it's hubby. Before she could say anything, Luo Tiany made a big red face, even to the root behind her ears. No, what can there be? I'll go wait for dinner. Dede stepped away from the small feet. Small wolf fled from the kitchen, a fragrant heart fluttering violently beating. The heart of the little man pulling sound howling. How can they call that guy husband? Luo Tiany, you have to keep the heart nah. But, hubby's cooking is really super delicious. Ugh, blah blah blah. How did one call that guy hubby again? Luo Tiany stared at her beautiful eyes in confusion, not knowing what was wrong with her at all. Yi Xian in the kitchen, seeing Luo Tiany's tangled and distressed expression, smiled without saying a word. It seems that this niece has been fallen by herself unconsciously. I believe that it won't take long for this nymphette to fall in love with herself of her own accord. It's really something to look forward to. Not long after, the fragrant table of dishes was placed in front of Luo Tiany. What's on your mind, wife? Smiling, he looked at Luo Tiany and snickered. Didn't think anything of it. Luo Tiany breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart tightened. How could she possibly say that? Was she wondering why she called that guy her husband? If that was the case, that bastard would definitely die of joy. Pretending, Luo Tiany took a bite of braised pork and put it into her mouth. Then she was surprised by the sensation of her taste buds. Yi Xian, you, cooking skills are surprisingly so good. Although Luo Tiany seldom ate outside the school, she had dined with her parents at a 7-star hotel before, and it was no exaggeration to say that this braised pork was even better than the chef at that 7-star hotel. Just, this level of cooking skills without a few decades of experience, simply can't be burned out. But, hubby, Yi Xian, how did he do it? Obviously 2 years younger than her. Surprisingly, her attainments in cooking were not even comparable to a 5-star chef. That's not true. His own cooking skills, of course Yi Xian was well aware of them. His aggressive gaze locked onto Luo Tiany's delicate angel-kissed face. Your husband is omnipotent. Hey, they say that to capture someone's heart you must first capture her stomach. And right now your husband is not capturing your heart. Yi Xian snickered at his own wife. This kind of state of being mushy with his wife. Honestly, it's really quite good. Quite like it. Tisk. You, listening to Yi Xian's revealing words, Luo Tiany's face reddened to the point of redness. Just a big asshole. Yeah. Seeing Luo Tiany's adorable appearance, Yi Xian laughed. Then aren't you the big bastard's woman? Lottie, Yi Xian, you, believe it or not I'll bite you to death. Luo Tiany's silver teeth bite cackling, grinding teeth appearance. There is a set of at any time may start the situation. Just you, but also bite me. Hiss. Holy shit, wife, you're crazy. Yi Xian, who hadn't finished speaking, saw Luo Tiany's pair of tiger teeth directly biting on her shoulder. The pain made Yi Xian grimace and snapped a slap on Luo Tiany's butt. Get loose. Yi Xian was really not expecting that ninny really dared to want him. It seems that this silly girl was blackened by herself a little too much. Hoof. Luo Tianyi glared fiercely at Yi Xian after she got out a bad breath. I'm telling you, be honest with me in the future. Or else, this school beauty will bite you to death and eat you up. That kind of ferocious appearance. See Yi Xian have a kind of give her a few slaps again impulse. This niece, just pumping. Peeling back the t-shirt, he saw 2 rows of small teeth marks on his shoulder. Nei-san, you're going to murder your own husband. Are you trying to kill me and then dominate Sanbao all by yourself? What a vicious woman. Humph. Why not? Luo Tianyi saw Yi Xian's lousy appearance, grunted and glared at Yi Xian. Milky fierce appearance. If the outsiders see it, they will definitely jump 3 feet high with excitement. Mamma mia. How have they ever enjoyed this kind of treatment from the goddess schoolgirl? Grinding her teeth and oohing and awing, Luo Tianyi ate Yi Xian's delicious lunch while prettily enjoying the pleasure of the bite force she had just had. Her heart, not to mention how beautiful it was. Tianhai University. Dormitory. Pfft, cough cough. What did you say? Xiaoming's eyes glazed over when he heard Lu Tong's words. The boss's 3 munchkins baby mama is really Luo Tianyi. This can't be right. Obviously. Xiaoming, who had heard the words of the oldest 3 and the oldest 4, completely disbelieved the words of these 2 and thought that it was to poke fun at himself. Hey, I knew you wouldn't believe me. At this time, Zhang Zitian took out the evidence and directly recorded a video of the situation. Although he couldn't talk to outsiders, Xiaoming, as the second oldest in the dormitory, was obviously not considered an outsider. Looking at the video screen, Yi Xian wiped stinky for Sanbao, as well as Luo Tianyi's helping stance. Xiaoming boomed. This, no, impossible. Boss, you big shot. Return my goddess schoolgirl. Chapter 28, Mom has good news for you. You're a grandmother. Hiccup. After finishing her lunch beautifully, Luo Tianyi knew that this was afraid to be the best meal she had ever eaten. Every dish was delicious. Looking at the table full of sweeping plates, Luo Tianyi's face was slightly flushed. She felt that she had eaten more than she normally would have eaten in a day. How's that? Your husband's handiwork is pretty good. You want to kiss your husband to show it. Seeing Luo Tianyi's unfulfilled look, laughing and snickering, this meal also let Yi Xian have a new understanding of his own wife's meal. Good guy. No wonder it's all barely enough for Sanbao to drink. This appetite tsk indicates a hell of a lot. Obviously, it's just very average. Stiffly said, 1 meal and want to let oneself kiss. What do you think? Nope. That guy does anything. One wouldn't kiss him. Yeah, that's it. Yourself. How is it possible to kiss him? You can watch Sambo later. I'm going to the nearby mall to get some necessities. Afraid to continue by that guy to take advantage of Luo Tianyi. Change the topic said. Just move to the villa, certainly some small objects need to add. Baby wife. Are you sure you don't want your husband with you? Lottie, go to hell. Who your precious wife? No more talking to you. I'm leaving first. White eyes Yi Xian. Change a jacket. Take the car keys and go towards the villa outside. She is going to buy a lot of girls' private use things today. That guy followed. How appropriate. Wife, drive slowly and remember to call your husband if anything happens. Got it. Luo Tianyi's voice had not yet fallen. The person was already leaving the villa. Not a few seconds later, he heard the sound of the car starting. It was clearly his wife leaving the villa. An hour later, Luo Tianyi sends a large supermarket, pushing a cart full of things to the cashier. This auntie, you don't have enough money in WeChat. There is still a difference of $20. Do you see any other way to pay? The cashier finished sweeping the money of a customer across the street, and realized that there was still a difference of 20 out of his voice inquired. Chen Xiaowan heard. A pat on the head. Almost forgot. My money are all deposited on a regular basis. Usually do not have the habit of bringing a wallet. If so, I don't want this box of milk. I originally wanted to give my son to make up for it. That's even. I'll pay for this aunt's difference. A sweet voice from the back of Chen Xiaowan came out. Looking for eyes. Chen Xiaowan eyes flashing bright on. This girl child. So beautiful. If their daughter-in-law, that would be so good. And paying for yourself. Surely you're still caring and must be a good person. No. Even though Xian is only in his sophomore year of college now, he must be caught up early. And with lads the same age as Xian, other people's children will be playing soy sauce. Oh, girl, how old is this year? Chen Xiaoyuan smiled and waited for Luo Tianyi to finish paying, asking with a laugh. Auntie, I'm 22 years old. Being somewhat embarrassed by Chen Xiaowan's stare, Chen Xiaowan heard. 22, 2 years older than my son. At your age, you should be attending university, right? Ahem. I'm, in my senior year of college. May there be a marriage. Looking up and down at Luo Tianyi's figure, convex in front and curvy in the back, If she can marry her son, she will be able to give birth to a big fat boy in less than a year, which will also fulfill her desire to hold a grandchild. No. Luo Tianyi, face slightly flushed, said here, she vaguely aware of what this aunt wants to do. Cannot argue, Chen Xiaowan. Luo Tianyi added WeChat. This only to find a reason to leave in a hurry. And looking at the shy Luo Tianyi, Chen Xiaowan's face was filled with heaps of smiles. What a good girl, and also like her own son. She is also attending Tianhai University. Unfortunately, I forgot to ask her what her name is. What else is in her family? Who? Luo Tianyi, who was back in the Lincoln, slightly relieved, thinking of the scene just now. Are parents nowadays so anxious? Still in their sophomore year of college, they start to open up for their son to find a daughter-in-law. Hurry up and go back, or you'll meet another aunt like the one you just met. Thinking of this, Luo Tianyi didn't dare to hesitate. His foot stepped on the gas pedal and drove towards Kowloon 1 Villa. On the other side, in the villa, jingle bells. Yi Xian, who was leisurely lying in the villa's back open-air lounge chair basking in the sun. At the moment wearing pants, he received a phone call from his old mom. Smoothly connect. Hey, mom, brat, why did it take so long to answer the phone? Tired of living, is it? Just as soon as he connected, the opposite side came Yi mother's voice. Yi Xian froze. Just now, at most not more than 5 seconds. Right. So long? Mom, something's up. Chen Xiaowan, you brat, you've gotten fat. But, old lady does not bother with you. I tell you, today I see a thief beautiful girl. Chen Xiaowan's mind floated to Luo Tianyi's face value. Flirting with her son. Kid, isn't there a thieving pretty girl in your school? With a tall body, convex and curvy in the front and the back. The kind that can give birth to a son at a glance. Yi Xian. Mom, what are you talking about? Mom's meaning? Of course he was obvious. But soon Yi Xian was sitting up from the recliner. Mom, you came to the center of Tianhai. Yi Xian is not nervous. Mom came to the city center. But every time mom came to the city center will come to see themselves. But right now, how do you see yourself? Ding. Host triggers choice mission. Arrange a meeting between Luo Tianyi and her future mother-in-law. Mission choice 1, let the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law meet, and reward the rebate tenfold, capped at $1 billion. Task choice 2, reject the task and shorten the small nail by 20 centimeters. Yi Xian. WOJ. Stepping on the horse, the dog system is coming to screw me again. But, arranging a meeting will return a full $1 billion. My goodness. Yi Xian admitted that his heart was moved. Of course, the price of failure was not something he could afford, or else it would be tragic if he really was given a small nail negative value by the system. Nonsense. I don't want to come downtown and get to see my future daughter-in-law, so you boys get on my case. Yi Xian. Ahem. Mom, don't be ridiculous, stuttered his voice, thinking about the system's mission. That is a return fee capped at 1 billion. Mom, in fact, ahem, I have something I want to confess to you. Confession? What the hell? Chen Xiaowan heard. I suspicious. You kid, did something unseemly again? Mom, be nice. Yi Xian whitened his eyes at his old mom on the other end of the phone. Mom, you actually have a daughter-in-law. Put. Opposite Chen Xiaowan heard a mouthful of water all to spray out. Lao Ma has a daughter-in-law. Brat, you sure? Male or female? Yi Xian. Ahem. No, I mean it or I don't. Chen Xiaowan's eyes widened and her heart was a bit unwilling. Brat, is that girl pretty? Of course it's beautiful. How could your son have a bad eye? After a pause in his voice, he continued. And, that's not the most important thing. There's good news. You're a grandmother. Boom. Chen Xiaowan's entire mind was blank. As if struck by lightning. Little bastard. You give my mother to say clearly. You have a child. Well, 3 babies in 1 birth. I've sent you the picture. I can't tell you in a sentence or two. Where are you? I'll pick you up later. Greetings is to hang up the phone. The other side of Chen Xiaowan clicked on the phone, received the picture. This look does not matter. I go. Worthy of being my Chen Xiaowan's son, a child of 3 treasures is powerful enough. But, how do I feel that the 3 granddaughters of my old lady are a bit like that pretty girl? Is it my own illusion? Chapter 29. Not that I'm bragging, but your daughter-in-law is the most beautiful woman in the world. 1 Kowloon Villa. What did you say? When Luo Tianyi returned to the villa and learned that Yi Xian's mother was coming, her beautiful eyes glared round. You want me and my aunt to meet? No. It's too fast. Luo Tianyi's heart was in her throat, and she had the look of an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. And the 3 babies in their litter were already 3 months old. Don't worry, my mom is the most protective of me. After saying that, his eyes fell on Luo Tianyi. Moreover, with such a beautiful wife, my mom can't wait to have a daughter-in-law like you. Also, Secretly, my mom was pushing me to move in with a girl a year or two ago, preferably with a baby. And even though my mom is an elementary school teacher, she's not pedantic at all. Thinking of mom looking forward to the stars and the moon want a grandchildren's mind. He knew that mom is still too happy, and how can blame? As for dad's side is not good to say. Really, auntie, won't think I'm casual. Luo Tianyi was obviously still a bit bottomless, even though he was the golden young miss of Luo clan. And even more so, the sole heir of the group. Silly girl, you think too much. Yi Xian scraped Luo Tianyi's small nose, then said, moreover, meeting my mom first is also a precaution for my mom. After all, since I was little, my dad has been very strict in controlling me, and if he knew that we had a child with a trio of babies before we got married, then the consequences would be quite serious. Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes shrank. Yi Xian, uncle, is so fierce. Of course, so, we have to do a good job with my mom. After all, my dad is mean, but his biggest weakness is his wife's fear of my mom. Yi Xian half-truthfully said. Firstly, for the relationship between the two to further get to the stage. And secondly, of course, for the rebate of 1 billion RMB. It's a son of a bitch to have money and not make it. Then, I'll have to prepare myself to make a good impression on my aunt then. Luo Tianyi agreed under this Yi Xian's half-flattering, half-truthful words, but her heart relaxed quite a bit after Yi Xian's enlightenment. While Luo Tianyi was dressing up, Yi Xian drove his stretch Lincoln to Kilda Hotel near Tianhai University. Squeak! With the sound of a brake, Yi Xian arrived at the hotel. No, to be precise, it should be considered a small hotel, the kind that costs $40 or $50. Seeing this, Yi Xian secretly kicked himself. Mom, our family isn't that bad off, and you didn't pick a better hotel. Hearing someone call herself, Chen Xiaowan sought her eyes to look inside the lengthened version of Lincoln. Xiao Xian, whose car is this? Although Chen Xiaowan was an elementary school teacher, she had seen a lot and could tell at a glance that the car was extraordinary. It's your daughter-in-law's, so of course it's considered mine. Hurry up and get in the car, Mom. Your daughter-in-law is waiting for you at home with Sambo. Chen Xiaowan. You boy. Chen Xiaowan got into the co-pilot and brought her seatbelt with her hand. You brat. I can't believe it's true. This car doesn't look simple at first glance. The old lady's daughter-in-law wouldn't be a little rich, would she? A rich woman? Sort of. Yi Xian thought about the origin. Although I do not know how rich Luo Tianyi's family is, but it must be very rich, is it? And it is not billions of dollars, so simple to be rich. It must be beautiful. Chen Xiaowan on his son's vision and standards too clear. She before intentionally or unintentionally give him some colleagues' daughters or relatives of the girl's photo. Each top are tall, excellent face, but all were the boy to refuse. Now rushed to let himself and future daughter-in-law to meet, and also gave birth to a child of the three treasures, which is definitely out of the old vigorously fruitful. If that girl wasn't pretty, would this brat be so? As a person who came over, ye mother is too clear about this. Men are all big pig's hooves, when ye father is not also the same, was fascinated by her 5 fans. That's, thinking of his own daughter-in-law, Yi Xian arrogantly, not that I'm blowing, your daughter-in-law, my wife, that's the most beautiful woman in the world, except, of course, hey, Mom, she is the most beautiful goddess schoolgirl that Tianhai University has ever been known as. The people who pursue her are definitely lined up from Tianhai University to the suburbs. No, they are lined up to the imperial capital. Chen Xiaowan, virtue, speak properly. White Eye's a serious nonsense son. She knows too much about this son's temperament, lying without blush since childhood, and now grown up is even more wanton. Anyway, you'll know it when you see it. Then Yi Xian thought of something and said to Chen Xiaowan, Mom, there's something I want to confess to you. I became the boss. You know the Chikuan Hotel. I own it now. Chen Xiaowan. Hearing her son's words, Chen Xiaowan pressed her small hand against her son's head. Brat, you don't have a fever, do you? Yi Xian. What's the fever? I'm telling the truth. The contract is in the passenger locker. Take it and read it yourself. With suspicion, Chen Xiaowan opened the storage box in the car. Suddenly came into view as the 1000 June Hotel 51% equity transfer contract. And Yi Xian began to 1000 June Hotel situation. Half-truths, half-false. Fooled Luo Tianyi general, fooled the old mother. Chen Xiaowan listened to her son's narrative and looked at the contract in her hands. Especially the certification stamps are real. 10 minutes or so later, Chen Xiaowan looked at her son with some disbelief. Brat, wouldn't you be a multi-millionaire nowadays then? How about that? Your son, I'm good. Yi Xian smiled and said, while Chen Xiaowan glared at Yi Xian. Awesome, you hell. My mother is the one who was really awesome, giving birth to such an awesome son. Ahem. Well, you're awesome. Yi Xian thumbs up to the mom. Honestly, This if let outsiders see. Absolutely hard to believe that mom is an elementary school teacher. This nature and speech. Completely and teachers do not get on the good side. The old lady's son is a multi-millionaire? Chen Xiaowan felt like a dream. Very unreal. Just Chen Xiaowan likewise knew that her son had never lied to her. At least in front of the big right and wrong. Did not lie to her. And will not lie to her. So, in the future, when you come to the center of Tianhai, just go directly to the Qianjun Hotel. Report your identity. And they'll naturally let you in for free. And it's still the best room. Oh, you boy. Chen Xiaowan saw her son's dejected. Her heart is also doubly gratified. Her son can be so successful. She is of course very happy. This cow she can definitely boast for a year. Or even 3 years and 5 years. Finally, in the Chen Xiaowan froze between, the car stopped in front of the Kowloon 1 villa. Looking at the luxury villa that can only be seen on TV, Chen Xiaowan took a deep breath, her eyes wide. This is son's new home. Chapter 30, you and Xiao Xian are 3 months pregnant with 3 babies. So call me mom from now on. Brat, what kind of hurtful thing did you do to get such a big villa? Chen Xiaowan looked at her own son. You shouldn't have become that what? A door-to-door son-in-law. Yi Xian, door-to-door son-in-law? I go. Mom, you're afraid that you haven't watched too many TV dramas. Right. Your son is a for-good young man with a very positive outlook on the 3 things. A door-to-door son-in-law is impossible. This life is impossible to be a door-to-door son-in-law. White eyes of the mom. Yi Xian said in a bad mood. On their own so no confidence. At least now we are also considered a billionaire level of rich people. But if your daughter-in-law is beautiful, plus the firstborn trio is so adorable, you're just fine with being a door-to-door son-in-law. After a pause, Chen Xiaowan continued. I'll take care of your father's side when the time comes. Yi Xian. Cough cough. Mom, what are you talking about? Well, go in. Your daughter-in-law and the 3 Munchkin granddaughters are waiting impatiently. Speechless, he looked at his old mom. But his daughter-in-law was really the biggest in the world. Sure enough, one's guess was right. Ka chow. The villa door opens. Yi Xian and Chen Xiaowan came to the villa. Looking at the eye of every place exudes luxury connotation design decoration. Chen Xiaowan heart once again for the vibration of a grandma drop. If not for the son said that this villa is his, Chen Xiaowan really think that the son is being daughter-in-law to the adoption. Coming to the living room. At this moment Luo Tianyi had already dressed up clean and pretty, although she didn't draw very thick makeup. But she still couldn't hide her super high face value. Oh, this is the daughter-in-law. It's you, auntie. You. Chen Xiaowan and Luo Tianyi glanced at each other. Both of them froze in place, because the two of them had been separated from the mall for only 2 to 3 hours until now. That pretty girl is your own daughter-in-law? That auntie is. Own future mother-in-law. The two were wide-eyed, while Yi Xian was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. What the hell? My own mom and wife. They seem to be. I'm not sure if I know them. But I'm not sure if I know them. Oh, you're my son's daughter-in-law. That's great. Luo Tianyi was also a bit unbelievable. This was too much of a coincidence. Auntie, you are Yi Xian's mom. Yes, it's true. I've been raising this brat for 20 years. Mom, wife, you guys, this is, recognize? Yi Xian is even more confused. What with what? How will the wife and mom know? Cannot. They have absolutely no contact with the opportunity to the right. But the scene in front of you, how to explain? Hey, brat. Chen Xiaowan looked at her own son and said with a laugh. You know the phone call I gave you before I came here? The girl I told you to chase after with all your heart. That's her. I was $20 short of paying when I was at the mall. And she paid for me. And who would have thought? She's my daughter-in-law. Speaking of this, Chen Xiaowan even had to lament that it really wasn't an ordinary coincidence. Tianhai University's most beautiful schoolgirl ever became my old Yi family's daughter-in-law. TSK. Brat, your Yi family is smoking from your ancestors' graves. Yi Xian. Cough cough. Mom, how to talk. You must remember that you are a teacher. A teacher who teaches. And watch your shining image. Yi Xian glared at his mom. This mom, really what all dare to say outside. Who can believe? This is a cultivation of the motherland flowers of the teacher. Do not know how many flowers by the mother with a variety of operations to take to the ditch. Oh, yeah, that line doesn't fit my niche. Chen Xiaowan smilingly very satisfied to look at Luo Tianyi. This daughter-in-law. As soon as she saw Luo Tianyi she was satisfied. Face value, character are all good. Such a person and is not full of bad intentions of people. Auntie, you don't object to me being with Yi Xian. Hearing this, Chen Xiaowan looked at the overwhelmingly beautiful Luo Tianyi. To be honest, if she were a man, she would probably marry such a great beauty home as well. But now it's cheaper for her son. What did you call me? Auntie, how rusty. You and Xiao Xian are 3 months pregnant with 3 babies. From now on just call me Mom. Ah. Me, Mom. Luo Tianyi heart nervous. Auntie let herself call her mother. That does not mean disguised recognition of their own. Auntie nature turned out to be so good. No wonder that guy is not worried at all. But, if their own parents can have half of Yi Xian's mom on their own heart, they will not be so big things are not with them. Hey, listening to such a beautiful, but also excellent character of the big school daughter-in-law called their own mother. Chen Xiaowan heart, not to mention how comfortable. Such an excellent daughter-in-law with a lantern are difficult to find. But also the son of that brat blind cat ran into the dead rats. Hey mom, wife, you guys talk while I get dinner ready. Chen Xiaowan looked at her own son. Count on you brats to be sensible. Come, let mom take a look. Daughter-in-law, mom still doesn't know your name. Today at the supermarket it was thanks to you. Chen Xiaowan thought about today's events. All like a dream. That girl child who paid for herself is her own daughter-in-law. Auntie, oh no. Mom, my name is Luo Tianyi. I'm a senior at Tianhai University. It was all I was supposed to do at the supermarket today. Luo Tianyi also breathed a sigh of relief at the bottom of her heart. Yi Xian's mom being so sensible was the best news for her. Oh Luo, you're a good boy. Chen Xiaowan lovingly touched Luo Tianyi's pretty face, which made Luo Tianyi clearly feel the love from Chen Xiaowan. That seemed to be something she had never experienced since she was a child. Mother's love. So, this is what motherhood feels like. So wonderful. So cozy. So comfortable. Love this feeling. That brat didn't bully you, did he? Chen Xiaowan looked at her own son who was busy in the kitchen and asked Luo Tianyi, if that brat dares to bully you, tell mom and watch me beat him up so much that I don't even recognize myself. Put. Mom, Yi Xian, he's good to me. Listening to Chen Xiaowan's words, Luo Tianyi couldn't help but snort out a laugh. But thinking of the feeling she just had, she bit her Jew lips. Mom, can I hug you? That feeling of motherly love, which she was so enamored with and enjoyed. She couldn't help but talk about it. Oh, of course you can. It would be an honor for mom to cuddle with her daughter-in-law. Chen Xiaowan had been a teacher for more than 20 years. What kind of students hadn't she seen before? And from Luo Tianyi's eyes, she obviously sensed something, because her own daughter-in-law's eyes were generally the same as those of the left-behind children who longed for their mother's love. Thinking about this, Chen Xiaowan gently held Luo Tianyi in her arms, her gentle palm gently patting Luo Tianyi's back. Silly girl, you've suffered a lot over the past year, right? In the future, you'll be mom's daughter. Whoever dares to bully you, I'll be the first to not spare him. Well, thanks mom. Enjoying the embrace of motherly love, Luo Tianyi's eyes became moist. The feeling of motherly love was even more intense here. So warm, feeling so happy and blissful. Chapter 31, talking happily with her daughter-in-law, forgetting her 3 granddaughters. Silly girl, what are you crying about? Chen Xiaowan saw Luo Tianyi's tears and let out a sigh. She didn't know how her own daughter-in-law had come through all these years, but she had such a serious lack of fatherly and motherly love. It seemed that the relationship between her own daughter-in-law and her parents wasn't as cordial as that between herself and her son. Come on, tell mom how this year has gone. Tell mom any grievances and words you've been holding in your heart. See how much my daughter-in-law has been wronged. Infected by the gentle, watery motherly love. Luo Tianyi's inner heart was struck by marvelous motherly love for the first time. Aha! In this way, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, one speaks and the other listens, while the living room is a harmonious and beautiful picture. 10 or so minutes later, Chen Xiaowan was even more heartbroken for Luo Tianyi by one point, tenderly holding Luo Tianyi's white and crystalline slender hand. Alright, everything will turn out fine. By the way, I haven't seen my granddaughter who was born with 3 babies in one. Chen Xiaowan thought of something and couldn't help but stare, talking happily with her daughter-in-law and forgetting about her 3 granddaughters. A sin. Mom, I'll take you. Oh, good. Luo Tianyi 2 people. Then came not far from the sleeping 3 treasures. Big treasure Meng Meng 2 head on both sides of the head crib, holding a small pink fist. 2 treasures Nua Nua is sipping their own small hand. 3 treasures Han Han one hand grasping the hair, head toward the other side asleep. Sanbao's naive sleeping posture captured Chen Xiaowan at the first moment. What a cute 3 munchkins. Is this? Are my 3 granddaughters? Tisk. Chen Xiaowan looked at the 3 munchkins with emotion. Oljia's family really has an unknown amount of green smoke coming out of their ancestral graves. To be able to have one child with 3 munchkins, it is estimated that their ancestral graves are burning. Da 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 da. At this time, intensive cutting business from the kitchen. The sound is very small, but still can be heard clearly. Chen Xiaowan suspiciously looked over. When he saw his son's kitchen operation, cannot help but be attracted. That brat, when did he cook so well? A connoisseur knows if there's one or not. Chen Xiaowan has been cooking for more than 20 years and knows this all too well. Mom, you also don't know that Yi Xian he cooks super well? Luo Tianyi froze when she heard her future mother-in-law's words and looked at Yi Xian, who was busy in the kitchen, a little stunned. Chen Xiaowan bitterly shook her head. That brat is hiding really deep. It's caused me to cook for 20 more years, and if I had known that, I should have cleared 20 years. Hearing the words of the future mother-in-law, Luo Tianyi faintly smiled. Clean 20 years. Is not to that guy just born to cook for the mother-in-law. That picture. Can't bear to look at. Brat, what are you cooking? So many dishes. Chen Xiaowan looked at the kitchen. There are sea cucumbers, abalone, shark fins, and there are ribs, ham, lamb elbow and whatnot. Linlin total less than dozens of kinds. However, under Yi Xian's operation, all of them were carried out in an organized manner. Luo Tianyi also looked over curiously, but then seemed to realize something, her eyes surging with incredulity. Yi Xian, you wouldn't be doing the Buddha jumping wall, right? Oh, looks like the wife ate it. Yi Xian smiled slightly, not surprised by this. After all, his wife's family history was there. Although Buddha jumping over the wall was hard to get, it didn't mean that it couldn't be eaten, and it wasn't a bother for the rich. Buddha jumped over the wall? Listening to her daughter-in-law's words, Chen Xiaowan froze. Obviously this was the first time she had heard of this name. Seeing this, Luo Tianyi patiently explained. Mom, this Buddha jumps over the wall, also known as full of fragrance and blessed with life, is a local famous dish in Fuzhou, belonging to the Min cuisine family. There are dozens of ingredients in the Buddha jumping wall dish. The most important thing is that the Buddha jumps over the wall practice. Each chef is different, and, for the chef's knife work as well as the fire control has nearly harsh requirements. In some 7-star hotels, the value of this dish alone is tens of thousands of dollars. One dish, tens of thousands of dollars. When Chen Xiaowan heard that, she couldn't help but be stunned. That was her salary for most of the year. Grandma. Between Luo Tianyi's felicitous explanations, Yi Xian began the operation of another dish, which unsurprisingly drew Luo Tianyi's screams once again. Vince tofu. This, surprisingly, it's bunshir tofu. This, Xiao Luo. What is bunshir tofu? Chen Xiaowan obviously had not come across this dish, and asked her daughter-in-law with suspicion, while also knowing that her daughter-in-law's family history was afraid to be far beyond her imagination. Mom, this Vince's tofu is a top knife work dish in the chef world. Luo Tianyi looked incredulously at the guy operating the kitchen tart. Bunshir tofu is famous because it's fresh, and has amazing knife work. Normally you cut tofu on a cutting board, but Vince's tofu was in water because it prevents it from sticking to the knife. A small block of tofu, cut horizontally and vertically, to slice it into thousands of shredded tofu. Listening to her daughter-in-law's explanation, Chen Xiaowan looked at her own son's eyes are changed. This is not at least 5-star chef-level cooking skills. That brat. When did he learn this craft? She never knew. Just as Luo Tianyi had said. In a short while, the Vince tofu was visible in the water at its roots, with an even thickness and ornamental appearance. Half an hour later, a fragrant, appetizing meal came to the surface, and Chen Xiaowan and Luo Tianyi's grumbling little bellies screamed in protest. Okay, the last course of Buddha jumping wall is over. After making a dinner, Yi Xian smiled faintly. The color of his mom and his own wife he of course took in. Oh yeah, there's also chilled watermelon juice. After saying that, Yi Xian took out as many of the remaining 6 bottles of chilled watermelon juice from the refrigerator. With this, together with these dishes, it will be a delicacy on earth. In addition, Mom, wife, I adjusted this chilled watermelon juice. Drink too much but has a refreshing and awake the brain. Beauty and beauty of the magical effect. The human body is very beneficial. Seriously, you brat talking out of your ass. Chen Xiaowan looked at the table full of food. Cannot listen to the words of the son. No matter true or false, first drink a mouthful before speaking. Pursed Jew lips. Luo Tianyi is also open. Good enough, brat. Eating the meals made by her son, Chen Xiaowan was forced to admire. This level of cooking was too much more powerful than her average. It's all about mom's good teaching. Yi Xian complimented said, but drew a blank look from the mom. This brat is in the burying himself. I want to be able to teach such a disciple, but also in this mix. Watermelon juice is also good, sweet and refreshing, with a great aftertaste. It's completely different from the usual watermelon juice. How did you kid make it? Teach your mom sometime. Oh, that's no problem, Yi Xian said with a slight smile. Of course, to make this kind of chilled watermelon juice, must use the system-specific watermelon to be able to do. Otherwise the technology and then fine also not the slightest egg. Vanguard lights. Outside the villa out of reach. From time to time the sound of joyful laughter, which adds a touch of warmth to the cold and silent night. Luo Tianyi will never forget this day in her life. because it is the day she felt the rich love of her mother, and thus completely changed her life. Chapter 32, Another Breakthrough. Feelings heating up. Dinner is over. Chen Xiaowan under the extreme request, the three munchkins into their own room. It is not easy to be able to come themselves, but also let the son and daughter-in-law free for a few days, and Chen Xiaowan immediately went to the school on the phone. Directly take a leave of absence for a period of time. The specific time to be determined. As for Yi Xian's father's side, in Chen Xiaowan's words, it would be fine if he wasn't home for a few days to starve. If Ye's father heard Chen Xiaowan's words, he didn't know if he would give her a dry run. In another place, in the bedroom, the pattering sound of running water came from the bathroom of the room. Yi Xian could not help but feel a bit apoplectic. After all, there were three munchkins before, and now that the three little ones were not there, the atmosphere was always a bit off. Shaking his head slightly, then the system's voice was heard in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of meeting the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Rewarded with a tenfold rebate, capped at 1 billion renminbi. Sure enough, the reward that was due came. 1 billion RMB. That's a bit of a slippery operation. The next thing that happened was that the attribute panel was called up. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years. Physique, 16, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, ultimate musical ability. Ultimate dairyman ability. Ultimate massage ability. Ultimate martial arts ability. Ultimate cooking ability. Item, refreshing watermelon, x3. Powerful orange, x2. Wealth, 217 million. In addition to the refreshing watermelon, Yi Xian also exchanged the powerful orange. The effect is obviously related to the enhancement of one's strength. This is what he inadvertently saw from the system mall, and he exchanged it because it felt a bit interesting. Whoa! Just since this time, the bathroom door in the room was pushed open, and Luo Tianyi, who was also apathetic, somehow ghosted the erotic underwear that Yi Xian had bought for her and put it on. Outside, she was wearing a nightgown, but her proud body still couldn't be covered in half. A fragrant heart, pounding violently, like a war drum. Even the blood became scorched with the beating of the heart. Yi Xian, you can sleep on the bed today. Luo Tianyi reddened her pretty face and said, but then whirled around to explain. I was afraid that mom would come in and see you sleeping on the floor, and that would be a bad influence. Oh, this, okay. Seeing his own wife's appearance, seeing through it, how could he refuse such a good and beautiful thing? You, don't cross the line. We'll split it in half. Latte placed a pillow between the two of them, apparently wanting to be too obvious. Honey, you smell so good on you today. Obviously Yi Xian didn't put that pillow on his mind in the slightest, wrapping his own wife's fragrant shoulders and sniffing the 3,000 waterfalls of hair. Yi Xian, you, okay wife, I'll just cuddle. Luo Tianyi, who was originally struggling, gave up struggling when she heard Yi Xian's words, but this maneuver caused the corner of Yi Xian's mouth to curve up into an undetectable arc. Obviously, the next step will be to get an inch. At a certain moment, Yi Xian's big hand was not honest, feeling the object on the plumpness, which was, the first thing you need to do is to get a good look at the lingerie, and you'll be able to see it. My goodness, this ninny is going crazy. Luo Tianyi obviously also felt that guy's beater touching a certain small piece of cloth, and her face flushed red. Yi Xian, you, well, Luo Tianyi has not yet finished. Is blocked incense mouth, heavenly thunder and earthly fire, everything, in the quietness of the water to the canal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and using the soundproofing card X1 successfully, consuming 1,000 renminbi from the host. Time of effect 8 hours. It was a night to remember, as it was the first negative distance contact between the two, after a year, and was destined to be a sleepless night. At some point, a light rain pattered outside the villa, while the area in the middle of the room that was enveloped by the soundproofing card was filled with the wonderful music of spring in every corner. The next day, early morning, fighting for a long time the two embraced each other. As for the erotic underwear had long ago not known where Yi Xian had thrown it, and at this moment Yi Xian's two big hands were placed on the place where the original erotic underwear had been. All night long, Luo Tianyi slept soundly, the super-smelling kind. Since a year, this was the most secure, comfortable and beautiful night she had ever slept, and she also had a beautiful dream of her and Yi Xian getting married in a clean white wedding dress. Well, Luo Tianyi at a certain moment, woke up from sleep, felt the fullness of the plump place, and his mind surged with many blushing images of himself. After all, did you fail to restrain that guy? But, seriously, it's a pretty good feeling. Has he, himself, unconsciously, fallen in love with him? Luo Tianyi murmured out, thinking about the scene she experienced yesterday. If not, how could she not be angry at all? Instead she felt sweet, She was just stupid enough to know that her attitude towards the guy was not at all what it had been when she first met him. Baby, did you sleep well yesterday? Yi Xian, who felt the fullness in his hands, couldn't help but subconsciously increase his strength by a tiny bit and said with a bad smile, "Put, just know how to bully me," glaring hard at some guy, while she wasn't averse to it. How could she say something like that? Just a big bad guy. Bullying? Yi Xian sniffed the nice scent of Luo Tiany's body. Little fool, how can that be called bullying? That's called love. Poof. Luo Tiany grunted, although her mouth said so, but what surged on her face was full of happy little sweet smiles. The sweet, sweet kind. You can't bully me. I'm telling you, Mom can say, if you bully me, Mom will beat you up so much that she won't even recognize herself. Luo Tiany thought about her mother-in-law's words yesterday and said with a lean, Hey, yeah? Yi Xian listened to his own wife's words. Then what does the wife plan to tell Mom? After saying that, the big hand moved downward. Yi Xian, you want to die? Ah, cluck 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 cluck. Then there was a nice pleasant sound coming from the room, and Chen Xiaowan, who had just wanted to call the two to get up for breakfast in this room, listened to the boisterous sound. The corner of her mouth curved up in an arc, and put down her hand that was knocking on the door. These two, they are still young and good. Ah, looking at the frame, I'm sure I wasn't idle yesterday, so I'm glad I didn't bother. Chen Xiaowan thought so. It seems that she will have to stay for a few more days, so that the young couple can warm up their relationship, and she can also spend a few days with her 3 super cute granddaughters. But, according to this situation, could it be that their Olji family will be able to hold grandchildren again this year? Chen Xiaowan couldn't help but the corner of her mouth was curved up. No, there's still another chicken soup to make, to give the two of them a good tonic, even if it's for the sake of her grandchildren who are not yet born. He. Chapter 33 Boss's Woman is. Cough it up. Luo Big Schoolgirl. A quarter of an hour later, the door to the room opened and Yi Xian and Luo Tiany came out from their rooms after washing up. You guys are awake. Chen Xiaowan. See, his daughter-in-law's color is very good. Already know everything. Afraid of this is not less than the hard work of the brat's cultivation. Mom, Luo Tiany shyly addressed. This address was much smoother than yesterday. Chen Xiaowan glared at Yi Xian. Brat, look at other people's Xiao Luo. How sweet her mouth is. Then look at you. Following that, pulling Luo Tiany's slender little hand to hang his own son out to dry. Come on, Xiao Luo, let's go eat breakfast. Aha. Feeling Chen Xiaowan's fondness, Luo Tiany's heart was sweeter than filled with honey. This feeling of being loved by her mother was completely different from the feeling of being in love with her, although the feeling of being in love was something she was also trying to feel. In short, Luo Tiany had never been so happy, or had never experienced this kind of family atmosphere surrounded by full happiness. Here, Lo, have a fried egg to make up for it. Chen Xiaowan looked at the playful daughter-in-law in front of her. TSK, this girl child is even more beautiful than she was when she was young. No wonder she was hailed as the most beautiful school flower ever by Tianhai University. Thanks, Mom. Although she didn't know if her future mother-in-law had heard yesterday's voice. Under her mother-in-law's eyes, Luo Tiany felt like she was being looked through. Here, have another glass of hot milk. Chen Xiaowan brought another cup of hot milk, followed by 2 roasted sausages and a sandwich. The first time I made breakfast for you, I didn't know what you like to eat, so I made some of both. By the way, there are Xiao Long Bao over here, in a stretch Lincoln. It was rare for the two of them not to bring the 3 treasures, as they were all taken over by Chen Xiaowan, who was eager to do so. As before, Luo Tiany advanced into the school. 10A, just came to the school entrance. A sweet familiar voice came over. The person who came is not someone else, is certainly Wang Shiqi, but when seeing Luo Tiany's very good temperament, Wang Shiqi was surprised. Tiany, you are so beautiful today. Are so pretty today? More charming than before. Luo Tiany heard, face slightly halo red. She also heard the book said, men and women talk about love and that will have a great help to the color of the chi. Is it that obvious? Of course, what Luo Tiany didn't know was that this didn't just have some guy's hard work, but also had the effect of chilled watermelon juice. The system produces. That's not just talk. Where? You misread it. Wang Shiji doesn't know what happened to her yesterday, but she knows exactly what happened to her, and now she's a bit flushed when she thinks about it. And that guy is really too bad. How? Wang Shiqi suspiciously looked at her best friend. Tiany, you face is so red. Are you alright? Ahem. No, it's okay. Luo Tiany breathed a sigh of relief, then changed the topic and asked, how's your job search going? Nowadays, in addition to the graduation defense, their senior year is an internship, so no one found it strange that Luo Tiany didn't come for such a long time. Oh, Work. I've put in a lot of applications, and as you know I majored in hospitality management, but several have been rejected, and although I have a good face, they all want experience, Wang Shiqi said with a blow, and then said, by the way, I voted for an assistant lobby manager of a Tianjin hotel. I don't know if I can be selected. I heard that there are many applicants for this position who have had outstanding management achievements in other hotels. Hotel Chikuan. Hearing this word, Luo Tianyi froze. Wasn't that Yi Xian's controlled hotel? In other words, nowadays she was also considered the boss's wife of Tianjin Hotel. Although she and Yi Xian weren't married yet. This, I might be able to help. Luo Tianyi thought out loud. My cousin seems to be one of the shareholders of the Thousand June Hotel. I'll make a call with him later. Really? Hearing this, Wang Shiqi's eyes flashed brightly. It's true that it's still good to be in a rich family. A cousin is a shareholder of the Tianjin Hotel. TSK. Tianyi, you don't know. The assistant lobby manager of Tianjin Hotel. Even though it's an assistant, the salary is 7 or 8,000 a month. And the work is easy and you can learn a lot of things. Luo Tianyi also seemed to have been blackened by Yi Xian quite a bit. Telling lies would not blush at all. This if placed before Luo Tianyi, even if she could do it, her heart would not be open to it. By the way, Tianyi, you haven't told me yet. What method did you use to make your complexion so good? Share it with me to try as well. Lottie, share, how to share. Do you want to let that guy and Shiqi that what? Blah blah blah. Luo Tianyi, what are you thinking? How can you have such thoughts? That guy belongs to you Surprisingly. Geez, you were taken to the ditch by that guy I have a graduation defense. Let's hurry. Luo Tianyi did not continue this topic. The reason why the suspension did not allow Luo Tianyi to study one more year. All because the school executives know that Luo Tianyi is the only future heir of the Luo group. They do not dare to let the Luo family's daughter to study one more year. The other side. Boss, how come you didn't bring 3 munchkins to school? Lin Yushir looked around Yi Xian, her beautiful eyes skeptical. Xiao Ming drooped his head and grudgingly skimmed at Yi Xian, while Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian hemmed and hawed. Second sister-in-law. You don't know yet, do you? Know what? Lin Yushir glanced at Xiao Ming. From the morning when she saw these 3 people, she felt that the atmosphere was not right. That Xiao Ming looked like he had received some kind of blow, and Lu Tong and Zhang Zitian were still taunting from time to time. Hey, second sister-in-law, do you know who the girl is who had 3 munchkins with the boss? Zhang Zitian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and sipped his mouth. You may not believe it when you say it. Those 3 munchkins are the boss's 3 babies in one birth with our schoolgirl Luo Tianyi. Cough. Some mouth dry. Just drank a mouthful of water. Lin Yushi. Directly a mouthful of water all to spray in Xiaoming's face. Old for you. What did you say? Boss's woman is. Ahem. Luo University's school beauty. Senior sister Tianyi? Lu Tong blankly eyed Xiaoming. That's true. Second sister-in-law, why do you think Lao Er is listless? Moreover, the boss can still be an extraordinary second generation Kowloon Villa second sister-in-law know it. The boss is now living there. The boss damn. Hiding too deep. Lin you sure? Ho. Boss, you. This is true. Not surprisingly, Lin Yushir gave a shock. How could the boss's woman surprisingly will be Luo Tianyi? Right. A year's suspension. Is it? Luo big schoolgirl's truce. Is the boss a hair into the soul? To the boss to give birth to a child 3 treasures to go? Chapter 34, A Moment of Riches. It's a wonderful feeling. Boss, awesome. Lin Yushir was even more admiring of Yi Xian. Their Tianhai's #1 beautiful schoolgirl ever was taken down by the boss. This operation. TSK. No wonder. That time Luo Tianyi look at the boss eyes always feel a little strange. The original. It is actually so. Then glanced at Xiao Ming. Old lady, this time to see if you still do not obey me. Jingle bells. Yi Xian, who had wanted to turn around and leave the school. His cell phone rang in the meantime. Hey, wife, you miss me so soon. Apparently it was Luo Tianyi who called. While Luo Tianyi was startled, seeing the students coming and going on the playground, her face slightly flushed. Who misses you? Shiki is looking for a job and has applied for the position of assistant lobby manager at the Chijun Hotel. And I wanted to ask if I could get him accepted. Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled faintly. This little matter of the wife's own decision is, after all, you are the boss's wife of the Thousand June Hotel, aren't you? You, who's the boss's wife? Luo Tianyi's flushed face, looking at the surrounding students, swallowed their saliva repeatedly. One student was so mesmerized by what he was looking at that he hit his head directly on a tree. After speaking for a while, Luo Tianyi thought of something. Don't leave the school yet. I'll go home with you after my graduation defense. Good. After hanging up the phone, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up in an arc, and in a short while, he came to the school under the weeping willow tree, feeling the light breeze that lightly brushed him. Yi Xiao. Not long after, a figure appeared in the field, lagging half a step behind Yi Xian as a sign of respect. Oh, Taizhu. What brings you here? Seeing that it was Wang Taizhu, Yi Xian was slightly suspicious. At this point in time, he should be at home with his mother or preparing for the creation of heavenly power security. Yi Xiao. Last time I taught the Zheng family's young master a lesson, I was afraid that the Zhang family would retaliate, so I let my comrade Luo Tian check the Zheng family's various crimes, and directly sent Zhang Xiaotian to prison, and without surprise, he will not come out from it in this lifetime. However, it is leaving the Zhang family's large Zhang's real estate. This must be the perfect time to strike. After a pause in his voice, Wang Taizhu continued, but the acquisition of Zhang's real estate at least 80 million to take down. I would like to ask Yi Xiao's meaning. Oh, when Yi Xian heard Wang Taizhu's words, he obviously didn't expect him to directly send Zhang Zai's old man to prison, leaving behind a real estate company that was functioning normally and could even be said to be flourishing. Then the chapter will be acquired. Yi Xian did not think too much. It just so happens that his wife also needs to find a job. How about this Zhang's real estate will be given to her to take care of practice? After all, Luo Tianyi is a high school student of finance. Cannot be wasted. Ding. Wang Taizhu nodded and answered. Then his cell phone received a message, and when he saw the arrival of $100 million, his heart shook. Yi Xiao. This is? There is 100 million here, 80 million of which will be used to acquire Zhang's company. I will have someone manage it then, and the other 20 million. Now that Tianquan Security should also be on track, this 20 million will be used for Tianquan Security's operations. Who? Yes. Wang Taizhu nodded solemnly. He wasn't surprised that it was more than 100 million, but that Yi Xian's reaction was very flat, like he was transferring not 100 million but $1 to him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 100 million renminbi. Rebate 10 times. Gain 1 billion renminbi. The reason why Yi Xian is calm. It is all because, the more he spends, the more he will get. 1 billion to the account pulled out the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years. Physique, 16, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, ultimate musical ability. Ultimate dairyman ability. Ultimate massage ability. Ultimate martial arts ability. Ultimate cooking ability. Item, refreshing watermelon, x3. Powerful orange, x2. Wealth, $1. 117 billion. Watching his wealth skyrocket by $1 billion. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up in an arc. This feeling of getting rich in a moment was wonderful. However, it did not let Wang Taizhu leave, but his right hand took out 2 oranges from his pocket. Not other than that, it was clearly a vigorous orange. Taizhu, this is the orange that I had someone develop to develop human potential. Try eating it and see what changes you see. Good. Wang Taizhu did not think too much, directly peeled the 2 oranges and ate them. Yi Xian's mystery he had long been accustomed to, and was not surprised by it. However, 2 oranges eat, Wang Taizhu obviously feel the whole body tingling. Very comfortable kind. Bang, a fist smashed out, directly to the air to hard burst. This is. Wang Taizhu incredulously felt the power of his 2 fists. Yi Xiao. My power has increased by at least 2 times. Oh, really? Yi Xian pretended to narrow his eyes. This matter must be kept secret. Next, I will let people continue to develop more of these oranges. Remember, this kind of special effect oranges can only be given to 100% of the core people of the Heaven's Right Security Center to use. There's a lot more? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Wang Taizhu's eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, Xiao Yi. I have the numbers. Feeling the surging sense of power in both fists, Wang Taizhu was even more admiring of Yi Xian. That tragic mercenary mission that day, if he had this kind of strength, he definitely wouldn't have had so many comrades dying horizontally in a foreign country. Go ahead and develop the Heaven's Right security as soon as possible for future use. Yes. Wang Taizhu turned around and quickly left the field. In a moment, as if it had never appeared. And Wang Taizhu thought about just eating 2 oranges. There was a scene. The heart cannot help but feel, Yi Xiao really is a strange person. Meanwhile, the Zhang family villa. Whoa! A celadone vase, directly by a young man ruthlessly smashed to the ground. Directly is broken. Asshole. No way. How can my dad suddenly be investigated and taken straight to jail? It's impossible. This youth is not someone else. It is Zhang Xiaotian's son Zhang Zai. Is also Wang Manli evening the rich second generation. Just at this moment he is full of faces all hideous and panic. He understood very well that if his father was gone, he, Zhang Zai, was not even an ass. Jingle bells. Just at this moment, A to cell phone ringing, Zhang Zhe first time to connect the phone, and after listening to the message coming from the opposite side, Zhang Zhe the whole person is dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that his father, Zhang Xiaotian, was sent to prison because of him. Offended someone who shouldn't be offended? How? My father is being investigated. And it's even because of me? Zhang Zhe's mind roared, flashing one figure after another in front of his eyes like a movie. And finally, it was fixed on top of a certain figure. It was no one else but Yi Xian. That time, he wanted to take a shot at Yi Xian, but a person suddenly appeared and killed 50 people in 3 or 2 seconds, and when he was unconscious, he also heard something about Yi Xiao. Could father was imprisoned. It was that Yi Xian who did it. The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. The first time, Zhang Zhe was grim-faced and took the car keys to leave the villa. No matter what the cost, he had to get his father out. Otherwise he would be completely finished. So all he had to do was to beg Yi Xian to be magnanimous and spare their Zhang family. Spare him Zhang Zhe, even if the possibilities were very very small. Chapter 35 Yi Xian's schoolmate won't be. You're going to hit on that pretty little schoolgirl, right? Tianhai University. Playground. At the moment there is a freshman schoolgirl is live. This little girl named Mu Yuyan, majoring in broadcasting hosting. No matter the value of the body or voice is a good choice. From high school she began to live broadcast, and now also a little famous. Active fans every time the broadcast has 1 or 2,000 people, although it is not as good as the fiery first sister, but the daily expenses are still no problem. Today, I take you to visit the place. It is the playground of Tianhai University. Look at the big or not. Mu Yuyan set up a cell phone stand. Outdoor live broadcast. Today in order to harvest some more fans. Deliberately passed a sexy V-neck dress. Even the school students are even side-eyed. Staring straight. Want to catch a glimpse of the beauty of this schoolgirl, but unfortunately the spring colors are all locked up in the courtyard. Whoa! Goddess Yuyan is so beautiful today. Especially a pair of long legs that can be played with for at least 10 years. Goddess Yuyan, I love you. When I take the college entrance exam, I'll go to Tianhai University too. Such a beautiful anchor. I wonder if it'll be cheaper for that blessed guy in the future. Chattering boiling pop-ups. Surging in the live broadcast. Just opened the broadcast although not 1,000 or 2,000 people. But there are 1 or 200 people. Ding. Host triggers a randomized quest. Sing a song for Luo Tianyi on the livestream. Rewarded with the ultimate car skill ability. And +3 physique. Mission failed, +1 physique. Ho! The system's voice resounded in his ears. Yi Xian's eyes bloomed a wisp of essence. Last night's battle strength? He is too clear. Grandmother drops physique 16 has already been against the sky. His own wife I do not know how many heights were captured by him. If the physique +3, the scene is simply let a person excited. Came to the playground, coincidentally saw a freshman beautiful girl is opening a live broadcast. It is true that the system intentionally or unintentionally are assisting in their own pretense. Oh no, is out of the limelight. If you don't make a move now, when will you do it? With this in mind, Yi Xian lifted his foot and walked over, and at this time, Luo Tianyi just came back from her graduation defense, and the class bell tinkled. Tiny, how's it going? Passed yet? When Wang Shiqi saw Luo Tianyi, she jumped out from the side, scaring Luo Tianyi. She was looking for Yi Xian's figure, and thought that the person who gave her a greeting was Yi Xian. Over. Luo Tianyi nodded her head. Her mind was on the 3 treasures at home at the moment, thinking of going home with Yi Xian to see their baby as soon as possible. Wang Shiqi didn't know Luo Tianyi's thoughts. Congratulations. By the way Tianyi, just now the HR department of the Qianjun Hotel called me, saying that I've been accepted. It must have been your cousin who made the call. Wang Shiji said excitedly. Why don't I treat you later? Tianyi, look, isn't that the baby daddy of 1 child and 3 babies? Schoolmate Yi Xian. Wang Shiqi, who hadn't even finished speaking, was the one who saw Yi Xian walking towards the little beauty anchor woman. Tianyi, schoolmate Yi Xian wouldn't be going to strike up a conversation with that little pretty schoolgirl, right? When Luo Tianyi heard Wang Shiji's words, she gave her a blank look. Don't talk nonsense. Although that little beauty is not bad looking, but compared to her is still quite a bit worse. This point of confidence she Luo Tianyi still have. Moreover, she knows that Guy is not that kind of person. Also seeing this scene were the 3 Xiaoming who were about to attend gym class as well as Lin Yushi. Holy shit, what is the boss doing? Lin Yushi watched Yi Xian walk towards the direction of the freshly promoted school flower of DE, Mu Yuyan, and said suspiciously, "Oof, what else can I do? I must be going to womanize. Having sister Luo Tianyi isn't enough. The boss is a scum." Xiaoming grunted and said, but attracted the old 4 blank stares. This goods also dare to say in private. Have the guts how not to say in front of the face of the boss. Why? I'm not wrong. Seems to feel Lu Tong Zheng Tian two people's eyes. Xiao Ming hummed. Obviously Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi have a child. 3 treasures on his standby is not generally small. The many students around were also attracted by Yi Xian's actions. After all, with Yi Xian having a baby and 3 treasures before he graduated, wanting to not draw attention to himself was not an option. Mu Yuyan obviously also discovered Yi Xian. She couldn't help but have her heart thumping violently. She was a fan of Yi Xian, and she demanded of herself that her future husband should be at least half as good as Yi Xian. This schoolgirl, can I borrow your live stream to sing a song? Came close to the front. See, the face value has 92 points towards the top of the little beauty schoolmates, revealing a gentle smile. See the Mu Yuyan a little stunned. Mama, this is if the family husband. How good. If you have a husband like that, why go to school? Doesn't he smell good when you're at home with your husband? Senior Yi Xian. Of course, can. Mu Yuyan was somewhat flattered. Yi Xian looked at the stereo placed on the ground. This schoolmate will help me put down the USB flash drive to accompany the music can be good. Aha. Mu Yuyan obeyed and behaved herself, playing for the idol like a dutiful assistant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and using the weather control card, X1, consuming the host 1000 renminbi. The system voice fell. Under the control of Yi Xian's thoughts, the sky above Tianhai University did not know when the drizzle fell, but also when the first trace of drizzle drifted down to the ground. A voice from Yi Xian holding the microphone in the hands of Mu Yuyan came out. This song, I give my life the most beautiful time to meet the most beautiful that she. The name of this song is called Love is Deep in the Rain. This song represents my simple love for that girl. Without too many words, a song was sung directly, and after the operation he was still waiting for +3 points in his constitution. Deep in love, misty in rain. How many buildings are in the smoke and rain? Remember when we were together? The cars are flowing like horses, though the winds rise up. A beauty like jade, a sword like a rainbow. Affectionate voice, coupled with this moment has been between heaven and earth's drizzle, completely making the crowd thoughts, as if flying want a certain picture. Drizzle, lovers love, bathing in the building in the smoke and rain, looking at the distant streets of the traffic, quiet and beautiful. Mu Yuyan the whole person hands together, the little fangirls obsessed with looking at the idol beside her. So romantic, idol so romantic ah, beauty like jade sword like rainbow. This word is too good. Xiao Ming, who had originally mocked his boss's scum, stared wide-eyed. Holy shit, boss. Your sister. The reason why so? All because Xiao Ming also saw the field with Luo University flower, the figure of his dream goddess. Asshole, the boss again in front of the goddess of the limelight. This show of love really considered his feelings. Holy shit, boss, bully. Lu Tong Zheng Zitian looked at each other. Grandmother, this can show love confession. The realm of the boss is really high ah. Sister-in-law to see this scene will not be touched to death. Unbelievable. What kind of talent does the boss have to be able to write lyrics like this? Ling Yusher quaffed her mouth, lamenting the operation of the boss in the arena. Honestly, if the boss had treated himself like this, she would have kicked Xiao Ming away and thrown herself into the boss's arms. Humph, now you know the gap between you and the boss. You brat, there's no chance with senior sister Luo Tianyi. Marrying me is your only option. Sha, T-on-E, this, student Yi Xian, so powerful ah, really super envious of that girl of student Yi Xian. So enviable. Wang Shiqi listening to the dazzling song in her ears. Honestly, she does not have the slightest idea of Yi Xian. That is impossible. Luo Tianyi this time where she could not hear that it was sung to her. The heart touched, murmuring rippling eyes looking at a certain man. That guy. Spoil her like this? Really not afraid to spoil her to the sky. Humph. Chapter 36, Those who offend Xiao Yi, kill without pardon. Campus playground. The drizzle pours from the air, interpreting the meaning of the lyrics of this song. Love is deep and rainy to the fullest. As if every trace of drizzle represents a love story, the scene fell into silence. Mu Yuyan's live room, but because of this song and boiling, the number of fans directly into hundreds of growth. In a moment is broken thousands of mark. Emotions brewed and finally came to a climax at a certain point. And the moment the drizzle tightened by 1 point. Deep in love, misty in rain. The world is only in your eyes. It's not too late to meet you. Why the rush? The mountains weigh tens of thousands. A song of 1,000 tears. The love is in the echo. Who? Lin Yusher here. A pair of eyes rounded. Boss, this song, was it enchanted? Grandma, I feel that the boss is definitely spreading dog food with premeditation. Look at the sky. It just happens to be drizzling. Tisk. Damn. Boss, how many people must be envious of this? Lu Tong Zheng Zitian sip mouth. As for Xiao Ming at the moment is full of confusion. I drop wipe. The boss, this is to stuff him with dog food choking to death. and then whipped the rhythm of the body. Do not be so ruthless. Lousy. I do not want a Luo big school flower is not okay. More than that. Lin Yusher gulped down a mouthful of fragrant zing. You guys, if they knew that the boss sang this song to give it to school sister Luo Tianyi, I wonder what kind of reaction they would have. Lu Tongzheng Zitian looked at each other. Ahem. The boss will probably get fucked by all the boys in the school. Both of them have already imagined the picture of that kind of heartlessness in their minds. And next year today, I'm afraid they will have to burn paper for the boss. What a pity that schoolmate Yi Xian already has a master. It would have been so nice if he didn't have one child with 3 treasures. Wang Shiqi looked at Yi Xian in the field and sighed with emotion. Such a boy can be said to meet all her requirements for Prince Charming. Luo Tianyi looked at Wang Shiqi oddly. This girl will not like that guy. Thanks schoolmate. Glancing at Mu Yuyan's number of fans that had already broken 10,000, he smiled slightly. This was considered a payment for her. When it's all said and done, I'll go away and hide my accomplishments and fame. Looking at Yi Xian's back as he left in style and disappeared in the midst of the drizzling rain, thunderous screams resounded from the back. Wah! Boy God, don't go away. I feel like I'm falling for Senior Yi Xian. What should I do? Senior Yi Xian, come home with me. Schoolgirl, I can pamper myself and warm the bed. And I can also oink. Do zai okai. Schoolmate Yi Xian is mine. God. I want to have monkeys with you. 10 or 8, 100 or 80. Whatever you want. Psyche. So what, I have an interview later. I'll go first. Under Yi Xian's darkening, Luo Tianyi lied as if she was eating and drinking water. And it was easy for her to do so. And after she finished, she just opened her little legs and left the field, leaving behind the stunned Wang Shiji as well as the boiling field. Mu Yuyan came back to her senses. Her beautiful eyes fell on her cell phone, then her beautiful big eyes froze. The number of fans has broken 10,000. How is it possible? Stunned Mu Yuyan, completely unable to believe what he saw in front of him. The idol, a song, just a few minutes, directly from 1 or 200 of her fans, pulled up to tens of thousands, directly up 100 times. In the field, pattering drizzle still continue. Looking at the direction of the idol left, not only Mu Yuyan is full of the field as well as the live broadcast of all the audience are stunned out of sight, ears still echoing just the melody, immersed in it. Yi Xiao. A hoarse voice came from somewhere in front of the school, looking for eyes to see a familiar figure. This person is no one else as Zhang Zai. Thinking that Zhang Xiaotian was imprisoned during this time, Yi Xian somewhat guessed the purpose of Zhang Zai's trip. In the alley by the school, looking for me for something. A flat voice came out from Yi Xian's mouth. And it was this voice that caused Zhang Zai to be even more convinced of his suspicions and clench his teeth. Puffing, without hesitation, Zhang Zai put down all his dignity and face and directly kneeled on both knees in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xiao, please, I beg you to let my father go. Let me go. I shouldn't have offended you. Dang. As the voice fell, Zhang Zai directly hit his head hard on the ground, making a dull sound. Yi Xian didn't have the slightest reaction to this and looked at Zhang Zai. I can't understand what you're saying. Yi Xiao, I've even lowered my voice so low. Don't be too desperate. Zhang Zai's fists tightly clenched up. Humiliation. Zhang Zai has never been so humiliated. He swore to be in the future one day have absolute certainty that Yi Xian will be crushed to death, will be allowed to 100 times. No, 1,000 times to pay back the insults that he suffered today. Young Master Zhang, get one thing straight. Your father Zhang Xiaotian went to jail. That's his own fault. I won't save. Even if I can, I won't save. Do you understand? Yi Xian looked at Zhang Zai, who was full of dead eyes. From the moment you offended me, you are not destined to have a good ending. Blame it on the fact that you offended someone you shouldn't have. That's right. Your father, Zhang Xiaotian, was sent to prison because of me. If you want to take revenge, I'm always welcome. After saying that, in Zhang Zai's dumbfounded expression, Yi Xian left the alley. A few moments, a cold wind blew, and the desperate Zhang Zai winced, the despair on his face proceeding to become unbearably hideous and horrible. Yi Xian, I'll make you die a horrible death. Sharp nails embedded in the palm of his flesh. His lips were bitten through by spiteful teeth. A trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Zhang Zai's hatred towards Yi Xian soared to the extreme. Oh, yeah. At a certain moment, like a ghostly figure appeared in the field, a few meters away behind Zhang Zai. The cold wind blowing, Zhang Zai cold hairs upside down. Although at the moment is daytime. You are uneasy. Zhang Zai retreated on the soles of his feet. However, the man on the opposite side of the room was oblivious to this. Brother Wang said that those who offend Yi Xiao will be killed without pardon. Blame it on the fact that you shouldn't have offended Xiao Yi, because it was Xiao Yi who ignited Brother Wang's hope, and ours too. Remember, The one who killed you. Heavens right Wolfsbane. Thumbs up. The knife flashed. The next moment Zhang Zai's neck is already blood spray. But not waiting for the blood splash down. Wolf teeth will be a black cloth bag will Zhang Zai body package. And then carry the bag over the wall to leave. The whole thing took no more than 3 seconds and was chillingly fast. Wolfsbane, who was carrying Zhang Zai's corpse, glanced at the cloth bag. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that this matter concerns Yi Xiao, I wouldn't bother to do it myself. But, Yi Xiao is really as powerful as Brother Wang said. Even Brother Wang is not a match. Ali, then fell into silence and then no sound. As if, has not happened anything? More no one knows here just happened a murder. Tianhai chapter less than evaporation. Chapter 37, future mother-in-law pampers herself, feels like falling into a honeypot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Singing for Luo Tianyi Live quest and obtaining the ultimate car skill ability. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Physique +3. 2 system voices rang in his ears one after another. Yi Xian smiled slightly and called up the attribute panel. The rewards had finally come again. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years. Physique, 19, 10 for normal people, charisma, max. Skills, extreme music ability, extreme nurse ability, extreme massage ability, extreme martial arts ability, extreme cooking ability, extreme car skill ability. Item, refreshing watermelon, x3. Soundproofing card, x2. Wealth, $1. 117 billion. Just back to the spirit over. Saw the lengthened version of the Lincoln. Luo Tianyi saw the slow-walking Yi Xian. Almost rushed up to bite him to death. This guy their relationship cannot be known. The heart does not have a point. Come on. You're dying. Luo Tianyi glared at Yi Xian and urged. What's going on? How can it be good if someone finds out? Blankly looking at Yi Xian, Luo Tianyi was scared. If the school people knew about their relationship, it would be a big mess. It would be strange if mom and dad's side didn't know about it by then. Under the extreme car skills, a foot of gas, the extended version of the Lincoln was transformed into a lightning bolt and leapt out. Luo Tianyi was startled. Slow down. Weren't you the one who told me to hurry up? Feeling the speed of the near racing car just now, it was true that having the ultimate car skills felt different. Lottie, honey, sit tight, hubby will take you for a ride. After saying that, the speed then soared into a black mango speeding towards the direction of the Nine Dragons Villa. Ah! As the sound of Luo Tianyi's screams spread, the stretched Lincoln disappeared at the end of the field of vision. One Kowloon Villa. Squeak! A sound of brakes stopped before the villa. A perfect arc of drift threw out a trajectory, accurately parked on the side of the road. Luo Tianyi's pretty face slightly white. Her heart is going to jump out. You asshole! This school flower bites you to death. Luo Tianyi opened teeth and claws towards Yi Xian on the pounce. Just now really scared her to no good. The speed is too fast. Directly soared through the 170R. That guy crazy Well, you. Luo Tianyi wanted to go to bite, but was blocked by that shameless guy to block the small mouth, and then took advantage of the situation. The long French kiss rose in front of the villa in this time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Yi Xian, who had plundered an unknown amount of fragrance and gin, finally loosened his mouth. Luo Tianyi didn't fail to resist. But how could she resist under Yi Xian's control? Honey, it's so sweet. Tasting the residual fragrance and savoring it for a moment, listening to Luo Tianyi's face redden to the root behind her ears. But, sweet your ass. You're just an asshole. Push open the door of the car. The small wolf ran toward the villa. But do not dare to stay with that guy. If that asshole in the car that can be ashamed of people. TSK, did Laozi save the world in his last life? Giving himself such a stunningly beautiful wife in this life. A pause in his voice. But, that nymphet's aroma is genuinely good. Ka chow. The door to the villa room opened. Chen Xiaowan, who was cleaning up the villa, heard the sound and saw the visitor with a smile on her face. Xiao Luo is back. Mom, I'll clean it up. Seeing the future mother-in-law packing villa, Luo Tianyi switch identity said. That sound mom really called to Chen Xiaowan heart. No, Sambo is asleep. Chen Xiaowan smiled. By the way, there are diced fruits I cut up in the kitchen. You go eat. Chen Xiaowan knows that Luo Tianyi lacks motherly love. And now that she has become the daughter-in-law of their Yi family, she must treat this virtuous daughter-in-law well, which is a great merit for their old Yi family. There is also a very important point is that she has always wanted a daughter to come. And now there is such a beautiful and understanding daughter-in-law. Cannot be to the death of pain. Then, Chen Xiaowan's sight landed on Yi Xian who had just come in from outside the villa. Her face changed. Brat, hurry up and take out the garbage. Hurry up and cook later. Xiao Luo must be starving. Yi Xian froze. Mom. You. Mom what mom? Go ahead. Luo Tianyi saw her future mother-in-law's unfair treatment. Looking at the scene of a certain guy going to take out the garbage, puffed out a laugh. The future mother-in-law which is also too spoiled her. And Yi Xian, also super spoiled himself. It feels herself as if she had fallen into a honeypot. Holding the diced fruit, Luo Tianyi's heart was sweet and slightly touched. Mom, thank you. Luo Tianyi carrying the fruit plate, came to the living room. After finishing, it is Bu's kiss on Chen Xiaowan's face. Chen Xiaowan saw this. The smile on her face is even more bright. 1 point. Oh, silly girl, thank me for what? To be honest, I've always wanted a daughter. And now that our Olji family daughter-in-law is so virtuous and understanding, and so beautiful, of course I want to be good to you. Mom, you eat the diced fruit too. Luo Tianyi used her delicate jade-like slender hand to insert a piece of diced dragon fruit with a toothpick and handed it to her future mother-in-law. Oh, thanks Roro. Chen Xiaowan loved this daughter-in-law, plus she who had always wanted a daughter-in-law. She also inserted a small piece of diced fruit to Luo Tianyi. Xiao Luo, you eat too. Aha, thanks Mom. Luo Tianyi opened her sandalwood mouth and bit the pineapple honey diced fruit in her mouth. Sweet, Luo Tianyi had never eaten such delicious, so sweet pineapple honey diced fruit. Mom, I want one too. At this time, Yi Xian, who came back from taking out the garbage, saw his mom feeding his wife diced fruit and sourly pampering her. Get out. Okay, I'll go cook. Hearing his mom's golden words, Yi Xian skillfully answered. Chen Xiaowan, Luo Tianyi's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law glanced at each other. Both of them snorted. Chen Xiaowan even laughed and scolded. This brat, but that brat has found such a beautiful daughter-in-law even though he's out of tune. That brat has been blessed in 3 lifetimes. Luo Tianyi's face was slightly flushed by the compliment. Mom, which is true. Actually Yi Xian he is also very good. So saying, and of course there is the second half of the sentence, which is that apart from bullying her sometimes. Really, what's so great about that brat? Chen Xiaowan spat out. But despite saying so, her face was filled with pride and honor. It was obvious that for her son to be so good was of course the most gratifying and happy thing for her. Hey, what's the point of talking about him? Xiao Luo, you eat the diced fruit first. I'll see if Sanbao is awake. Chen Xiaowan glanced at her son who was busy in the kitchen. If the old man at home was half as diligent as her son, she would be amazed. Luo Tianyi saw her future mother-in-law pampering herself so much, eating the diced fruits in the fruit plate. Her line of sight once again fell on the person who was busy in the kitchen. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up in a mesmerizing little happy arc. Every bite of diced fruits eaten down was so sweet. So sweet. Chapter 38 Yi Xian. I realized, unconsciously, I've fallen in love with you. After lunch, Luo Tianyi finished breastfeeding the 3 treasures. The 3 little ones were satisfied with their little mouths bearing, obviously enjoying it much more than eating milk powder. Looking at her son staring at her daughter-in-law breastfeeding, Chen Xiaowan blanked her own son. Okay, Lo. You and Xiao Xian, you two take a rest. I'll take San Bao out for a spin. See Luo Tianyi will big G cover good. Smiling to the son of God help. Attire 3 treasures 3 little princesses cannot satisfy her. She can also wait to hold grandchildren. Without waiting for Luo Tianyi to speak, Chen Xiaowan was pushing San Bao out of the villa with the car, leaving Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi empty in the villa, leaving the space here for the young couple. This wave of divine assistance and such a sensible mother-in-law is definitely one in a million. Honey, I want a couple bites too. Thinking about how San Bao had just enjoyed himself, Yi Xian pitifully looked at his own wife and said the same. Lottie, Yi Xian, Luo Tianyi's pretty face is iron blue. This bastard, is he going to die? Even his own daughter's rations are robbed. And, it seems that she was bullied by him again. Just 1 bite, okay, Lo Tianyi, you, saying no to a certain asshole. The red-faced Luo Tianyi couldn't wait to tear Yi Xian into pieces. Then, you can only have 1 bite. Aha! Yi Xian promised in a serious manner. But of course, 1 bite wouldn't satisfy him. Then, biting his own wife's digi, the sweet ration was eaten, and Luo Tianyi's face reddened 1 point more. You have had enough. Yi Xian, you're still eating, just like this. Soon Luo Tianyi was stripped naked and was held in Yi Xian's arms. Thinking about the image of the ration she had just eaten, when it really came back to haunt her, Luo Tian relied on Yi Xian's arms. Thinking about the scene just now, she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into, feeling that all of San Bao's rations were going to be sucked up by that shameless guy. Wife, tired, go to bed. Aha! Luo Tianyi's pretty red face, being eaten up by that guy's inventory. It would be strange if she wasn't weak, but her heart was filled with sweet happiness. If that bastard didn't like himself, how could he be so? Thinking of this, 2 delicate hands embraced the man beside her, resting on her arms, and she fell asleep. Very sweet, very warm. very secure. Afternoon. Luo Tianyi, who had slept for 2 hours while hugging her own man, once again regained her full energy. According to the agreement during dinner, Chen Xiaowan had long prepared the food, as well as the milk powder for the 3 babies and the thermos pot, and it was obvious that they were going to go on a trip in the afternoon, and the destination was the largest amusement park in Tianhai. On one hand, it was for Sanbao to meet the outside world, and on the other hand, it was also for Luo Tianyi to relax properly. Yi Xian's mother and son's ideas coincided with each other. With the ultimate car skills, Yi Xian's driving level was unknown how much better than before. Xiao Xian, you've improved your driving quite a bit. Chen Xiaowan knows that her son will drive, and the license is the high school entrance examination after learning just more than a year of driving age. This car seems to be higher than the old Ye's driving skills. It was obviously not slow, but the car was stable. Luo Tianyi heard her future mother-in-law's words. I do not know what came to mind. Her face was slightly flushed but was quickly covered up by her, although a flash of light, but it was still perceived by the perceptive Chen Xiaowan. Could it be? Son and daughter-in-law in the car still hard work on the baby-making plan. TSK. Sure enough, young people's perceptions were just not the same as hers. If Luo Tianyi knows the future mother-in-law's thoughts at this moment, I don't know whether it will drill into the car under the seat. What car man-making plan? At most, they kissed inside the car. Okay, and still that asshole forced. Right. Mom. Yi Xian thought of something. Your son, I'm considered rich now. You and Dad, I think we don't need to work. Just retire early. Hearing this, Chen Xiaowan pondered for a moment. Early retirement? This is too early. Your father and I are both less than 45 years old now. It's still early. But, if we wait until you and Xiao Luo get married, your father and I can consider retiring early and then stay home to raise the kids for the two of you. Luo Tianyi heard of marriage. A heart bang bang violently beating. Just the thought of parents' side do not even know the matter of a child 3 treasures. The heart of a pang of no bottom. And she understands very well. Her parents planning for her future is a must to join the Gateway family, so as to ensure that their Luo family's face and the style of the door. In a sense, it is the so-called business marriage. In the middle of the conversation, the car arrived at the Tianhai amusement park. Okay, I'll take care of Sambo. You guys go play. Chen Xiaowan smiled as she looked at the wide array of entertainment programs and instructed her son. Xiao Xian, you must accompany Xiao Luo to have a good time. Don't worry, Mom, said. In Luo Tianyi some constraints, grabbed her touch excellent small hand, towards the Ferris wheel. Luo Tianyi from childhood to the number of times to come here are not more than a hand index, let alone play. However, soon under Yi Xian's drive, the two of them got on the Ferris wheel. Looking at the slowly rising Ferris wheel, the beauty of the heavenly sea was at her fingertips. This sense of impact of vision she had never experienced before. Yi Xian, Luo Tianyi, who was inexplicably moved, clenched her shell teeth. Yi Xian had just turned his head when he was touched and kissed by Luo Tianyi. Thank you, silly girl, a kiss from your husband is not enough. Saying that, inside the Ferris wheel is the reproduction of the French kiss. Luo Tianyi raw response. But then the last time in the car is too much better. A few moments. Luo Tian relied on Yi Xian's arms, a slight halo remaining on her small face, the corners of her mouth full of happiness. Yi Xian, I realized, unconsciously, I have fallen in love with you. Honey, I feel like you should take out the word like to be more consistent. Remove the word like? Luo Tianyi was slightly stunned. Then she thought of something. Her face reddened to the point of redness. Yi Xian, you, that big soul. That's the atmosphere terminator. It's so bad and nasty. How can you do this to her? But, why do not you get angry? So strange. So unscrupulous, tease yourself. You should not be good angry. So strange. Is it because he likes him? Seeing the delicate appearance of the beauty in his arms, Yi Xian guffawed. Wife, do you smell anything? Flavor? Luo Tianyi sniffed her upturned nose. No. How? The air gets sweeter when you show up. Don't you notice? Yi Xian's serious tease. Listening to Luo Tianyi's ears, the little face once again surged red. Dog food instantly filled in every corner of the Ferris wheel. My God, that bastard so openly and recklessly teased themselves. Really good? Chapter 39, Your husband's ability is still not clear to you. A hair into the soul, that's not a thing. Hell no. Luo Tianyi grunted. Her mouth said so, but her face was full of used enjoyment. Not only Luo Tianyi. I'm afraid that any girl didn't have much resistance in the face of these words. When you appear, the air becomes sweet. This kind of confession is definitely called a classic quote. Hey, wife is not particularly touched. There is a kind of want to your husband pounced on the revitalization of the wife outline of the impulse. Shy beauty again embrace. This kind of life once upon a time Yi Xian think all dare not think. Put. Shameless. Who wants to pounce on you and revitalize your wife? What a thick skin. Luo Tianyi lightly spat. She really didn't have much resistance to that guy's words, as if that asshole was bullying her. But, yet she didn't feel the slightest bit like she was being bullied, and even kinda enjoyed this feeling. Thinking about this guy's shamelessness, Luo Tianyi was ready to teach him a good lesson and directly asked a death-ending puzzle that was difficult for countless people. Grunting. Then I'll ask you a question. If one day your mom and I fell into the river at the same time, who would you save first? Luo Tianyi said with a small belly. This question is quite sharp. No matter who is saved first will offend the other party. Otherwise it will not be difficult to fall countless people. Whenever a boy is asked by his wife or a couple to this kind of question, there is a kind of feeling of explosion in situ. No one has to be saved. Yi Xian looked at his little arrogant wife in a serious and affectionate manner. Because I've loved you until the sea withers. Lottie, it's over. It seems like she's been teased again. So angry. How come? Is this the death end question that's difficult for countless people? That guy not only answered it perfectly, but also teased her a little bit by the way. Want it to be like that? Sure enough, online reviews are a lie. Then, Luo Tianyi scattered joyfully under the leadership of Yi Xian playing the pirate ship, roller coaster, bumper cars. Watching her son and daughter-in-law having fun, Chen Xiaowan's face emerges with a smile. After this time, her son and daughter-in-law's relationship will definitely be able to go further. Chen Xiaowan is for her daughter-in-law to release the pressure is right, but at the same time, it is also a wave of God's help for her son. A 2-in-1 move. The three babies came to the amusement park for the first time, and they were also happy to dance, especially the three babies of one child, which attracted the envy of many visitors to the amusement park. Big sister, you're so happy. 3 babies in one birth. Your son is good enough. Yeah, usually twins are enviable enough. You're just enviable with triplets. Big sister, can you give me down your son contact information? Turn around, I let my family that brat learn from the experience. Big sister, this is so happy for you. If I had such a baby granddaughter with 3 babies in one birth, I could wake up smiling in my dreams. When Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi came to Chen Xiaowan's side, it was the several aunts who had already gathered here for a long time, and all that surged between their eyes was envy. Ooh, this is your son and daughter-in-law. Right. No wonder the 3 babies of one child are so beautiful and cute. Together with the baby parents' face value is so high. When the several aunts saw the two Yi Xian, especially the face value and extraordinary temperament of the two, it was obvious that their family's sons or daughters were not even a fraction of a star worse than the pair in front of them. Oh, it's okay. Chen Xiaowan cheerfully. Others so praised their granddaughter of a child 3 treasures, and son and daughter-in-law. Of course, she heard in the ears happy in the heart. After talking for a while, a few aunts left reluctantly, like the one-born trio was their granddaughter. Meng, Nua and our family Han. Did you miss daddy? Yi Xian saw the happy San Bao, dotingly touched San Bao's little hand. San Bao saw his dad, also his little face smiled that happy. The 2 little hands moved as if he wanted to give his dad for a hug. Getting mushy for a few minutes, Yi Xian pushed the car and walked towards the exit of the amusement park, passing by do not miss. Look at the $10 cannot buy, cannot lose by, cannot be fooled. As long as $10, regardless of whether the challenge is successful or not, there are rewards can be taken. After walking for about a few hundred meters, they saw that near the exit of the amusement park, there were quite a few families and couples gathered around. Luo Tianyi and Chen Xiaowan also gathered around. Coming closer, Luo Tianyi's eyes first locked onto the yellow Pikachu placed in a prominent position. Why, like that Pikachu? Seeing Luo Tianyi's gaze, Yi Xian smiled. Hubby will help you win it over. Or forget it. You have to hit it 20 times on this to get it. Luo Tianyi saw the rules of the game. One had to use 20 darts and pierce 20 balloons without dropping a single shot to get Pikachu, and that was the highest level of the booth's reward. Don't worry, you don't know your husband's ability well? 1 shot into the soul, that's nothing. Hearing her son's words, Chen Xiaowan whitened her eyes at Yi Xian. This brat, is he fooling around with the fact that he has 3 treasures and 1 child? Obviously Luo Tianyi also heard a certain guy's strings. Face Tang is red to the point of not being able to. This asshole even said such ambiguous words. Do not know mother-in-law is still beside. Really? How can this? Really want to bite him to death. How about this handsome man? The stall owner with the thief's sharp ears vaguely heard Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi's discussion. How about coming to win a big piece to give to your daughter-in-law? The stall owner, who had wanted to say that he was giving it to Yi Xian's girlfriend, smiled when he saw the 3 treasures of 1 child beside the 2 of them. In order to make a wave of deals, the boss's brain was alive for a second. Tell you what, this beauty wants that Pikachu right, and you have a baby and 3 babies. a happy family, and I rarely come across such a customer. Handsome. As long as you can stab 20 balloons with 20 darts. How about I not only give you guys that Pikachu, but also give you 3 additional munchkins, 3 little Pikachus. As he spoke, the booth owner picked up 3 ping-pong ball-sized miniature Pikachus from the consolation prize area and gave them to the 3 munchkins just in time. Chuckling. Good. Win 1, get 3. He hadn't bought gifts for the 3 munchkins yet, and it just so happened that these 3 miniature Pikachus were undoubtedly good choices. Give me 1. Alright, handsome. The stall owner collected $10 and gave Yi Xian 20 darts. Good luck, handsome. A slight smile of the stall boss said, they are these balloons which 3 or 5 are special thick balloons. Throwing darts force simply cannot pierce those thick balloons. Of course, not only this, that is, the darts are also biased to build. So the darts out of the hand, the trajectory will deviate from the original track. The 2 superimposed to tell the truth. The 20 balloons in common sense is completely impossible. Even if it happens to be all in the estimation of tens of thousands of times in the not seen, the 2 are superimposed together, which makes 20 balloons impossible. Only, what the stall owner didn't know was that all these difficulties he had were relative to normal people. As for Yi Xian, he was not an ordinary person. To say that he was non-human would not be an exaggeration. Yi Xian could see the cattiness in it at a glance. The corners of his mouth curved up in an arc, and a dart transformed into a black aura and came out of his hand. Chapter 40. Why good men are other people's husbands. What did I do wrong? Boo! Darts off. The next moment, a balloon should be sound and broken. The boss of this face remains, because this is witch to witch. Around the tourists, this time is also all looked over, which there is no lack of temperament of the little beauty. Of course, not to see the darts stabbing the balloon, but look at the darts holding a dart. Handsome Yi Xian. This handsome man is so handsome and his smile is so warm. But, why are they already married? Even the children are all 3 in 1. That pretty girl must be especially happy. They're also super keen to have a guy who's such a fighter. It was not sure if the handsome man could pull it off, but the handsome moves and face alone had drawn them in. Boom, 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 boom. As the sound of one balloon puncturing after another spread, the stall owner's face smile tightened up a lot, and the surrounding tourists also looked at Yi Xian, the charismatic dart-throwing handsome guy, in surprise. It's already hit 10 times in a row. This handsome guy is awesome. No. This is the first time I've seen a dart stabbing a balloon 10 times in a row. This is a master. You guys, can this dude hit 20 in a row? It's hard to say, but even if there aren't 20, 17 or 18 should be there. While the surrounding tourists chattered, the stall owner's heart sank. Cripes, what the hell? That's impossible. How could one blow up several thickened balloons? Obviously. And how could they also be punctured? Is it a coincidence? To be honest, now the stall owner was a bit confused. That kind of thickened balloon he had tried. Even if he stepped on it violently with his foot, it was estimated that he might not be able to break it, not to mention the darts that were off track. 11th, 12th, 13th. Soon, the darts came to the 18th, and without exception, all hit. The opposite side of the balloon at the moment, also just 2 left. The boss was completely confused. The surrounding tourists, on the other hand, their eyes are flooded with bright awns. There is going to be the rhythm of success. Especially some of the cute girls, seeing Yi Xian's maneuvering. If not for the presence of Luo Tianyi beside him, it was estimated that they would all want to pounce on him at the first opportunity. With such awesome dudes, they wouldn't forgive themselves if they didn't fight for it. Boo, boo, 2 sounds in a row. No surprise, in front of the super strength, a small game with a devastating trend of collapse. 20 darts, stab 20 balloons, darts without false start, should be Yi Xian's sentence of a hair into the soul. That is not a matter. This operation looks too easy. Only, no matter the stall owner will also tourists know very well, this operation is not so simple. All because this handsome man is not simple. Gobble. The stall owner's small face was green. He did not expect the balloon to be thickened and the darts to be derailed, but he was still able to pass this operation. This young man is not simple. In the first instance, the stall owner revealed a reluctant smile, holding back the blood dripping from his heart to take that large Pikachu down. How could it be a meaty pain? Look, handsome, here's the Pikachu you asked for, and 3 mini Pikachus together for you. What the stall owner can do now is simple, is to give the prize to Yi Xian, then let him leave and go to hokey pokey other stalls. This if it comes a few more times. He guesses that he is going to lose all his face pants. The stall owner's intentions. Yi Xian smiled without saying anything and took the large Pikachu carrying it and turned his hand to hand it to the clueless Luo Tianyi. How about it? What hubby said about the one shot is right, right? The surrounding little beauties heard the words of the super handsome man. Their eyes flooded with light, and their hearts gave a big wow. Mama, a hair into the soul. They like it the most. Unfortunately, such an awesome little brother. How come he has a wife? Why couldn't he wait for himself? Nah. Just what you can do. Luo Tianyi tilted her stunningly beautiful eyes and glared at Yi Xian, her two slender hands tightly holding Pikachu that was at least 2 or 3 times thicker than her waist, as if someone was going to snatch it from her, with a look that this was the school's flower. Daddy's 3 little babies. Here's your mini Pikachu. Oh. As he spoke, Yi Xian hoisted the 3 mini Pikachu right on top of the stroller, just in time to be seen by Meng Meng Nua Nua and the 3 babies of Han Han. And after seeing Pikachu, the 3 munchkins, their little faces were full of joy, especially their eyes were super wide as if to say, Daddy gave us a present and it was super. Chen Xiaowan saw the adorable and happy appearance of the 3 little ones and felt the gazes around her, full of pride because this was what her son had won. Let's go. I don't think we're going to be able to walk if we keep stopping. The gazes of those little girls, without exception, all landed on her own son. But now that she has such a beautiful daughter-in-law as Xiaoluo, other girls can't get into her eyes. No, handsome, don't go. Let's fight another 300 rounds. It's over. I fell out of love before I even started to fall in love. My heart hurts so much. It's so hard to bear. Woo woo. Why? Why? All good men are other people's husbands. What did I do wrong? If this little beauty's future boyfriend is also like this, how nice it would be. Not to mention losing 3 years of my life, or even 30 years, or 300 years. I'm willing to do it. Chattering voices came out from around the stall. The stall owner saw Yi Xian finally pushing the stroller away. His heart finally breathed a sigh of relief. My goodness, that bogeyman is finally gone. It's a complete nightmare. It's just a pity that I'm afraid I'll have to set up a stall for nothing again for half a day. The stall owner was devastated. This was the first time he had ever been in the gutter. Losing a large Pikachu wasn't enough. He also hitched himself to 3 mini Pikachus. Like it? Seeing his wife's loving appearance, Yi Xian asked Luo Tianyi with a laugh. Aha! Luo Tianyi nodded heavily. She had such a Pikachus before, only that it was later given to her cousin by her parents, for which she cried for days. Thank you, husband. The ghostly latte, balefully, spoke. Oh, no need to thank your wife. It's what a husband should do. After a pause, laughter. But wife, now but called husband more and more often. Oh. Luo Tianyi heard the face of Tang's halo red, also realized that just now his own name, you, Mom, is still here. Oh, you guys, don't have to worry about me, just pretend I don't exist. Chen Xiaowan watched the conversation of her son and daughter-in-law showing love and spreading dog food, which she was willing to eat even if she ate more. Looking at her son, Chen Xiaowan thought of the old man at home who only knew how to analyze the data, and lamented. That emotionless old man who knew how to do things, did not expect to be able to give birth to such a son who would spoil people. It seems that this is all along with the genes of the old mother. Ah, this damned nowhere to put the powerful genes. Chapter 41. I have a feeling that I'm afraid someone will be spreading dog food next. Dog food swings away like the wind. Luo Tianyi is even more embarrassed. The surrounding single dogs are now wide-eyed. Nima, is it really good to show love publicly like this? The surrounding boys can't wait to kick Yi Xian away, and then enjoy the dog food of that dumping girl by themselves. Grandma's drops. Just thinking about it alone is exciting. As for the girls are envious, don't want to. That kind of male god, handsome, and super good at pampering people. They really also super wanna go home. Even if nothing to do, they are also 1,000 willing. Next, a love song loved for you all. Hope you like it. At this very moment, the square at the exit of the amusement park. At this moment, a 5-piece band is performing live in the field. All kinds of equipment is very new. Obviously the band should not have been formed for a long time. Oh, that's a whole set of equipment down, not coming down every $50,000 or $60,000. So I guess it's another band formed for music. Chen Xiaowan has some knowledge of musical instruments. Looking at the field of brand new instruments, smiled out. With a dream. Move forward. Although only a small band, but carries 5 young people's musical dreams. Quietly, a love song came out from the field, and although the singing was not bad, it still left a lot to be desired. Ding! Host triggers choice mission, grand confession with Luo Tianyi and singing. Note, touched at least tens of thousands of people. Mission choice 1, confess your love to Luo Tianyi by singing, 10 times the rebate. Capped at 3 billion renminbi. Mission choice 2, reject the mission and shorten the spike by 20 centimeters. Yi Xian. The sudden task caught Yi Xian off guard, but when he saw that the rebate cap directly soared to 3 billion, he had to admit that Yi Xian had a lot of energy. It doesn't matter if the little nail shrinks or shortens. He really likes the reward of capping the return fee tenfold at 3 billion renminbi. For 3 billion renminbi. Martyr. Isn't it just singing a confession and then moving tens of thousands of people? Isn't there a perfect opportunity right in front of us? Not the other way around. Hara Yixian's eyesight aimed at the field of the band live above. The so-called grand confession is not to let all the people surprised for the envy of it. At least Yixian is so think. Yixian, what are you going to do? Luo Tianyi saw Yixian directly toward the people's band live in the field. Cannot help but think of the scene in the school playground. That guy will not have confessed to himself. A surprise for you. Yixian mysteriously smiled. This just happened to be the end of one of the band's songs. Yixian lifted his foot up and flipped his hand to take out a bunch of soft sister coins from his pocket. A few buddies. I don't know if I can use your place. I would like to confess to my girlfriend. The band's several people would like to refuse, but looked at the hands of 10,000 RMB. Think about it. But it is only a matter of 10 minutes at the most. Is to nod more quickly agreed to. I have to say that the money is very often the almighty. After that was said and done, the singer of the band handed the microphone to Yixian. Not knowing whether it was for the sake of the money or for the sake of Yixian's courage, he put up his fist to cheer him on. Yixian took out a USB flash drive and had the instrumentalist play the accompaniment, all of which he had long been familiar with. Ha! That's Yixian's schoolmate. Right at this moment, a silhouette appeared at the exit of the amusement park, and the person who came was no other than Wang Shiji. Looking at the strange yet familiar scene, Wang Shichi stopped down, but soon she saw Luo Tianyi's figure. She was just about to go over to greet her, but she found that Luo Tianyi's eyes looking at Yixian were completely different from before. That look. It can't be. Thinking about this, Wang Shichi did not go forward, but chose to wait and see what would happen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming Rose Petal Rain X1 successfully, consuming 5,000 RMB from the host. Scope of effect, 1 kilometer in a radius. Ding! Congratulations to host Rose Petal Rain for successful use. Under the thought, the system's voice rang in his ears. Grand? This he was too good at. Also at this time, at the exit of the amusement park, I don't know when the rose petals poured down from the sky. At first 5 or 10, then hundreds or thousands, and then more and more. Wow! Such a scene immediately attracted everyone in the amusement park, including the people playing in the amusement park were also attracted over. This is happening. Rose petals, so fragrant, makes one's heart feel happy. Does someone want to confess? My God, confessing with a rain of rose petals. This handiwork, it's too big. Grandma, that girl, the person is too lucky, right? And this boy who wants to confess is too romantic. I have a feeling that I'm afraid someone is going to spread dog food next. Dude, be confident and take the feeling out of it. When the 5 members of the band saw this, they looked at each other and all their eyes fell in unison on Yixian, who was holding the microphone. Could this be his doing? That brat! Chen Xiaowan looked at the scene in the field. This all locks the self-son. That is to say, this romantic scene more than 90% is the self-brat did. This brat is really not an ordinary loser. However, such a romance used on his own daughter-in-law. Completely worth it. The 3 munchkins, too, were laughing with excitement, and even reached out to grab the pieces of rose petals raining down in the air. And their little arms and legs were so excited that they couldn't help but smile. Did he really do this? Luo Tianyi also looked at the field in a daze. And in the meantime, the people of the amusement park also gathered around. 10, 50, 100, 200 people. As the rose petals rained down, more and more people gathered in the field. Soon the amusement park was affected, especially the dart shooting balloon booth. A scream came from the crowd. Something big has happened. The amusement park exit, someone sprinkled rose petal rain in the sky to express their love. This matter is definitely 100 years. What? Crap. Which family's loser? Raining flower petals? Quick, hurry over. In less than 5 seconds, the tourists in front of the owner of the stalls were all gone. Not only his stall, but also several stalls next to him. Several stall owners were confused. What the hell? Grandma, I'd like to see which one of those 1,000 dagger bastards it is. Stall boss face green. He also thought to just make up for the loss bucket. This is good. Not yet started people all to run out, but also to make up for the eggs. Yeah bah. I went out today, forgot to read the calendar or how to drop grass. Loser, it's only good if the confession fails. The muttering stall owners, as well as the surrounding stall owners, trailed off in unison. And for a time there were actually 10,000 people around the amusement park. Chapter 42 can still play like this. Really? Refreshed the old man's cognition of showing love. Holy shit. Why him? Stall boss came to the exit. Into the eyes of Hurricane C. Rose Petal Rain Center. That band lived before getting youth. Not others is exactly in his stall with the destructive force of decapitation Pikachu. Let him hemorrhage of the guy? Cood. Ahem. This scene is his doing. It's just that. Doesn't he already have a wife? And he's got 1 child and 3 babies. So what's the point of confessing? The stall owner was shocked while muttering and spitting. The world of the rich is so damn hard to understand? The stall owner sips and spits. Damn. I'd like to see what this guy can play with. At this moment in the exit field of the amusement park, Wang Shiji's eyebrows were knitted. That guy, what exactly is he up to? And why is Tianyi here as well? Meanwhile, the band's live fans blew up. WOJ. This. What kind of operation is this? Someone confessing their love in the Superman band livestream? Ahem. Damn. Did the Supremes switch careers? But, grandma dripping rose petals raining all over the screen. How much is that going to cost? Wow. What a handsome guy. What a confession come to this lowly's bowl. Oh my god. Capturing a super warm handsome guy alive. Boing. The live room that was originally lukewarm, with about dozens of active fans, directly exploded in place, and the data skyrocketed like crazy. 100, 300, 500, 800. Soon, it had broken 1,000, which made the guitarist of the Superman band see the number of fans in his cell phone, and directly gave a whole lot of confusion. Crap, Captain. Look, our live room is going to be on fire. The guitarist put the cell phone in front of the other 4 companions. Then the captain 4 people stunned to look at each other. Dumbfounded in the midst of looking at not far away Yi Xian's eyes all changed. Tap. They live broadcast for more than a week, but it's not as good as a single appearance of others. Grandma drop. It's true that the defeat level of the big scene can attract the most attention. Seeing that the time was almost right, Yi Xian picked up the microphone and stuck it next to his mouth. I'm glad that every handsome and beautiful man and woman on the scene can be a witness into me and my girlfriend. As you can see, yes, I'm going to confess my love to my girlfriend. Latte. I love you. Boom. The moment these words came out, the whole room boiled with excitement. Chen Xiaowan narrowed her eyes and smiled, and with a divine assist, she pushed her own daughter-in-law directly into the middle of the field, and after staggering a few steps, Luo Tianyi appeared in everyone's line of sight in this manner. Swish. At this moment, even if the scene are gathered no less than thousands of people, at this moment looking at the city of absolute color of the girl, are all stunned. I go. This girl is so beautiful. No wonder that the boy under such a blood cost. Boom. Luo Tianyi's face was scarlet. At this moment, she knew that there were countless gazes gathered on her. That guy was crazy. Directly confessed in public. Even if he wanted to pursue himself as a boyfriend, he didn't need to be so extreme. Although, she didn't resent it. Instead, she still liked it. Available at. What if someone recognizes me? Silly girl, our destiny started from our encounter a year ago. Honestly, since I had an encounter with you, I feel immune to all the girls under the sky, because the heavens have sent you, who is so charming and stunning and with such an exquisite quality and heart, to me. Since then, tea and rice, cannot sleep at night. That is a lie. Whenever idle I will certainly think of you. I do not know when. Tianyi, you has become an indispensable part of me. Fortunately a year later we met again. For the rest of my life, I hope to join hands with you and see every part of the world's prosperity. And decades later, I will still be able to embrace you under the setting sun and call you my wife. And I would like to exchange my 3 lifetimes of smoke and fire for 1 lifetime of ecstasy for you. Next, this song, Fairy Tale, is for you, my favorite person, Shiki Wang. Wang Shiji from afar looked at the field incredulously. What is this situation? Yi Xian academic disciple. He actually knew Tianyi a year ago. But, why did they pretend they didn't know each other? A year ago. Wang Shiji a certain moment. Herrera realized what? Soon in Luo Tianyi's body not far from the side of the sea pushed the stroller Yi mother. Cough. 2 people Murphy. Is it? The sky rose petal rain pouring down. Although Yi Xian did not sing, but already love full of the scene, it turned out that all this was pre-planned. Forgot how long. Never heard from you again. Tell me your favorite story. I've been thinking about it for a long time. I'm starting to panic. Did I do something wrong again? You cried to me. Fairy tales are all lies. Emotional eyes fell on Luo Tianyi's body. At this moment, full of thousands of people so, the live broadcast room at this moment has broken 3,000 fans is also so. And the number of fans in the live broadcast room is still has been boiled and exploded way soaring. Luo Tianyi stared blankly at Yi Xian in the field, the ripples and the slightest undisguised fondness surging between her eyes. Yes, it is fondness. Wang Shiqi saw here, more convinced of her own guess, that the 3 treasures, I am afraid that they really are. 1 year. What had happened during that time? Luo Tianyi had never told her. The owner of the stall was also confused at this time. His eyes were wide open. His eyes were full of horror and disbelief. I dripped. That dude was actually singing so well. Obviously they are all husband and wife. They can still play like this. It's really refreshes old me's cognition of showing love. The stall boss lamented 1,000 times. 1,000 feelings. Yeah bah. Rich people like to play so. Your sister. Their own life. People live a life grass. Couples complete couples. This may be the best way to get along as a couple. TBH. Just a pity. People have that capital. Afraid of the rose petal rain in this room alone. Their own estimates of years of time may not be able to afford it. Such a handful is not the usual ho-hum. Oh, good. Yes. Chen Xiaowan listened to her son's song. Worthy of being my mother's son? This emotional intelligence is not ordinary high. Simply shrug off his old man's 1-800 streets. Hell, if this brat isn't his own son and he's 20 years younger, he might just compete with his own daughter-in-law. Even if there's a litter of 3 babies. Chapter 43. The confession operation isn't over yet. Moving emo. Dog food. At this moment again pouring all over the field. Even if the live fans across the screen are almost choked to death by the sudden dog food. Holy shit. This is dog food they truly don't want to eat. I'd like to be in a fairy tale. The angel you love. Open your hands. Turn into wings and guard you. You have to believe. Believe we'll be like in a fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the end. Shiki Wang. _ Everyone in the field and on the air. Oh my god. This song. This confession. Damn you. Sweet. So sweet. Mega sweet. This time, the amusement park as well as the open space at the exit were covered with red rose petals, giving the impression of being in a fairy tale world. This song. This feeling. This scene. Wonderful to the core. Luo Tiany's beautiful eyes flashed. The matchless dog food came head on. Honestly, she envied herself. What virtue she had. Yi Xian was too good and too good for her. Ha! Chen Xiaowan looked at the scene in the field. Her face was full of pride and pride. See, this is the son of my mother. Good enough. The way this is going, I'm a little envious of Xiao Luo. Chen Xiaowan murmured. Not to mention her envy. It is estimated that any woman to see this scene will be touched to it. That brat really can make things. But hey, I'm afraid this scene is one that Xiao Luo will never forget in his life. Although the two came together over the matter of 1 child, 3 babies, the son's maneuver to make up for his daughter-in-law's lack of romance has to be considered extremely wise. In this way, the two can be separated from each other. The song ended. Yi Xian's eyes were full of doting as he looked at Luo Tiany, just quietly watching. The rustling rose petal rain still falling between the two. The refreshing scent of roses fills the nose and everything is in place. However, Yi Xian's operation was clearly more than that. One step down the two distance once again closer to a point. Yi Xian hands raised. Then a wrist flip. As if magic generally appeared 2 bunches of roses. Look around the crowd eyeballs a shock. Crikey, there is magic. Not only the crowd. It was Qin Xiaowan as well as Wang Shiqi who also had their pupils open. The confession operation hadn't even ended yet. Another step out. The two are still very close to each other. Between the Yi Xian 2 bundles of roses towards the center of convergence. At a certain moment, the 2 bundles of roses into one and then into a large bunch of roses. The packaging is extremely delicate, with 99, meaning that the sky is long and the earth is long. 10A, I love you. The affectionate voice spread out, then placed a large bouquet of roses in the slender and delicate little hands of the stunned Luo Tiany. All the people present are witnesses. From now on, I, Yi Xian, will let you, Luo Tiany, become the happiest woman in the world. If one person is against you, I am against one person. If the whole world is against you, then I am willing to be against the whole world. The resonance voice rises. Luo Tiany beautiful eyes tearful child surging. Although Yi Xian is in order to complete the task, but this expression is more than real gold. Love one person and be willing to fight the world. Chen Xiaowan was all touched by her son's confession. This brat didn't expect the sensationalism to be so on point. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. I don't know when. The people in the field coaxing said. And then the neat coaxing sound is followed. For Yi Xian to carry out the operation of the gods' help. The beauty of the adult everyone is happy to do it. Not to mention the handsome man and beautiful woman. They are really good match. The CP value is not to say that much. 1% of a million still have. Shiki Wang. Wow. This. In the exploding scene, Wang Shiji looked on in a daze. The pearl and the talent. Honestly, this scene she was so envious. Luo Tiany's pretty face flushed red, not knowing if it was because of shyness, or because she was moved, or both. A beautiful woman is in her arms, and the time of love is at hand. The two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes. Luo Tiany closed a pair of beautiful eyes that eclipsed the sky's rain of rose petals, and the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up in an arc as he lowered his head and kissed on his vermilion lips. The two embraced and the French kiss resumed. fairy tale-like environment. Rustling down the red rose petals rain. This place full of rose petals, plus the romantic to the extreme of the talent and beauty of the passionate kiss, completely is a beautiful cannot be more beautiful picture. Ow. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling, all of a sudden from the field resounded. The live broadcast at the moment has broken the 30,000 mark singles, one by one, wide-eyed, staring straight at the cell phone screen, just short of putting their faces to the screen. Envy, jealousy, hate, ma, they cannot envy, cannot be jealous, cannot hate it. This kind of bare-bones dog food show love, let them suffer from the ravages of the rotten love flavor. To them these single dogs in terms of how unfair, how cruel, gobble. Wang Shiqi all but involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of fragrant zing and pursed her vermilion lips. Like, that person who was in the middle of the field passionately kissing schoolmate Yi Xian was not Luo Tianyi, but her Wang Shiqi. Not just her, but every girl in the audience, live and on air. Even those boys are swallowing saliva. Apparently also will be in the field of Yi Xian fantasized into their own. Can with this kind of stunning girl passionate kiss once? Even if less live 3 years is also willing. Hiss. The stall owner sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw this. Grandma drop. Having a baby and 3 babies and still being able to show love like this. The happiness of the rich is completely beyond the ability of a powerful silk like him to imagine. See here Wang Shiqi. She is again stupid also realized what? I'm afraid that before Yi Xian's school brother brought to the school of the 3 treasures, is exactly Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi's child. At that time she also feels some like, the original. The truth of the matter is actually so. This Tianyi. She's really hiding deeply enough. In a year's time, she even gave birth to a child with 3 babies. The amount of information in this room was too much for her to take in it all at once, and she needed to calm down. About a few minutes later, in the envious gaze of the crowd, Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi left the amusement park exit toward the parking lot direction. To walk a long way, Luo Tianyi only picked up Dabeo, and this scene just happened to be ready to drive away. Wang Shiqi saw. The pupil suddenly widened. Sure enough. So, shocking secret. Wang Shiqi had discovered a heavenly secret. Yi Xian and Tianyi they were actually in this kind of relationship. This matter would definitely cause an uproar if it was spread back to the school. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the singing confession for Luo Tianyi. Rebate 10 times consumption. Capped at 3 billion renminbi. In view of the host's perfect level of completing the mission touching 30,000 plus people, it is hereby attached with a physique +1. Holding the second treasure Nua Yi Xian. Eyes between a flash of bright on. Consumption rebate 10 times capped at 3 billion renminbi. Also physique +1. Really perfect completion of the task. Once again burst out of the physique. This feeling of power surge. Cool ah. Chapter 44, in the future, I want the Tianjun Hotel to open all over China and even all over the world. One Kowloon Villa. Luo Tianyi looked at the familiar and extremely safe place and took a deep breath. Today's experience was completely like a dream. Until now Luo Tianyi's head was in a daze. That guy's righteous confession today almost didn't make her pass out. Totally unprepared. But it really felt good. Look at Sambo. Chen Xiaowan smiled faintly, then turned to her own son. Xiao Xian. You and I will cook together. It's a pity not to learn such a good cooking skill. Good. Watching Yi Xian and her future mother-in-law go to the kitchen to exchange cooking skills, Luo Tianyi looked at San Bao and thought about today's experience. And at a certain moment, the corners of her mouth curved up in an enchanting arc that made the surrounding scenery darken. Especially when she thought about the fact that in front of so many people, they had actually French kissed passionately for at least 5 minutes. The moment she thought of this, Luo Tianyi's face was once again reddened by 1 point. Jingle bells. Luo Tianyi in a daze between reverie. Cell phone ringing. See as Wang Shiqi did not think too much to connect the phone. Hey, Shiqi. Looking at Sambo, Luo Tianyi greeted him in a good mood. Good you Luo Tianyi. Hiding deep enough nini. Lottie. Psyche. What are you talking about? What's hiding deep? You? Before Luo Tianyi finished, Wang Shiji's voice came from the opposite side. Pretend again. Today in the amusement park exit was Yi Xian's student brother confession touched it. I was never thought that you even a year ago to Yi Xian's student brother, and also with others to have a child 3 treasure. You've taken this year off from school. I'm afraid you've been giving birth to you and Yi Xian Sambo. A series of straight to the point. Directly Luo Tianyi said confused. A pair of beautiful eyes are full of unbelievable. They just came back from the amusement park not long. How could Wang Shiji know? The time is simply not right. Thinking of a certain possibility, Luo Tianyi's beautiful eyes gave a start. It couldn't be that coincidental, could it? Shiqi, I don't understand what you're talking about. What Yi Xian? What San Bao? Under Yi Xian's blackened transformation, Luo Tianyi foxed in a serious manner. Opposite Wang Shiqi obviously didn't expect Luo Tianyi to still deny. Good you Luo Tianyi. Now with Yi Xian are learning bad off. When Yi Xian confessed his love to you, I can be in the amusement park scene. Do you think what I saw was an illusion? I was never expecting that Yi Xian's mother of 1 child and 3 babies would be you. Lottie, this, Shiqi, you, all saw it. Luo Tianyi's heart rose to her throat. After all, she couldn't hide it? See? Wang Shiji's sour voice came out. More than just seeing it. I've seen it from the moment Yi Xian's confession first started. That is, the moment the rose petals rained down. I really didn't expect that I would discover your shocking secret today. Psyche, you. Alright Tianyi, I know your situation. You didn't even contact me during the year. You must be worried that the family side won't accept Yi Xian or will let you beat up Sanbao. I won't spread the word. After a pause in her voice, Wang Shiji's voice came out again. In return, you, can you tell me what it's like to French kiss a boy? Lottie, Shiqi, why would you ask such a question? Luo Tianyi Tang's face flushed red, panicked, looked at the kitchen some guy on the body. The face is even more red 1 point. Their own this bosom friend is really too revealing. What? You can't ask I've discovered such a big secret of yours. You have to pay a price. Wang Shiqi pressed, thinking of the image of Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi kissing deeply and passionately. Her face couldn't help but roll, her heart becoming even more curious. Lottie, this, Luo Tianyi stammered, recalling the feeling and experience of being kissed passionately by a certain guy several times, and hardened her heart. It feels sweet, my heart is beating super fast. I'm so nervous, and I'm apprehensive with anticipation. Anyway, it was a really amazing feeling, totally beyond words. Wah, Tiny, I feel like I'm going to envy you to death. Opposite Wang Shiqi heard Luo Tianyi's words. Moreover, her heart was itching to immediately find a boy like Yi Xian to have a romantic French kiss, to savor the marvelous, almost only imaginable but untellable feeling that Luo Tianyi said in her mouth. What are you talking about? So happy. Seeing Luo Tianyi hang up the phone, Yi Xian, who had just come out of the kitchen to instruct his mom, looked at his own wife suspiciously. No, nothing. The sudden sound of some guy's voice startled Luo Tianyi, completely made up by her weakness. So what? I'm going to take a shower, so you can look at Sanbao. Without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, Luo Tianyi reddened her little face and just grabbed her underwear and drilled into the bathroom. Yi Xian looked at his own wife's woeful color, a little confused. This Nyonya, and how is it? Is today's pro too long after effects? Looking at the 3 treasures who were huffing and puffing, thinking of the reward of rebate 10 times consumption capped at 3 billion renminbi, Yi Xian Sparrow was eager to try, and dialed Su Wanqing's phone in passing. Hey, Yi Xiao, the phone is connected. The opposite side is to come dressed in pajamas, but still failed to cover its proud body. Su Wanqing's voice. The voice is very good, but in comparison, or like the voice of their wives, especially when they sleep together. Sister Su, I'm not disturbing you. Su Wanqing, who was wearing a nightgown on the opposite side, smiled slightly bitterly. What did Ji Xiao say? I'm working for you in Shudong. Where do I talk about disturbing or not disturbing? Yi Xiao, what are your orders? Su Wanqing said solemnly. This was her own big boss, although it was her own prospective cousin's husband, but the respect she should have she didn't dare to slack off half a point. Command can't be talked about. I just want to open a 1,000-June hotel chain in Tianhai City. The flat voice came out. Opposite Su Wanqing just drank the water, she directly a mouthful of water all to spray out. Cough cough cough. Yi Xiao, you, say what? And there are a lot of water stains splashed down on the clothes, just about to fall on the abundance. Vaguely able to see De Ji. Obviously after the bath Su Wanqing did not wear bar. If this scene were to be seen by outsiders, there would probably be many boys ghosting over it. The Chikuan hotel chain? Why? Is there a problem? Yi Xian's flat voice came out again, which made Su Wanqing suck in a breath of cool air, and her plumpness was shrugged a little with it. There is a problem. Too much of a problem. Yi Xiao, are you sure? Su Wanqing swallowed a mouthful of fragrant gin. The problem is not a problem. It is to open a Tianjin hotel branch of the same size, but it requires quite a bit of capital investment. Money is not a problem, just let it go. Before Su Wanqing had the chance to speak, there was a ding-dong sound. A message came from her cell phone. Clicking on it, Dear CCB user, your account with tail number 2536 arrived at 20 hours 23 minutes and 8 seconds with 300 million renminbi. Please pay attention to checking. CCB user, what? Seeing the text message sent by the CCB, Su Wanqing's heart was shaken. 10, 100, 1,000, 1,000, 100,000. This is 300 million renminbi. Su Wanqing's eyes widened, and she jumped up from her seat in the upscale apartment in a flash, her plumpness dancing with her. Yi Xiao. You. 300 million on my account. You transferred it. Clueless. At this moment, Su Wanqing completely confused. Even if she now took over the Qianjun Hotel, but also never seen so much money, the entire Qianjun Hotel, all the value added up for fear, is not worth this price. Well, you can use this money first. If you can't use up all the money by opening one branch, then you can open a second one, or a third one. Boom. Su Wanqing's mind was confused when she heard it. My God, what did she hear? Yi Xiao's ambition for the Thousand June Hotel is so great. A full 300 million. If you save some money, open up 3 branches is not a problem at all. Sister Su, go ahead and do it. You don't have to worry about the money. In the future I want the Thousand June Hotel to open all over China, and even all over the countries. Sister Su can let me down. Su Wanqing. Don't worry, Yi Xiao. I will live up to Yi Xiao's expectations. Opened all over China, and even countries. If it came to that time, she was afraid that she had already reached a height that she did not even dare to think about. A number of years later, Su Wanqing realized that the original opened all over the countries of the Thousand June Hotel is only one of the many industries of Yixian. Chapter 45 Yixian. You dare to hit me? Tianhai. Chu Yanghe Villa. In the study. At this moment, Chu Yanghe was practicing calligraphy, emitting the fragrance of ink on the rice paper, which was worth a lot of money at the moment. There were only 2 words Yixian on the rice paper. That's right. It is these 2 words. At the time of his Thousand June Hotel's distress, it was he who made a move to directly hold Thousand June. Just intuition told Chu Yanghe that this Yixian was very uncomplicated, and he, as always, trusted his instincts. Jingle bells. Right at this moment, a call came over. Seeing that it was Su Wanqing's call, Chu Yanghe, who was slightly frowning, connected the call. Hey, Mr. Su. Earlier, Chu Yanghe had known that Su Wanqing had been appointed by Yixian to manage the Thousand June Hotel, assuming the position of president of the Thousand June Hotel, possessing the power to decide on any operational matters of the Thousand June Hotel. However, soon Chu Yanghe was not calm, or even, one could say, shaken. What did you say? Yixian. He transferred $300 million of funds to you to open the Qianjun Hotel chain. Which, okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yang River, eyes full of disbelief. The line of sight once again fell on the rice paper. Yixian word, eyes all changed. 300 million? Taking out 300 million so easily. It seemed that this Yixian's strength and background far exceeded his imagination. Between thoughts, Chu Yanghe's eyes narrowed slightly and dialed Su Wanqing's phone once again. Hey, Mr. Su, have the shares held by me reduced from 49% to 10%, with all other shares going under Yixian's name. This, good Chu Dong. Su Wanqing, of course, knew Chu Yanghe's mind at the first time. Obviously, it was Yi Xiao's hand that had not a small impact on him, although the reduction to 10% appeared to be a step back for Chu Yanghe. In fact, this was his retreat for advancement. It was also throwing Yixian an olive branch, hoping that Yixian wouldn't kick him out. After all, with Yixian's strength and funds, it would be an easy thing to throw him out. It would be different if they were actively reducing their holdings, so has greatly narrowed the threat of their own. The same also as to show that they do not intend to compete for the holding of the Thousand June Hotel, only want to make some small money peacefully. Although, Yixian didn't care about this at all. Chu Yanghe didn't know. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 300 million renminbi and receiving 3 billion renminbi with a tenfold rebate. On the other hand, Yixian, who hadn't finished his phone call in the villa for a while, received a broadcasting sound from the system, which caused Yixian's heart to be excited. Sip his mouth. His eyes showed a ray of bright on. Grandmother drop. 3 billion renminbi. This is the account. Then call up the attribute panel. Host, Yixian. Age, 20 years. Physique, 20, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, extreme music ability. Extreme nurse ability. Extreme massage ability. Extreme martial arts ability. Extreme cooking ability. Extreme car skill ability. Item, refreshing watermelon, x3. Soundproofing card, x2. Wealth, $3. 817 billion. Nice guy. Seeing the wealth value directly soared to 3.8 billion. Yixian can't help but be excited. Grandma drop. The next choice of tasks is even more expected. According to this rate of development, their own wealth will not soon be able to break through tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions, trillions, or more. And this time, just out of the bathroom, wearing pajamas, fragrance came, making Yixian back to God. See his wife's pouring face, flushed face, gulp swallowed saliva. eyes are flooded with a flash of bright on. How many lifetimes did he accumulate the good fortune of distributing such a beautiful and attractive wife to himself? Dead look. Luo Tianyi glared at Yi Xian and was about to raise her foot to look at San Bao, but she was slapped on the butt by Yi Xian's lightning-like slap, and a crisp sound spread out. Yi Xian, you dare to. Luo Tianyi completely did not expect that guy to lay hands on herself while her mother-in-law was still in the kitchen. It was simply colorful, and she could only fiercely glare at some asshole. It wasn't just a slap, it was a strong twist. What's wrong? The crisp sound obviously also caught the attention of Chen Xiaowan in the kitchen. Coming out of the kitchen to ask suspiciously, Luo Tianyi Tang's face reddened, hiding and pretending to take care of San Bao. On the contrary, Yi Xian was old and calm. It's nothing, Mom, there was a mosquito just now. Latte. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi glared fiercely at Yi Xian. Of course not seen by her future mother-in-law, but when she saw Yi Xian's big hand that was about to gesture to implicitly raise again, she subconsciously shielded her slender hand to her butt, definitely not letting that bastard have his way again. Although the two's actions were very subtle, but Chen Xiaowan still perceived it. Seeing her daughter-in-law's actions, the corner of her mouth revealed a natural arc. It seems that her daughter-in-law is being bullied by her own son. Well, Xiao Xian, come over here and bring the food over. Let's see how well my old ladies learned to cook. Chen Xiaowan did not pay too much attention to her son and daughter-in-law's flirting and commanded her son to speak. Oh, Yi Xian answered. Saw the mother drilled into the kitchen. In the Luo Tianyi has not reacted at the time. With the rapidity of the momentum of the snap of the crisp sound. Once again in the living room in the middle of the kitchen of Chen Xiaowan heard the sound of a stunned, and then laughed bitterly. His own son is really addicted to playing, is it? Luo Tianyi wanted to resist, but she was afraid that her future mother-in-law would come out, so she could only clench her small hands and cluck and bite her silver teeth. That big soul. Rotten egg. How could she do this? So angry. So want to bite him to death. What to do? But I can't let my future mother-in-law find out. How hard can it be? Soon, a hearty dinner was placed on the table. It had to be said that Chen Xiaowan had more than 20 years of cooking background. Although the meals were not as delicious as Yi Xian's burnt ones, they were already very good, and with a little bit of practice, they would definitely not be worse than a 4-star and 5-star chef. Mom, you cook so much better than someone. Even though she knew it was that guy who made it delicious, Latte couldn't help but spit it out against her will. Oh, yeah. Chen Xiaowan heard the strings and did not get involved in the invisible war between the two flirting. Jingle bells. Just then, a cell phone rang, and the caller ID was no one else but Taizhu. Seeing Wang Tiezhu's call, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. You guys eat first, I'm going to take a call. Then, he went to the back of the restaurant and lay down on a lounge chair by the open-air pool, and picked up Wang Tiezhu's phone. Hey, Iron Pillar. Opposite Wang Taizhu heard Yi Xiao connected. Reported. Yi Xiao. Zhang's real estate has been successfully acquired. The purchase price is slightly less than 80 million, and Up also retained everyone except the board of directors, including the highest level of management talent Deputy General Manager Li Ruobing. I do not know Yi Xiao is ready to how to deal with Zhang's real estate? Oh, hearing Wang Tiezhu's words, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. So soon, the Zhang clan real estate has been acquired? Those comrades of yours must have contributed a lot. Thinking about the evidence of the crime that sent Zhang Xiaotian to jail before, plus the expert who took out Zhang Zhe, these two people are, unsurprisingly, the surviving comrades in the mouth of Wang Tiehu. Yi Xiao Hui. Wang Taizhu did not hide, laughing, this time to be able to so quickly acquire the chapter's real estate. His several comrades have contributed a lot of force. Taizhu, you've learned to compliment people too. Yi Xian laughed and snickered when he heard it, then said, you don't need to ask about Zhang's real estate next. I'll arrange for someone to go over and manage it. Alright young Yi, then Taizhu won't bother you anymore. Well, you go to bed early too. And, after a pause in his voice, Yi Xian continued, the speed of doing things is important, but safety comes first. Even if you don't think of yourself, you still have to imagine your mother and comrades. Yes, Yi Xiao, Taizhu knows, said two sentences as hung up the phone. Yi Xian's line of sight then fell on the mother to talk to Luo Tianyi body. His wife is the Department of Finance, and she has always wanted to rely on their own to break free from the family bondage. As such, this chapter of the real estate used to practice in the right butt. If Zhang Zhe's spirit in heaven knew about Yi Xian's thought, he didn't know if he would turn into a severe ghost to find Yi Xian and fight for his life. Chapter 46, you're getting more and more bold. Aren't you afraid that your husband will revive you again? After dinner, just like yesterday, Chen Xiaowan took the 3 packs that had finished breastfeeding to her room to sleep. Luo Tianyi and Yi Xian also went into the room. Only today was a bit more used to it than yesterday. Honey, I still have to see you in your lingerie. Coming to the bedroom, Yi Xian looked up and down at his own wife and said, "Wait for me to come out of the shower. Change and wait in the comforter." Oh. After saying that, Yi Xian was drilling into the bathroom, not even closing the door to the room, which made Luo Tianyi giggle and bite her silver teeth. But the moment she thought of what might happen later, she involuntarily tensed up. Listening to the pattering sound, Luo Tianyi thought of the scene she experienced today and her heart was filled with sweetness. Consider it a favor for him for being so pampered today. Finding a reason to convince herself, Luo Tianyi then found out the objects that Yi Xian had told her to wear, and then put on her pajamas and cat under the quilt, seemingly knowing what was waiting for her next. Apprehensive, a little nervous but with some anticipation. After 2 hours, soundproof card, flopping, laying down, embracing each other, feeling the temperature of each other's body, enjoying the rare quiet warmth. Wife, so excited today. Are you touched by your husband? Thinking about the high ground he had just captured, he wrapped his arms around Ruyu Beauty and said with a bad smile, "Lottie, yeah, so what?" Obviously, under the blackening of Yi Xian's step-by-step to the ditch, Luo Tianyi is no longer the simple Luo Tianyi from before. Good Nizi, it seems like you're getting more and more bold. Aren't you afraid that hubby will revitalize his husband's character once again as a warning to others? Yi Xian placed his large hand threateningly somewhere. Che, ghosts are afraid of you. This school flower is not. Luo Tianyi arrogantly tilted up her swan's neck, causing Yi Xian to take a small sip, causing Luo Tianyi to roll her eyes. Compared to just now, this at the moment was nothing at all. Oh, my wife has grown up. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi was haughty like a proud peacock. That's right, I'm the precious mother of the 3 treasures. After the two of them got tired of each other for a few sentences, Yi Xian thought about Zhang's real estate and rubbed his own wife's ungainly waist. Wife, I'll tell you something. What is it? Still so solemn? Luo Tianyi frowned her eyebrows slightly in suspicion when she saw that guy's rare expression. During this time, you've been a lot happier than you were before, but I can tell you've been having knots in your heart. Yi Xian dissected and said, maybe even my mom doesn't see it, and if I estimated well, this knot in my heart should have something to do with your parents. Luo Tianyi's eyes dodged when she heard, which, oh, yeah. How terrifying was Yi Xian's insight. How could he not see Luo Tianyi's mind? Although I don't know how you've been through this before, wife, you remember. In the future, I don't want you to repress yourself, even a tiny bit, because you're no longer alone like you were before either. You've got something to fall back on. No one can bully you with me around. You like to be free at home in the future to bring up 3 babies as a full-time baby mama or gallop through the shopping mall to be a domineering female president. I just hope that you do yourself. Wife, do you understand my words? Hearing Yi Xian's words, the struggle between Luo Tianyi's eyes intensified by 1 point, like the self in her heart was struggling with the reality. From my observation, wife, the strongest desire in your heart should be to break free from the control and bondage of your aunt and uncle, that is, your parents. Yi Xian hit the nail on the head, directly pointing out Luo Tianyi's deepest hidden thoughts within her heart. Luo Tianyi looked at Yi Xian incredulously. You, how do you know? I'm your husband. I know your whole body. Badly snickering for a minute. Of course Yi Xian was trying to ease the tension in Luo Tianyi's heart, then continued, in fact, to overcome fear, the best way is not to escape, but to go and force yourself to get closer to the fear, and when one day you face up to or even battle the god of fear, then you'll realize that in fact, the fear isn't as scary as you imagined it to be. The best way to overcome fear is to get closer to it. Which, is that true, Yi Xian? Sure. Knowing that his wife's heart has faltered, he strikes while the iron is hot, looking deeply at the heartbreaking beauty in his arms. Wife, do you believe me? I certainly believe that, Luo Tianyi said with a scarlet little face. If it was before she might not have believed it, but after this period of time, she realized that Yi Xian's personality was far beyond her imagination. And that was the reason why she fell in love with Yi Xian so quickly. Because Yi Xian's state of life, heck, it was exactly what she had dreamed of wanting to do. So from the deep bottom of her heart, Luo Tianyi admired and worshipped Yi Xian. Although this was something that even she herself didn't know. Since you believe in your husband, trust me on this one. Try to bring yourself closer to your fears. Do everything you don't want to or are afraid to do, and after you take a step, you'll realize that the road ahead is clear. Speaking here, seeing the unprecedented gleam in his wife's eyes, he knew that his words had worked, and now there just happens to be an excellent opportunity to break through. I utilized my holding in Chijun Hotel to acquire chapter properties. I think, speaking here, attracting Luo Tianyi's attention, let you be the president of Zhang's real estate, manage Zhang's real estate for me, and at the same time, also as a platform for you to practice as well as get rid of your fear. Chapter Realty, President, Yi Xian. Luo Tianyi heard this, the heart suddenly bottomless. She has not graduated. Where there is that qualification, that is the president of a huge company. But she, the operation of a company in many places do not understand. Don't worry, I've got you covered. Yi Xian smiled faintly and kissed Luo Tianyi's glossy white head. Although Zhang's real estate was acquired by me, but it has a shrewd and capable deputy general manager. At that time, she will do her best to let you adapt to Zhang's real estate as well as the various rules of the shopping mall as soon as possible. As for me, in the future, you will have to be supported by my wife. Hearing this, Luo Tianyi's face swished red and glared at Yi Xian. Who feeds who? Zhang's real estate is all yours, and still let me feed you. Humph, but honey, thank you. And, when Luo Tianyi said this, she grabbed a hold of where the man-making program was. Honey, I still need you to pay the water bill. Chapter 47 Luo Tianyi. You dare to hit me. Honey, I still need you to pay the water bill. The moment Luo Tianyi said this, it was as if she had sounded the horn of battle, and a fierce battle was inevitable. But Yi Xian was doing something else. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming, lasting capsule, X1. Consuming 500 renminbi from the host. Durable capsules. That's right. This is another immodest exchange commodity that Yi Xian found the system. As the name suggests, you can tell how immodest it is just from the name alone. But the effect is nothing to write home about. Ding! Lasting capsule, used successfully. Object of effect Luo Tianyi. Time 8 hours. The voice falls. Lasting capsule, is used in Luo Tianyi's body. As for the effect is also quite obvious. Luo Tianyi's whole person's state is much better. That posture than the drug is also fierce a lot. However, in such a state it was cheap for some guy. As for why Yi Xian didn't use it? Just kidding. Yi Xian now has a physique of 20 ruthless people. Combat strength than the use of persistent capsule on a lot of good. And persistent capsule there is a big advantage is to be able to use continuously. The effect of unlimited superposition, which for Yi Xian is completely home must-have things. This battle was destined to darken the sky, the sun and the moon. Meanwhile, a villa in Tianhai, wearing ice silk pajamas, a thin layer of gauze-like pajamas, vaguely visible within the beauty. This is an excellent temperament of the girl. The face value has 93 points. With Su Wanqing is not similar. Li Ruobing. That's right, she is no one else. It is the current deputy general manager of the chapter's real estate. The chairman and general manager of the chapter Xiaotian jailed. The chapter's real estate was acquired. She is the highest leadership agreed to stay. Li Ruobing is not a simple person. She entered university at the age of 15 and obtained a double master's degree in finance and economics at the age of 20. Although only 25 years old, is already a veteran of them all. As for why in the chapter's real estate, all because 3 years ago she owed the chapter Xiaotian a favor. Now Zhang Xiaotian jailed. The so-called favor also no longer exists. As to why still stay in the chapter's real estate, because her father's company went bankrupt, owed 7 or 8 million in external debt, for which her father had a serious illness. Her mother has been a housewife. For a while, she became the only source of income for the family. Yi Xian. Li Ruobing looked at the contract in her hand. Her eyebrows knitted tightly. A sophomore at Tianhai University, with an ordinary family. Just, how can he acquire Zhang's real estate? Jingle bells. Between Li Ruobing's thoughts, she was the one who received a phone call. Hey, Wang, tomorrow, Yi Xiao is coming to Zhang's real estate. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Li Ruobing continued to fall into deep thought. Although I don't know what this Yi Xian is, but, is definitely not an ordinary person. The following day, the headquarters of Zhang's real estate company. Inside the hall, Yi Xian. Is it really okay? Looking at the large empty hall, Luo Tianyi was a little nervous. This was her first time at work, but coming up to be the president, it would be strange if she wasn't nervous. Sure. Yi Xian wrapped Luo Tianyi's fragrant shoulder and said, the entire Zhang's real estate is your husband's. Just treat it as your own home. Gentlemen, may I ask who you are looking for? The two white-skinned and beautiful receptionist girls. Their face value is 89 points. Although it can't be called the school flower level, but it's not far off. Especially when they look at Yi Xian's eyes. Their eyes are flooded with bright awns. It's the most handsome man in their reception guests. Yo, Luo Tianyi, it's really you. In the meantime, a piercing voice came from the side, and then a sultry girl wearing an ultra-short skirt with a V-neckline came to the field. With a face value of 90 points out of the head, named Feng Xiaowan, is Luo Tianyi's high school classmate, and at the same time also secretly jealous of Luo Tianyi for 3 years. Why? Come to our company looking for someone or applying for a job. Zhang's real estate boss change. Only Li Ruobing and others some of the highest level know. Like Feng Xiaowan, such a small project manager is completely not enough level to know. Feng Xiaowan also entered the chapter's real estate only half a year ago, by virtue of the beauty, successfully up to become a project manager. And just in the meantime, a man with a mannequin-like suit and well-prepared years of age, about more than 30 years old man, walked over. 1. What happened? This person's name is Li Kuei, is the director of the chapter's real estate, is also Feng Xiaowan's top boss. Of course, Feng Xiaowan is by virtue of selling her body, won Li Kuei's appreciation, which is sitting on the seat of the project manager, and in her unremitting efforts to ask for Li Kuei's water fee, Li Kuei but promised her, and then a period of time on the elevation of her as a deputy supervisor position. The two men were in cahoots with each other, purely transactional and not at all remotely related to talking about love. Supervisor Li, you're here. Feng Xiaowan was next to Li Kuei. The voluptuous fit made Li Kuei very popular, but when she saw Luo Tianyi, her eyes were flooded with green aura. All of this was seen by Feng Xiaowan. Her eyes rolled back, and a bad thought surged up in her mind. Supervisor Li, I'll introduce you to her. This is my high school classmate, but at that time she was the school flower. Now she should be here for internship just as I am, and this one next to her should be her friend. Should be her friend. Oh, hearing Feng Xiaowan's words, the green aura blazing between Li Kuei's eyes increased by 1 point. Our Zhang's real estate is not something that anyone can get into. I see that your classmate is quite eloquent, so why don't you be my secretary? As he spoke, Li Kuei raised his hand and went to take advantage of the opportunity. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly slapped him. Pa! Crisp sounds came out. Then Li Kuei was directly whipped out 7 or 8 meters away. Such a scene stunned everyone in the arena. Feng Xiaowan was directly confused. Uneducated guy. Dare to make trouble in the chapter's real estate. Snap. Before Feng Xiaowan finished speaking, she was directly dumbfounded in place by a slap. But the one who struck was not Yi Xian, but Luo Tianyi. Yi Xian was all stunned. His own wife didn't expect to have such a milky fierce side. Luo Tianyi. You dare to hit me. Feng Xiaowan's entire body was dumbfounded. She was completely unable to believe what she experienced in front of her eyes. That Luo Tianyi even dared to hit her. Luo Tianyi's face was as normal. Disrespecting her, Luo Tianyi's man. Smacking her was light. What for? Feng Xiaowan was just about to spill her guts when an icy voice spread out, followed by a temperamental girl appearing in the scene. This person was clearly Li Ruobing, but when she saw Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi, she hurriedly and quickly stepped forward. Xiao Yi, President Luo. Why did you guys come so early? Boom. Feng Xiaowan, who heard Li Ruobing's address, had her mind roaring, looking at the field in disbelief. The iceberg goddess Ms. Li actually called Luo Tianyi as President Luo? Li Kuei, who climbed up with a bone, was directly dumbfounded in place before he had time to get angry. Yi Xiao, President Luo. This chapter's real estate, everyone is baffled. Vice President Li, even to these two so respectful. Also in this, Li Ruobing to the chapter's real estate, everyone. Announced, to introduce, not long ago, chairman of the chapter Xiao Tian lawlessness, jailed. Now the chapter's real estate's new boss is in front of this Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao next to the MS. Luo Tianyi, is the new president of my chapter's real estate, MS. Luo Tianyi. Beside Mr. Yi, is the new president of Zhang's real estate, who is in charge of all things of Zhang's real estate. Puffing, Li Kuei directly paralyzed on the ground. That internal news is true. Zhang's real estate changed the boss. Feng Xiaowan's face is white. Her face is like dead ashes. How can Luo Tianyi, how could she be the president of the company? Chapter 48, can't see that the wife is quite fierce when she's angry. Zhang's company, Li Ruobing's office. Puff. Li Kuei didn't hesitate, directly kneeling on both knees, snapping a hard slap on his face. Yi Xiao, President Luo. I'm sorry, it's my dog's eyes that don't recognize him. Tai, please give me a chance. With a thud, Li Kuei knocked his head straight down. Feng Xiaowan saw that her concubine had planted herself, and the whole person didn't dare to let out a single fart. Yi Xiao, what about these two? Li Ruobing looked to Yi Xian for advice. After all, this was the current owner of Zhang Clan Real Estate. In the future, the company is under President Luo's control, so there's no need to ask me. Yi Xian looked at Luo Tianyi with a smile and said, Wife, what do you say? Li Ruobing. Li Kuei. Feng Xiaowan eyes wide. As for Luo Tianyi, her face is a point of halo red. Very charming. That guy even directly put their relationship out. Really, this makes her how to work in the future. However, thinking about Feng Xiaowan's outburst against her own man just now, Luo Tianyi's eyes were certain. Vice President Li, fire these two people with immediate effect and never hire them. Yes, President Luo. Li Ruobing's eyelids jumped more than. She never thought that this Luo Tianyi in front of her would be Yi Xiao's wife. And at that moment, she did not dare to be careless. And the first time she went to the personnel department to make a phone call. Li Kuwei, Feng Xiaowan, you guys leave. If you continue to be unreasonable, I may have security blow you away. Li Ruobing's clear and cold voice spread, listening to Li Kuwei's 2 ears. Shivering, Li Kuwei's eyes were full of fear, not daring to plead for the slightest bit more. Molesting the boss's wife, how could he possibly still stay? A few moments. Only Yixian, Luo Tianyi and Li Ruobing were left in the office. But at this moment, Li Ruobing's heart set off boundless waves. The newly appointed President Luo was actually Yi Xiao's wife. Could it be that the reason why Yi Xiao acquired the Zhang's real estate was for President Luo? You're the Li Ruobing that Taizhu was talking about, right? Yes, Yi Xiao, Li Ruobing said respectfully, facing the Yi Xiao in front of her. She didn't dare to be slow. Yi Xian nodded. Then from the handbag he brought, he took out a contract, which of course was exchanged from the system after spending 10 renminbi. From now on, your task is to fully assist my wife in managing Zhang's real estate. As a reward, you will receive 5% of the shares of Zhang's real estate in the future. The contract was placed on the table. Luo Tianyi's face was even redder by 1 point. This guy, now has so blatantly called himself? However, Li Ruobing, this is the beautiful eyes trembled, incredibly looked at that contract. Yi Xiao, you are going to give me the shares of Zhang's real estate. Shocker, Li Ruobing couldn't believe the scene in front of her. She knew too well what 5% of the shares meant, which meant that in the future, she would be the only director of Zhang's real estate besides Yi Xian. Xiao Yi, President Luo, I'm going to have a meeting. Go on. Yi Xian waved his hand. Of course he knew that Li Ruobing was leaving the space for the two of them. This Li Ruobing was quite eye-catching. Ka Chao. The door to the room closed and Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi were the only two left in the office. Smoothly, he swept over Luo Tianyi's slender waist and placed it on his lap. Can't see that his wife is quite fierce when she's angry. Luo Tianyi was startled by Yi Xian's actions. You, what are you doing? This is the office. In the office, while discussing life, Li Kuwei and Feng Xiaowan came outside the company building. Li Kuwei, snap. Feng Xiaowan hadn't even finished speaking when directly Li Kuwei smacked his mouth. Get lost, you bitch. It's all because of you that I lost my job. Feng Xiaowan looked at Li Kuwei who drove away. The whole person froze in place. It's over. Everything is over for her. 2 hours later, Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi came out from the office. Luo Tianyi's face was slightly flushed and she fiercely glared at a certain guy. That bastard even did that in the office. During this time, it just so happened that Li Ruobing came from not far away. Thinking of what to look at Yi Xian. Right, Yi Xiao. The Nine Heavens auction house has a grand auction today. Not Yi Xiao is not interested in participating. An auction? I should. Yi Xian just wanted to say that he didn't have the time. After all, with that time he might as well go home with Luo Tianyi to mingle. Or else getting bored with San Bao would be good. Ding! The host triggers the choice mission. Participate in the Nine Heavens auction house and spend a full 3 billion renminbi. Mission choice 1. Participate in the Nine Heavens auction house and spend a full 3 billion renminbi. And the rebate will be tenfold. Capped at 5 billion renminbi. Task choice 2. Reject the task and shorten the small nail by 20 centimeters. Yi Xian heard the sound of the system coming from his ears and was stunned. What the hell? Spending 3 billion renminbi? System, are you damn sure you're not teasing me? Yi Xian was a little hesitant. After all, even if the auction can be able to auction 3 billion, sky price can be extremely rare. Even 10 years will not happen once or twice. Moreover, he cannot be a wrongdoer. Host, don't worry. This trip to the Nine Heavens auction house will surely yield unexpected gains. Yi Xian. Okay, I'm in. Yi Xian nodded his head yes after thinking about it. Then looked at Luo Tianyi. Wife, do you want to come alone? This, still can't. I want to familiarize myself with Zhang's real estate as soon as possible. Why don't you and Vice President Li go? Luo Tianyi thought about it and said. Although Li Ruobing is a big beauty, Luo Tianyi still has this confidence. It's Ruobing's honor to accompany young Yi to the Nine Heavens auction house. After that was said and done, Li Ruobing instructed her secretary to introduce Luo Tianyi to the current status of Zhang's real estate. A few minutes later, the underground garage. Li Ruobing drove the red BMW and drove Yi Xian towards the Nine Heavens auction house. Vice President Li, is your father's health alright? While traveling, Yi Xian looked at Li Ruobing and asked, while Li Ruobing's heart gave a beat. Yi Xiao, you are. Don't misunderstand Vice President Li. After all, you're the highest level of Zhang's real estate and Tianyi's right-hand man in the future. So I checked you out a little. Looking at Li Ruobing, a person who not only has to bear the cost of his father's medical treatment, but also has to try to fill the huge loophole of your Li family's company bankruptcy. I can help you with this money, but in the future, I want you to assist Tian with all your might. You must not have second thoughts. Before giving her shares was a benefit in terms of interest. Now it is a benefit in terms of favors. A two-pronged approach. Li Ruobing is a smart person, should know what to do. Ruobing. Thanks. Yi Xiao. Li Ruobing thought about today's step-by-step layout and looked enviously at Yi Xian. Yi Xiao is really well-intentioned for President Luo. Oh, my own wife. If you don't hurt yourself, who will? Yi Xian did not care to say. With Li Ruobing this big help, that niece's future road will be a lot smoother. If let Luo Tianyi know that her own man did so much for her, I don't know if he will let Yi Xian pay the sky-high water bill again. Chapter 49 Auction Fiasco. Chance encounter with love enemy Xiao Tianza? The Nine Heavens Auction House. With 9 floors, as the landmark building of Tianhai and the largest auction house in Tianhai, an auction will be held here every 6 months, and every auction will attract all the powerful people from all walks of life to come here to conduct auctions. Moreover, each auction item is bound to be a masterpiece. Those who can come here are either rich or noble, and they must have an invitation to do so. Li Ruobing drove a red BMW parked in the parking area. Into the eye of a colorful supercar, Li Ruobing hundreds of thousands of BMW is completely bottom of the existence. Pushing the door off the car, Li Ruobing looked at the Nine Heavens auction house, and narrated the introduction. Yi Xiao. The Nine Heavens auction house is divided into 9 floors, which are also known as the Nine Heavens. The first floor is the gambling area. The second floor is the jewelry and porcelain area. The third floor is the dining area. The fourth to the 7th floors are the lodging area. The 8th floor is the fitness area. And the 9th floor is the area in which the auction is conducted. It is said that when the Nine Heavens were built, the cost alone cost no less than $1 billion. As for the boss behind the Nine Heavens is who? So far no one knows. Only know that the boss of the Nine Heavens is named Xia Minghai. Some people guess that the Nine Heavens behind the 4 top families of the Tianhai summer family industry. But since the creation of the Nine Heavens, the Summer family and the Nine Heavens auction house does not have the slightest cooperation and association. Oh, hearing Li Ruobing's words, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Xia Minghai? The 4 top families of Tianhai? Although his own wife's family background was good, but it was obviously not one of the 4 major families in Tianhai, because the 4 major families in Tianhai that he had some knowledge of were the Xia family, Qin family, Wei family, and the Jiang family, and the Luo family was obviously not among them. Squeak. At this moment, 4 supercars stopped in front of the door of the Nine Heavens, and then clicked and pushed the door to get out of the car. It is down a few youths. There are 6 bodyguards. From the calm pace and refined eyes, it is obvious that each and every one of these people are experts. Get out of the way. After the 6 bodyguards got out of the car, the first thing they did was to open the way for the leader, a youth with a good temperament. The battle was not ordinary. Li Ruobing's eyes flickered, his voice scornful and careful to explain. Yi Xiao. This person is named Xiao Tianza, is the son of more than 10 first-class families in Tianhai, 2 days ago, just returned from studying abroad. If it is necessary, such a person is still not to offend the good. Obviously, Li Ruobing has done her homework on these rich kids. After all, one of them is not something that the small Zhang's real estate can offend. Get in. Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Tianche, then paid no further attention and lifted his foot to enter the Nine Heavens. Xiao Tianza on the other hand glanced at Yi Xian the moment he entered the Nine Heavens. His eyes flickered for a minute. Apparently he didn't expect that there would be someone else in the world who had a face value and temperament that was above him. Even though Yi Xian's clothing was very ordinary, kind of interesting young man, Xiao Tianza, who slightly revealed an arc, then entered the elevator. Hey, Xiao, how can that kid be compared to you? That's right, that kid is not even worthy of Xiao's shoes. That's not true, Xiao, that's the future head of the Xiao group, can't be compared to a brat. The 3-second generation that followed behind Xiao Tianza sarcastically belittled Yi Xian and patted Xiao Tianza on the back. Xiao Tianza smiled lightly at this, although he knew that they were flattering and patting their asses, but he enjoyed this feeling. 10 minutes later, at the 9th level of the Nine Heavens, the huge auction venue was already seated with quite a few people at the moment. No exceptions. These people, all of them, were the rich merchants, nobles and dignitaries of the entire Tianhai and its surroundings. Not long after, a middle-aged man appeared at the auction table. This person was no other than Xia Minghai, the president and head of the Nine Heavens auction house. Xia Minghai, who came to the auction table, looked at the packed auction venue and revealed a smile as he held the microphone. I'm very happy to meet with you all here again. I'm the person in charge of the Nine Heavens auction and the governor, Xia Minghai, and today's auction will not let you all down. Without further ado, the next first auction item Qianlong Imperial Celadon Vase Pair. The auction reserve price of 1 million. Each increase shall not be less than 100,000. The bidding begins. $1 million. 1. 1 million. 1. 3 million. In a few moments it is soared to 2 million towards the top. But Yi Xian this tasteless. After all, his mission is to shoot to 3 billion auction items. Really do not know the ghost of the day the system is not reliable. $5 million. Between the bidding of all parties, a voice came out, and the one who raised the price was no other than Xiao Tianze of the Xiao family in Tianhai. 5 million. This gentleman is offering 5 million. Is there any higher? Xiao Minghai looked at Xiao Tianze and similarly recognized the visitor. 5 million for the first time. 5 million the second time. 5 million for the third time. Xiao Minghai's voice fell. Snapping the hammer. The auction was reached. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the first auction item of the 9 Heavens auction for 5 million. Next, proceed to the second auction item. Xiao Minghai's voice came out and the auction continued. The few second generation around Xiao Tianze then fawned out. Congratulations, Xiao Xiao, for capturing the Qianlong Imperial Celadon porcelain. If Mr. Xiao goes out, he'll get something. Today, Xiao Xiao will surely reap rewards in all directions. Listening to the bragging of the several second generation, the corner of Xiao Tianze's mouth curved up in an arc. This feeling of being in the spotlight was something he enjoyed. Then, Xiao Tianze continuous shot, once again bid successfully many times, attracted the auction house staggering, worthy of the Tianhai first-class family, before and after almost a small 100 million. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was bored because the auction had been going on for almost an hour, not to mention 3 billion, not even hundreds of millions. Yes, during this time, Xiao Minghai's voice once again came out to attract the attention of all the people in the auction house. Next, this auction item will surely be able to arouse the interest of all of you. Due to a change in the board of directors of Tianhai University, now Tianhai University has commissioned the 9 Heavens auction house to auction off Tianhai University. Wow! The moment Xiao Minghai said this, the auction site immediately caused an uproar. Tianhai University auction? This? Make sure you're not teasing them. You know, Tianhai University that is one of the best universities in Tianhai, even in the territory of China can be ranked in the top 20. Its high value is absolutely unprecedented. Xiao Tianze's eyes lit up when he heard Xiao Minghai's words. The main event is finally here. Tianyi, wait, I'll shoot down Tianhai University for you as a meeting gift. Similarly stunned was Yi Xian. Hearing Xiao Minghai's words, Yi Xian was dumbfounded for a moment. What the hell? Tianhai University auction. This? What the hell kind of plot? Oh, the value of Tianhai University compared to all of you here understand. The following Tianhai University auction began. The auction reserve price of 1 billion. And, each time the price increase shall not be less than 10 million. This is a one-time only opportunity. The following auction begins. 1 billion. Yi Xian heard this auction reserve price. His eyes lit up. What day? The system's task is absolutely this. Granny, Tianhai University must be shot. Whoever stands in the way will die. Chapter 53. 5 billion sky price. Auctioning Tianhai University. 1 billion $10 million. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Tianze directly struck out. Tianhai University he had to get, because this was the gift he wanted to confess his love to Luo Tianyi. He hadn't seen her for 3 years. Tianyi must be more beautiful than before. In the auction room, all the tycoons and merchants frowned slightly, but then they did not pay too much attention to the Tianhai Xiao family. $1 billion $200 million. $1 billion $300 million. Soon, Tianhai University's bidding is to come to a high of 1.5 billion. Xiao Tianze saw this, eyes flashing sharp. 2 billion. After saying that, Xiao Tianze spoke out once more. Everyone here is still requested to give Tianze a face. Aha! As expected, Xiao Tianze's voice of determination came out. Originally wanted to increase the price of the various parties of the great and powerful. Are silent, Xiao Tianze's words they cannot not consider. After all, Xiao Tianze's future that is the future ruler of the Xiao group. Xiao Xiao is mighty and domineering. Ha ha ha. When this statement is made, if they are not fools they know which is the lesser of the two. Using power to suppress others. Young Xiao is awesome. Several second generation took the opportunity to pat the horse's ass, calling Xiao Tianze wise. Fawning face this time revealed the most. 2.5 billion. Before the corner of Xiao Tianze's mouth arched, a voice came out from a short distance away, and when this statement came out, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Crap! How dare someone not buy the face of the Xiao family's young master? Li Ruobing listened to the voice coming from her ears. Her complexion changed greatly. Her pretty face brushed as white as snow. This is bad. Yi Xiao crazy This time out. It is tantamount to directly hitting Xiao Tianze's face. That is the Xiao family's great young man who was one of the few first-class families in Tianhai. That kid, looking for death. Beside Xiao Tianze, A second generation of a third-rate family named Linya's face was full of mischief. Although Linya's Lin family was a third-rate family in Tianhai, it was far from being comparable to Zhang Zai's stream. Oh, it's that kid? Xiao Tianze apparently also saw Yi Xian. The corner of his mouth lifted up a touch of mockery, but a ray of coldness flickered between his eyes. Somewhat interesting. Then this young man will play with you. $2.5 billion $1,100,000. Xiao Tianze didn't hesitate too much and directly struck out. $3 billion. Xiao Tianze just exported. Yi Xian directly soared priced right at $3 billion. Your grandfather. The task is finally to complete. Grass. However, this statement, Li Ruobing's entire heart is trembling. Crazy. The boss is crazy. Yi Xiao he. What is this doing? With the Xiao family big young hard steel, he did not consider the consequences. The auction site was even more in an uproar. Holy shit, that kid's got balls. The Xiao family's kid. It seems like he's met his match. Even the auction table Xia Minghai our eyes are surprised. Deep meaning to look at Yi Xian. That young man what people, surprisingly so raised the price. And its tone of voice actually did not have the slightest fluctuation. Good horror of the determination and heart. $3 billion $10 million. Xiao Tianze once again quoted a price. His voice already carrying the slightest undisguised chill. Obviously Xiao Tianze was offended. $5 billion. Plain voice once again came out. Xiao Tianze's hand holding the jade trigger click should be broken. Scared around a few second generation eyelids jumped straight. This jade trigger just but auction more than 20 million price. So buy the more Xiao Young to hold broken. That kid, it's over. Boy, you are good. Xiao Tianze's icy cold voice came out as the anger in his heart surged to the extreme. $5 billion? This figure, even if he is the eldest young man of the Xiao family, does not have the right to use. Otherwise it will affect the normal operation of their large Xiao family industry. If something goes wrong because of this, his father will definitely descend to the heavens' anger. $5 billion. Is there a higher price than this gentleman's now? Xia Minghai mouth corner twitching. Grandmother drop. Nowadays the young people are so bold. Xiao family young man even if. But in front of the eyes of this guy is what is the origin. Since there is no higher price. With a snap, Xia Minghai directly hammered also lazily shouted 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman with $5 billion heavenly price. Auctioned the ownership of Tianhai University. From now on, Tianhai University is yours. Seek death. Xiao Tianze's eyes are ice cold. The reason why he came to the 9 Heavy building today is to shoot Tianhai University. But now, he returned in defeat and also lost face. How could he not be angry? Xiao, there's no need to be angry. Linya's face was full of mischief at this time, and he volunteered. When the auction is over, I'll have someone beat him up, daring to offend Xiao on the Tianhai boundary. He really thinks that he's a descendant of one of the 4 top families. Oh, hearing this, Xiao Tianze glanced at Yi Xian. Then thank you, young Lin. After this is accomplished, I will make sure that Xiao Group will have more contact with your Lin family. Really Xiao. Thanks then. Lin Yi heard. More energy. Father if he knows will certainly be very happy. Yi Xiao. You. Crazy. Li Ruobing whispered in surprise. She couldn't believe where on earth Yi Xian got the strength to dare to fight hard with the Xiao family's youngest. That was the young master of the Xiao Group. Don't worry. I've got the numbers. Li Ruobing. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Li Ruobing had the feeling that her mind was exploding in place. There is a number. This. What kind of number can there be? The auction ended in a certain room on the 9th floor of the 9 heavens. Mr. Yi, this is Mr. Su Zimin, the president of Tianhai University. You guys talk about the next thing. With pleasure. Old Xia. Su Zimin saw Yi Xian and smiled as he spoke to Xia Minghai, somehow always feeling that this young man who had photographed their school was somewhat familiar. Soon, Su Zimin and Yi Xian Li Ruobing were left in the room. This little brother. Your name? We haven't met somewhere? Su Zimin looked at Yi Xian suspiciously. The more he looked at him, the more familiar he felt, but he just couldn't recall where he had seen him for a while. When Li Ruobing saw Su Zimin's expression, she smiled faintly. President Su, Yi Xiao is precisely a student of Tianhai University. Ha! Tianhai University student. Yi Xiao. Yi. Su Zimin thought of something in his mind at a certain moment. Brushing a gaze Luo fell on Yi Xian, his eyes full of disbelief. You are the sophomore schoolboy of Tianhai University. Yi Xian. Su Zimin finally remembered. Wasn't the young man in front of him Yi Xian? I didn't think the principal would recognize me. Su Zimin let out a bitter smile upon hearing this. You're the man of the hour in the school. It's hard for me to not recognize you. But, you actually took out $5 billion to auction off Tianhai University. In the future, you can be my boss. Su Zinin said with an odd face. He never thought that their schoolboy had bought Tianhai University. The TV show did not dare to play it this way. At this moment, Su Zinin was overwhelmed with emotion. This news if transmitted back to the Tianhai University for fear that the whole school will be turned upside down because of it. Chapter 51, It's not important who I am. What's important is that you shouldn't have made a move on Yi Xiao. Contract signed. Leave the room. Yi Xiao. It's amazing that he really auctioned off Tianhai University and spent a full 3.5 billion renminbi. Li Ruobing is full of unbelievable. 3.5 billion of that is, and he thus also offended the Tianhai Xiao family big young man. This is not a wise practice. But, Yi Xiao is obviously not such an impulsive person. How could it be? Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in the auction and consuming 3 billion renminbi successfully, obtaining a rebate of 10 times. Given that the host, Transcendent, completed the mission, the rebate is raised to 100 times, capped at 5 billion renminbi. Li Ruobing read BMW in. To be honest, until now she is like a dream. Consumption rebate capped 5 billion tips ringing in the ears. Yi Xian is the corner of the mouth curved arc. Ding dong. Just about to drive, Li Ruobing's cell phone received a message. Clicked in to see. Hurley is the account more than 10 million. And on the way here Yi Xian is to ask Li Ruobing changes. Just Li Ruobing did not think it would be so fast. Yi Xiao. Thank you. Li Ruobing held the cell phone. Her eyes were full of gratitude. And her heart secretly decided that she would do her best to assist Yi Xiao's woman, President Luo, to grow the company in the shortest possible time. As long as you're loyal to my wife, this is just the beginning. Yi Xian waved his hand and didn't put it on his mind. The reason why he gave Li Ruobing 10 million now is because of the 100 times rebate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 10 million renminbi and getting 1 billion renminbi with 100 times rebate. The $10 million had just arrived, and Yi Xian had once again harvested 1 billion renminbi, and the wealth of the system panel had once again risen back to as much as 1.3 billion after consuming 3.5 billion. After a small test, Yi Xian was in a good mood. Squeak! But after traveling for about 5 or 6 kilometers, a huge boulder crossed in front of Li Ruobing's car and braked sharply to stop in the middle of the field. Next moment, buzzing, dozens of vehicles sound from both sides of the road spread. At this moment is already close to night. Swish road lights will be illuminated in the field as if it were daytime. Pushing the door to get off the car, both sides gathered a total of about hundreds of people to surround Yi Xian and Li Ruobing in the field. Pa 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 pa. Right in the middle of this, a crisp clapping sound rang out, followed by a young man getting down from the supercar, his eyes landing on Yi Xian. Kid, you've got a lot of guts, daring to snatch something from Xiao Xiao. The person who came was no one else but Xiao Tianzi's follower, the young master of the third-rate Lin family, Lin Yi, who was also the one who had introduced himself to take out the anger for Xiao Xiao, thus leading to this scene. Yi Xiao, it's bad. This is Xiao Tianzi's people. I didn't expect them to come so fast. Li Ruobing's pretty face was pale. She understood very well that Xiao Tianzi's kind of person was not someone she could offend, although it was Yi Xiao who made the move. But after all, she was the one who was following. If they made any indecent moves, she did not have that ability to resist. Blame it on the fact that you've offended the wrong people. Lin Yi snorted coldly and looked at the field, his eyes landing on Li Ruobing. It's not bad to give this female to Xiao Xiao to make amends later. Give it to me. Cripple him. Although he knew that Yi Xian might be extraordinary, but how could he possibly compare to Xiao Xiao? And he directly waved his hand down to give the order. Just as Lin Yi's voice fell, a teasing girl's voice came from a truck on the side. Yell. It's so lively here. A petulant voice came, and Lin Yi gazed towards the top of the truck, his brows furrowing slightly. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you shouldn't have made a move on Yi Xiao. The voice fell. The girl from the top of the truck jumped down. 3 or 4 meters high completely with the self-inflicted injury is no different. But the girl is stable when landing on the ground. Nonetheless, the girl's hands also held a warhammer in each hand. Such an odd disguise. More like a female general who had traveled across the world. The girl did not say much. Direct flares fired into the air. Brilliant fireworks bloomed from the night. Transformed into a pair of divine dragon scepter is very eye-catching. Squeak! Immediately after, several large trucks surrounded everyone in the field, including Lin Yi. And then, snap, 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 snap. The sound of leather shoes treading on the ground was heard in the field. A figure surrounded Lin Yi and his group. The speed was very fast, and in an instant there were more than 300 people surrounding them. Yi Xiao, could it be that? Li Ruobing heard that the girl whose face value was not at all below her own, especially the figure, made her all envious. Could it be that these people were Yi Xiao's men? Thinking of this, Li Ruobing sucked in a breath of cool air. Everything in front of him Yi Xiao had anticipated. Think about it. Li Ruobing realized that Yi Xian was even more mysterious than she had imagined. And that girl addressing her like that already said it all. Yi Xiao. Wait a moment. All these stragglers? 3 minutes. Put them all down in 2 minutes or less. The girl holding 2 warhammers. The voice fell directly towards Lin Yi. A hammer smashed up. Click, bone cracking sound came out. Lin Yi directly flew backwards out 3 or 4 meters away. Ribs broken, don't know how many roots. Do it. In a flash, the hundreds of men of the dumbfounded Lin Yi. A direct piece of destruction, screaming and wailing. Especially the girl holding a warhammer. The speed of the shot is not generally fast. About a minute and a half. There is no more one of Lin Yi's men standing in the field. All of them were suppressed and dried over by the girl and more than 300 of her men. Lin Yi's eyes looked straight. I haven't met Xiao Yi yet. The girl with the war hammer in her hand came closer. Her eyes swept the entire field. And the 300 or so henchmen didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation. Greetings, Yi Xiao, Reno. These people, they're all that guy's people. And that female Tyrannosaurus Rex. What the hell is she? That hammer just now was so heavy. Grandma, you're, like, one of Iron Pillar's guys? Yi Xian already had some guesses as he thought about the divine dragon scepter pattern just now. He. Yi Xiao, my name is Luo Yurua. My brother Luo Tian is brother Wang's comrade in arms. Luo Yurua first saw Yi Xiao, who was praised to the skies by Wang Taizhu, obviously a little excited, but immediately followed by Tiao want to try. I heard from Wang that Yi Xiao's hands are very good. Can you spar with Yurua? After saying this, he threw the 2 war hammers in his hands aside, making 2 dull sounds of thud, and watching Lin Yi gulped and swallowed his saliva. Martyr, I knew it. I'm coming. Before Yi Xian could speak, Luo Yurua directly arrived instantly at a speed much faster than before. A pink fist smashed onto Yi Xian's heavenly soul cover. Seeing the sudden cut, Yi Xian was stunned, then shook his head slightly. A palm passed through Luo Yurua's fist and slapped on its shoulder. Next moment, with a whoosh sound, Luo Yurua was transformed into a black aura and was sent flying backwards 5 or 6 meters away. But such a large impact did not allow Luo Yurua to be injured. The surrounding 300 or so henchmen all froze, staring at the field in shock. I drop. Sister Luo was even defeated by 1 move in a second. Lin Yi at the moment skeptical of life, dumbfounded in place. I Nima. That kid. So powerful. Just now that female Tyrannosaurus all killed nearly half of them. If that kid out, damn. They are afraid of bone scum are not left. Chapter 52, Wife. Let your husband touch your conscience. Yi Xiao. Awesome. Luo Yurua's eyes flashed with essence. Just now she didn't even see how Yi Xian struck. She was slapped out. Also, Yi Xiao. Those oranges you gave us were amazing. Thinking of Wang Taizhu gave her special orange. Luo Yurua sip sighed. She can now have the strength. But with those oranges cannot be unrelated. Yeah. Looking at Luo Yurua, who was like a stormy little loli. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Move the stone away. I still have things to do. Yes. Yi Xiao. After about 3 or 5 minutes, Yi Xiao slowly go. Luo Yurua's voice came out. Obviously being able to see Yi Xiao put her in a good mood. However, Li Ruobing, who was driving the car, had an incomparable vibration in her heart, thinking about the previous scene at the Nine Heavens auction. No wonder Yi Xiao was not worried about Xiao Tian's protection at all. Together Yi Xiao even had his own forces. Lin's group, chairman's office. Swish. At a certain moment, Lin Ziyu, who was dealing with the company's affairs, had an extra figure in his office, like a ghost. Mr. Luo, what brings you here? Lin Ziyu saw the person who came, put down the official business in his hand, and spoke out suspiciously, but he knew that the Luo Tian in front of him was not simple. Back then, because of some reasons, Luo Tian owed him a favor, and also because of this their Lin family could become a third-rate family in Tianhai City. Lin Ziyu, I'm here to remind you that your son is in big trouble. Luo Tian looked at Lin Ziyu. Tell your son to stay away from the Xiao family's people. Let's forget about striking out at Yi Xiao today. Yi Xiao didn't take it into account. If there's a next time, there will be no more Lin family in Tianhai. What? When Lin Ziyu heard that, a wave of cool air went straight to the sky. Mr. Luo, who did that little bastard offend? Yi Xiao. His name is Yi Xian. His external identity is a student of Tianhai. A few minutes later, Lin Ziyu, after this matter, I have no more relationship with your Lin family. If that precious son of yours messes with Yi Xiao again, I will personally take action to exterminate your Lin family at that time. Mr. Luo, please also. Before Li Ziyu finished his words, Luo Tian's figure was already gone from the room, while Li Ziyu was filled with an iron face, took his cell phone and left the office. Unsurprisingly, what awaited Lin Yi would be unprecedented anger. Chapters Real Estate, President's Office. Luo Tianyi was still familiarizing herself with the company's affairs with Li Ruobing's assistant at this time, and Li Ruobing's eyes were extremely complicated when she looked at Luo Tianyi, afraid that President Luo still didn't know about Yi Xiao. Honey, it hasn't left yet. Yi Xian tended to Luo Tianyi's slightly disheveled hair, a doting gesture that caused Luo Tianyi's face to blush. Lori, come out here. Oh, well. Xiao Li heard Li Ruobing's words and hurriedly followed her out. Yi Xiao, President Luo. Then I. Go out first. Look at you. How could you do that? Luo Tianyi glared at Yi Xian. It's all your fault. How can I work in the future? Afraid of nothing. Yi Xian sat on the sofa and wrapped his own wife's ungainly waist. Wife, a day without feeding the baby suffocated. Right. Come on. Let hubby have a couple bites. You. Yi Tian. You. Then, under the ineffective resistance, Luo Tianyi's red face was once again eaten by a certain guy with a wave of rations. About half an hour later, the two drove towards the villa in the stretch Lincoln. Yi Xian, you aren't allowed to be like that in the company office in the future. Luo Tianyi thought about the scene just now. How embarrassing it would be if someone came in at that time, even though they all knew that the two were a couple. That way? What kind? Lottie, Yi Xian, glaring at the immodest guy. If the guy hadn't been driving, she really would have lost control of herself and bit him. Oh, well, favoredly pinched his stunning wife's cheeks. In the future, the big deal is not to be in the office that. At home is good. Lo Tianyi, you. The co-pilot Luo Tianyi cackled and ground her teeth oohing and awing. So angry, so wanting to bite him to death. After holding back half a day, Luo Tianyi stifled a sentence and glared at someone. Yi Xian, do you know, you're going to turn into the kind of person you hate the most one day. Yeah, thanks then wife. Your husband hates rich people. Put. You. Hoof. Luo Tianyi heard that guy's serious nonsense, and gave him a fierce blank look, putting her little head aside, with a look of I'm not talking to you. Yell, the wife looks so good when she's angry, worthy of being the most beautiful school flower in the history of our Tianhai University, but it's a pity that it's cheaper for a certain handsome boy. Listening to Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi originally didn't want to speak, but that guy is really so shameless. His face is too thick. Handsome guy, then you give the school flower to say you. How handsome. Speaking the last few words, Luo Tianyi was gritting her teeth a little. For some reason as soon as she saw this guy, her silver teeth itched and she had a strong urge to eat meat. How handsome. Seeing his stunning wife's words, Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said very solemnly, describe it this way. After I died millions of years, after the birth of mankind, they restored my bones and buried them in the North Pole, and over my tombstone, all year round, a cloud floated, changing to and fro, with only one word, handsome. Lottie, you, be so shameless. Luo Tianyi glared fiercely at Yi Xian. This guy really refreshed her knowledge of the stinky face. 10 million years after death, the clouds over the tombstone fluttered handsome since. How can he not go to die? Shameless. How can a wife say that? Yi Xian turned to his own wife in a serious manner. I still think that this can't fully describe my handsomeness. Actually, when the world turns off the lights, all that light left is from your husband. Lottie, put. Yi Xian, do you still want to be shameless? Glaring at Yi Xian. Although she admitted that her own man was handsome, she couldn't be so narcissistic. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that? Conscience? It doesn't hurt, does it? Pretending to be suspicious, aiming at Luo Tianyi's conscience. Could it be that the wife's conscience is hurting? Come on, let the husband help you rub it. Shameless. Luo Tianyi was unsurprisingly ruffled again, helping her to rub her conscience. Where did this guy even hear the filthy words from? Simply too bad. Bad to the bone kind. But, obviously that guy is bullying himself. Why do you still feel so sweet and happy? This feels so strange. Chapter 53 What to be afraid of. It's not like you haven't tried it before. The atmosphere in the stretch Lincoln was charming. Yi Xian, say, is it okay to change the company's name to Dragon Domain Real Estate? After a few moments of being mushy, Luo Tianyi got to the point and said that ever since Yi Xian had asked her to manage the Zhang clan real estate, she had thought of so many names, and in the end, she still felt that the Dragon Domain Real Estate was more satisfactory. A wife making the call is, a husband just wants to be kept by his wife. In other people's words how they say it. Like, yes, soft food. Lottie, big bad guy, can you talk properly? What eating soft food? Don't you know that the company is yours? Luo Tianyi blanked Yi Xian. Was this guy crazy for wanting to eat her soft rice? But, what about Sambo in the future? Luo Tianyi thought of a very important issue. When she went to work at Dragon Domain Real Estate, Sanbao wouldn't be able to take care of both. Samba, just leave it to me from now on. Besides, we're rich now. So I think it's time to hire some maids or something, so it'll all be easier. Now that the relationship with his own wife was already very cordial, and in the future he hesitated various tasks could not be in front of Sanbao all the time, hiring some maids was the best solution. Of course, there was also a part of the reason why they lived in the neighborhood before, and they did not have the conditions to hire maids at all. Listening to Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi was silent for a while. Yi Xian, why are you so good to me? Silly girl, you're your husband's wife. Who would your husband be good to if not you? Yi Xian drove with one hand and dotingly rubbed Luo Tianyi's head. Moreover, it's quite good to accompany Sanbao to grow up a little bit. In addition, my investment in Qianjun Hotel and other aspects doesn't require me to come out and manage it. And the last thing I need is time. Honey, I love you. Luo Tianyi heard the heart is full of happiness. Even, she is a little glad that a year ago with Yi Xian encounter that night. Otherwise, she would not have such a cute three munchkins. And, a man who spoils her so much. Of course, there was a very important reason, which was so he would have more time to complete the unscrupulous system's damn quests. Kowloon Villa. What? Lo is going to be president. When Shen Xiaowan heard her son's words, she was clearly shocked by the information, while Luo Tianyi blankly eyed Yi Xian. Mom, actually that company is Yi Xian's. Of this brat? Aside from the Qianjun Hotel, Xiao Xian, you've invested in other industries? Sort of. Yi Xian ambiguously muddled through, and as Chen Xiaowan listened in, the pride in her heart was raised another notch. By the way, brat, Lo, I've been over here for some days now, the school side is rushing me, and if I don't go back your dad will probably see the light, so I guess I'll have to go back. Oh, hearing his mom's words, Yi Xian smiled faintly. We were just about to tell you about this. Tomorrow we're going to hire some nannies and maids to come. Hire a maid? That's good. I was worried that you guys wouldn't be able to take Sambo with you after you left. On this day, Chen Xiaowan took Sanbao to her room for the last time, and she didn't know when the next time she would come back here, so she cherished this night and made sure to take lots of pictures. In the bedroom room, after taking a bath, Luo Tianyi, who was only wearing a thin as a cicada pajamas, didn't care how beautiful she was now, and leaned her head on Yi Xian's shoulder. Hubby, why don't you tell me a story? Hugging her own man's waist and back, she tightly stuck like she wanted to melt her abundance into Yi Xian's body. A story? Yeah. Hearing his wife's small request, the wife of the spoiled devil Yi Xian of course will not refuse. A wonderful body curvaceous girl. First time to the pharmacy to buy condoms. The boss asked, which size do you want to buy? Large, medium, small? Luo Tianyi's face blushed when she heard her man's words. What kind of story is this guy telling? Really? Bad. Looked at his wife whose face was slightly flushed. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Who tells a serious story? He is not stupid. Flirting with him does not smell good? Yi Xian's voice then continued. The girl inexplicably said, that is also divided into size O? Boss, yeah. Otherwise not safe it. You probably describe it and I'll know how big it is. You think about it. The woman cocked her head and thought for a long time. Finally, she slowly opened her mouth and said, it's about this big. Lottie, especially the last sentence that guy said. That girl tilted her head and thought for a long time, then opened her mouth. That what? My God. Yi Xian. You. So shameless. You even told me such a story. You. Hey, what are you afraid of? It's not like you haven't tried it before. Hiss. Let you say again. This does not count. Luo Tianyi's slender small hand, shy and angry ruthlessly and a certain guy arm twisted it. Too hateful, how can this? It was, didn't you? Yesterday? You still say that. Luo Tianyi ground her teeth and oohed and awed. With a big, adorable stance of launching herself, Luo Tianyi opened teeth and claws milk fierce look. Yi Xian cannot help but hate kissed her a mouthful. This kind of bullying his own wife's feeling, not to mention quite interesting. Fine. Hubby will tell you another one. After taking advantage of a wave of cheap, Yi Xian wrapped around his own wife's slender waist, flat without a trace of flab. Feeling very good. Hua Mulan dressed as a man marching to war. Fighting halfway suddenly came to the ant, because the body is weak so fainted. When she woke up, she was already lying in the tent resting. The army doctor told her, I'm sorry brother. The small JJ did not save you, but I've already sewed the wound for you. Put. The sudden twist. Hearing it in Luo Tianyi's ears, she directly laughed out loud, but soon her face was red. Put. Yi Xian. You're too bad. Is it really good for you to talk about other people's heroines like that? Just one thought, will that what? The wound is sewn up. Luo Tianyi hated if the guy beside her. This soul, how can this story can be said then two stories, as if it opened another window of her perception of the story. Hey, wife, still want to hear it? Seeing the appearance of the stunning wife freaking out, Yi Xian gangster bad smile said. This niece still cannot blacken you. Bah. I never listen to your stories again. You're just not human. Luo Tianyi poo poo. That guy like this to tell her stories really good. Or that he was hinting at something about himself? But Luo Tianyi, what are you thinking? Chapter 54, Husband. I want to revitalize my wife. The room was filled with the two of them fooling around for quite a while. Luo Tianyi's pajamas were nowhere to be found, so she just leaned back in Yi Xian's arms, quietly enjoying the rare quiet time. Honey, it was so nice to meet you a year ago. Leaning in Yi Xian's arms, Luo Tianyi said with the corners of her mouth curving up in a charming arc of happiness, which, if the outside world were to see it, might cause what kind of sensational ghosts and wails. Really, meeting a wife is also a blessing for the husband. Feeling the warm jade in his arms, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. But wife is even more attractive than before. Put, you men are all big piggies, don't you all like that? Ha! Luo Tianyi grunted while she was unaware of how great of a test this was for Yi Xian. A spring night is worth 1,000 words. Wife, do you think we should do something next? Hooking up the face of the stunningly beautiful and inclined, he smiled badly. I want to revitalize my wife. Luo Tianyi's face reddened as she held back a sentence, completely practicing the first story that Yi Xian had just told. But this time it was cheap for a certain guy. A hungry tiger pounced on her. But how could Luo Tianyi be Yi Xian's opponent? Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and using lasting capsule X2. The object of effect is Luo Tianyi. Limit 8 hours. A devastating war was next to follow. The next day, after breakfast, Chen Xiaowan took a taxi and left the villa not a moment later. 3 cars were parked in front of the villa. Then, it came down from the car with 6 girls with online face value, delicate body and excellent temperament, and a woman in her 30s. But even though she was a woman, from the view of her charming face, she must have been a ravishing beauty when she was young. Mr. Yi, these are the nannies and maids we provided for you. Introducing the person who made a sound. Not someone else's, precisely the Luo Yurua who destroyed and dried over Linya's line yesterday. This stormy little loli who changed into an OL outfit at this time, is really like an employee who operates in the housekeeping company, including the woman. None of the 7 were not beauties with a score of 90 or above, which made Yi Xian a bit speechless. He didn't expect Wang Taizhu to send Luo Yurua and bring such 7 beauties as his housekeeper and maid. Mr. Yi, these are the most outstanding nannies and maids in Tianhai City. This Aunt Shen, who once studied in Sri Lanka's royal palace for 5 years, is fully able to manage all the things in the villa. And every one of these maids is a schoolgirl level girl, and has undergone all-around systematic training, and is able to satisfy all of Mr. Ye's requirements. Hearing Luo Yurua's words, Yi Xian's brain was a mass of black lines. All the requirements. It was obvious that the reason why Luo Yurua was so prepared. Her mind was not pure. Yi Xian, have the nannies and maids arrived? Sweet voice fell. Then Luo Tianyi's figure appeared in the field. And when Luo Yurua saw Luo Tianyi, eyes stagnant. I drop. Good. This is Yi Xiao's wife. Good. So beautiful. Completely dumped these maids 10 streets. But, to be able to become Young Ye's wife, that must be the happiest woman in the world. This must be the lady. She's beautiful. Luo Tianyi had just arrived in front of the villa and was given the highest praise by a little beauty. Immediately her face slightly swooned. This little sister. You're also very pretty. After the handover, Luo Yurua left the villa with a few cars. Xin Yubing was also stunned to see her employer so young, but her super high quality let her know that the person who could afford to hire her and these maids was definitely not simple. Other people are not sure, but she understands it very well. Just for the salary alone, she earns $1 million a year as a nanny and housekeeper. Even those maids earn $500,000 a year. And the specialty of these maids is that they are pretty and capable. Good day, young master. Ma'am. Shen Yubing bowed and bent down, revealing a charming smile. My name is Shen Yubing. I am the nanny and housekeeper of this villa in the future. In the future, young master and madam's 3 treasures as well as their daily lives will be under my overall care. Young master and madam can call me if they have any requests. Face, temperament, and mannerisms, just the right amount, which made Luo Tianyi not even sigh. This was even better than her Luo family's housekeeper nanny. Then in the future, I'll be grateful to Aunt Shen. Luo Tianyi saw Xin Yuebing and the 6 maids. Elegantly and graciously speaking, this nobility alone allowed Xin Yuebing to understand that this lady must be a rich lady with an extremely good family background. Just like this, the 6 maids pulled their luggage into the villa. Looking at the Kowloon 1 villa, a large villa of 3,000 square meters, their eyes met. They all got to know each other along the way. After all, in the future they could all be working here for a long time. Soon, entering the villa, Anshin saw the one child and 3 babies. Her beautiful eyes lit up. Young master, ma'am, these are the 3 little princesses. Aren't they so pretty and cute? The 6 maids were also bright-eyed, their eyes filled with fondness, and the corners of their mouths rippled with curves. Anshin, who knew the villa like the back of her hand, immediately arranged the 6 maids' rooms and arranged the daily work of the 6 maids, including sweeping the floor, organizing the house, and taking care of Sanbao. Young master and madam, since you paid a high price to hire them, they must all do their part, and rub it in as soon as possible in order to give young master and madam a better living environment. You know. Yes, Anshin. The 6 maids hurriedly said yes, with Anshin commanding them. They were not so flustered and knew what they should do. After the lecture, Anshin smiled at Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi. Young master, ma'am, is there anything to add? Nope. Looking at each other, Yi Xian smiled out. I have to say that a penny for a penny. $1 million a year nanny and housekeeper set out of the estimate that no one believes. Luo Tianyi, if you know, Anshin 7 people's salary alone for a year to 4 million. I do not know whether it will directly let their own men return. This is too defeatist. There is that money to spend on the 3 treasures do not smell? Wow. What a handsome employer this time. HMMMMMMMMMM. And it looks like he's not as old as us. How nice it would be if he was my husband. Having a baby so young, and a trio of babies at once. The missus must be super happy. That's true. A man who can give birth to 3 babies in one birth is a very powerful man. Chattering voices spread from the maid's room. Anshin did not stop when she saw this, because this could not only enhance the relationship between them, but also make the atmosphere of the villa a lot milder. Such a scene, if Xiao Ming and the others knew about it, I don't know if they would be shocked enough to limp their tongues. Chapter 55. I spoil Sanbao, yes, but it doesn't stop hubby from spoiling you. Young master, ma'am, take care. Xin Yubing and the 6 maids respectfully escorted Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi out of the villa until the car disappeared from view, and the 6 maids turned around with a crash and ran into the villa, surrounding the 3 munchkins, their eyes filled with fondness and excitement. These are young master and madam's 3 munchkins. So cute. I didn't look closely enough just now. I want one of those. It would be so nice to have one with the young master too, without having to be responsible for it. Yeah, you guys look, the 3 munchkins are smiling. Yeah, it seems like, ahem, it can't be greeting us. What a smart 3 little princesses. Xin Yubing looked at the 6 maids like appearance, slightly shook his head. Then the line of sight swept to the villa layout decoration. Kowloon 1 Villa. This is one of the few top luxury villas in Tianhai. Well, it's almost done. Anshin interrupted the 6 maids' novelty. Get to work. Chi Meng Meng, you guys are in charge of sweeping and mopping the floor. 1 Yuan. Sure. Okay, Auntie Shin. The 6 schoolgirl level maids hurriedly said yes. They were paid $500,000 a year. They always had to be able to afford their pay. Sky Dreams Ultra Racing Club. That's right. This was the place where the 2 of them, Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi, had come this time. Yi Xian, you really want to buy me a car? Luo Tianyi said in a tangled voice. Why don't? Better spend this money on Sanbao. Silly girl, what are you talking about? With a thud, dotingly knocked on Luo Tianyi's glossy white head. Although Sanbao is important, you are just as important in hubby's heart. I spoil Sanbao, right, but it doesn't stop hubby from spoiling you. Luo Tianyi's heart was a sweet mess. Where did she still have the heart to say anything? Answering obediently like a big baby. Tianmeng Supercar Club, as the largest club in Tianhai, with an annual profit of $200 to $300 million, is a huge piece of fat meat. Sir, ma'am, how may I help you? Just came to the Supercar Club. There is a tall, voluptuous S-type beauty sales. Came close to the warm greetings from Yi Xian. 2 people's dress and temperament. These 2 people are definitely not bad, lord. I want to buy a supercar. What new models do you have here? Yi Xian's eyes moved away from the beautifully shaped saleswoman. Although it was good, but compared to his own wife it made him tasteless. You too want to see the new supercars? It just so happens that our club has arrived with a batch of new cars. I'll show you too. Female sales heard to buy a supercar. Immediately came to the spirit. Between the words is even more enthusiastic for the 2 to lead the way. 2, this side please. Honey, see for yourself which car you like. Looking at the supercar club standing beside the luxury car model, Yi Xian cannot help but lament. With his qualifications now, these car models, as long as he is willing, minutes can be taken down. Just with a wife this kind of stunning beauty, how can he be interested in those mediocre powder? Sir turns out to be buying a car for his wife. This lady, you are so happy. Thanks. Luo Tianyi smiled and nodded. Then her eyes glanced around the new car area, and finally her eyes landed on a red supercar. Yi Xian. Just this car. Streamlined red design. Look at the car label, should be supercar Lamborghini. Very atmospheric but not lose connotation. The saleswoman couldn't help but stare when she heard Luo Tianyi's words. Miss, are you sure you want to buy this car? Let me introduce you to this car first. This car is a limited edition Lamborghini Poison. There are only 20 of them in the world and this one is one of only 5 within our country. Priced at 20 million renminbi. Also, the most expensive of our new cars. Luo Tianyi heard. $20 million. This. I'm still. Okay, that's it. Luo Tianyi just wanted to say no, but it was Yi Xian's voice that came from her ears. Lottie, the saleswoman heard Yi Xian's words. This, sir, why don't you and your wife try it? This Lamborghini uses a lot of carbon fiber and composite materials, and the net weight of the whole car is only 450 kilograms, in terms of power. It is powered by a 750 horsepower 6.5 LV12 engine, accelerating to 100 kilometers per hour in only just 2.8 seconds and reaching a top speed of 355 kilometers per hour. Pay up. The saleswoman skillfully talked about the car's performance, but before she finished, she saw a card handed to her, which made the saleswoman stall. This, well, such a maneuver also stunned the surrounding bystanders. Crap. This dude is going crazy, buying this kind of luxury car for his wife straight away. Abortion. However, soon the female sales lift to see a ghost-like expression. Trembling hands will be the card and invoice handed over. She just saw what? When she swiped the card, she actually saw that the card actually has more than $3 billion, simply refreshed her perception of the tycoon, and even she has a kind of want to pounce on him, the impulse. This is where the tycoon, the absolute god of the tycoon, won. 3 billion in one card. What does that mean? Which means he's worth at least $1 billion towards the top, if not more. Sir, here's your card, please keep it. Female sales at this moment, the attitude of unprecedented deference, this kind of divine hero, even their bosses have to be treated solemnly. Sir, miss, I'll take you to the rest area to take a break, during which I'll do all the paperwork for this car. The saleswoman was very much in place, as such a big shot was not something she could afford to offend as a small car sales clerk. Soon after having some fruit plates served, the saleswoman left in a hurry, but instead of handling it directly, she dialed her boss's number and reported the events of the occasion to him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 20 million renminbi, 10 times the rebate, gaining 2 billion renminbi. The system's voice came into his ears at this time. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up in an arc. This feeling of earning money at a fast pace was really good. Yi Xian, isn't this car too expensive? Expensive? How? Pulling his own wife's slender as jade. Excellent touch of the small hand. This is all small money, as long as the wife likes, not to mention 20 million, or 200 million, 20 billion. Your husband's eyelids do not blink. Che, $20 billion. I'm not 2 years old. Hell no. Luo Tianyi blanked Yi Xian. Every time she tried to speak properly, that bad guy would just open his eyes and talk nonsense. Only what she didn't know was that Yi Xian's words were truer than real gold. Not to mention the 20 billion. As long as he had it, even if it was 200 billion or even more, it wouldn't matter. Of course my husband knows. My baby is 3 years old. Lottie, between the two flirting and spreading dog food, but almost did not just come in from outside the boss Qin Yuxian and the female sales to choke to death. I wipe. What the mother of their own do. Early in the morning to them to see this. If this kid wins, I'll cut off his head and play soccer. Ahem. This gentleman and his wife are quite in love. Dryly coughing, a young man came to the resting area. It was none other than Qin Yuxuan, who froze upon seeing Luo Tianyi. No wonder Mr. is so elegant. It turns out that he has such a good-looking daughter-in-law. It's really enviable. Both of you. This is the owner of the club. I heard that you two bought the most expensive supercars in our club's batch, and I've come to congratulate you. The female saleswoman congratulated very eye-catching. Then, turning his head to Qin Yuxuan, boss, it's this Mr. Yi who bought the Lamborghini Poison for his wife. Oh yeah. Qin Yuxuan nodded his head with a laugh. Of course he didn't come to congratulate Yi Xian for the sake of a $20 million supercar in the district. It was entirely because of the 3 billion in Yi Xian's card. This beauty. The formalities have been completed. I wonder if you want to go for a test drive. If you are not satisfied we can adjust it again. The saleswoman inquired out loud. This, okay. Luo Tianyi vaguely guessed that Qin Yuxuan was here for Yi Xian, and did not refuse, following the saleswoman to leave. The rest area was left with only Yi Xian and Qin Yuxuan. Mr. Yi, certainly not an ordinary person. Qin Yuxian pondered for a while and took the lead. Before he came he was purely because of the 1.3 billion in a card. After meeting Yi Xian, he realized that both his temperament and mind gave him an inscrutable feeling. He had never faced a person with this kind of reaction. Boss Qin. Could it be that he's a member of the top 4 heavenly sea families? The Qin family. Qin Yuxuan was observing Yi Xian, and Yi Xian also saw at a glance that this Qin Yuxuan was likewise not as simple as it appeared on the surface, and that this person's playboy appearance hid a stamina and a city that was rare in ordinary people. Oh, why yes. While Qin Yuxuan smiled faintly, his heart was astonished. Yi Xian smiled without saying anything, then surveyed the surroundings. I don't care about who you are. In comparison, I'm more interested in this club of yours. Did not go deeper into this topic. While Qin Yuxuan is to Yi Xian heart higher looks at a glance. Yi Xian said the right dude is only the surface of his club? Qin Yuxuan vaguely guessed something when he heard Yi Xian's words. Seeing Qin Yuxuan's appearance, Yi Xian smiled faintly. I think you should have some guesses as well. That's right. I want to acquire your heavenly dream club. Sure enough, Qin Yuxuan's eyelids jumped. This club was something he had wasted 5 years of his life to fight for, and apparently he was going to let him give it away? However, thinking of the purpose of his visit, he contemplated for a moment. Since Mr. Yi opened his mouth, it would be hard for me to refuse. So, 2 conditions. After a pause in his voice, Qin Yuxuan continued. If Mr. Yi can agree to these 2 conditions, I will sell the Heavenly Dream Supercar Club to you. First, Mr. Yi has to come up with $1 billion to acquire it, and I have to take up 10% of the shares, which is the bottom present. $1 billion? Hearing Qin Yuxuan's words, Yi Xian nodded. This club was indeed far more than this price. Yes, what about the second condition? The second condition is, let's have a racing match, and if you can beat me, you agree to the acquisition. Qin Yuxian in order to better disguise himself. The dude to the end. Direct development of racing side business? Even if some professional racing drivers are not seen as his opponent. Racing with me? Are you sure? Yi Xian then laughed when he heard it. Was this dude looking for abuse? Okay, I'll agree to both conditions. Yi Xian certainly knew how much profit a supercar club made, and in the future, if Luo Tianyi's parents wanted to use their power to oppress people, sorry he wouldn't be polite. 5 or 6 minutes later, Ultra Running Club, Circuit of the Hills. Simply for the construction of this racing track, Qin Yuxian spent a full 500 million, then almost did not put his old man mad. 500 million. That is not a small amount of money. To keep things fair, it just so happens that there are 2 identical Ferraris in this batch of new cars that will be the race cars for this occasion. No problem. I'm all for it. Yi Xian smiled faintly and did not care about this, not to mention using the same model. That is, if he used the divine car Wuling Hongwang, he could win with his eyes closed. Holy shit. What? Qin Xiao. To race someone's car? Which one doesn't know how to die? Ahem. Young Qin, that's someone who has won championship trophies in professional racing competitions. Let's go. This young man would like to see who has eaten leopard's gall. A few of the dudes who were at the racetrack buzzed at the news and drove their supercars towards the start of the racetrack. Soon, many of Tianhai's dudes came to the field. He just saw 2 identical Ferraris parked at the starting point, and also saw Yi Xian in the field. That's the kid, pushing the door and getting out of the car. The many dudes came closer. Young Qin, how dare someone race you? Hey, I wonder what Young Qin's bet is this time. Every time Young Qin races there will be a bet. Qin Yuxuan saw a wave of second-generation dudes and laughed unconcernedly. This dude wants to acquire the Heavenly Dream Club, and I promised him that I would agree as long as he could race to win me. All the dudes. What? That kid's brain is caught in the door. Hey, if this kid wins, I'll cut my head off and play ball. Unsurprisingly, the surrounding crowd sneered and sneered, but also a lot of girls surrounded them. Without exception their faces were full of sarcasm. It's a pity that such a handsome man is a rash. Young Qin, how about adding us? The many dandy second generation looked at Yi Xian and were also excited. They hadn't seen Qin Xiao strike for a long time. They were looking forward to racing with Qin Xiao this time. What does Mr. Yi think? Qin Yuxuan didn't directly agree, but instead asked Yi Xian, who was beside him. I'm all for it. Didn't pay attention to the many dudes, because paying attention to them would only pull down his own IQ. Yes, since Mr. Yi agrees, then you guys prepare. Qin Yuxian spoke out, while the many dudes were all abuzz, energetically wanting to ruthlessly abuse this boy who didn't know the heights of heaven later. More than a dozen fair-skinned and beautiful girls are gathered at the starting point, which is also the place of the finish line, and their eyes are staring straight at the racing track. Go Qin Xiao! Young Qin, I love you! Quite a few dude girls were also howling at the top of their voices, although Qin Xiao was just as much of a dude as they were, but after all, he was the second youngest of the Qin family. the top family in Tianhai, and was not at all something they could compare to. With the sound of an air gun, buzzing, roads of green smoke in place to rise, and then many supercars or rocket-like leap out, which has a Ferrari riding in the dust, directly appeared in more than 10 meters away. The car is certainly Qin Yuxian. However, when the crowd looked to the Yixian still stayed in place, they are all confused. Crap, what the hell? That handsome how did not move, is not going to drive a Ferrari. This high-end supercar won't drive a high-end supercar like a Ferrari. Qin Yuxian as well as the crowd of playboys were also confused, and they certainly noticed that the kid they looked down on was still stuck in place, and immediately, the teasing between their eyes became even more intense. 15 seconds passed, listening to the sound of a supercar in the faint distance. The corner of Yixian's mouth curved up in an arc. Racing? I'll let you guys see what it means to be a car god today. Chapter 57, this guy's car skills are on par with God's. Car god. That's right. Yixian now the ultimate car skills ability to add body. These playboy second generation understanding in the car god. With him shoes are not worthy. Laughing to death. Is this kid a joke invited by a monkey? Holy shit, that's the level. Hey stupid. WOJ. More than 10 sisters have not finished talking. Is to see Yixian open the Ferrari supercar. Wheels skidding in place. Black smoke rising. See the dude full of confusion. Followed by a buzz. A foot throttle to the end of the Yixian Ferrari supercar into a black mango. Instantly Piao leaped out. Instantly has appeared in dozens of meters away? What the hell? Just now that operation. Ahem. That kid, he's not going to accelerate straight to the bottom, is he? That kid, he's crazy. At this moment, the original sneer dude too. At this moment all turned into a thick dismay. Their minds welled up two thoughts. Either this kid is a rash, or this girl is a ruthless person who dresses up as a pig and eats tigers. If it's the previous one, it's fine. If it's a ruthless person who dresses up as a pig and eats tigers, then something big is going to happen today. In less than 3 seconds, Yixian drove the car and disappeared at the end of the field of vision. That kind of speed, directly soaring to the highest, and the numerous departure point of the second generation of playboys. All of them had the corners of their mouths twitching, and the shock in their hearts was unprecedentedly strong. The unpleasant feeling in his heart grew stronger. Hey, that kid's screwed. But no, racing with Qin Xiao. Hell, even we can't compete, and, before a second generation could finish his sentence, he heard a whooshing sound as a streamlined Ferrari supercar instantly raced past, at a speed of at least 200 yards. Crap! The screams of the second generation nearly getting their asses blown all over the mountain came over the communication intercom of the many second generation dudes. Qi Xiao, what's wrong? The other second generation had inquired, and although they were separated by the intercom, they were still able to clearly imagine Qi Xiao's shocked expression. Qi Xiao looked at the supercar that soared away, especially the speed that soared to the limit. Saw the supercar driven by that kid. Just passed me. Grandma, we were careless. What? When Qi Xiao said this, the many playboy second generation were all shocked. Nima, that kid. Surprisingly, he really does have 2 brushes. No, that kid. Didn't he just start to stop where he was? Did the bastard? That kid is provoking. Mud. Guys fuck him. At this moment, the many dandy second generation all reacted. That kid were not able to drive a supercar, but was deliberately letting them. It's an insult to them. As a drag racing party, although they are all playboys, but this breath absolutely cannot swallow. Grandmother, that kid is looking for death. Originally just holding a playful mentality of the second generation of playboys. This moment all solemnized. Although they are playboys, but it does not mean that they are fools. The strength of a guy who stayed where he was for an unknown amount of time and was able to catch up with them later could be imagined. Mud. Get it wrong, they are going to gutter. Buzz. Beast-like roar came from the back of the 2 playboy second generation. The 2 hearts could not help but be shocked. When they came back to their senses, a Ferrari had already come later, dramatically pulling away from the distance. Damn. I'm caught up. That kid. The car went at least 250 yards. Your ass. 2 people look at their own open 200 yards are trembling. The heart directly cursed. That boy no wonder can catch up with them. Stepping on the horse. This if you cannot catch up only evil. Yixian at this time looking at the very backward scenery. Speed and passion at this moment perfect show. Under the itchy hand a foot throttle again on the ground. High-speed Ferrari supercar tires and ground friction. Accelerate again. 250 yards. 270 yards. 300 yards. A few seconds later, Yixian's car once again accelerated directly soared through 300 yards of heartless operation. A dude second generation was Yixian opened the red Ferrari supercar overtook, turned into a red mango flashed and passed away. For some reason, The numerous foppish second generation felt a hot and raw pain on the side of their faces. Thinking about the sneer they had just made, the scene here was like an invisible slap, dryly and sharply smacking them in the face. 3, 5, 8. Soon, Yi Xian surpassed all the second generation dilettantes, and at this moment, the only person left in front of him was Qin Yuxuan, who was also the owner of the Heavenly Dream Club. Ha! Is driving a supercar. Qin Yuxian has long been the many playboy second generation dumped to a long distance, but is heard piercing the air of the sharp supercar sound. Eyes glanced at the rearview mirror. The heart suddenly shocked. What? That guy. Surprisingly caught up. Not good. Continuous turn. Slow down. Seeing the road ahead, Qin Yuxuan face white, hastily decelerated and began to drift ready to cut in. But at this time, squeak, Qin Yuxuan saw a scene that he could not forget for the rest of his life. He saw the Ferrari supercar that Yi Xian drove. The direct speed does not reduce directly near death, drifting through the corner, completely did not slow down the slightest. That maniac. However, very soon, Qin Yuxuan's expression was replaced by a thick shock of dismay. What? I can't believe he drifted at full speed over the toughest corner of the circuit. It's impossible. After Qin Yuxuan had passed the successive curves, the shadow of the Ferrari was already gone from the field of vision, and the only sound was the roar of the engine of the faraway Ferrari supercar, which vaguely reached his ears. At this moment, at the end of the track, many onlookers of the second generation have been looking forward to it for a long time, and a long time has passed since the start of the race. Boom! Buzz off! A beastly roar came from the distance at one point, and then the crowd's vision caught sight of a red Ferrari supercar. Quick! Young Qin is here! More than a dozen second generation of spirit, with the supercar squeaked to a halt in the field, and then pushed the door out of the car. The field of all the second generation of playboys are all dumbfounded. Yet, it's that kid. Ahem. How is he? Grandma, how did he do that? Impossible. But he started 15 seconds later, and he's the first to arrive. This, letting Qin shout for 15 seconds. And this can win. What does this mean? This guy's car skills are simply comparable to God's. At this moment, the eyes of all the second generation playboys looking at Yi Xian have all changed. The horse, this car skill is too high, dumping them at least 180 streets. Holy shit, this girl, she's an animal. Gudu all swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looking at Yi Xian, eyes full of envy. Grandma drop. They want to have this kind of car speed. The girl is not moth to flame like submissive in their crotch. Chapter 58. If handsomeness can be eaten, your husband is enough to feed the world. The end of the track shook all four seats. More than a dozen onlookers of the second generation of the Playboy, sip mouth full of red, as if they had been viciously slapped. It didn't take long. Buzzing another supercar sound from far and near drove over. It is another red Ferrari supercar. No surprise, the person inside is not someone else, as precisely Qin Yuxuan. The roar of the cars came one after the other and pushed the door to get out of the car. Everyone came to the ground. The first sight was on Yi Xian, eyes full of complex shame. They before, in the end, what did they do? Even ridiculed this kind of existence. Yi Xiao, that's impressive enough. Qin Yuxian directly addressed Yi Xian as Yi Jr., and this title was heard in the mouths of the many second generation were all shocked. It was the first time they heard Qin Jr. address someone as young master. Obviously this was recognizing this guy. Speaking of which, since Xiao Yi won me over, I agree to acquire Sky Dream Club. Wow, young Qin. This, before the many foppish dilettantes could speak, they were stopped by Qin Yuxuan counting his hands. Qin Yuxuan, do what I say, and, in the future, I'll still be the owner of the club, just with fewer shares. Yi Xiao, let's borrow a step to talk. Amidst the dumbfounded looks of the many playboys, Qin Yuxuan took Yi Xian and left the mountain rim racing, leaving the second generation of playboys in the wind. 10 minutes later, young Yi, from today onwards, you are the biggest boss of the Heavenly Dream Club. Congratulations! Qin Yuxian shook Yi Xian's hand and congratulated him, not paying any attention to the $1 billion he received. What he valued more was Yi Xian. His intuition told him that this person was not simple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1 billion renminbi. Return fee 10 times. Get 2 billion renminbi. Note, return fee 5 billion has been capped. With Yi Xian paying 1 billion, the 5 billion returned for completing the mission had already been consumed. And in a smooth manner, he called up the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years. Physique, 20, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, extreme music ability, extreme nurse ability, extreme massage ability, extreme martial arts ability, extreme cooking ability, extreme car skill ability. Items, refreshing watermelon, X3. Soundproof card, X2. Lasting capsule, X4. Wealth, $4. 317 billion. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal an arc at the corner of his mouth. Young Yi, next time you have time to come here to exchange car skills. Qin Yuxian's eyes flickered, not knowing what kind of mind he was playing with as he said. At the same time, he had the whole club notified about the club's change of big boss. Depends on the mood. The two said a few words. Luo Tianyi is from the outside test car back, but the pure female sales is the eyes of the vibration. Luo Tianyi is more solemn up. She got the news as the wife of this Yi Xiao, became their boss's wife now. Not only the saleswoman, Luo Tianyi came in from the outside. The other sales and sales clerks were also looking at Luo Tianyi with complexity and envy, with a hint of respect in between. Something feels weird in these people's eyes, Luo Tianyi murmured, but didn't take it to heart, and soon came to the rest area, unaware of what kind of business her man had just traded. What's more, she wouldn't know that at this moment, she was already the boss lady of the huge Sky Dream Club. Honey, the car's okay. Aha. Luo Tianyi thought about the Lamborghini Poison's pushback feeling as well as vision just now. Her heart still flooded with small mutterings. A luxury car worth $20 million. It's not good to be strange. The saleswoman respectfully sent 2 bottles of water, and after accelerating the various formalities, including the license plate, Yi Xian and the two of them were going to prepare to leave the club, while letting someone send the car to the Kowloon 1 villa. Ha! Young Yi, T-on-E, you guys are here too? A silhouette appeared in the club hall. The person who came was no one else. It was Su Wanqing, who was properly a big beauty, and also the president of Qianjun Hotel nowadays. Cousin, what a coincidence. Luo Tianyi's face was slightly flushed after seeing Su Wanqing, however she was also a bit surprised, obviously not expecting to meet Su Wanqing here. Sister Su is here to buy a car, isn't she? Yi Xian also had some understanding of Su Wanqing's situation. After all, now that Su Wanqing was the president of Qianjun, the previous car should also be changed. Yes, Yi Xiao, Su Wanqing said respectfully. She wouldn't be arrogant just because her cousin was Yi Xiao's woman. After all, this was her boss and top boss. So, looking at the showroom, he contemplated. Sister Su has labored hard to develop Qianjun during this period of time. So pick a supercar under $5 million here, and I'll reimburse you back at the company. $5 million. This, Yi Xiao. No, it's not good. There's nothing wrong with it. Go pick it. Yi Xian faintly laughed, then said to the saleswoman, receive Sister Su. Her money for the car is hanging on my account. It's old. Mr. Yi. Almost said the bald mouth of the female sales hurriedly changed his mouth. Xin Xiao but personally ordered not to let Yi Xiao's wife know that he acquired the club things. Mr. Yi, take care. After the saleswoman sent Yi Xian away, she breathed a deep sigh of relief, then looked at Su Wanqing. Miss Su, please follow me. Hearing this, Su Wanqing curiously asked the saleswoman, did they just come to buy a car? Yes, miss. Mr. Yi bought a Lamborghini Poison worth $20 million for that lady and... The saleswoman looked around and whispered, I won't hide it from Miss Su. In fact, just half an hour ago, Mr. Yi he bought our Sky Dream Club. In other words, Mr. Yi is actually the owner of our current club. However, young Qin explained to us that this matter cannot be known to Mr. Ye's wife, and asked Miss Su to keep it a secret. Su Wanqing, what did you say? This, Heavenly Dream Club, was bought by Yi Xiao. By Yi Xiao? Su Wanqing pupils wide, eyes full of unbelievable. Daydream Club, this is what exists. The value of at least 1 billion towards the top? This, own cousin. Exactly what is the Yi Xiao encountered a year ago. By the way hubby, when I came back from my test drive outside today, I felt like the saleswoman and the clerks were looking at me a little weird. In the lengthened version of the Lincoln car, thinking about the scene in the club, Luo Tianyi slightly knit her eyebrows when she talked. You didn't do anything about it? No. Yi Xian frowned slightly with a look of complete ignorance, then realized, maybe, they think your husband is too handsome and envy you. Lo Tianyi, you, but, are you going to be so cheeky? Cheeky? Hearing his own wife's words, Yi Xian smiled faintly. How could that be? Don't you know that if handsome could be a meal, your husband is enough to feed the world? Yi Xian, you, speak properly. Could you be any more shameless? Luo Tianyi ruthless anger. I a certain guy. Originally this guy to buy so expensive car and small touched. Now all by his shameless collapse of their own touched. Handsome can be eaten as food. Enough to feed the whole world. How he did not say, but also can feed the whole universe it. This talk is not afraid of being struck by lightning. Chapter 59 Unorthodox Brain Teasers. Playing badly with Luo Tianyi. Yi Xian. You'll have no friends like this. Luo Tianyi whitened her eyes at Yi Xian. This guy was really getting more and more unpunched. No, unpunched and bitten. Yeah? Yi Xian smiled without caring. It doesn't matter if it's a friend or not. It's fine if the husband has a wife. Wife is a senior finance student. Why don't husband test you, how about it? Thinking of a particularly interesting thing, Yi Xian drove with one hand and placed his other big hand on his own wife's more than straight and slender legs. Yeah. Luo Tianyi had long been accustomed to her own man's actions and didn't say anything. I'm pretty good. Oh, it's good to have faith. What Yi Xian wanted was for his own wife to be serious, because his next operation was extremely immodest. Then start. Well, come on. Luo Tianyi, who didn't know in the slightest that she was already in the pit, completely failed to realize what kind of experience awaited her next. Listen up. It's a brain teaser. Yi Xian as serious began immodestly. A girl crying very sad. Strange man riding by to see. Send her home. Let her sit on the front bar. The girl was very touched the next day, specially door to thank, only to realize that his family's bicycle does not have a bar. May I ask my wife why the girl didn't notice? Lottie, no bars. Bicycles. Yi Xian. You. Murmuring a bit. At a certain moment Luo Tianyi realized something. Wang Quan's beautiful eyes stared blankly, her face reddening to the back of her ears, and her mind floated back to that immodest brainstorming image, like she had turned into that girl who cried so hard and Yi Xian was the man who rode his bike to take her home. The picture is too beautiful to look at. How's your daughter-in-law? This brain teaser is okay. Yi Xian looked at his own wife's frantic appearance and said with a laugh. Lottie, it's okay you big head. Put. Luo Tianyi blanked Yi Xian. She seemed to be getting less pure the more she came into contact with this guy. What should she do? Is it too late to return it? I can't. So hubby will have another one. Yi Xian thought about it and another brainstorm came to his mind. There. The goddess schoolgirl injured her middle finger. Took a picture and tweeted it with the comment that the injury had not healed for days. My friend first saw and replied, don't always let the wound touch water. After that all downstairs said my friend was right. And finally my friend was pulled black. Excuse me wife, my friend what did he do wrong? Middle finger injury? Don't touch the water? Lottie, poof. Luo Tianyi who didn't reply her head don't go to one side. That bastard. She shouldn't have talked to him. No, she shouldn't have let him talk about brainstorming. This is clearly using the guise of brainstorming to take advantage of her and bring her to the ditch. Honey, what's wrong? Luo Tianyi, don't talk to me? I don't talk to people with thick skin, but my friend really doesn't know what he did wrong. Lottie, Yi Xian, you, just know how to bully me. Luo Tianyi glared at her own man. Although this feeling was somewhat sweet and likable, it was really good. One Kowloon Villa. Back at the villa, it was just about noon. Luo Tianyi went to the room with the help of Aunt Shin to breastfeed the three treasures. Yi Xian wanted to be salty lying ready to browse through the system mall to see if there are any other good things. Ding! The host triggers a randomized quest, conquering everyone in the villa with a big show of culinary skills, gaining the ability of the ultimate calligraphy, with a bonus physique +3. Mission failed, +1 physique. Ho! Hearing the system's voice, Yi Xian had a jolt, not because of the inquisitive calligraphy, but the physique +3. Nowadays, 2 times the physique of a regular person had already made him high. I wonder how 2, 3 times would be an experience. It didn't matter if it was calligraphy or not. He simply liked the feeling of an enhanced physique. It's all in the works. Yi Xian stood up from the living room sofa. Of course he noticed a few maids preparing lunch in the kitchen gazing at him from time to time, to which Yi Xian was calm and relaxed. After all, with a charisma value of max, it was hard for him not to be so. Yeah, young master, what are you doing in here? That's right, this is all for us underlings to do. A few maids saw the young master who took a peek into the kitchen, and one of them had a haloed face, and their hearts were thumping and beating violently. Mama, the little heart is beating so fast that it will not jump out, and the young master is even more handsome when he looks at it from a close distance, as if he is. Love it. What's with the uppers and downers? All of you get out. I'll make lunch today. The maids. Young master, you, will also cook na. Several maids looked at their young master as if they had discovered a new continent. Nowadays boys who could cook were too rare. Rarer than diamonds. Of course, I used to do all the cooking for your wife before you guys came. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Today, young master is in a good mood, so I'll let you all taste young master's handiwork later. Really? Great. Go young master. Young master is so handsome. The rice he cooks must be especially delicious. Several maids chirped as they watched the young master's skillful movements in the kitchen. So much faster than they were. Such a handsome young master, who could obviously rely on his face value to eat, but had to rely on his talent. Look, the young master even knows how to carve. Oh my god. A maid saw the knife on flying kitchen knife. Carving a carrot, carrot crumbs rustling down on the cutting board. Not long after, Yi Xian's hand is more than a spread wings flying phoenix, especially the two eyes gleaming, as if it had come to life. The maids looked at the finished Fei Feng with their eyes straightened in disbelief. This cooking skill, young master is afraid that it's even better than Aunt Shin's. Yes, it's incredible. And did you guys see that the young master used a kitchen knife, eh? It's the first time I've seen a flying phoenix carved out with a kitchen knife. Me too. I've seen chefs using specialized carving tools before, and none of them look as good as the young master's carving. Young master has started again. So powerful. Right at this moment, Luo Tianyi and Anshin came out after breastfeeding and putting the three treasures to sleep, and happened to see the scene of Yi Xian's cooking operation. Luo Tianyi blanked out a certain guy, while Anshin's eyes blossomed with essence. Madam, young master is so fast with his hands and great with his knife work. Carving a soaring dragon with a kitchen knife is unheard of. Anshin watched Yi Xian's operation. Her heart was greatly shaken. She obviously did not expect this young master who had newly hired her to have such good cooking skills. Compared to the young master, her techniques and knife skills could not even be considered as introductory. Young master, this is also a bit too powerful. Chapter 60. Or wife you so what back? I promise not to resist. The kitchen knife carves a divine dragon. With Fox suspicion, looking toward the kitchen, that guy did not expect to have this ability. This is to show off to those maids. Damn big pig's hooves. See later after dinner. This school flowers do not revitalize the wife. The women are so strong that their husbands can't get out of bed. Running on clouds and flowing water. Smooth and natural. Yi Xian's culinary operation was fast. At least twice as fast as an ordinary 5-star chef. And everything was done in a well-organized manner. In the kitchen, knife awnings fluttered, and a dish was made, each requiring extremely harsh requirements for knife work as well as fire experience. Dragon and phoenix, squirrel mandarin fish, 3 sets of ducks, deboned fish, chrysanthemum tofu. Each dish was under the gaze of the maid's wide-eyed beauty, as if it was a work of art being displayed by Yi Xian, carefully placing each dish on the table. The maids' minds and souls were hit by a shock that hadn't been seen before. That guy. Surprisingly, he knows so many difficult dishes. Luo Tianyi was also shocked by her own man's operation. Whether it was the dragon and phoenix, or the squirrel mandarin fish, 3 sets of ducks and so on, all of them were famous dishes with top-notch knives. Even when she was a child she hadn't eaten them many times. Compared to this moment, the previous Buddha jumping wall and Vince tofu can only be considered as a small test. Not much longer. Yi Xian was again able to get out more than 10 cups of chilled watermelon juice, sending 9 of them out for the maids to take out, while the remaining half was kept in the refrigerator. Gobble, 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 gobble. Looking at the table full of highly ornamental gourmet dishes, the maids swallowed their fragrant juices in unison, and even Anshin, including Luo Tianyi, had their appetites whetted. With so much delicious food, it will be greatly diminished if it gets cold, so let's all join in. Yi Xian smiled as he looked at his masterpiece. Not to mention 2 people, is 10 people are estimated to be difficult to finish eating? Of course, there is no lack of ingredients to better complete the system tasks. After all, the more satisfied the object of the mission was, the more he might be able to pop out additional rewards. This, young master is not good. Fukui spoke with a hesitant voice. After all, they were hired, technically underlings. How could they dine at the same table as their masters? Anshin, ask them to join you. Yi Xian and I can't finish it either. Hearing this, Anshin mused. Alright then. It also seemed to have guessed Luo Tianyi's intention that this gift of grace would make the atmosphere of the villa more harmonious, and would also be conducive to the synergy of the maids taking care of San Bao as well as managing the villa in the future. Still not quick enough. Thank young master and madam. Anshin, who nodded, spoke to a few maids. Thank you, young master. Thank you, ma'am. A few maids swallowed their fragrant saliva when they heard Anshin's words and hurriedly thanked them. They didn't expect the young master to let them dine together. After eating the first bite of the delicious dishes, Anshin and the maids will all have bright awns between their eyes. The flavor, so marvelous, completely cannot be described as delicious. More accurately, the word delicious is not enough to explain their feelings at this moment. Everyone can taste the chilled watermelon juice made by your young master. Luo Tianyi took the initiative to bring the maids closer. After all, these people were going to take care of San Bao in the future. Having a good relationship with them would make them more attentive to San Bao. Moreover, this chilled watermelon juice also has the efficacy of reminding the brain to wake up, and beautifying the face. Really, thank you, ma'am, and thank you, young master. Hearing Luo Tianyi's words, the maid's eyes are even more excited. Love the heart of beauty of all people, not to mention that they would have been a top beauty. And, looking at Luo Tianyi's fair skin, rosy cheeks and pretty temperament, It must be the credit of this chilled watermelon juice. Of course, what they don't know is that although this chilled watermelon juice has the credit, the most important credit is still the hard work of their young master every day. At the end of the meal, the maids cleaned up the table, while Anshin took 2 maids to look after Sanbao. As for young master and madam, they went into their rooms for a lunch break. Get out of the shower. Luo Tianyi had already waited for a long time under the quilt, and it was worth mentioning that this niece didn't wear anything, she was just naked. In order to have a better and frank meeting with her own man, embracing Luo Tianyi and sniffing the good smell of this niece's body, her mind became extraordinarily tranquil. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the ability of the ultimate calligraphy. Given that the host, Transcendent, completed the mission, rewarded with +1 physique, and +4 physique for this mission. That's kind of interesting. Unexpectedly and reasonably, the constitution was not increased by 3 but by 4 points, meaning that the original 20 points of constitution had now become 24 points. Yi Xian, what are you doing? Feeling what's touching her, Luo Tianyi glared at a certain guy. Yeah, before Luo Tianyi could react, her vermilion lips were blocked. Yi Xian, you. Then, there was the image of Luo Tianyi trying to revitalize her wife before dinner, but it changed from revitalizing her wife to revitalizing her husband. Under the soundproof card, after fighting for about half an hour, Luo Tian relied on some guy's arms. His face still had the remaining warmth of rolling heat. You, didn't we agree to sleep quietly? Yi Xian, well, wasn't it the wife you said you wanted that? Put, that was a question from me. You, what comprehension? Ha? Luo Tianyi glared at Yi Xian. This asshole, can't hear good or bad words. Ah, I see, so why don't you wife that back? I promise not to resist. Lottie, you're going to die. Hugging a certain big pig's hoof, Luo Tianyi hated, but also really afraid of that guy and doing something. So, I do not know when Luo Tianyi slept. Sleep is very sweet. The corners of the mouth is also flooded with a shallow arc. It is very good to see. The face is so overwhelmingly beautiful that you can't help but want to chirp on it. However, it is worth mentioning that under the enchantment of Physique 24, it is not at all comparable to when Physique 20. It feels unknown how much better, although the battle has lasted for most of an hour, but Yi Xian is still in high spirits. Ha! Just as he was feeling his wife's plump and large ambitions while looking through the system mall, Yi Xian found something interesting. Stamina recovery patch? This is kind of interesting. Yi Xian, who murmured out, redeemed a few with the intention of trying them out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming Stamina Recovery Patch X5, consuming 500 renminbi from the host. With a thought, he directly used one for himself and Luo Tianyi, and in the next moment, Yi Xian clearly felt that his body felt like it was being baptized, and his spirit, which was originally good, was once again raised by a lot. Luo Tianyi, who slept holding Yi Xian's waist and back, moved her body, changed to a comfortable position, and slept again. But the curvature of her mouth was 1 point more curved than it was just now, and the niece who pursed her vermilion lips didn't know what kind of beautiful dream she was having. Chapter 61, Rebel Sun. Apologize to Yi Xiao. Late afternoon. Well, Luo Tianyi woke up from her sleep, feeling surprisingly comfortable in her body. Could it be just the cause of that? But, shouldn't be, before also that, and did not have this kind of feeling, so strange. Luo Tianyi murmured out loud, but soon saw a certain guy in their own plump big G take advantage of each enough, ruthless white Yi Xian a glance. Soon, Luo Tianyi realized that the plumpness was rising. This, wasn't it eaten a lot by that guy? How come it feels up again? It used to be that Sambo didn't have anything to eat, but now it's so painful to move around and get up. Or, let that guy have a few more bites. With that said, carefully placing Deji near the mouth of some big piggyback. A few minutes later, Luo Tianyi's face was slightly flushed as she drew back Deji and put on her clothes, obviously swelling and aching quite a bit better. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't wake up, he patted his heart and tiptoed out of the room as if everything hadn't happened. However, just as Luo Tianyi left the room, Yi Xian's closed eyes opened a slit, and the corner of his mouth curved into a breathless arc. That niece is still really getting bolder and bolder, treating herself as a Sambo. Really, I don't know what to make people say. Leaving the room, Luo Tianyi looked at San Bao and fed some milk before moving to the Dragon Domain real estate, asking Anshin to give Yi Xian a word when he woke up. Take care, miss. Outside the villa, Anshin and a few maids watched Luo Tianyi leave, but their eyes fell on the red Lamborghini poison and scared with emotion. I think that's Lamborghini's latest poison this year. No, it said that there are only 20 of them in the world, and this one is worth $20 million. Young master is also too spoiled for madam, buying a random car for 20 million. TSK. The maids were chattering. Even Aunt Shin was overwhelmed with emotion. The young masters doting on the madam could not be any less than San Bao. Honestly, if she was a decade or so younger, she would want to marry someone like the young master as well. Half an hour later, Yi Xian, who came out from the room, knowing that Luo Tianyi went to Dragon Domain Real Estate, thinking that Tianquan Security has been on the right track. He hasn't been there once yet. No matter what, he is also the boss of Tianquan Security. Since the refrigerator took a cup of chilled watermelon juice to refresh himself, drove the car to the Tianquan Security Company. Tianquan Security is located in the Tianhai inch of land in the gold section. In the Wang Taizhu heavy gold smash directly bought a building. Of course, during the means, after all, with the existence of the hacker god Luo Tian, get some evidence of what is still handy. Squeak! A stretched Lincoln appeared in front of the Tianquan Security building and pushed the door to get out. This gentleman, you can't. Here, pow! At the entrance of the Tianquan building, a new security guard was just about to go and stop Yi Xian from stopping the parking, but he slapped the new security guard on the back of his head from behind. Yi Xiao. Good. The head of security bent respectfully and greeted apprehensively. Oh, hearing the youth in front of him recognize himself at a glance, he couldn't help but laugh. You know me. In that case, stay on duty. Yes, Yi Xiao. That security captain straightened his waist, as if accepting the parade general solemn. Look at the side of a few new security guards' eyes are straight. Crikey, they have never seen the second tiger captain, so do people respect. Watching Yi Xian walk towards the hall, the security chief heir who directly went to his boss Luo Yurua to report the matter. After all, it was a big deal for their Tianquan boss to come to the company. What? Luo Yurua, who was having a meeting in the conference room, heard the message from heir Hu and stood up from her seat with a prancing sound. While in the conference room at the moment there were Wang Taizhu, Luo Tian, and Wolf Feng, all of whom looked over. Brother Wang, Yi Xiao is here. Aha! As soon as Luo Yurua said this, Wang Taizhu and the others all stood up. Young Yi is here. Go! There was no hesitation to terminate a meeting that had reached an important point in the negotiations. Kidding? A heavenly meeting is not as important as welcoming Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao. Hello, Yi Xiao. Along the way, many members of Tianquan Security who know Yi Xian's identity are respectfully greeted, and then one by one, 10 by 10, everyone looks at Yi Xian's eyes are changed. My God, that's the boss of their heavens right security. Not long ago, in the front desk of the apprehensive excited little girl under the leadership of Wang Taizhu to see two men and a woman. The woman is clearly Luo Yurua. Yi Xiao, you didn't say anything in advance when you came. Wang Taizhu hurriedly stepped forward. Yi Xian glanced at the other two and his eyes landed on Luo Yurua. Yurua right. Long time no see. Hey, good day Yi Xiao. Luo Yurua rare slight blush said. That kind of shy look Luo Tian mouth twitching. He has never seen the sister so. Yi Xiao, let's go to the office and talk. Wang Taizhu was slightly respectful and said with a half step slower to show his respect. Good thing too. Nodding slightly, Yi Xian lifted his foot towards the direction Wang Taizhu was guiding. And this time Lin Xiaotian, who was coming out of one of the rooms, saw Yi Xian not far away. His pupils widened. It's Yi Xiao. Adverse son. Come with me and apologize. Dad. Snap. Lin Yi hadn't even finished speaking when he was directly slapped by Lin Xiaotian coming up. Little son of a bitch. If you want to die, don't drag our Lin family with you. If you don't go today, I'll break the father-son relationship with you. One of Wang Taizhu's men on the opposite side was directly confused by the sudden scene. Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Ahem. Sorry about that. Lin Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief and calmed himself down. I would like to ask, is that young man just now one of your people here? Oh, just now I heard Mr. Lin say Yi Xiao? Mr. Lin probably doesn't know that Yi Xiao is none other than the boss of our Tianquan Security. Ha! Tianquan Security is the property of Yi Xiao. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaotian's eyes flickered. Manager Kai, I agree to our cooperation. I'll sign the contract, but I'd like to change the security order of $10 million to $30 million. Is that okay with you? Manager Kai, Wang Tiezhu's subordinate, froze. This, sure. On the other hand, the office of the chairman of Tianquan Security, Xiao Yi. Introduction. These two are my comrades. This is Luo Tian, a hacker computer genius, and the other is Wolf Tooth, and the one with the highest strength besides me. As for Yurua, Xiao Yi should have seen it before. Wang Taizhu introduced himself while Yi Xian looked at Wolf Feng. That day, after I left, the person who killed Zhang Zhe was you, right? He. So Yi Xiao knows all about it. Wolfsbane scratched the back of his head and said in a naive manner, completely unable to be associated with the cold-blooded expert who killed and killed. By the way, Taizhu, I brought 1,000 pounds of special effects oranges in the trunk by the way. Have someone pick them up. 1,000 pounds. Good. You Ruo, you go and arrange it. Wang Taizhu heard the corner of his mouth. According to the size of Yi Xiao's oranges, about 5 oranges have a caddy. 1,000 pounds. That is, a full 5,000 oranges. What he heard. Not long after Luo Yuruo left, the sound of knocking came from outside the door. Enter. As Wang Tiezhu's voice spreads, then manager Wang is bringing Lin Xiaotian's father and son to the field. Not waiting for manager Wang to speak, Lin Xiaotian directly snapped a slap hard on the back of Lin Yi's head, directly jerking Lin Yi to his knees on the ground. Rebellious son. Still don't kowtow and apologize to Yi Xiao. Chapter 62, bringing Luo Tianyi to celebrate grandpa's birthday. Return fee capped at 8 billion renminbi. Adverse son. Why don't you kowtow and apologize to Yi Xiao? Lin Xiaotian slapped the hardest ever. He has never hit his son so vigorously. Lin Yi, even if the stupid also know how much trouble he broke. With a bang, a head hit the ground. At this moment where he dared to say half a word. Yi Xiao. I was wrong. I shouldn't have made a move on you. Snap. Lin Xiaotian had a slap up. Be sincere for me. Manager Choi. How exactly did this second generation offend Yi Xiao? And was smacked so hard by his own old man. Yi Xiao. Okay. Lin Xiaotian looked like he was going to slap him again. Yi Xian looked at Lin Xiaotian. This person was a character. Of course there was no shortage of Luo Tian's hammering in between. There's no need for theater. Get up. Thank you. Yi Xiao. Lin Xiaotian heard Yi Xian accepted the apology. Snapped under the excitement of once again smoked his son Lin Yi a slap. This time really will be Lin Yi to smoke confused. I wipe. Yi Young are forgiven him. How the old man? The old man is still smacking him. Why don't you thank Yi Xiao? Lin Xiaotian old face red for a moment. Of course he will not admit that he is pumping his son pumping smoothly. If Lin Yi knows the reason why the old man pumped him, I do not know whether he will climb up and fight with his own old man. Seeing his son's good boy kowtow sincere thanks, Lin Xiaotian was satisfied. But this is not over. Then Swish wrote a check. Yi Xiao. This 100 million check, right as this rebellious son offended Yi Xiao's atonement. I still hope that Yi Xiao receives it. Otherwise Mr. Lin will not be able to feel at ease in his heart. Wang Taizhu heard Lin Xiaotian's words, especially directly came up with a check for 100 million. This operation undoubtedly shocked them, although they are not unseen. Taizhu. Since Mr. Lin is interested, then take it. Yi Xian vaguely guessed the reason why Lin Xiaotian was like this. It was estimated that Wang Taizhu and the others had intimidated Lin Xiaotian. And to put it bluntly, this 100 million check was actually Lin Xiaotian's attempt to buy a peace of mind. This money, you don't have to give it to me. Consider it as a working capital to develop Tianquan security. Yes. Yi Xiao. Wang Taizhu received 100 million checks. The face did not have too many fluctuations. Lin Xiaotian is a sigh of relief. Just now, although only a few minutes, but his entire back was soaked in cold sweat. Young Yi. Then, reverse son and I will leave first. Lin Xiaotian is not dare to stay here for a moment. Joking. That Mr. Luo is on the sidelines. That day he said that if he offended Yi Xiao will destroy the Lin family. Lin Xiaotian does not doubt it at all, because he understands very well that Luo Tian has this strength. Jingle bells. Lin Xiaotian father and son just left. A cell phone ringing. Yi Xianxi is the old mother's phone. Came to the large floor-to-ceiling windows to connect the phone. If Qin Shaowan know that he is now a large security company behind the boss, I do not know how it will feel. Hey, Mom. Answering the phone, Yi Xian spoke out, while Wang Tiezhu's trio had a handle on their hearts, and they didn't dare to take a breath at once. Brat, how are my daughter-in-law and 3 munchkin granddaughters? Qin Shaowan's first words were to inquire about Luo Tianyi and Meng Nua Nua and Han Han, completely ignoring her unimportant son. That's my wife and my little mistress. Can it be bad? Yell. It's okay, brat. Qin Shaowan gave a laugh and smiled. After saying a few words she got to the point. Your grandfather's 70th birthday is tomorrow. You bring Xiao Luo along. Don't bring my 3 granddaughters for the time being. I haven't gotten through to your father's side yet. Grandpa's big birthday. Or I don't. Ding. The host triggers a choice mission to bring Luo Tianyi to Grandpa's birthday banquet mission to make everyone recognize Luo Tianyi. Mission choice 1, bring Luo Tianyi from that Grandpa's birthday banquet. 10 times the rebate. Capped at 8 billion renminbi. Task choice 2, reject the task and shorten the small nail by 30 centimeters. Yi Xian. Doggone system. You sister. Yi Xian, who wanted to fight with his wife, was directly confused by this sudden wave of tasks from the system. Shortening 30 centimeters. Abortive. Is the system trying to change sex itself? Yes. Mom, I'll be sure to take your daughter-in-law to Grandpa's birthday celebration tomorrow, and I'll let you make a good splash then. The system task is in the body. Yi Xian would like to refuse, but he does not dare. Of course, if he refused the task before the small nail to increase 50 centimeters, he would dare to refuse a wave. Only, in that case, he was afraid he would scare his own wife. You kid, bring Xiao Luo, that's the biggest publicity you've ever given me. Your aunts and uncles can show off in front of me for many times. This time I have to make a good publicity. Chen Xiaowan grunted and said, competitive. This is the most obvious characteristic of Chen Xiaowan. But who let Chen Xiaowan is the youngest daughter of their Chen family. There are 2 older brothers and 2 older sisters above. And there is a younger brother below, ranked the oldest 5. The 2 older brothers and sisters had grandchildren even if their own younger brother, that is, Yi Xian's brother-in-law also had a grandchild with a handle last year, which made Chen Xiaowan really envious. A large family had grandchildren. Just her one, not to mention grandchildren. Even her daughter-in-law did not have. How could she be calm? This was also the reason why Yi Xian had received a life-threatening serial call for a long time before. But this is good. Not only do they have a daughter-in-law who is as beautiful as the sky, but they also have a child with 3 babies, and their son is genuinely fighting for her as an old mother. She could hardly wait to see the faces of her brothers and sisters and brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law when they met their own daughters-in-law. Chen Xiaowan explained a few sentences and hung up the phone. Wang Taizhu, several people saw Yi Xian finish the phone call, and only then did he slightly sigh of relief. That's right, Iron Pillar. Yi Xiao, what are your orders? Wang Tiezhu's hurried voice. From the phone call he could hear that it seemed to be some kind of birthday banquet. Help me prepare 2 birthday gifts for the elderly. My grandpa was a middle school principal before. No need for false heads. Keep an eye out for me. Buy it and send it to Kowloon Villa. Yes, Yi Xiao. Wang Taizhu wrote this command down. He didn't dare to miss even one word of what Yi Xiao said. 10 minutes or so later, Yi Xiao was slow to go. Wang Taizhu with Luo Tian Wolf Teeth and Luo Yurua sent to the entrance of the Tianquan building, saw Yi Xian leave, only to take back the line of sight. A few new security guards guarding the entrance of the building are all cooing and swallowing a mouth of saliva. I drop a mother. The previous scene is simply with the ghosts walk through the general. Yi Xian drove with one hand and dialed his own wife's phone with the other. Then Dragon Domain Real Estate Company, the president's office. Luo Tianyi, who was following her man's phone call, stood up from her seat in a moment, her beautiful eyes wide. Hubby, what did you say? Tomorrow, to take me to your grandpa, to wish you a birthday. Yi Xian, you, crazy. Chapter 63, Young Master will hang you up and beat you. Kowloon Villa. Returning home, Luo Tianyi's first time was to pull someone to lock the 2 in a small dark room to raise the offense. Looking at Anshan stunned, while several maids were chattering hotly. Madam, this is doing? Ahem. Couldn't it be? The lady is so urgent that she doesn't wait for dinner. Ugh, who says it isn't? But it's understandable. After all, the young master is so handsome and charming. It's a girl's super favorite. Yes, if I were a madam, I would be so happy to be with young master every day. Looking at the closed door of the room, the maids secondary envy, but do not know the fact that the situation is not so at all. If Luo Tianyi knows their minds, it is estimated that the maids will be stripped naked and hanged, slapped and beaten to the point that they do not recognize themselves. Are all the young people nowadays so fierce? Anshan looked at the tightly closed room and wanted to hear something, but the soundproofing effect of the villa room was too good, so she could not hear a single sound at all. In fact, not only Anshan, but also the maids were listening sideways, wanting to hear Madam's wonderful music. Unfortunately, in the end, it also ended in disappointment. Of course, it would be better if they could hear their young master's voice. Even if they couldn't get the young master's person, it would be nice to get the voice. Yi Xian, you, surprisingly, directly agreed to Mom without consulting me, to go and celebrate Grandpa's birthday with him, Luo Tianyi said with a reddened face. She wasn't scared and unwilling, but was a bit flustered, worried that she hadn't done enough to make Yi Xian's grandfather's side have any misunderstanding about her. The love is deep, and the closure is very important. That was what Luo Tianyi was thinking at the moment. What? Wife doesn't want to go? Seeing his own wife's reaction, Yi Xian wasn't surprised in the slightest. If my wife doesn't want to go, then I'll call Mom to say something. As he spoke, he was going to make a move to make a phone call. When Luo Tianyi heard this, she swished and snatched Yi Xian's cell phone, hugging it tightly in her plumpness, her beautiful eyes staring at Yi Xian with vigilance. You're crazy. Luo Tianyi glared at Yi Xian. This big pig's hoof. If you call now, what will Mom think of me? How disappointed must she be? It's not like I don't want to go. It's just, you have to give a gift if you go. Luo Tianyi couldn't stop being nervous when she thought of wishing her own man grandpa a happy birthday. The mood a little more apprehensive than checking the scores of the college entrance exams. Gifts? I've already had someone get this. I'll make sure you're satisfied. No surprises with my husband. Yi Xian wrapped his own wife's unbearable surplus of slender waist, lightly and quickly stripped, frankly cat into the nest. Luo Tianyi whitened her eyes at the guy with fast hands, but she didn't resist, hugging her own man's waist and clinging tightly. That husband? What do I need to pay attention to when I celebrate my birthday with my grandpa? Luo Tianyi tilted her swan-like neck, but she had to be on the ball. After all, it was her own Sanbao's old foreign grandfather. And this should be considered her first time to meet her parents in public. The last time her future mother-in-law rated didn't count. Pay attention to what? My grandfather retired before the high school principal. More like calligraphy. A total of 3 sons and 3 daughters. My mother ranked the oldest 5. There is a younger brother below. In the meantime, outside the villa, on the other hand, the doorbell dinged. A beautiful maid hurriedly came to the villa room door and pulled it open. And the next thing she saw was Luo Yuruo. Manager Luo, what brings you here? The pretty maid spoke out suspiciously when she saw Luo Yuruo. Where is your young master? When Luo Yuruo saw that it was the maid, she couldn't help but ask, originally wanting to show Yi Xiao the gift to come. Oh, our young master he is sleeping with madam. The pretty maid thought of something. Her face was slightly flushed. Luo Yuruo heard it and froze, then looked at the villa. I drop. Yi Xiao is really a man. If this was heard by Yi Xian, I don't know if he would have snapped her and made her call out loudly for her father. How about this? This will be placed in the villa for now, so that your young master can look at the gift entrusted to us to acquire. And if he is not satisfied, feel free to contact us. Luo Yuruo said. Will be 4 gifts to the maid. For these maids Luo Yuruo or some understanding. To give them 10 guts also dare not hide. The maid came to the villa's living room with a well-packaged box, and the exquisite box caught the attention of Anshin and several maids at the first time. Why don't we take one apart and see if it's okay? At this time, a maid curiously voiced out, paused her voice and added, just now, Manager Luo said that he would let the young master check it out, so it's fine for us to help check it out a bit. This, Anshin frowned slightly when she heard this. As a matter of common sense she shouldn't have let the maids open it up and look at it. But, to be honest, she was also quite curious. Yes, but you can only open one. Really? Then what are you waiting for? Several maids swarmed around. Anshin looked at the several nymphets. Keep your voices down. If you wake up Sanbao, be careful that young master will hang you up and beat you. He. If that's the punishment, I'd like to make Sambo wake up right now. Aha, me too. Anshin blankly eyed the several maids. Hurry up and put it away for young master after reading it. He. Okay, Auntie Shun. A maid heard Anshin's urging, and with a hint of anticipation, she opened a brocade box after 2 seconds of agonizing. Next, an item was presented in front of everyone's eyes. Precisely a cheongsam. Wow. This is, what a beautiful cheongsam. Between the maid's chatter, Anshin line of sight also looked over, just landed in the cheongsam above. The eyes were full of incredible. This is the cloud brocade cheongsam. Moreover, the entire cheongsam is made of cloud brocade in every stitch, which is a big deal. The maids, what's cloud brocade? Is it expensive? A maid blinked her big beautiful eyes and asked with a curious baby-like look. Of course it's expensive. It's the top luxury upscale product in the country. Anshin said with emotion. Do you guys know that Yunjin is made only by hand nowadays? And only every 2 people cooperating for a day can only produce 5 to 6 centimeters of length. Anshin, what are you saying? 2 people, a day can only produce a length of 5 to 6 centimeters. That the whole cheongsam is cloud brocade have to how much money? Here. The maid's look again to the eyes of the cloud brocade cheongsam all changed. The heart Chi-Chi inhaled a breath of cold air. I drop good boy. The young master. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products in the world. And you'll be able to do it all in one place. Chapter 64, Make out with your husband to ease the tension. Villa living room. The maids carefully folded the piece of cloud brocade cheongsam and put it into the brocade box before putting it into the exquisitely wrapped bag. Their hearts breathing a sigh of relief after doing everything. Sure enough, the world of the rich is not something they can understand. By the time Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi came out of their room, Anshin and the maids had already prepared dinner. Young master. When Anshin saw the young master come out, she respectfully said, these gifts, just now Manager Luo sent them, saying that you commissioned them to buy them, and wanted you to look at them. Oh, a gift? Then Yi Xian line of sight fell on the 4 gifts on the living room coffee table. See this Yi Xian will understand. Obviously Wang Taizhu this is one of the 2 is given to his parents. The other 2 is in the name of the 2 people to send grandpa's birthday gift. Taizhu think of quite comprehensive. Yi Xian, what are these gifts? Luo Tianyi saw these gifts and asked somewhat speculatively. Yi Xian smiled faintly. That's right. These are the gifts I had prepared, 2 of which are gifts you'll be giving to mom and dad tomorrow, and 2 of which are birthday gifts we're giving to grandpa. With a hint of curiosity, Luo Tianyi opened the 4 brocade boxes. After all, this was what she was going to deliver tomorrow. Soon, 4 items were presented. A piece of clothing, a box of tea, a pile of fragrant paper and a piece of sealing clay, although I don't know what they are, but from the looks of it, they are not simple. When Anshin saw this, her pupil's heart shook, and her face welled up with dismay. Not bad, because these 4 things, in addition to that the cloud brocade cheongsam, are not ordinary goods. It can be said that each piece can be called the top domestic luxury goods. Huaishan de Hongpo, ancient rice paper, Longquan sealing clay. Each of the 3, Anshin had seen, just not owned, because once these things appeared they would be looted by all parties. Although I don't know how much the 4 gifts are worth, a rough estimate is not far off, if not in the tens of millions. They should be expensive, right? Luo Tianyi looked at the 4 fifth-grade pieces, all of which were filled with an extraordinary aura. Not bad, a little on the average side. Glancing at the 4 items, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. These 4 items could be worth a lot as he also recognized the 4 gifts. The corners of Anshin's mouth twitched as she heard this, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. The following day, after breakfast, Yi Xian drove the Lamborghini Poison and headed towards Sheep City in Tianhai City. Azure View Residence, neighborhood. Here Hera, that is Yi Xian's home. Rumble, beastly supercar roar resounded throughout the entire neighborhood. This time, one for Grandpa to celebrate his birthday, and secondly, this is to let Mom and Dad make a good show. After all, is also billions of billionaires, counted as successful people. Red supercar drove into the neighborhood, with the Azure Residence neighborhood out of place. After all, here can appear BMW Audi are already very good, and where can anyone afford to buy Lamborghini supercars like this? Squeak! A beautifully curved drift and a precise stop in the downstairs parking space of Building 8. Luo Tianyi's delicate hands entangled the corners of her shirt, and from Yi Xian's perspective, the beauty was infinite, coupled with the shorts, and the long legs, the image was nothing to write home about. Yi Xian, I'm nervous. Luo Tianyi's heart was beating violently. This was the first time she officially met with her in-laws, although she had met her future mother-in-law before. What's there to be nervous about? It's an old married couple. Luo Tianyi blankly glanced at Yi Xian upon hearing this. Who, with you, is an old married couple? Even though their first 3 babies are all over 3 months old, they haven't gotten a marriage license until now, and they're not legally married yet. How about making out with your husband to ease the tension? Lottie, go make out with the 5th girl yourself. Luo Tianyi glared at Yi Xian. This guy doesn't have a straight face all day. Humph. Yell. Wife, you even know about the 5 girls. Looks like you've done a lot of homework. You don't use it much in general. Lottie, I'm not talking to you. Luo Tianyi reddened her pretty face and pushed the door to get off the car. Yi Xian smiled faintly and also got down from the car, and just happened to meet Auntie Wang and Auntie Li, the little gossip masters of the neighborhood. Ha, Yi family boy, it's really you. Auntie Wang walked in and fixed her eyes on Yi Xian. Then she couldn't help but look at Luo Tianyi, who was a drop-dead gorgeous, proper beauty beside her. This girl is your girlfriend? Right. This is the supercar from the TV. Right. Xiao Yi, is this yours? Auntie Li on the other side looked at the supercar suspiciously. This car label seemed like she had seen it somewhere before. Wow. Just then, Auntie Li's daughter Li Wonder, who was in her senior year of high school, came back from a run and the first thing she saw was the supercar. This is Brother Yi Xian. This car is yours. My God. Brother Yi Xian, you're rich. This is a Lamborghini Poison supercar, and it's still the latest model. It's rumored to be worth at 20 million na. Auntie Li's 2 eyes went wide. Vivian, what did you say? Yi, this car. It costs $20 million. Auntie Li's mind rumbled. Once again looked at Yi Xian secretly pity. Originally she also thought of waiting for her own daughter to go to college. Will give Yi Xian's mother to say that the 2 relatives to come? Yi Xian face value is good. His own daughter is also the school flower. Sure mom. Li Wonder's usual hobby was to read magazines and information about supercars and such. Completely different from the usual girl's family. Yay! Auntie Chen is here. Li Wonder saw Chen Xiaowan at a certain moment and hurriedly greeted her. Come on Auntie Chen. Brother Yi Xian brought his girlfriend home. Aha! Chen Xiaowan, who had returned from the vegetable market, looked over with her eyes and suddenly saw her own son and daughter-in-law. Sister Chen, your family's Xiao Ye is remarkable. Auntie Li first time sip sip sip, pointing at the supercar. See, your family Xiaoye added a supercar to your old Yi family. Xiaowen said 20 million na. Your family Xiaoye developed Chen Xiaowan then the line of sight fell on the supercar, but did not have too much vibration. After all, she knows that her son is now a rich man, but with his son glanced at each other. Seems to have some understanding of his son's reasons for acting in a high profile. The heart cannot help but be gratified and touched. This is to let their old Yi family shine the rhythm of the family lintel. Oh, brat, not bad. This is the Xiao Luo you were talking about, right? Come on, let's go home. Chen Xiaowan carried the dishes, smiling from ear to ear. Today's son this wave of operation. Their old Yi family is considered to be famous in the entire neighborhood. Mom, let me help you carry it. Luo Tianyi slightly panicked said bald mouth to come to the sentence. Crisp and pleasant voice listening to Wang Auntie Li Auntie eyeballs wide open. They heard what? Chen Xiaowan was stunned. And of course, she felt Auntie Wang and Auntie Li's dumbfounded gazes, and in her heart, she couldn't mention how proud and happy she was. But the backhand is to slap his son's arm. Brat, don't know how to be compassionate. Really want my daughter-in-law to carry the dishes now. Oh, honey, I got it. Yi Xian 3 people into the elevator. Wang Auntie Li Auntie in the wind mess. I drop a wipe. This is a big deal. The old Yi family boy out of interest Immediately the first time the news will be stabbed into the community exchange group. Chapter 65 In fact, Xiao Luo, it's fine for you to call me dad. The Azure View Residence Neighborhood Exchange Group. When it blew up, Ye's father and his chess friends killed a few games in the morning and came back refreshed and in a good mood, having won 3 games in a row with good luck today. Old Yi, look, there's a luxury car parked downstairs in your building. It seems like it's still a supercar. This is at least several $1 million. Next door, Lao Chi will also be one of Yi father's chess friends, looking at the supercar. Staggering emotion. Millions? Yi father looked at the supercar parked under his house. Old Chi, your pattern is small. Some time ago, I have heard that our country has purchased several Lamborghini Poison luxury cars. The shape and design is exactly the same as on the news. I am afraid that this is the news said that the Lamborghini Poison, the value of you know how much, a full 20 million. Father Yi spoke with a hint of bragging, and as expected old Chi heard it. His eyes widened. Old Yi, really? Hey, of course really. Spinning around, he glanced at the luxury car. However, only the stupid shortcomings whose brains have been mailed by the door will buy it. If Laozi's son dares to buy this thing, Laozi will definitely hang him up without recognizing his own father. Che, come on old Yi. Although that kid of yours got into Tianhai University, he's at least 100,000 80,000 miles away from buying this car. I don't think you'll have a chance to hang your son up and beat him in this life. Old Chi laughed. Yi Pengfei also sip said also, but, also do not know which loser to buy such a thing. Did not hear that our neighborhood has which family this rich. No more chit chat. Yi Pengfei came to the downstairs of the cell, looked at the red Lamborghini Poison, and felt some emotion in his heart. I'm going upstairs. Good. Watching Yi Pengfei go upstairs, Lao Chi was just about to lift his foot to leave, when the jingle bell came from Auntie Wang's phone. Seeing Auntie Wang's incoming call, Lao Chi's eyes lit up. Is it going to be a dance again? Hey, old king. Oh, I'm downstairs at old Ye's. Pfahem. You. Say what? Hearing the information coming from Auntie Wang, the old Chi swish eyes fell straight on the Lamborghini supercar. You say that this red what Lamborghini Poison downstairs in old Yi is old Ye's kid. Yi Xian's. Hiss. Okay, I got it. Old Chi hung up the phone in a daze. The whole person fell into a state of frozen stagnation. His mind roared, and only after a long time did he come back to his senses. What day? The old Ji family's brat robbed a bank. A $20 million supercar. This, how is it possible? Cannot help but the old Chi thought of the conversation between the two just now. Yeah. Did not think that the old Ji go back to the fear is not really will be his family boy to hit their own do not recognize it. But, that Xiao Yi. He's really ruthless. Would like to give the old leaf a phone call to ventilate the old Chi. Thought about it finally did not play. Forget it. Let the old leaf guy to digest it. But, the old leaf family this time is afraid to move the entire district. Small neighborhood. Home. Hey lo. Get some rest no need to clean up. Chen Xiaowan looked at his daughter-in-law virtuous cleaned up the room look. The heart cannot stop liking. This niece is still the same as in the villa. Since that brat also do not know how to hook up with people. Hey. The old lady is also a child of 3 treasures grandchildren of people. TSK. Think about it all let a person excited It's okay mom. It's all I'm supposed to do here. Luo Tianyi can't have the so-called doings. Completely treating this place as her own home. Yi Xian was stoned on the side. Mom you let her do it. idly estimating that she is nervous to see my dad again. Go go go, you heartless brat. Chen Xiaowan glared at her own son, while Luo Tianyi's face was slightly flushed, obviously having been exposed by a certain big piggyback. The reason why she was doing housework was purely to divert her attention. You kid, you're such a good cook. I'll leave breakfast to you. Putting the groceries in the refrigerator, he blankly eyed his son. Let your father taste your handiwork as well. Okay. Yi Xian didn't refuse. After all, it was only right to cook for his parents. Here, shall Luo have some fruit? This chore is for your father to do later when he comes. Chen Xiaowan's one sentence was to tell the family status, which made Luo Tianyi's heart slightly have some confidence. Mom, it's fine. Hey, you kids. Chen Xiaowan looked at Luo Tianyi's appearance and was incomparably emotional. Little Luo, you are much more virtuous than me. Mom, where is it? Being said so by her future mother-in-law, Luo Tianyi was flattered and slightly embarrassed, and it was at this moment. Click. The door of the room opened, and Father Yi finally came online. Oh no, he returned home. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Luo Tianyi's heart stirred, and then she saw Ye's father come to the living room, while Ye's father saw the heavenly fairy-like girl and thought that he had gone to the wrong house. Dad, you're home. Luo Tianyi held back for a long time, collapsed out of a sentence. Heard this sentence, the kitchen Yi Xian was stunned, then the corner of his mouth curved up arc. This niece, it seems that she is still nervous. Chen Xiaowan looked on smilingly, but it was Yi Pengfei who was confused. To be honest, if he hadn't seen his partner at his side, he would have thought he was in someone else's house. Or, of course, he might have thought he was dreaming. Wanda, this, Ye's father froze and hurriedly explained. When did I have more than one daughter? Put. When Chen Xiaowan heard Ye's father's words, she couldn't help but give him a blank look. What daughter? You're thinking quite beautifully. Do you have such good genes? Old Yi, this is our son's girlfriend, future daughter-in-law. People are a little nervous about seeing you low. What are they thinking all? Yi mother gave Yi father a wink. Yi father heard a jolt. Son's girlfriend, future daughter-in-law. This information is too much, but their old couple is on their son's marriage is extremely concerned about. And now there is such a heavenly fairy like future daughter-in-law. How can he not be happy? Ah, so, Yi father was also a little excited when he heard. That Xiao Luo right. Hurry up and sit on the sofa. Where did that brat go? Dad. Oh no. Uncle. Yi Xian he is in the kitchen making breakfast. Luo Tianyi's face was flushed and she hurriedly opened her mouth. When Yi father saw this, his heart was soothing. Actually, Xiao Luo, it's quite good for you to call me dad. Ah, this, uncle. Luo Tianyi was directly made whole by a wave of Yi father's operation will not. Of course, this is the case that Yi father did not know that they have a child with 3 babies. Alright, old Yi, what are you doing? Taking advantage of other people's Xiao Luo, right? Yi mother glared at Yi father, but soon Yi father glanced at the kitchen. That brat, he can still cook? Che, you think I'll give you the same? Yi mother whitened her eyes at Yi father and said without giving the slightest bit of affection, causing Yi father to actually feel a little embarrassed. Yeah, right. Luo Tianyi thought of something and brought 2 gifts for Ye's father and Ye's mother from the side. Uncle and auntie, this is the gift I chose for you. I hope you'll like it. Gifts? Yi mother heard. Her eyes fell on the 2 brocade boxes. Oh, what's the point of spending that money? Although the mouth said so, face is full of smiles and satisfaction. Cannot wait to open the box, but just opened. Yi father's eyes jumped. This is Cloud Brocade Chongsam. Xiao Wan, don't move. Be careful. Chapter 66, his own son, transformed into a big boss. This is Yunjin Chongsam. Xiao Wan, don't move. Be careful. See the Cloud Brocade Chongsam of Yi father, eyes wide. He usually, in addition to work chess, his favorite is to study some of the old things in ancient times. Antique calligraphy and painting and luxury goods and so on. Although talk about masters, but more than the average person to know quite a bit more. Old Yi, what are you doing? This is a shock. Chen Xiaowan was startled by Yi Pengfei's voice, and the Cloud Brocade Chongsam in her hand almost didn't give a shake. But Ye's father obviously didn't pay attention to this, and took the Chongsam from Chen Xiaowan's hand with a careful hand, and carefully surveyed it. The lines, the textures, and the workmanship. Yi Pengfei was finally nonplussed. Xiao Luo, this is too expensive for you. A Cloud Brocade Chongsam? Expensive? Chen Xiaowan knows that Lao Yi knows a lot about this area, and her heart is also a jolt. Lao Yi, this Chongsam, is very expensive? Expensive? More than that. Yi Pengfei looked at the brocade box on the table in the Cloud Brocade Chongsam. Do you know what this is? The top domestic luxury goods, and so a Cloud Brocade Chongsam are all made of cloud brocade. Its value is inestimable. cloud brocade, but there is an inch brocade inch gold. This kind of process is completely unable to use machines. To weave a brocade 78 centimeters wide, there are 14,000 threads in its weaving surface, and all the floral motifs are composed by weaving in and out of these 14,000 threads. After a pause in his voice, Ye's father added, such a cloud brocade Cheongsam, if it is auctioned, a conservative estimate is at least 3 million towards the top. Boom. Hearing this price, Chen Xiaowan, on the other hand, was nonchalant, looking incredulously at the cloud brocade Cheongsam between her eyes. Old Yi, what did you say? This Cheongsam, worth, is going to be over $3 million. Xiao Luo, such an important thing, Mom can't accept it. Chen Xiaowan pushed the cloud brocade Cheongsam over, signaling that she couldn't have it. However, Luo Tianyi was also confused at the moment. What the hell? The cloud brocade Cheongsam? Worth $3 million? The guy didn't tell himself that. This stuff, so expensive? Luo Tianyi originally thought that it was just a few thousand big, at most 2 or 3 million. Where did he think it would be so much money? That guy. Absolutely intentional. It is impossible for him not to know that Dad, no, Uncle does not understand this. However, the arrow is in the air here. Mom, originally this is a token of my appreciation. You can accept it, and it's nothing to me and Yi Xian. Speaking through clenched silver teeth, Chen Xiaowan looked at the cloud brocade Cheongsam on the table, thinking about the financial strength of the two of them right now. That's fine. Yi father heard. Xiaowan, what are you talking about? This is worth $3 million. You just accept it? Shut up. Chen Xiaowan blared at Ye's father. This is someone Xiao Luo's filial piety to me, and now my son is a rich man. Not to mention a cloud brocade Cheongsam is 10 pieces of 8. I want him to dare not to buy for me. Father Yi, Chen Xiaowan's wave of showdowns directly confused Ye's father. That kid. Rich man? Wanda, you don't have a fever. Yi father raised his hand and was about to touch Chen Xiaowan's brain, but it was Chen Xiaowan who knocked her hand away. What kind of fever? Don't you see that Lamborghini poison parked downstairs? That was bought by our son. Chen Xiaowan thought of that supercar and spoke in a direct showdown. Father Yi, hearing Chen Xiaowan's words, Yi father's eyes suddenly widened. You? Say what? That loser who bought a Lamborghini supercar is, ahem, our son? Yi father, on the other hand, was nonchalant when he heard this, glancing at the kitchen. Brat, come over here. I promise I won't beat you to death. Yi Xian, who was busy working, heard his father's words and came out from the kitchen. It was time to perform a showdown. Say, this money, where did it come from? Seeing his son come close, Yi father's face became solemn, while Luo Tianyi saw her father's expression and somewhat understood why Yi Xian's mother temporarily hid Yi father. Yi Xian's face was as normal. Dad, I'll show my cards. In fact, I'm the owner of Tianhai Qianjun Hotel and the owner of Dragon Domain Real Estate. As for the money, I hit the jackpot before, then speculated in stocks and made a big profit of just under $100 million. Then acquired 2 companies. Boom! Yi father's mind boomed loudly as he listened to his son's words. What the hell? Is this how his son made his fortune? My own son, transformed into a big boss. Although the amount of information is somewhat large, but Yi Pengfei no, that brat will not lie to him. The face is eased a lot. In that case, then Xiaowan this cloud brocade Cheongsam you will accept it. Poof. Chen Xiaowan hummed and ignored Yi father. While Yi father knew that he had misunderstood his son, his face once again became embarrassed. So what? Son, I'm sorry haha, it's okay. Having gotten through the key, Yi Xian looked towards another gift. Right wife, didn't you also buy a gift for our father? Yi Xian laughed as he looked at the clueless Luo Tianyi. This relationship in his own family, this niece still had to get used to it. Oh yes, by the way uncle, this is a gift for you. Hearing this, Luo Tianyi took the other brocade box on the table. With what just happened with the cloud brocade Cheongsam, father you wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit careless at this time. Then just more carefully open the box. Reflected in the eyes is a pot of tea. But not yet wait for Yi father breathed a sigh of relief. Is to realize that something is not right. This tea flavor, not right. It's not the ordinary De Hong Pao. This flavor? Contemplating for a moment, sniffing the flavor that overflowed his nose, a certain shock looked at the tea in his hand. Xiao Luo, you are, Weishan De Hongpo. No wonder Ye's father is so, because the value of this can of tea is not at all worse than that piece of cloud brocade Cheongsam, which is the tea from the mother tree of Wui Mountains De Hongpo, which only produces a little bit of tea every year, and it is said that the place is also guarded by the army. Lo, you have a heart. I have to say, for the hobby of tea tasting for him, Weishan De Hongpo has a fatal attraction. This kind of existence even if the money is not necessarily to buy. Brat, you have can be to others Xiao Luo. Hear me, ye father spoke out, then looked at Luo Tianyi. Xiao Luo, in the future, if that brat wants to bully you, you give uncle a word, I will definitely beat his parents. Dad, save me some face. Go go go. Ye father glared at Yi Xian. A big man. What face do you save in front of your own family? Hurry up. Your father, I'm hungry. Between the words, Yi father's heart cannot help but set off waves of shock. To be honest, he is now with a dream. His own son just so sore to become the pride of their old Ji family? Chapter 67 Cousin. This, it can't be sister-in-law. A family of 4, talking and laughing. Luo Tianyi's hanging heart also relaxed. The future father-in-law was actually quite good. Brat, don't even say it. You're quite a bit better at this than your mom. Yi father ate his breakfast, obviously more than usual, which made Qin Shaowan couldn't help but give him a blank look. Look at our son. Then look at you. I wouldn't have married you back then if it weren't for your infatuation with me. Oh, nonsense. Yi father glared at Chen Shaowan. The look was like saying, in front of my son and daughter-in-law, give me some face. After 3 rounds of meals, Chen Shaowan looked at her son. Xiao Xian, I remember you're quite good at telling jokes. Why don't you tell us a few to listen to? Chen Shaowan chuckled at the thought of her son's novel brain circuits, being able to give her son extra points in front of her future daughter-in-law. She certainly wouldn't let it go. This, Mom, are you sure? Yi Xian looked at his mom, not expecting his mom to make such a request. Sure, that. Well, let's see. Hearing this, Yi Xian pondered for a moment. There, a young man encountered confusion in the earthly world, looking for a Zen master to solve the problem. Asked, Zen master, I was already dark. In the summer will be even more tan. Others are making fun of me. What should I do? The Zen master did not say anything and leisurely opened the door of the room, letting the sunshine in. The youth came to the realization, I understand, Zen master. You are asking me to open my heart and not to care about what others think, right? The Zen master heard this and glanced at the youth. No, I was just trying to see where the hell you were talking to me. Pfft, cough cough. When he just had a mouthful of soup and savored the deliciousness, he was directly choked by his own son and coughed violently. Brat, you want to choke your old man to death, don't you? Luo Tianyi blankly eyed a certain guy. She knew that this guy was out of line. Ahem. Brat, speak properly. Chen Shaowan glared at her own son. But honestly, the story her son told was quite interesting. I'll change it then. Seeing his parents and Luo Tianyi's reaction, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Speaking properly, that was impossible. It was impossible to speak properly in this lifetime. After thinking about it for a moment, another classic story came to mind, and squared his voice. The rain kept falling, and the patients in the mental hospital rushed into the rain, shouting, come and take a shower. The doctor smiled helplessly and bitterly. Turning back, he suddenly realized that one of the patients beside him was as steady as Tarzan. Why don't you go take a shower? Just a slight smile from this patient. I'm not like them. They're all a bunch of psychos. The doctor was all of a sudden excited. Finally, you're cured. Paused his voice, giving Yi father Yi mother as well as Luo Tianyi enough time to think. Then without the slightest sign of a divine twist, that's when he said, I'll wait for the water to heat up before washing. The doctor sniffed, looked at the sky speechless, and for a long time was not able to come back to his senses. Put. Luo Tianyi did not hold back to give a laugh straight out. Angrily wide-eye a certain guy. Early preparation of Yi father immediately stopped drinking soup. The heart of the relief. Grandmother drops, almost again by this brat to choke. Goat City. Drunken immortal house. This is the place where the 70th birthday toast to grandpa. In order to celebrate the birthday, Yi mother and 5 aunts and uncles make a big deal. Each family puts out 20,000. This birthday toast alone cost 120,000 huge. Yi Xian's grandfather Qin Bingyan, decades of teaching and educating people, when young, even sponsored many students from poor families, can be said to be full of peaches and plums. In Yanchang, Yi Xian grandfather's reputation is still very high. Wow, cousin, you got a new car again. A pure and beautiful girl, named Chen Yenner, is the daughter of Yi Xian's third uncle's family, but also grandpa's youngest granddaughter. This year is just the 3rd year of college, 2 years younger than Yi Xian, is at the age of 18 years old, flower-like age. Xiao Yan has become beautiful again after many days. Chen Xiaodong looked at Chen Yenner, who came down from the car and joked with a laugh. And between jokes, he was about to enter the drunken immortal building. Squeak! At that moment, accompanied by the sound of a supercar, then a red Lamborghini Poison was parked in the field. Chen Xiaodong and Chen Yenner, 2 people, are obviously attracted. Just want to feel between, is to see the car door pushed open, from the top down as if the sky fairy general girl, and then, it is the eyeballs are wide open. What? That's, cousin? Chen Xiaodong is full of dismay. Chen Yenner is a delicate hand covering the small mouth. The school flower level of the face of all the disbelief that emerged. Cousin. Stunned for a moment, Chen Yenner quickly ran over. Since childhood she has the best relationship with her cousin. Chen Xiaodong looked at this scene, the corners of his mouth twitching, and immediately felt that the Cadillac he replaced did not smell good. Yeah, cousin. This wouldn't be sister-in-law. Coming closer, Chen Yenner realized that Luo Tianyi was even more beautiful than what she had just seen. Chen Xiaodong couldn't help but sip his mouth. Yi Xian cousin's girlfriend could be too much better looking than his own wife, at least 10 streets away. After getting acquainted, Luo Tianyi greeted with a smile. Hello cousin. Hello cousin. He. Sister Luo. You're really my sister-in-law. You're so beautiful. Chen Yenner warmly held Luo Tianyi's arm. Luo Tianyi also had a favorable impression of Chen Yenner. Perhaps this was the tacit understanding between beautiful women. Thanks cousin. You're pretty too. Chen Xiaodong then had his sight and fall on the supercar. Yi ci. This car wouldn't be the latest Lamborghini Poison rumored on the internet this year. Damn. Yi Zi, what a fortune you've made. This car is said to cost $20 million. Humph. Now let's see Big Brother Yu Ting of the eldest uncle's family still fooling around. Chen Yenner grunted, obviously not very impressed with that big brother of the eldest uncle's family. Alright Xiaoyan. Yi, sibling, let's go in. Soon. Arriving at the drunken immortal building's hall, guests from all parties had already come. Grandpa, come and see. Cousin Yi Xian has brought his girlfriend. The sweet voice came out from Chen Yenner's mouth. Then the room full of guests and family members looked over. And when it landed on Luo Tianyi's body, all of them had their eyes light up. This girl is so beautiful. That was their first thought. Oh. When Chen Bingyan heard his young granddaughter's words, he also looked over and suddenly saw Luo Tianyi beside Yi Xian. Has little Yi finally found a girlfriend? Of all the male offspring, only Yi Xian has yet to start a family. This matter can always be on his mind. As for his granddaughter Yenner is not in a hurry, but it was the aside Chen Yuting. Feeling that Yi Xian had become the center of attention of the whole audience, his eyes were full of unwillingness. He lifted his steps forward and took out a gift box. Grandpa, Yuting wishes you good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. This is a gift that Yuting picked out especially for you. A jadeite jade rui, worth $800,000. When Chen Yuting said this, the whole room was shocked, looking at Chen Yuting's gaze full of envy, to which Chen Yuting was very flattered. The corner of his mouth coldly snorted, glancing at Yi Xian. How could a student party be his opponent? Thinking about this, Chen Yuting looked at the pair with a hint of a teasing smile. I wonder, Yi Zi, what gift you brought for your grandfather? Or take it out for all of us to open our eyes. Chapter 68, Top Luxury Birthday Gifts. Shock for Great Uncle's family clueless to doubt life. That brat. Chen Xiaowan saw her own son being targeted by her niece's nephew, and immediately became angry, thinking that she married the richest woman in Yangqing City. She dragged the 250. My mother does not eat this set. Lift the foot will have to go out for his son. Yi Pengfei saw the situation, hurriedly pulled Chen Xiaowan. Today is your father's birthday banquet. Don't be impulsive. Hearing this, Chen Xiaowan finally didn't strike again. If this was put in the usual way, my old lady would have smacked him to death. Moreover, the son can buy such expensive things with us. This Yu Ting can't take advantage of it. Yi Pengfei, look at this son's old god look. Heart to Chen Xiaowan big brother family is also the impression of 1,000 miles. Before their family taunted the two, even if now taunt his son. He cannot be willing. Fruity. Chen Yuting, this statement. The great uncle Chen Deju and great aunt looked at Chen Yuting, big appearance, mouth corner full of smiles. Especially the great aunt face that is called a dejected. Adding fuel to the vinegar. Yes, small leaf. Today is your grandfather's 70th birthday. Although you are a student, but also cannot fall into the next is not. Grandfather Chen Bingyan heard this. His eyebrows slightly condensed. The boss family's temperament he knew. Turning to an old man beside him. Old Lin, I've made you laugh. Unsurprisingly, the words of Chen Yuting's mother and son caused Yi Xian to be directly pushed to the tip of the storm. Luo Tianyi's eyebrows furrowed, and her impression of Yi Xian's great uncle's family also took a sharp turn for the worse. Talking about her man in such a way, how could she be happy? Guests from all sides. The line of sight also fell on Yi Xian. Great uncle Chen Deju mouth corners of the emergence of inflated sense of superiority. The richest man in Yangcheng Rong family is his biggest dependence. Yu Ting, this is your cousin who got into Tianhai University, right? Why don't we wait for his internship, and I'll have someone make an errand for him in Yangcheng. Chen Yuting's wife, who was also the richest woman in Yangcheng, Rong Ning Ning, didn't hide her contempt between her words. The face of the great uncle's family, Yi Xian saw in his eyes. The second uncle, the third uncle, as well as the two aunts of the face is not good. But in the way of today is the father's birthday. Not appropriate to make trouble. Also did not say anything. Grandpa. Yi Xian glanced at the villainous Chen Yuting. This is a gift that Tian Yi and I prepared for you. Wishing you good health and all the best. Oh, grandfather Chen Bingyan had always favored Yi Xian's mother, Chen Xiaowan, and was certainly very fond of Yi Xian. And this was the reason why father and son Chen Deju and Chen Yuting were hostile to Yi Xian's mother and son. Yi, have a heart. Chen Yuting saw this, not calmly fling. Can't wait to see that third aunt's family's kid make a fool of himself. Second uncle. Don't open it to see what kind of congratulatory gift my cousin Yi Xian gave to grandpa. Hearing this, Chen Deming's eyes looked towards his father, Chen Bingyan, and seeing Chen Bingyan nodding, his second uncle Chen Deming opened one of the brocade boxes. Then, the crowd saw a piece of sealing clay in the brocade box, which sold well. When Father Yi saw this, his eyes shook. It's the Longquan seal clay, the first of the 4 great seal clays. As soon as this seal clay came out, before Chen Yuting could taunt, Lin Xiuyan, who was more than 60 years old, stood up from his seat. Longquan seal clay. Yuting Chen. Chen Yuting, who wanted to taunt, froze. What the hell? That piece of mud. It seems to be not simple. Grandpa Lin, is this dragon spring seal clay very precious? Seeing Lin Xiuyan's reaction, Chen Yener of course realized what was going on and couldn't wait to ask. The eldest uncle's family was just too much. Oh, of course it's precious. Lin Xiuyan stroked his beard. Longquan seal mud in ancient times was a special tribute seal mud for the jade seal. The color of this sealing clay is bright red and vivid. It does not solidify in winter, does not ooze oil in summer, is fragrant and never fades, and has excellent permeability and adhesion when covered with paintings and calligraphy. After a pause in the voice, Lin Xiuyan once again lamented. The most important thing is that, even if placed in the water for 3 days to pick up, the use of still dan red is new. As the top luxury of domestic seals for painting, it is rumored that a gram is worth tens of thousands of dollars. This block is almost half a caddy, that is to say, but the value of this piece of Long Yuan seal clay is around $2.5 million. Wow! The moment Lin Lao said this, the room was full of vibrations. Everyone looked at the piece of Longquan seal clay on the table. Their eyes all changed. Chen Yener's mouth was open, and then her heart was ecstatic. Cousin Yi Xian really sent something good to Grandpa. After all, cousin is the one who can afford to look at Lamborghini poison. Oh, good boy. Chen Xiaowan listened to Lin Lao. Angry heart turned into a strong pride in pride. Really, the son did not let her down. This wave of merciless slap in the face. Ruthless enough. Chen Deming several families. The face also eased a lot. Just, immediately incredulous look at Yi Xian. Such a precious seal mud. How can the old Five family can afford to buy? And according to Lin Lao's words, this even if the money is estimated to be difficult to buy. Third sister, your family Xiao Xian this is. Seeing this, Chen Yener's mother suspiciously looked at her third sister Chen Xiaowan, but before Yi mother could utter a word, Chen Yener couldn't stop chirping. Mom, you don't know, cousin Yi Xian is a rich man now. Did you see that Lamborghini poison in the drunkard's residence parking lot? That's cousins. Chen Yener Twitter words, will be the brother-in-law family to the shock, is a side of the two aunts family, is also stunned to look at the scene. The old Five family boy, when the big boss, not just sophomore. Chen Xiaowan saw two sisters and younger siblings' surprised look, heart that called a comfort. Not only come when that boy can also give me and Pengfei respectively brought the cloud brocade Chongsam and Wui mountain mother tree to it. This, impossible. Seeing this, Chen Yuting's face was like a pig's liver, including Chen Deju and his great aunt, especially Rong Ningning's face was full of iron. This scene was like an invisible slap that ruthlessly smacked her in the face. However, before his great uncle's family could be further confused, Lin Lao's exclamation came out once again, as another brocade box was also opened by his second uncle, Chen Deming. Ancient rice paper? Surprisingly, it's ancient rice paper. Lin Lao's eyes blossomed with essence. This is a top-grade, high-grade luxury product that is even rarer than the Longquan seal clay. Old Chen, this grandson of yours is not simple. Speaking, Lin Lao has already lovingly picked up a piece of ancient rice paper. Sure enough, with the rumors of the general, the full production cycle of ancient rice paper products is up to 1 year. This ancient rice paper is wonderfully effective, with many characteristics such as strong ink moistening, no deformation when wet or damp, strong resistance to moths, and long preservation life. Most of all, the most important thing is that the ancient rice paper has lasted for thousands of years without rotting or decaying, and is known as thousand-year life paper. Lin old eloquent, listening to Chen Deju father and son family brain rumbling loud, just from the words have proved that the value of this paper is afraid of far beyond their imagination. On the side of the Yi father, heard Lin old explanation, is also sip sip mouth? Ancient rice paper? That brat. When really good loser ah. Chapter 69, worthy of an old mother's son. The birthday banquet hall was full of shock. Little Yi, you this? Too expensive. Grandpa can't accept it. Chen Bingyan, of course, also recognized that both were extraordinary. Whether it was Longquan seal clay or ancient rice paper, both were worth a lot of money. Grandpa, these are specially prepared for you. It's a waste to put them in my hands. Yi Xian laughed. How could he take back what he gave away? Yes, Dad. Now that Xiao Xian has made a name for himself, it's only right to honor you. Chen Xiaowan at this time raised his feet forward to voice. This thing is the father's favorite. Do not want that is false. Dad, just take it. The brat isn't too bad for this money right now. Yi father thought of the Lamborghini supercar that his own son had bought and also spoke out. Oh, old Chen, you've made a fortune this time. Lin Xiuyan smiled. This kind of object, although not extremely precious, was not something that could be obtained from ordinary channels. Well, then, Chen Bingyan mused for a moment, then whirled around and said, when you get married, Grandpa will give you a big gift then. Luo Tianyi heard that, her face big slightly flushed. Marrying that guy, thinking about it was so exciting and anticipating it. Right, cousin Yi Xian. When Chen Yenner saw that all the limelight of her eldest uncle's family was snatched by her favorite cousin Yi Xian, her big beautiful eyes turned. You are the great talent of Yangcheng Middle School. Today is Grandpa's birthday banquet. Why don't you show us your hand? Okay. Oh, Lin Xiuyan was stunned at hearing this, and then looked at Chen Bingyan. Old Chen, this grandson of yours still has this ability. What Yunel said is not bad. Yes, cousin. Why don't you give Grandpa a poem to cheer him up? Chen Xiaodong was also in a good mood, but his eldest uncle's family did not taunt their family much during the week, with two people speaking out. The third uncle's family and the two cousins from the aunt's family also spoke out in agreement. Seeing the eldest uncle's family suffer defeat, they were still happy to watch. This time to come. One for the completion of the task, and the other is to let the mother a big show. So how could he refuse such a thing? Of course, he also wanted to see how powerful the inquisitive calligraphy he had just gotten was. I'll prepare the pen and paper. Chen Yenner see cousin again to show the writing. The fart to prepare the pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Glanced at the face of the uncle's family. The heart of a comfortable. See, this time you are still complacent. Soon, Chen Yenner went and returned. The field is ready, pen, ink, paper and inkstone. And the paper is just Yi Xian's birthday gift, ancient rice paper. Paper spread out. Obviously can smell the rice paper fragrance. Very good smell. The great uncle's family looked at the field in confusion. How could this happen? The script is not right. At this moment the ones who are in the limelight should be them. Inexplicably looking at Yi Xian, their eyes filled with hostility. Before the table, Chen Yenner personally grinds ink for her cousin. Looking at the rice paper, Yi Xian didn't say much. Licked the ink. The inquisitive calligraphy ability was fully opened. The invisible calligraphy master's aura thumped open. Lin Xiuyan felt the invisible aura. His eyes narrowed slightly. This young man's calligraphy attainment was definitely not simple. And when Lin Xiuyan's line of sight fell on the ancient plain rice paper, is clearly reflected in the eyes of the four sprawling, vigorous writing song of water. Great calligraphy. Lin Xiuyan lamented out. The surrounding guests also have a lot of calligraphy connoisseurs. Under the comparison are sweating ashamed of themselves. So the calligraphy work definitely counted on the famous masters. Between the emotions of the crowd, Yi Xian had already waved his pen down. When will the moon come out? Let's drink and ask the sky. I don't know what year it is in the heavenly palace. I want to go home by the wind, but I am afraid that the agate tower and jade building are too high to be cold. Getting up to dance and make a clear shadow. Why is it like being on earth? The line of clouds and water, without the slightest stagnation. In the eyes of Chen Yenner and others, more like in the completion of a magnificent work of art. This brat, Yi father was all confused at the moment. When did calligraphy become so powerful? Oh, not ashamed to be the son of the old mother. Chen Xiaowan face emerges all the pride. Just the depression swept away. Glanced at his big brother's family. Now again to the old lady beat a try. Luo Tianyi is also a dumbfounded. She has seen a lot of calligraphy of famous masters, and her father's own calligraphy attainments are not bad, but compared to this guy's calligraphy is ultimately a lot worse. There is also this poetry she has never seen before. The pair of neat, rhyming, turning the vermilion pavilion, lowering the beautiful door. There is no sleep. There should not be hatred. Why should things always be round at the time of parting? People have their sorrows and joys, and the moon has its own shade, and this matter can never be resolved. But I wish that people would stay together for a long time, and that we would be together for 1,000 miles. Between the emotions of the crowd, A song called Song of Water with dragons and phoenixes had already appeared on top of the ancient rice paper that was rustic, atmospheric and fragrant. The scene fell into silence, are followed by this poem, and fell into the thoughts of flying reverie. Pa 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 pa. At a certain moment, Lin Xiaoyan was the first to come back to his senses and applauded without stinting. Awesome! Great words! Good calligraphy! I didn't expect that this one would have such calligraphy attainments at such a young age. I'm ashamed to be inferior to him. It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. After saying that, Lin Xiaoya turned his head and couldn't help but turn to Chen Bingyan. Old Chen, this calligraphy doesn't have a 20 to 30 years worth of skills. It simply can't be created. This grandson of yours really opened my eyes. And the poetry, the splendor of the diction and the beauty of the meaning. It's a masterpiece. Oh, old Lin is overrated. Chen Bingyan was modest, but his face was full of satisfaction. Of course he was very happy to have such an outstanding grandson. However, when Chen Yuting saw this, he was even more gloomy. How could that be? That brat really underestimated him. Deming, fetch one of the scrolls. Put away this lyric of Xiao Ye's. Inquire for a time to have it properly framed. Chen Bingyan as a calligraphy enthusiast, itself a calligraphy veteran. Of course, know that grandson, this calligraphy is extraordinary. The first time will let the second son to protect. As for the eldest son, also too lazy to ask. After all, has long been on the eldest son of the family is very disappointed. Okay, Dad. Second uncle Chen Deming quickly said yes, called the third uncle Chen Dayu to help. The two quickly put away the calligraphy carefully, looking at their nephews, eyes full of admiration. Not many calligraphy can make their father so. Seeing Chen Bingyan putting the calligraphy away, Lin Xiaoyan was nonchalant and rubbed his hands together. So what? This little friend. I wonder if I could represent the Tianhai Museum and ask you to write a calligraphy. It would be a pity if you don't let more people see such calligraphic attainments. Yuting Chen. Hearing Lin Xiaoyan's words, Chen Yuting's eyes are going to stare out. That little son of a bitch's calligraphy can be so good that even Lin Lao is begging for ink treasures. You have to know that Lin Lao that is the curator of the Tianhai Museum. If not to find out about the right curator, Lin Lao would have long retired. Once Lin Lao said this, everyone in the birthday banquet hall froze for a moment. Chen Bingyan stroked his beard and cursed this old fox, while Chen Xiaowan looked at her son, her face full of smiles. That look as if she was saying, see, this brat who is making all the noise is the son of my mother. Chapter 70, come on, wife, give your husband a kiss. See, this brat who's making a splash is the son of my old lady. Chen Xiaowan once felt that kind of scenery. Even when he was married to Yi Xian's dad was not so excited. Son today really give her a long face. Guests, family and friends lamented. What more could one ask for in a child? Sure, such a great opportunity to make mom look good was right up his alley. Really? Then thank you so much little friendy. Lin Xiaoyan see Yi Xian agreed. Cannot help but be happy. The first time personally for Yi Xian will be a piece of rice paper spread on the table. That kind of appearance to see that Chen Bingyan blanked him. Yi Xian slightly smiled and came to the table. Chi movement Dantian, holding the brush to the upper right side of the ancient and simple rice paper, put the pen to write down the free travel 3 words. Then, without hesitation, he waved his pen down. There is a fish in the northern underworld, and its name is Kuan. The size of the Kuan was unknown for thousands of miles. It transformed into a bird called the roc. The back of the roc is not known for thousands of miles. It flies in anger, and its wings are like clouds hanging down to the sky. It is a bird, too, and the sea transportation will migrate to the south of the underworld. Ooh, looking at Lucky's flowing calligraphy, coupled with the picturesque words, Lin Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. This literary talent is awesome. The surrounding guests, looking at the calligraphy of the strokes, although they didn't understand it too well, they felt that it was very powerful. And that's just the beginning. And the accumulation of water is not thick. Then its negative big boat is also powerless. Cover the cup of water in the colt above. Then the mustard for the boat. Put the cup is not the glue. Water shallow and boat big also. The accumulation of wind is also not thick. Then its negative big wing is also powerless. In the south of Chu, there is the underworld spirit, who takes 500 years as spring and 500 years as fall. In the ancient times, there is the great Chun, who takes 8,000 years as spring and 8,000 years as fall. The Tran Duk Chu family. What the hell? That kid, how? Even if they didn't know much about literature, they all knew it was awesome. But, why was it that hairless kid? The guests around the eyeballs are looking straight. They are never expected. Today can hear this work. This is the ancient words are not too much. If he who travels to infinity by riding on the righteousness of heaven and earth, and the defense of the 6 chi, he is wicked to stay? Therefore it is said, the Supreme Man has no self, the God has no merit, and the sage has no name. One and done. Lin Xiaoyan's face reddened with excitement due to his excitement, and he slapped on his thigh with a snap. Good. What a supreme man without self, a god without merit, and a saint without name. Such a literary talent. It's superb. It's awesome. Seeing such writing, Lin Xiaoyan quaffed his mouth. To go back and set this work framed and placed in the most prominent position in the museum for people to appreciate. When Luo Tianyi saw this, ripples surged between her eyes. Apparently the same had not anticipated that Yi Xian's talent was so outstanding. The two birthday gifts, Longquan seal clay and ancient rice paper, were the first to make an impression, followed by the two lyrics, Song of Water and Free and Easy Travel, which deepened the impression. This four, no matter which one, is a powerful slap in the face of the kind. In succession, for invisible slap in the face pumped Chen Deju's brain rumbling burst, really Yi Xian's performance far beyond his expectations. A birthday banquet, Chen Deju father and son as if jumping clown face hot and raw pain. Rong Ning Ning is aghast to leave the birthday banquet. He, cousin Yi Xian, you're really something. The faces of the eldest uncle's family are super ugly. Chen Yan laughed. It had been a long time since she had seen her eldest uncle's family so defeated, and she was in a super good mood. Good boy. Well done. Chen Xiaowan gave her son a thumbs up. Today her own son had given her great face. Yi father was also full of joy. Good job. It's rare for your mom to be this happy. The birthday banquet ended. Yi father and Yi mother drove home, while Yi Xian drove Luo Tianyi in his supercar to Yanqing Times Square, preparing to have a little two-person whirl to watch a movie. After all, it was not easy for the two to come out alone. However, just as Yi Xian and the two of them were heading to Times Square, a black van trailed behind them. Yi Xian glanced through the rearview mirror, did not care. All the way long, Times Square, bought a movie ticket. The two went to a bay and waited a quarter of an hour before the movie started. Honey, I'm going to the bathroom, do you want to join me? Lottie, put the hell with going to the bathroom with you. Luo Tianyi spat lightly. Luo Tianyi, who had already been brought down by someone, instinctively thought of certain blushing images. Hurry up and go. The movie is all about to start soon. Okay. Here, wife, a kiss from your husband. After saying that, in the gazes of the many couples around who were so envious that they exploded in place, he kissed Luo Tianyi's vermilion lips, and it felt good. Don't be mushy. Hurry up. Luo Tianyi of course also felt the envious gazes cast around her. Was it really good for that guy to attract attention like that? LOL. A woman in the dark. Her silver teeth clenched. That kid who made her lose face greatly must pay the price. But it's a pity to have such a handsome face. Later on, first drug him, and then after getting it over, then cripple him. A spiteful plan surged to his heart, and the corner of his mouth lifted up a grim arc without being able to help it. This woman was no one else but Chen Yuting's wife, the only daughter of Rong Changhe, the richest man in Yangcheng. Rong Ningning. All along, Rong Ningning is a vindictive black belly woman. Don't look at Chen Yuting took the Rong family's daughter is very scenic. Every day no one knows what kind of purgatory life Chen Yuting has lived. At home, he is more than a kitten and well behaved, but also look at that aspect of Chen Yuting is good, so that they didn't divorce with him. Of course, of this, outsiders are completely unaware. Second uncle, you must give Ning Ning a good fight later. Rong Ningning pampered herself by holding the arm of a middle-aged man beside her. This man was Rong Ningning's second uncle, Rong Sihai, who was also Rong Changhe's right-hand man, and was very strong in person. The Rong family was able to become the richest in Yangcheng without a lot of his secret tactics. Don't worry Ning Ning, if that kid dares to bring you down, I'll have someone break both his legs later. Rong Sihai dotingly rubbed Rong Ningning's head and laughed. Having been childless all his life, he had long treated Rong Ningning as his own daughter. A few minutes later, Times Square, a room, Ka Chao. After Yi Xian entered one of the rooms, Rong Ningning with Rong Changhe and three blade-like henchmen also entered the room, unlocking the door at the first opportunity. Yi Xian, my cousin, when the birthday banquet made a big splash, have you ever thought about? Shut up. Before Rong Ningning could finish her sentence, she was directly stopped by Rong Sihai's drink. The moment he saw Yi Xian, Rong Sihai's entire body was jolted. A cool air rushed straight to the sky. Yi Xiao, how is it him? Chapter 71, is it really good to tease her in public like this? Shut up. Rong Ningning was directly confused by second uncle Rong Sihai's chiding. Second uncle. This kid. Snap. Without even thinking about it, Rong Sihai backhanded a slap hard on the face of his niece who loved him like a son. Hastily turning to Yi Xian, beads of sweat oozing out of his brain. Yi Xiao, Ning Ning doesn't know any better, so I hope young Yi doesn't take offense. Rong Sihai's whole heart was trembling. This person in front of him couldn't even offend Tianhai City's in-laws. The Lin family, They didn't even have enough to stuff their teeth. Some time ago, the Lin family was directly exterminated because of almost offending this person in front of them. Ning Ning, why don't you kneel down and apologize to Xiao Yi? Second uncle. I apologize. Rong Sihai's eyes glared fiercely at his niece. Seeing his second uncle who always loved him so perversely, Rong Ningning completely panicked, flopped down on her knees. Right. I'm sorry, Yi Xiao. Oh, looking at Rong Ningning, who was kneeling in front of him, Yi Xian looked at Rong Sihai. You know me? Cough cough. Recognize. Of course Yi Xiao's great name 4Cs recognizes him. Rong Sihai gulped and swallowed. My sister is Lin Yi's mother. Before Lin Yi was unintelligent and offended Yi Xiao. Thank you Lin Xiao for sparing the Lin family. Boom. Hearing the words of the second uncle Rong Sihai, Rong Ningning's mind boomed. What? The one that cousin offended is Yi Xian. At this moment, where did Rong Ningning dare to have the slightest thought of retaliation? At that moment, her waist was soft and directly collapsed on the ground. Even if at this moment Yi Xian asked her to strip her clothes, she definitely would not have half a hesitation. Cousin got into so much trouble that time that my aunt almost didn't beat him to death. You know, usually auntie favors her cousin, and auntie's family is way better than their Rong family. Fine thoughts. With a thud, a head knocked on the ground. Right. I'm sorry, Yi Xiao. I was wrong. Scared. At this moment, could Rong Ningning not be afraid? The Lin family? So that's it. Hearing Rong Sihai's words, Yi Xian nodded his head in understanding. Back then, if it wasn't for Lin Xiaotian bringing the Lin family to the door to thank them for their sins, the Lin family's days would definitely not be easy. So, your Yangchang Rong family is the in-laws of the Tian Hailin family, and your behavior is really somewhat similar. After Rong Sihai heard this, beads of sweat as big as beans rolled down. I still ask Yi Xiao to be magnanimous. Yeah. Yi Xian looked at Rong Ningning, thinking about the scene at the birthday banquet. Your Rong family is quite domineering in Yangchang. No. Ahem. Wouldn't dare. Rong Sihai was silenced. Ning Ning is still young. Too young to understand. Little? Yi Xian glanced at Rong Ningning. I don't think she's timid at all. Yi Xiao. Wrong. Rong Ningning heard this and knocked her head on the ground with a thud. I am willing to pay any price to diminish Yi Xiao's anger. Including myself. You? Yi Xian looked Rong Ningning up and down. And then he became disinterested. I'm not interested in you. I've heard that your Rong family has been targeting Thousand June Hotel's branch in Yangcheng recently. Is this true? The plain voice came out. Listening to Rong Sihai's ears, his heart was shaken. Or he could not hear Yi Xian's meaning. Thousand June Hotel is Yi Xiao's property. I'm sorry Yi Xiao. Go back and I'll surely inform my big brother. Aha. In passing, he lifted his foot and headed for the door. That's it. I have a movie to watch with my wife. Yi Xiao slowly go. Rong Sihai bent respectfully, and Rong Ningning even dared not utter a breath until Yi Xian disappeared from view. And only then did Rong Sihai and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Miss, is everything okay? Two bodyguards immediately will kneel on the ground. Rong Ningning help up. At this moment Rong Ningning obviously shocked. Just a scene with a dream. Chen Yuting 3 aunt's son? Surprisingly, so terrible. Who? Rong Sihai took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Rong Ningning with a burst of heartache. Ningning, second uncle just apologized. No. Rong Ningning shook her head, not caring in the slightest. Second uncle, if it wasn't for you stopping me from speaking just now, I'm afraid that I've completely offended Yi Xiao. If that's the case, our Rong family is afraid that we'll suffer extinction because of me. I was too willful before. Rong Ningning was incomparably remorseful. That's right. At this moment every trace of hatred in her heart, because she couldn't and didn't dare to. And then she thought of that beautiful girl who appeared at the birthday banquet. No wonder that kind of stunning beauty can be taken down. It turns out to be so. Ning. Rong Sihai thought of something gruffly looked at Rong Ningning. I don't care if you are truly affectionate towards Chen Yuting, but one thing, in the future, you must keep an eye on Chen Yuting. Don't let him target Yi Xiao anymore. Otherwise, all of our Rong family will probably be affected by it. Uncle too. I've got the numbers. How could Rong Ningning not know what was at stake? If that Chen Yuting's family dared to offend Yi Xiao's family again in the future, she would be the first to disagree. Well, so be it. Rong Sihai nodded. Although this niece of his usually fools around, she still knows the difference in front of right and wrong. What took you so long? Returning to the movie watching entrance resting card seat position, he saw Luo Tianyi complaining. This is the first time they are alone on a date to watch a movie. And this guy just disappeared for more than 10 minutes. It's all about to start soon. Yi Xian pinched Luo Tianyi's fair and polished face, envious to death as he kissed the small agaric nose. What? It's only been more than 10 minutes since I've seen you. And your wife misses your husband again. Bah. Who misses you? I'm worried that the movie ticket is void. Yeah, worried that the movie ticket is void. Glaring fiercely at a certain guy, Luo Tianyi was clearly able to perceive the death stare of the people beside her who envied being forced to stuff dog food. Hurry up and go in. Don't you see that so many people are looking at it? Hey, what are you afraid of? If they have the ability to find such a beautiful wife, and also give birth to a child with 3 babies. The crowd heard this. Worry, little thief. You big man. You, humph. Luo Tianyi's face was red, pulling the cheeky guy towards the entrance. Is this guy going to die? Really? Is it really good to tease her in public like this to show her love? However, the surrounding couples are not calm. Male 1 envious. A child of 3 treasures that is. As for the girls are a green eyes. Geez, such a handsome little brother, who could obviously rely on his face value to make a living. Whoa. However, they are also super want to practically experience the strength of their little brother. What to do? Calling. Chapter 72 Yi Xian. You, how can you do this to me? Come to your seat in the movie theater. There are still a few minutes from the start of the movie. The young couples chattering and cloying eating popcorn. The whole large field are interwoven filled with sweet taste. If the single dog here, will definitely be prehistoric blitz injury. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing bringing Luo Tianyi to celebrate her grandfather's birthday and gaining everyone's approval. Earning a tenfold rebate, capped at 8 billion renminbi. In view of the host's perfect level completion of the quest, a +2 physique is attached. The system's voice rang in his ears. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth hooked up in a slight arc. Sure enough, while making a splash for his mom, he also got an extra 2 points of physique. Feeling the warmth in his body was very comfortable, and it was obvious that his spirit felt much better again than before. Looking at the guy beside her who was cozily laughing badly, Luo Tianyi gave her own man a blank look. Yi Xian, what are you laughing at? Boo. Yi Xian, who was in a good mood, directly cupped Luo Tianyi's absolutely beautiful face with both hands and fiercely kissed her own wife on her Jew lips. And Luo Tianyi pushed a certain big pig's hoof away. Put, what are you doing? Crazy. Luo Tianyi blanked Yi Xian. This guy was getting more and more bold and reckless. It seemed like she urgently needed to revitalize her wife. If the surrounding couples and young couples knew what was going through Luo Tianyi's mind at this moment, I don't know what kind of reaction they would have. What's crazy? It's only natural for a husband to kiss his wife. And isn't your little mouth your husband's? Lottie, you, hardly glared at Yi Xian. Want to say something, but found no way to refute. After all, that bad guy said is not it. The husband kissed his wife can have what happened. Just, how always feel we're not right. Honey, do you know the difference between you and the stars? After making some jokes, Yi Xian wrapped his arms around his dumping wife, sniffing Luo Tianyi's body that he wouldn't get tired of smelling for 10 years, and in a serious manner. What's the difference? Hearing Yi Xian's sudden question, Luo Tianyi was stunned and leaned her head on Yi Xian's shoulder, raising her swan-like neck as she spoke. The stars are in the sky, and you, my wife, are in my heart. Hearing this, Luo Tianyi's beautiful big eyes flashed with ripples, and her heart couldn't help but surge with strong happiness. Swish! The moment Yi Xian said this, the surrounding couples and young couples looked over in unison. Worry, your ass. It's okay. The girls and sisters heard this, but their eyes were all twinkling with little stars. My God, this handsome man is also too sweet, too spoiled. I'm so envious. Boing boing. The reactions of the surrounding young couples and husband and wife, Yi Xian did not pay the slightest attention to. As for Luo Tianyi, who was wrapped in full happiness, was even less inclined to pay attention to it. And wife, do you know my heart is over there? Strike while the iron is hot. Teasing his own wife has been practiced by Yi Xian with incomparable skill, as if it has become a part of his life. It's on the left. Luo Tianyi, who was full of sweetness, said with her pretty face full of happiness, and when Yi Xian heard that, he smiled faintly and scraped Luo Tianyi's small nose. Wrong. It's on your side. Luo Tianyi's face pranced with haze. You are bad. Is it really good to spoil me like this? Gobble. Looking at Luo Tianyi's absolutely beautiful cheeks, the surrounding many boys' eyes are straight. I Nima. This if you can kiss a bite. Live 3 years less is not a problem. Vomit. It's so sweet. Mama. What if I'm going to throw up? But, this dog food. Really delicious. Your sister. Do not know that show love die fast. This is to choke them to death rhythm. Shameless. This person's shamelessness refreshed their knowledge of shamelessness. Just, it seems that this dude is quite talented. Soon, the movie begins. The girls fondly retracted their gazes, to be honest, secretly comparing their own beside the man. No matter face value or emotional intelligence or too much worse. If they can choose, they do not hesitate to jump into Yi Xian's embrace. The movie begins by placing coat jackets over the two men. Luo Tian relied on some guy's arms, enjoying the quiet atmosphere. Only soon under the jacket someone's big hands were not honest, directly through the clothes. Lightning like pressed on Diji. Luo Tian's eyes widened and her body stiffened. Yi Xian, you're crazy. Hurry up and take it out. Hey, it's fine. No one can see in this dark. And don't we still have our coats? Luo Tian's cheeks reddened to the point of redness. But she didn't dare struggle dramatically yet. After all, it would be more obvious. Asshole. Soon, the other big hand was also restless, resting on Luo Tian's long and straight legs in a short skirt. All this, no one knows. Nonetheless, the environment of this room is dim, with a jacket, and Yi Xian also used the soundproofing card. Even if it makes a loud noise will not be heard by outsiders. In the eyes of outsiders, the two people are just with other couples generally snuggling together. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. To be honest, under Yi Xian's shameless operation, it was impossible for Luo Tian not to have the slightest reaction. Although she tried her best to restrain herself, she still emitted a subtle sound, but it was first cut off by the soundproof card. Luo Tian relied on Yi Xian's arms, not daring to take a breath. That shameless big bastard was too bad. How could you do this to me? Luo Tian softly leaned in the arms of a certain shameless guy. Shy, if not worried about the big movements being seen by other people, she really couldn't guarantee that she would take a bite and bite this guy to death. What's wrong with you? It's not like you haven't had it before, and it's a lot more than that every night. Latte, you die badly. Luo Tian glared at Yi Xian. I'll never watch a movie with you again. It's just a shame about Sambo's rations. Lottie, and say. At this moment Luo Tian reddened to the heel of her ear all. She herself didn't know how much of Sanbao's ration had been gotten out by that guy. This would be nice to have at home. It's such a waste now. Put. Luo Tian no longer paid attention to that guy, as she clearly felt Sambo's ration still coming out, but it was caught by some guy's big hand. What was even more annoying was that the guy even tasted it, which made Luo Tian almost not find a crack in the ground. She swore that after today, even if she carries 8 palanquins she won't watch a movie with this shameless guy again. Really? Where is he watching a movie like this? Clearly taking advantage of her under the guise of watching a movie. Sure enough, people say, would rather believe that there are ghosts in this world, do not believe that a man's mouth, in front of their own experience of everything is a living example. This bloody lesson is really too painful. That shameless big bastard. So want to bite him to death? How to do? Chapter 73, Palm Smoking Mental Illness, Saving Little Mengru. A movie where Lottie spends seconds like years. The end is, the movie came to an end. If the lights are on at the moment we'll find our comrade Luo Tian has long been blushing to the root of the ear. All is a certain guy to take advantage of not enough. The movie was superb this time. Both the male and female leads are superb in their roles. A movie with a conscience. Lottie, listening to the words of the couple and the young couple, Luo Tian glared at the guy beside her. It's all because of this bastard. He didn't watch any of the movies he likes to watch at all. It's not at all the right script with what he wanted. How about it, wife? Do you want your husband to help you? Seeing his own wife's hateful appearance, Yi Xian chuckled slightly. Blanking out someone, he got up from his seat, but the moment he did, his legs were a little weak. That asshole, when he got back he would make sure he paid all the water bills. After calming her mind for a while, Luo Tian stabilized her mind, and her scarlet face faded away. But unfortunately, no one was able to appreciate such a beautiful scene. However, just as the two of them had just exited the Times Square exit and arrived above the square they heard the panicked clamor of the crowd beside them, and not far away there were a number of clamoring onlookers. It's not good. There's a psycho holding a 3 or 4-year-old girl hostage. It's insane. That psycho is likely to have been stimulated by something. I hope nothing happens to that 2 or 3-year-old girl. The sound of gibberish spread. Yi Xian did not want to meddle in the matter, but he looked towards the little girl who was being held hostage in the spectator field, and his complexion shook. Little Mengru, how is it her? Honey, wait here. I'll be right there. Yi Xian finished, not waiting for Luo Tian to speak is already walking towards the crowd. Luo Tian searching eyes to the field. Is also pretty face slightly white? That is, Yi Xian Ziyan cousin's niece. Third uncle. You must save Mengru. What would I do if Mengru had a death? Chen Ziyan was full of panic covered. Hands tightly clutched the uniform of Yi Xian's third uncle. Chen Duyu. Chen Diyu's job is clearly the captain of the Yongcheng Tidings Division. Ziyan. Don't worry. Uncle Sam will do his best. Chen Diyu received the report of the first time is to come to the scene. But when he saw is the birthday banquet, respectively, not long after the small Mengru face suddenly changed. Pacify their nieces. The mind surfaced a variety of secure rescue small Mengru's approach. Stay back, all of you. The mentally deranged psychotic man in the scene, holding a dagger at the neck of the little Mengru. The little Mengru was so scared that her little face was filled with pallor, and her teardrops snapped and rained down, completely terrified. Oh wow! Mommy! Mommy! Let a person's heartbreaking voice from the mouth of the small dream rue out. Shenzi in hand because of the tightly clenched and become white. Lips are bitten. If possible, she really would like to be held hostage as not his daughter, but her own. Don't be afraid. Mengru, your third grandfather will save you soon. Shen Ziyan was completely flustered at this moment. She didn't know what she could do, and could only pin her hopes on her third uncle. Bitch, it's all because of that stinking bitch who gave birth to this bastard with another man. I'll kill this bastard now. Seemingly stimulated by his surroundings, the psychotic spirit is once again stimulated. No, Chen Ziyan's heart was in her throat. Chen Dayu immediately stepped forward, and put down his gun. This gentleman, don't be impulsive. We have something to talk about slowly. Even though the other person was mentally ill, the first priority was to stabilize the person. Don't talk to you? You're all in this together. Little feral. I'll send you to meet your father. Bad. When Chen Dayu saw this, his heart thumped, and then he made a wink to one of his men, and he had no choice but to shoot that psycho on the spot. Go to hell. Manju. No. Chen Ziyan saw the bandit raise the dagger to wipe towards his daughter's neck. His mind roared and stumbled, and all the surrounding pedestrians' eyes were all intolerant. At the 11th hour, one of Chen Dayu's men was just about to make a move to shoot. Thumbs up. A figure of lightning-like surged to the field. Chen Dayu first vertical hand to stop the operation of his men to shoot down the mentally ill. The next moment, ka-chow. Crisp bone-cracking sounds came out. The dagger in the psychopath's hand was snatched in Yixian's hand, and holding little Mengru in his arms, he lifted his foot and kicked the psychopath out by a distance of 4 to 5 meters. Wow! The sudden change of events caused everyone in the surroundings to look shocked, and swish of their eyes landed on the field. Saved. Who's that dude? So fast, catching blades with his empty hands and kicking psychopaths dry. This can't be the legendary War Department's Soldier King. Chattering sounds came out from all directions, while Yi Xian looked at little Mengru who was crying into tears. Alright little Mengru, uncle is here. It's alright. Little Mengru heard a familiar voice, saw the person holding her, and cried out with a wow. Uncle Yi. Oh. Chen Diyu and Chen Ziyan and a group of people from the tidings division all gathered around, and when he saw that it was Yi Xian, Chen Diyu's pupils widened, obviously not having thought that the person who had stepped in at the critical moment would be his own nephew. Cousin. Little Dreamru got a bit of a shock, but luckily she's fine. Yi Xian handed little Mengru over to his cousin from his second uncle's family. Slightly relieved, Chen Ziyan held little Mengru in her arms. Cousin. Thanks. Thank you. I really don't know what I would have done if it weren't for you. Chen Ziyan now think of just a scene or shuddering. If the little Mengru have any shortcomings, she will never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Luo Tianyi, who was on the side, looked at the field in stagnation. That guy has such good hands. Just now, how did he do that? It was incredible. Meanwhile, the corner of Times Square, Rong Ningning's eyes widened. Her eyes were filled with horrified shock. That Yi Xian. Oh no. Yi Xiao. Masters. Rong Sihai's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the field. Ning Ning. Yi Xiao is definitely an extremely impressive expert. That kind of speed, decisive grasp of timing. It's somehow better than your second uncle. No wonder. He has the strength to make your aunt's family turn over their hands and disappear from the heavenly sea. I'm afraid that under this kind of strength, Yi Xiao's men are definitely not weak either. This person, no matter what, cannot be offended. Rong Sihai instantly listed Yi Xian on the list of taboos that his Rong family could not offend. He knew very well that whenever their Rong family angered this existence, what awaited them would be a devastating disaster. Rong Ningning was so scared that she almost didn't fall softly to the ground. Before thinking carefully, directly snapped a slap hard on her face. Before oneself. Exactly what kind of existence almost offended. Chapter 74. If this school flower doesn't revitalize her wife, I, Luo Tianyi, will take your surname. Goat City, Tidings Division. Xiao Yi. You are so good with your hands? How come I've never heard of it? Chen Diyu as Yi Xian's third uncle, can be said to have watched him grow up since childhood, and Chen Xiaowan as a child can be a lot for him to go out of the way. Of course, on Yi Xian from the emotionally close. Of course, but also not without from childhood to Chen Yener followed Yi Xian as behind Yi Xian cousin called 18 years. It's not the rules of the division. When I was a child I worshipped a senior as a teacher. Then, a serious nonsense made up a barely justifiable reason. Chen Diyu half believe half doubt but also cannot find other reasons. Cousin Chen Ziyan hugged little Mengru. Cousin Yi Xian, no matter what, Cousin really still wants to thank you. Hey, this is all what I should do. But little Mengru sweetly called me uncle as soon as we met. Mengru, quickly. Thank you Uncle Yi Xian. Thanks, uncle. The coy and cute voice came out, which made Yi Xian's heart feel doubly comfortable. This if one of his own family's 1 child and 3 babies were also like this, how good would it be? In that case he would probably be able to die of happiness. Cousin, I really envy you for having such a lovely daughter. Tisk. As he spoke, Yi Xian reported little Mengru. Come, little Mengru kisses uncle. Muah. Little Mengru's well-behaved little mouth kissed on her saved uncle's face. He. Uncle, Mengru likes you so much. Uncle, like you too. Favoringly rubbing little Mengru's head. Chen Diyu saw this and joked and laughed. If you like your daughter so much, then get married earlier. Your mom and dad are waiting to hold their grandchildren. Luo Tianyi heard, lowered his head and wanted to look at his toes, but was phoning blocked the line of sight. Then in very white eyes a certain guy, like a daughter. This guy is a child of 3 treasures, but also how to give birth. Yi Xian, what you just said was really false. Luo Tianyi looked at the guy driving the car with suspicion and curiosity. A worldly man. Is there really such a person? You say you worship a higher power? Smiling at his wife. Of course really. Wife do not believe. To go back to the husband accompanied you to study in depth Lottie, bah. The hell with studying with you. After talking for a while, Luo Tianyi thought about her state of mind today and looked complicated. Yi Xian, let me tell you something. Oh, seeing Luo Tianyi's rare solemnity, Yi Xian was slightly curious. What is it? I seem to like you. Luo Tianyi lowered her head and said with certainty. Even she herself didn't know when she fell in love with this guy. Obviously that big bad guy was super bad. Yeah? Listening to Luo Tianyi's words, Yi Xian didn't feel surprised. In his opinion this would have been sooner or later. But it would have been better if the wife had removed the word like. Remove the word like? Luo Tianyi heard Yi Xian's words. Foxed for a moment. If you remove the word like 2 words that is, I so want to. On the. Yi Xian. You. Shameless. Luo Tianyi's face was red to the point of redness. How can that guy be like this? Is he still a human being? Humph. Too annoying. How could she fall for such a guy? Bad. Shameless? Seeing his own wife's cute and shy look, Yi Xian was serious. How is hubby shameless? It's normal, isn't it? Put. Normal you big head. This school flower bites you to death. Seeing that Luo Tianyi was about to pounce with her teeth and claws open, she was hit behind by Yi Xian. Nizi you're crazy. Stop it. Hubby is driving. If this scene was seen by outsiders, they would be absolutely shocked. Woj. Driving? You sister. Your damn car is not usually fast. Abortion. They've seen driving fast. They've never seen it this fast. It's outrageous. Oof. If this school flower doesn't revitalize her wife tonight, I, Luo Tianyi, will take your surname. Glaring at Yi Xian. This bastard was too hateful. How could he bully himself so recklessly? Just a big bad guy. Yell. My wife is already so powerful now. So scared. Seeing Luo Tianyi's appearance, Yi Xian was really getting more and more fond of it. This niece seemed to have taken another big step on the path of blackening. It was really worth celebrating. Luo Tianyi turned her head away. That looked like she was saying, I'm ignoring you. Don't talk to me? It was very playful. The wife is angry. Seeing the feigned angry Nasan, having nothing to do. It's not bad to tease his wife. Let's do it this way. Wife, I'll tell you a story. Oof. Luo Tianyi hummed lightly, but her ears were perked up, although she didn't want to hear it either, but she couldn't help herself. University women's dormitory lights out. A woman in dormitory, a few girls chat constellation. One of them, a good-looking girl on the bottom bunk, asked suspiciously, why is there only Virgo and no Virgo? As soon as this girl's voice dropped, the feisty girl on the top bunk took over and retorted, why not? Except that people have since changed their names to Sagittarius. Pust. Luo Tianyi, who was listening to a certain guy telling a joke, let out a soft laugh, but quickly collapsed her pretty face and held back her redness, clearly not wanting to laugh out loud herself. All of this was caught in Yi Xian's eyes. The corner of his mouth revealed a gangly smile. Little girl, your husband can't rule you. Thinking about it, Yi Xian smiled evilly. There is a couple that has been in love for 4 years in college, and there has never been a word of commitment. On the train home, he had 32 stops. She had 21 stops. She said that when she was called at the station, she fell back to sleep. I don't know how long it took, but she was awakened, and the car had passed several stops. He smiled gently and said, come home with me. She giggled and tears slipped down her face as she followed. Speaking here, seeing Luo Tianyi's slight disorientation, especially the shallow arc that rose from the corners of her mouth, between just the right amount of time. Yi Xian's voice once again came out. Coming to that small mountain village that gave birth to him and raised him, she was sold to an old bachelor in his 50s. Lottie, hearing the words of a certain bad guy, Luo Tianyi's eyes widened. You, humph. The sudden turn of events almost didn't suffocate Luo Tianyi, only to use her milky strength to stiffly deflate her smile, which in turn made the smile at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth even more intense by 1 point. This ninny, she's still got it. Nay-san, if you have the guts to hold it in, hubby won't be polite. Seeing Luo Tianyi don't strength look, Yi Xian teasing smile and then a wave of flirty operation, she cut her finger. He went to buy a band-aid for her, but he is a mute. Gestured for a while the salesman also don't know what he wants to buy. Then he cut his finger, and the salesman realized that he needed a band-aid. Then the salesman laughed and said, "It's just a band-aid, why would you hurt your finger?" She looked behind him with tears in her eyes. The next day, she had her period. Put. Luo Tianyi heard Yi Xian's immodest jokes. Eventually she didn't hold back and laughed out directly breaking. Shameless big soul, you're going to die. Don't you feel any heartache for treating me like this? Chapter 75, maybe your husband is more handsome. They were bowled over by my face value. Yangchang, Qianjun Hotel. As the first branch opened by Qianjun Hotel, no matter all kinds of specifications are the same as the main store in Tianhai, giving people the feeling of high class. Although Yangchang was not as rich as Tianhai, there were not a few rich people. Squeak. More than 10 minutes later, stepped on the brakes and stopped in front of the Qianjun Hotel, pushed the door to get off the car. The security guard at the door saw the incoming person who got off the car, and the whole person had a jolt. Come on, get your asses in gear. The security chief bellowed at a group of his men. Hurry up. Yi Xiao is here. What? Several security guards heard this, and at the first moment, they were all pumped up. As a member of Tianquan Security, of course they knew who Yi Xiao was. That was their boss, and the owner of the Qianjun chain store. After getting off the bus and seeing the security guard's spirited state, he led Luo Tianyi into the lobby of the Qianjun Hotel. Captain, that's Yi Xiao. So young. Yeah, looks like he's only about 20. Tisk. The security chief glanced at the few people and looked at Yi Xian adoringly. What do you guys know? You know Sister Luo, Boss Luo Tian's younger sister. One of our Tianquan's flowers. To Yi Xiao but worshipped tightly. When Yi Xiao but a move will Luo sister's second defeat. The security chief bragged. While he was also one of Luo Yirua's men, who was fortunate enough to have seen Yi Xiao's stance back then as well. Really, Captain, Yi Xiao is so powerful. The several security guards listened in stunned silence, and the eyes that once again looked at Yi Xian changed significantly. Yell, this pretty girl, how about accompanying my brother for a drink? A drunken second generation. Seeing the hotel lobby temperament of the small beautiful lobby manager, eyes flooded with green aura. This kind of beauty, the taste must be very good. Sir, you're drunk. I'll have the waiter take you to your room. Xiaowen just came to the branch internship a few days, the first time to see this situation, but still hard to talk to the difficult customers. Mr. Su has high expectations of her. She cannot let Mr. Su disappointed. The two bodyguards beside Xianbin looked at their young master helplessly, not surprised by this scene. Drunk? Xianbin was slightly drunk, and looked up and down the doubly well-built Xiaowen with an evil smile. Little beauty, 10,000. How about 10,000 to accompany this young man for one night? Enough to cover your 1 month's salary. Sir, please watch your language. 30,000. Before Xiaowen could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Qianbin. There's nothing in this world that money can't do, and the last thing this young man needs is money. Such a routine. Qianbin is too skillful. It can be said that he used money to smash open the legs of many girls. Sir, this is a public place. 100,000. That's not a bad price to pay. Little beauty. Even if you're a fledgling it's enough. Vivian's face huffed as she heard such revealing words. You. What? Still too little. Do you know who this young man is? This young man is the Tianhai Qian family. With this happening in the hotel lobby, Xiaowen was just about to call security when the system's voice came from Yi Xian's mind. Ding! The host triggers a randomized mission, palm-smoking the second generation and upholding the reputation of the Thousand Kuan Hotel, rewarding the ability of the ultimate healing technique, with a bonus physique +2. Mission failed, +1 physique. Oh, it's kind of interesting that this even triggers a quest. The system's voice fell. Yi Xian did not hesitate. Directly a slap on the face. The security guard blasted out is also blasted out. Might as well be cheaper. Skill is not, after all. In addition to that, but also add 2 points of physical fitness. Why not do it? Pa! A crisp slap on Qianbin's face directly sent him flying out, grazing the ground and skidding more than a meter to stop 3 meters away. WOJ. Kid, Dare to hit the young master. You're damn near looking for death. When the two burly bodyguards saw this, the first thing they did was to make a move to dry Yixian out. Joking? If they didn't fuck this kid over and teach him a lesson, they were afraid that they would have to roll up and leave, and they would even be unable to eat mud. Come on, give it to me. Seeing this, the security chief hurriedly had his men hold the two burly guards down to the ground at the first opportunity. Mr. Yi, is that you? Xiao Wen saw the outgoing visitor. Grateful eyes surged with surprise. Obviously did not expect the outgoing is that in the Xingqiu real estate to give their own Mr. Su business card of the nobleman. In the beginning, it was this Mr. Yip who bought that $150 million Kowloon villa king of the building. That much gold. And being her nobleman, and being so handsome, it's hard not to remember it when it perfectly matches all the requirements she has for her other half. Prince Charming. Oh, hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Yi Xian looked at Xiao Wen and thought of something realized. You're that real estate Xiao Wen. Right. Come to Qianjun. Well, I have to thank Mr. Yi for that in the first place. On the other hand, Xian Bin, who had been jerked to the ground, saw that the person who had jerked him over was chatting hotly with the little beauty he wanted to sleep with, and Tang's anger went straight to the sky. Where'd you get that little pussy? Your ass. Do you know who I am? The chief of the Sheep City Trial Division is my uncle. Believe it or not, I'll make you not walk out of Sheep City. Xian Bin said loudly. But soon, Xian Bin carefully surveyed Yi Xian. At a certain moment his heart shook. This isn't the kid who offended Xiao Xiao. Determined that it was the kid who robbed Tianhai University with Xiao Xiao. Xian Bin's evil turned to the devil. What's going on? Right at this moment, a neutral voice came out, and when he saw the visitor, Xian Bin's eyes lit up. Uncle, you've come just in time. This kid is committing an offense in public. Hurry up and arrest him. The person who came was a middle-aged man in his 40s. This person's name is Feng Xinwang, the second master of the Feng family of Tianhai's second-rate family. The reason why he could become the director of the Yangcheng Tidings division. The Feng family's contribution was not small. Beside him was not someone else. It was Rong Ningning's father, Rong Changhe. And when Rong Changhe saw Yi Xian who had clashed with Qian Bin, his heart was jolted and he hurriedly underestimated Feng Xinwang's ear. What? Old Wing? Are you sure? When Feng Xinwang heard this, his heart shook. And when he saw Rong Changhe's solemn nod, his eyes danced wildly. Wan Nima, the person who made the Lin family's Lin Xiaotian almost extinguish his family was the kid in front of him. Qian Bin, don't fool around. Uncle, snap. Qian Bin hadn't even finished speaking, he was directly slapped dumbfounded by Feng Xinwang. The two burly bodyguards were also dumbfounded at the moment. Rong Changhe then glared at the two bodyguards. Bring your young master back home to me, or else suffer the consequences. Ahem. Yes, it's Director Feng. The two bodyguards vaguely sensed something. They knew too well the temperament of the Feng family's second master, and looked at Yi Xian scornfully. This guy was not simple. When Feng Xinwang was forced out of the Thousand June Hotel by two bodyguards, Feng Xinwang smiled. This must be Mr. Yi, the owner of the Thousand June Hotel. I've heard a lot about you. Today's incident was due to my poor discipline. I apologize for them on behalf of my family sister and brother-in-law. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Feng Xinwang and Rong Changhe left the hotel. And at the moment of leaving the hotel, Feng Xinwang realized that his back was wet. Grandma drip. That little bastard almost made a big trouble. Luo Tianyi frowned slightly when she saw this. Yi Xian, just now that was. You know the chief of the Goat City Trial Division? Don't recognize it. Maybe, it's because your husband is better looking and they were bowled over by my face. Yi Xian said so. The security chief and other people almost did not have a soft foot to fall on the ground. I drop a good boy. Yi Xiao, this is also the narcissistic point. But Luo Tianyi also rolled his eyes. But, cheek is really thick. Chapter 76, Wife lie down well. Husband help you acupuncture. Who? Leaving the Qianjun Hotel, Feng Xinwang, who breathed a sigh of relief, saw his nephew waiting not far away, and Rong Changhe, who saw today's events, was vaguely worried. Old Feng, I'll go back first if there's nothing else. Be sure to sternly warn the juniors in the family that they must not offend at Yi Xian in any way. Otherwise, it will bring us endless nightmares. Rong Changhe said, is separated from Feng Xinwang, the two friends for many years, do not need to be those false head of politeness. And looking at Rong Changhe's back as he hurriedly left, thinking about what the two had just talked about in the box of the Qianjun Hotel, a cool air struck his body from the back ridge. Beam, is everything okay? Came to Qian Bin in front of him, eyes full of guilt said, since childhood he has been very spoiled, this nephew of his. To say that this is still the first time he did not give a little bit of mercy to smack him in the face. Uncle, what exactly is that Yi Xian? Qian Bin shook his head. He knew his uncle's temperament. If not for the fact that Yi Xian's origin was not simple, his uncle would definitely not be like this. Little Bin. It's fortunate that I dared to arrive today before you offended Yi Xian. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Xinhuan glanced at the two bodyguards. They are all family members, so I won't hide anything from you. Tian Hai. That kid Lin Yi of the Lin family. That day he brought hundreds of people to prepare to surround and teach Yi Xian a lesson. But it was in the end that Lin Yi himself broke 4 ribs, and his facial bones were even fractured. It's something that you probably don't know about. After a pause in his voice, Feng Xinhuan continued. After the incident, Lin Xiaotian's reaction was even more bizarre. Not only did he not stand up for his always doting son, but instead, he beat Lin Yi to death in an unprecedented manner, and it was said that he was threatened. Then, Lin Xiaotian was the one who took his son to Tianquan security, and I have channelized telling me that Lin Xiaotian had Lin Yi kneel down in public to apologize to Yi Xian within Tianquan security, asking for his forgiveness, and gave Yi Xian a $100 million check to compensate for his sins. What? Hearing his uncle's words, Xian Bin's pupils widened. Uncle, are you sure? Lin Yi he certainly knows. Although the Lin family is only a third-rate family in the Tianhai, but Lin Xiaotian doting on Lin Yi he has a deep understanding of, and also extremely envious. Lin Xiaotian usually hate even a hair of the sweat do not let Lin Yi hurt. This time so abnormal has already explained a lot of problems. Rong Changhai you should have seen. Is uncle's good friend for many years? Their Rong family and the Lin family is the in-laws. Lin Xiaotian personally told him that he would rather offend Xiao Tianzi than Yi Xian, because Yi Xian has the ability to turn over his hand and make the Lin family evaporate from the earth, and still kill without blood kind. Boom! At these words, Xian Bin's mind roared. Let the Lin family evaporate without a word? Although the Lin family was a third-rate family, to be able to do so, not to mention a first-rate family, even the 4 great families of the Heavenly Sea might not be able to do so. Fine thoughts. Thinking of that day, Yi Xian was not the least bit afraid of bidding hard steel with Xiao Tianzi for Tianhai University. Uncle, that Yi Xian, some time ago, clashed with Xiao Tianzi, and bought Tianhai University at the Nine Heavens auction house at a sky-high price of 3.5 billion. Ah! Hearing Qian Bin's words, Feng Xinhuang's pupils suddenly shrunk. What did you say, Xiao Bin? That person who shot down Tianhai University is Yi Xian. Uncle, what's wrong? Seeing the look on his uncle's face, Qian Bin was filled with suspicion. Feng Xinhuang, who had been stunned for a little while, looked in the direction of the Thousand Monarch Hotel with his sight. Xiao Bin, after the information that I have received, the Thousand Monarch Hotel in front of me, the Heavenly Power Security, and the Dragon Domain Real Estate, which was formerly known as the Zhang Clan Real Estate, all have Yi Xian's shadow behind them. In particular, the chairman of the chapter's real estate and jail things. The cause is online anonymous report of the chapter Xiaotian Xin. From the method to open. Absolutely we cannot touch the existence of the intelligence. The chapter Xiaotian do things watertight. Can be investigated so that, in the end Yi Xian benefited from the situation to see. Out of the hand is very likely to be the people behind the Yi Xian. So, Little Bin. Xiao Tianzi we can't afford to offend. This Yi Xian we can't afford to offend as well. Even he is more powerful than Xiao Tianzi. Speaking here, Feng Xinhuan's sight looked out over the imperial capital. There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. And although this realm of Tianhai is good, it's still too small in the end. Xian Bin heard his uncle's words. His eyes flickered not knowing what he was thinking. Qijun Hotel, Presidential Suite. Listening to the sound of water pattering in the bathroom, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up slightly as he had already anticipated what would happen next. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of palm smoking the 2nd generation and upholding the reputation of the Thousand June Hotel, gaining the ability of the ultimate healing technique, with a bonus physique of +2, waiting for Luo Tianyi to come out of the Muay Thai. The voice of the system rang in the ears, the body of a hot current surging, warm and comfortable, the feeling of increased physique. Yi Xian 100 years of experience is not tiresome, but is this inquisitive healing ability that good? Yi Xian expressed some disbelief, but, there just happens to be an excellent test subject here, and sure enough, Laozi has been enduring a wit that shouldn't be there at this age. Big bad, what are you smiling at? So sinister. Wearing a thin with a layer of membrane is no different from the ice silk transparent pajamas, just out of the bathroom. To see a certain guy he bad grinning, face slightly halo red. Beautiful. Wife, you're tired. Husband serves you well today. The voice fell, and before Luo Tianyi had a chance to speak, she heard Yi Xian's voice once again enter her ears. Wife lie down well. Hubby will help you with acupuncture. When Luo Tianyi heard this, she was slightly stunned. Acupuncture? You're talking about this? Ha? Of course. Or what do you think? Yi Xian blankly glanced at Luo Tianyi. This niece didn't know what she was thinking about all day. Hurry up and lets you try your husband's acupuncture technique. It's sure to make you float. Looking at his own wife, the corner of his mouth curved up. However, the acupuncture points are too complicated. So it's better for my wife to take off her pajamas first. Humph. I knew you didn't have a straight face. I'd like to see what you can do with acupuncture. Mouth so say. Hand cannot slow down. Directly will pajamas off. And then lying on the bed. Of course, as for the abundance has long been someone has just had a full meal. For the time being okay. Looking at the beautiful people naked beautiful back. Yi Xian scared and lamented. Did he save the world in his last life? God is really not mean to himself. Looking at the beautiful person, Yi Xian flipped his right hand. A set of golden needles appeared in his hand. If Luo Tianyi saw it she would definitely be shocked. This was exactly the same as the picture of the previous great change of roses. It appeared completely out of thin air. Thumbs up. The golden needles traced an arc and accurately stabbed on Luo Tianyi's beautiful back that was exposed to the air. This kind of white and jade-like skin truly made people want to kiss it. And in several acupuncture stabbed in Luo Tianyi each big point of the moment. Comfortable numb feeling emerges. All the exhaustion like to find a vent to give vent to out. That feeling can only be will and cannot be said. Cannot help but Luo Tianyi comfortable corner of the mouth curved up charming good-looking arc. Such a beautiful scene is the only cheap a certain guy. Chapter 77, Big Bastard. You can have the rest. Golden ons flashed and hand shadows fluttered. In an instant, Luo Tianyi's beautiful back is full of golden acupuncture. But this is only the beginning of the operation. Looking at his gorgeous wife, Yi Xian slightly smiled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and using recovery potion X 50 drops, consuming 50,000 RMB. Next, Yi Xian was in between flicking and twisting the needles, applying the recovery potion on top of the golden needles, and then into Luo Tianyi's body. A miraculous scene appeared. The recovery potion coupled with acupuncture, making Luo Tianyi both physically and mentally get a marvelous relief. A heavenly comfortable voice couldn't help but come out from Luo Tianyi's mouth. It was completely the body's instinct that made it happen. Looking at his own wife's enjoyable appearance, Yi Xian smiled but didn't say anything. Of course, if this scene was heard by outsiders absolutely excited all night, Luo Tianyi's face was slightly flushed. Of course she also knew that she had just made a discordant sound, and she was now naked. If that guy did that, she would not be able to resist at all. After about a few minutes, the acupuncture ends and the needles are withdrawn. Looking at the back of the countless people to salivate, Yi Xian right hand once again a flip appeared a bottle of massage oil. This is not something else. It is Yi Xian from the System Exchange of Orthopedic Massage Effects, Indian Country Oil. This oil can massage effect to maximize, but also Yi Xian not long ago found. For your own wife. Of course you want the best. This bottle of indigo divine oil alone cost Yi Xian tens of thousands of RMB. Applying the Indian Country Divine Oil on Luo Tianyi's beautiful back, then began the operation of the inquisitive massage ability. Skillfully, each massage would penetrate the Indian Country Divine Oil into the skin, followed by soothing every epidermal cell and meridian. The method of acupuncture and moxibustion coupled with this massage, both inside and outside, directly caused Luo Tianyi to experience a wonderful feeling that she had never experienced before. It's a beautiful feeling to be floating. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. With the passage of time, Luo Tianyi in the skillful technique under the whole body every place where Yi Xian to massage all over. Of course, during the period of no accident, all were a certain guy to take advantage of all over. Luo Tianyi, who had labored for a day, had her spirit completely in hyperactive mode and leaned into Yi Xian's arms. Hubby, today I want to collect all your water bills. Little ninny, backfired still. The next day, well, golden sunrise pouring in the eyes, Yi Xian's eyelids jumping. At a certain moment struggling to open, into the eyes of Hooray is absolutely beautiful beauty lazily leaning in their own arms, octopus general grabbing their waist and back. This Nachan should be exhausted, though. Tisk. Thinking of last night's scene, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up into an unfulfilled arc, apparently under the dual effects of acupuncture and massage, plus recovery potion and Indian divine oil. Luo Tianyi's state was unprecedentedly good. On the way back to Kowloon Villa, it's all your fault. Luo Tianyi whitened her eyes at a certain guy. When she got up in the morning, she felt that her whole body was like a crispy general. If not for that big pig's hoof gave her a massage for a long while to ease a lot. It is estimated that she can't even get off the ground. Embarrassing. Oh, who made our wife so charming? Your husband was held by you. Yuck geez. I'll hold you. Luo Tianyi said with a bah humbug, her face flushed red and adorable. That's not right. The wife obviously asked the husband to finish paying the water bill yesterday. How come the wife is not satisfied with the husband's water bill now? You, and say. Luo Tianyi glared at someone and was still not satisfied with the water bill. That guy's water bill was drowning her. All the way to Gegs. The atmosphere is pleasant, time also passes very quickly. Squeak. Supercar, a beautiful drift action. Precise emergency stop in front of the villa of Kowloon 1. Although only 1 day respectively, but it feels like years respectively in general. Because finally I can see the 3 little cotton jacket big treasure Meng Meng, the second treasure Nua Nua and the third treasure Han in it. A fatherly smile surfaced as he pushed the door and got out of the car, and went into the villa. Hello young master, ma'am. Welcome home young master, ma'am. Nodding their heads, Yi Xian and Luo Tianyi then arrived in front of San Bao. Yi Xian, help me feed San Bao. Good. Then, under the envy of the maids, the young master and his wife went into the room to breastfeed. But then a scene floated in their heads. They also super wanted to breastfeed with the young master, calling, have you noticed that the lady seems to, has become beautiful again? Ahaha, yeah, surely the young master deserves a lot of credit. Young master is too strong in that area, isn't he? Madam must be as happy as living in a honey pot every day. It's a pity that we can't have polygamy now. Or else if I could fly up to the branch and become a phoenix, and be the young master's woman, how nice it would be. Chattering voice, listening to Aunt Shin's ears, slightly speechless shaking her head. These few nymphets presumably have been in contact with the young master for a long time, and their requirements for the other half are quite harsh. Room. Sambo finished his ration beautifully, but Luo Tianyi still felt up and so uncomfortable. Look, big asshole, you can have the rest. In the spirit of squeezing out and wasting it, he directly fed a certain guy as well, to which, of course, Yi Xian would not refuse. Thanks wife. Luo Tianyi whitened her eyes at her man. Come on, hurry up. Okay. 10 minutes later, Luo Tianyi, who didn't feel that burden, lost her breath. It felt like that guy ate more than any of the 3 treasures. Luo Tianyi herself was a little surprised that she had so much inventory. Obviously all of them were emptied by her own man yesterday. Under the teaching of Yi Xian during this period of time, Aunt Shin and the maid's craftsmanship has soared. Prepared a table of sumptuous dinner, took the 3 treasures for a walk. Luo Tianyi drove the supercars toward the Dragon Real Estate. Right young master. After seeing Luo Tianyi leave, Aunt Shin thought of something. Before the staff of the 9 Dragons Villa came to the door and said that young master had no idea about the 9 Dragons Villa complex. It should be that the owner of the 9 Dragons Villa had a problem with his funds. Oh, hearing Aunt Shin's words, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Yesterday he finished wishing Grandpa a happy birthday. The rebate capped at 8 billion. And was about to go and invest a bit when he ran into this. I'll be there later. Go over and check it out. Thinking of this, Yi Xian did not hesitate and spoke out. A little preparation. It is with 3 little cotton padded push to the Kowloon Villa Real Estate Sales Center. Mr. Yi, what brings you here? Yi Xian just entered the real estate sales center. There is a beautiful white-skinned beauty staff up quickly. Warmly greeted. This is the owner of their 9 Dragons Villa King. And this beautiful staff do not know is that soon. Her mouth is Mr. Yi is the new boss of her as well as the 9 Dragons Villa. Chapter 78, buying the Kowloon Villa compound and chopping $8 billion of wealth. Mr. Yi, what brings you here? Not only the staff of the little beauty, is the other staff is also cast a little starry-eyed? This kind of face value is super high and gold handsome, is simply their heart's Prince Charming. Unfortunately, people are already married, and there is a child 3 baby. That aspect of the ability to simply kill I do not know how many boys. No comparison is no harm. Obviously, people are younger than themselves, but not only married a super favorite man, but also have a child 3 baby, completely is the peak of life they dreamed of. Nothing, taking the 3 little ones out for a spin, Yi Xian said with a smile, while the 3 little ones were currently gazing curiously at the several young ladies for sale that were surrounding them, blinking their flickering eyes as if to say, so many pretty young ladies, look at the many women's sales, hard eyes like not, mother love flooded into the disaster, although, they do not have children, not even a boyfriend. Wow, Mr. Yi, your 3 daughters are super cute. So beautiful. If I had a daughter like that, I wouldn't want to go to work if I had one, let alone 3. Yeah, me too. Chattering sounds spread. The 3 little ones giggled and grinned as if they knew they were talking about them. The look was adorable. Not at all like a 3-month-plus munchkin, more like a 5 or 6-month munchkin. Mr. Yi, do you have any older or younger brothers or anything like that? Yeah, really, cousins will do. The saleswomen were envious. They really didn't want it because of the money. They simply wanted the quality genes of their Olji family. Although Mr. Yi's quality genes in front of them were better. They knew that Mr. Ye's wife was very beautiful and that Mr. Yi wouldn't be able to look at them. After talking for a while, Yi Xian got to the point. By the way, didn't you guys here send out a notice that the villa wants to be sold? I came to take a look. Smiling after a moment, he said, if the price is okay, I plan to buy all of the 9 Dragons Villa. Boom! Hearing Yi Xian's words, several white-skinned and beautiful female salesmen's minds were as if they were struck by lightning. What did they hear? Mr. Yi said that the price was right to buy all of the 9 Dragons Villa? Mr. Yi, wait a moment, I'll go get the boss right away. One of the female sales did stride towards the sales center upstairs. Today just the boss to come here. If the deal can be successful, no less than their benefits. Not long after, the boss of the Kowloon Villa came over. A man of about 40, with a sad face between his eyebrows, apparently similar to the news Anshin got, presumably because of the matter of funds. Mr. Yi, just now I heard them say that you're interested in buying the 9 Dragons Villa, right? Zhang Tianlai breathed a sigh of relief and continued after a moment of contemplation. To tell you the truth, Mr. Yi, Zhang Mao is now experiencing a break in the capital chain in his business and is in urgent need of a large sum of money to operate. Otherwise, he would not have sold the 9 Dragons Villa that was just opened not long ago. Let's put it this way, Mr. Yi, you really want to buy the 9 Dragons Villa with today's momentum to sell a 2 billion nothing won. If Mr. Yi want, I sell you 1 billion how? After a pause in his voice, Zhang Tianlai said, when the 9 Dragons Villa was built, it cost almost $1.3 billion before and after. $1 billion is already not low. The several female salesmen on the side looked straight in the eyes. What the hell? Is the boss going to sell all the villas to Mr. Yi? Although the steady profit is not lost, but that is a full 1 billion na. How can ordinary people take out? Oh, looks like I'm the one who took advantage of a great deal. Such a good thing. $1 billion then. 9 Dragons Villa. I'll take it. Crowd sales. Mr. IP, he said. He wants all the villas in Kowloon? $1 billion. That's a lot of money. It's such a hasty decision. Really? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhang Tianlai's eyes were happy. If Mr. Yi really wants all of them, that's a big help to Mr. Jiang. From now on where I need to use Mr. Jiang. Mr. Yi just command. During this period of time, Zhang Tianlai but because of the money thing worried to death. If the funds are not in place, he is not the loss of a 9 Dragons Villa so simple. And even his entire chain effect directly bankruptcy is possible. Mr. Zhang doesn't have to be like this, each to his own. Besides, it's me who has the advantage in this case. Yi Xian scraped the bridge of Sanbao's little nose. How about this, Mr. Zhang? You really need the money. Sign the contract now. I'll call you directly. Well, good. Zhang Tianlai didn't expect Yi Xian to be so crisp and clean. He thought that Yi Xian was going to pay in installments. 10 minutes or so later, in the dumbfounded and shocked looks of the several female salesmen, Yi Xian called the $1 billion to Zhang Tianlai, the owner of the 9 Dragons Villa. Received the arrival information. Zhang Tianlai, heart of the boulder, can finally be put down. With this 1 billion funds, his other industries can also be revitalized. The turnaround is just a matter of time. Elder brother Yi, thank you so much. Zhang Tianlai said gratefully. Honestly, when he had just quoted 1 billion, he had been prepared for Yi Xian to kill the price and end up guaranteeing 800 million. Zhang Tianlai was in a good mood. And then he whirled around to look at the female salespeople in the sales center of 9 Dragons Villa. From now on, your boss is Mr. Yi. Crowd of women sales. Mr. Yi. It's their boss now. Just a moment ago they were joking with Yi Xian, and now they had become their top boss. But with that billion just now, it turned out that Mr. Yi was much richer than they had imagined. Boss? Yes. Several female salesmen bent down in unison and addressed them respectfully. Yi Xian slightly waved his hand. Forget about the boss. In the future, you guys can just call me Yi Xiao. Okay? Yi Xiao. Several female sales revealed a light smile. Yi Xian thought about it and then said, from this month onwards, your wages will be raised by 30%. Later on the manager will give me the payroll statistics. Understood. Yi Xiao, sales manager, is a 30 or so beautiful woman. Body is very good, and eyes from time to time flooded with wisdom. Elder brother Yi, there will be a long time to come. When the company stabilizes, I will thank you properly. Said a few words, Zhang Tianlai is to leave the sales center. Other industrial companies are not waiting for the money to revitalize it. He does not want to delay. Yi Xiao, you rest for a while. We'll come and help you watch Sanbao. Yeah, leave it to us. Several female salesmen were scrambling, and one of them was holding the mangbao. with the appearance as if these 3 treasures were not Yi Xian's, but their own. Also at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1 billion renminbi. Rebate 10 times, gained 8 billion renminbi. Note, capped. The system's voice ringing in the ear. Yi Xian mouth corner curved up the arc of fascination. The system other can't efficiency is still quite high. This kind of money-making speed of the feeling of the wonderful. Only can be will and can't be said. Didn't experience the person simply won't understand how cool this is. Chapter 79, Subduing Bailey Wuxuang. Creating the Underworld Palace. 10 times the rebate. $8 billion to the dollar. The system's voice rang in his ears, and the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up into an arc. Then he called up the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years. Physique, 28, 10 for normal people. Charisma, max. Skills, extreme music ability. Extreme dairyman ability. Extreme massage ability. Extreme martial arts ability. Extreme cooking ability. Extreme car skills ability. Extreme calligraphy ability. Extreme healing ability. Items, refreshing watermelon, X3. Soundproofing card, X2. Lasting capsule, X4. Set of golden needles, X1. Recovery potion, X50 drops. Wealth, $11. 317 billion. $10 billion of wealth. This is the first time I've seen so much money. $10 billion of wealth. TSK. Without realizing it, I'm already so rich. Yi Xiao. Take care. After more than 10 minutes, several female sales gazes reluctantly looked at the 3 munchkins on the stroller. They really super wanted one of them. And there was even a moment when they sprouted an urge to urgently borrow a wave of jeans from Yi Xian. They swore that they really weren't doing it for Yi Xian's money. Simply because they wanted such a super cute munchkin. Even if they didn't have to be responsible for it, they were completely willing. Not long after leaving the sales center, he ran into Anshin and the 2 maids returning from grocery shopping. Young master, leave San Bao to us. Anshin had the eyesight to inquire out loud. Yi Xian nodded his head slightly, but just at this moment, keenly perceived the hidden heavenly hatred. Yi Xian frowned slightly. You guys go back to the villa first. I'll go back later. Then, young master, we'll go back first. After Anshin finished speaking and saw Yi Xian nodding, she led the 2 maids towards the villa, while Yi Xian glanced at Anshin and the 3 of them and lifted his feet towards the interior of the dense forest. Through the dense forest, we came to the bottom of a rotten building not particularly far away from each other, and if there is a faint, heavenly hatred is coming from here. Turning the corner, Yi Xian was the one who froze at the image in front of him. The person who entered the room was a disabled person. No, to be precise, he should have his limbs picked off, and judging from the blackened lips as well as the color of his face, it was likely that he had also been poisoned. Misery. Yes, this person was in a bad situation, but between this person's eyes was an almost obsessive desire to survive. And that look, just by looking at it, sent chills down one's spine. Ding! The host triggers a randomized mission. Save this person and create a dark force. Mission reward, gain the ability to kill gods in the extreme, with a +2 physique attached. Mission failed, +1 physique. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Saving this person? Creating a dark force? Obtaining the ultimate god-killing ability? It seems that, as usual with one's guess, this is a person with a story that is not simple. Help! Help! That young man, see someone close, issued a low hoarse voice. He was tortured by the enemy on the verge of extinction, and also fed the poisonous heart-eating scattering, if not for his super strong will to adhere to. At the moment, afraid that has long been transformed into a corpse, but even so, he did not die, because he wants to save his life to revenge for the extermination of the family. Yi Xian was already the 3rd person he asked for help. The first 2 people looked at the youth's miserable appearance disgusted fast not to move away, and his injuries were getting more and more serious. Even if he had a more than twisted obstinacy, this kind of state if he couldn't be cured again, I'm afraid that he couldn't live more than 3 days. Want me to save you? As unlike the 2 before, Yi Xian stopped and looked at the devastated youth in a calm manner. Brother, as long as you save me, this life of mine, Bailey Wuxuang, will be yours in the future. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Bailey Wuxuang's eyes blossomed with essence, as if a drowning person had grabbed the last straw. Yeah, Yi Xian didn't think much about it. He was simply completing the system's quest, the ultimate god-killing ability, not knowing how it was different from the ultimate martial arts ability that he had obtained. Remember what you said, if I can save you, I can destroy you. After saying that, he took out a dozen of golden needles from his pocket and lightning-like stabbed them at various major points around Bailey Wuxuang's body. But this was only the first step. Ding! Host redeems, Recovery Immortal Brew, X5 drops, consuming 500,000 RMB from the host. Then the golden needle as a guide. The recovery immortal brew through the major points, emanating to all parts of the body. Then Bailey Wuxuan obviously feel more than 10 major points above the heat. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels, 7 meridians and 8 veins are restored. Limbs, wrists and wrists of the magical feeling of warmth. At a certain point, was able to do a slight toggle. This is, the body is recovering? Bailey Wuxuan's eyes were full of excitement. What a marvelous maneuver. Maybe he really is saved. 10 minutes or so later, a mouthful of bruised blood sprayed out from Bailey Wuxuan's mouth, splashing down on the grass beside him, zipping out corrosive sounds. That was clearly the intense poison of the heart-devouring scatter. The poison is discharged from the body. Bailey Wuxuan breathing smoothly. I don't know how much. The whole person is much more relaxed. The wrist and ankle at this time has been magically able to move, which makes Bailey Wuxuan heart inexplicably vibration. Puffing. Immediately, Bailey Wuxuan knelt down on the ground. Your Excellency's kindness in saving his life. Bailey Wuxuan will never forget it. From now on, Wuxuan's life will be your honors. Only your honors orders will be obeyed. Get up. Looking at Bailey Wuxuan who was kneeling on the ground. Your injuries have not fully recovered yet today. I will apply the needle for you once more after 3 days, and a second time after 7 days, after which the toxins within you can be completely drained. Thank you, my lord. Even if Bailey Wuxuan was a fool, he knew that this person in front of him was a divine being, or at least far beyond his realm of understanding. You introduce yourself. Looking at the youth in front of him, Yi Xian asked out loud. Back to the lord. My subordinate Bailey Wuxuan is the hidden assassin family Bailey family children. 10 years ago, the Bailey family was tragically exterminated by the enemy. In the meantime, I am also hunted down and killed by the enemy. Bailey Wuxuan did not hide and informed Yi Xian everything about himself. Hearing Bailey Wuxuan's narration, Yi Xian also understood why there was a pervasive hatred and obstinacy in his body. From now on, follow me. Yi Xian looked at Bailey Wuxuan. This was also a poor person. My lord. Bailey Wuxuan bent respectfully. I don't know. Your honor's name? Yi Xian. The leaf of one leaf knows autumn. The Xian of Tai Xian. The voice trailed off and paused for half a moment, his eyes falling on Bailey Wuxuan. Next, your task is simple. It is to help me create a dark force, the name of which will be Underworld Palace. The Hall of the Underworld. Bailey Wuxuan was slightly stunned. This was his strong point. Yes, Hall Master. Aha. In the future, you will be one of the 4 heavenly kings under the throne of the Underworld Palace, even though your strength is weak today. Gazing slightly, Yi Xian said. As for strength, this was the easiest thing for him to improve. With the system mall, not to mention Bailey Wuxuan, even a pig he could make it a supreme powerhouse. Wuxuan will surely live up to the expectations of your highness. Bailey Wuxuan knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with respect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Creating Dark Forces quest and obtaining the ability to kill gods in the extreme. With a +2 physique attached, the system's voice resounded in his head. Yi Xian's body changed again. His physique was directly raised to 30, enough to be 3 times that of a normal person. And there was also an additional assassination art at the level of a prosperous star-like killing god. The system sincerely does not deceive me. Chapter 80. Eating in the morning didn't brush your teeth. Your mouth is so stinky. The ultimate god-killing ability. At that moment, Yi Xian's body surged with a dense god-killing aura. The matchless and strong aura pressed Bailey Wuxuan to gasp for air. His heart suddenly shook. What a strong aura. Even Bailey Wuxuan felt that if he were to face off with the Hall Master, he would be killed by the Hall Master in seconds without even having the chance to make a move. Could it be that Lord Temple Master is a war god powerhouse? When he thought of the existence that had left him without the slightest ability to resist, Bailey Wuxuan's heart became even more excited because the stronger the Hall Master was, the greater the chances of him getting his revenge in the future. A few minutes later, Bailey Wuxuan left the field and stealthily disappeared into the shadows. Lifting his foot, he was just about to return to the villa when a cell phone rang. Hey, Uncle Sam. After picking up the phone, he walked towards the villa while typing. What? You've been transferred to the Tianhai Tidings Division as a captain. Congratulations. It's not me who gets the credit for this. It's Uncle Sam who gets the credit for being outstanding. Yi Xian laughed. To be able to come to the Tianhai Tidings Division, that was the thing that Uncle Sam had been wanting the most for a long time. He had not thought that the scene where he had saved little Meng Ru in the Times Square in Yangcheng had become the springboard for Uncle Sam to be transferred to the Tianhai Tidings Division. Of course, what both Yi Xian and Chen Deyu didn't know was that it wasn't the so-called restraining psychosis at all. It was all because Feng Xinhuang, the director of the Yangcheng department, knew that Chen Deyu was Yi Xian's third uncle, and that's why he gave Chen Deyu the only spot to be promoted into the Tianhai Tidings department. Even though they are the same captain, The captain of the Tianhai Tidings Division is double the salary and benefits than in Yangcheng. Oh, good. Then, third uncle, let's have a meal at Ipin House later on. I'll give you a treat. After hanging up the phone, made a call to let the sales center put the key of Villa 6. He will let someone go to get it. After all, nowadays Bailey Wuxuan needs to have a place to settle down. And of course it is also conducive to the later stage of his special training. After all, just this point of strength cannot be enough to be able to the strength of the position of Heavenly King of the Palace of the Underworld. Returned to the villa and was just about to drive away ready to leave. Boom boom. The sound of several supercars resounded over the Nine Dragons Villa group. And then the streamlined supercars squeaked to a halt in front of the Nine Dragons Villa. Aunt Shin and the maids also came out from the villa when they heard the sound and happened to see a dozen supercars parked in the field. Ka Chow, pushing the door to get off the car, without exception appeared in front of the villa is clearly the day the Sky Dream Ultra Racing Club Ring Mountain Track of all the Playboy second generation. Yi Xiao, this is the club's newest supercar. Xin Xiao let us to send you. Quick, park the car for Yi Xiao. Okay. Then the 10 second generation dudes lined up the 10 supercars in a precise row. Watching Aunt Shin and the maids stare in disbelief at what they were seeing. These supercars, are they for the young master? Then we'll go first. Yi Xiao, have time to point out our car skills. He. More than 10 playboys know that Yi Xian just should have something to go out. Also do not dare to delay. He smile sitting in a few cars whistling is drifting away from the Nine Dragons Villa. These guys? Looking at the more than a dozen dudes second generation. Their intentions Yi Xian door clear. But although the dude but also quite cute. One Piece House. One of the few restaurants in Tianhai, Chen Diyu was transferred to the Tianhai Tidings Division, which is considered a high promotion in a sense. Yi Xian, who casually drove a Ferrari, came to Ipin building and just happened to run into Chen Diyu and Chen Yenner's father and daughter. Yeah, cousin Yi Xian, you've got a new car. Chen Yenner's pretty eyes flashed with surprise when she saw the Ferrari. Although it wasn't as good as when she celebrated her grandfather's birthday, it was still pretty good. Yenner, when you're done with your college entrance exams, will cousin give you a supercar as well? Really duh. Hearing her cousin's words, Chen Yenner blinked her big flashing eyes. Supercar that is, who doesn't want it? Yun. Chen Diyu glared at his own daughter and hastily refused. Xiao Yi, this supercar costs several million at the very least. Yenner can't afford it. Dad. Chen Yenner beamed her little mouth. That is a supercar, eh? Cousin is not an outsider. Well, third uncle, it's not like we're outsiders. Yi Xian smiled faintly, not caring. Besides, when I was a child, Yenner followed my ass and called me brother Yi Xian for more than 10 years. Giving a car is nothing. That's just it. Chen Yenner nodded her head in a small chicken peck, unable to stop her excitement and anticipation at the thought that she would be able to drive a supercar to school after the college entrance exam. That's what that is. You girl, do you know what a supercar means? Really? Seeing that third uncle's tone was not as strong as before, he gave Chen Yenner a wink. Alright third uncle, today is a celebration of your high promotion. Let's go in. Ahem. Hi, what a rise. At best a better flat transfer. The three of them laughed and talked as they walked towards the One Piece building. By the way Yenner, the college entrance exam is coming up this summer. Have you thought of a preferred college? Between meals, Yi Xian looked at Chen Yenner. If he went to college without the constraints of school, he might be pursued by how many boys? And then there is a busy time. This girl, what's the point of picking your favorite college? It's good enough to get into college. Dad. Chen Yenner was not happy when she heard it. At least I'm a senior student of Yangcheng No. 1 middle school. I want to enroll in the same university as my cousin. I want to enroll in Tianhai University. Chen Yenner's eyes glowed with a bright aura. Looking forward to a wonderful university life in the future. Tianhai University? Chen Diyu heard. White eyes of his own daughter. You dare to think. To know when your cousin is the first place in Yangcheng College entrance examination, which only entered the Tianhai University. Your whole school rankings are at least 20 outside it. Chen Yenner cannot help but listen to the hit, but also cannot refute after all. Tianhai University on the score of the high requirements, which is witnessed in the country. That's not necessarily true. Yi Xian smiled. The partner who acquired the company with me. He has a friend who is a director of Tianhai University. As long as year's college entrance exams aren't too bad, getting into Tianhai won't be a problem at all. Yi, you're telling the truth. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Chen Diyu on the other hand was nonchalant. If his daughter could get into Tianhai, it would be great news for their family. Sure. Yi Xian laughed. Not to mention Chen Yenner high school entrance examination is good. Is to test a zero. Want to enter the Tianhai University is only a matter of his words. As the boss of Tianhai University, not to mention one Chen Yenner, or even one Chen Yenner, It was not a problem to send the top 100 ranked people in Yongchang into Tianhai University. Cousin, you can't lie to me. The end of the reception dinner. The three are leaving the box just came to the first floor hall, not far away from a commotion. Boom! A dull sound came out. A young man was directly kicked to the ground by a choreo taekwondo expert, and a teasing voice came out of his mouth. This is your country's martial arts. It's not good enough to take a hit. That kid, he's horizontal enough. Chen Diyu came to the hall to see the youth of the Goryeo kingdom, Ji Mingtai, pass out of his mouth, his face filled with anger. Abominable indeed. Chen Yan'er's eyebrows furrowed, clearly not having a good impression of these people. Boy, what are you looking at? Coward. One of Ji Mingtai's companions saw the contempt that Yi Xian hooked up at the corner of his mouth, and opened his mouth to rebuke. But before the words were finished, it was a slap from Yi Xian, followed by a flat voice that resounded in every corner of the hall of the Yiping building. Did you eat in the morning and didn't brush your teeth? Your mouth is so stinky. Chapter 81, just like you guys. Without exaggerating, I can hit at least 1,000. Did you eat in the morning without brushing your teeth? Your mouth smells so bad. As the slap fell, the Fusang youth was directly slapped to the ground, lying on the ground covering the side of his face and wailing. As Chen Yan'er heard her cousin's words, she bared her teeth and laughed out. I didn't brush my teeth when I ate in the morning. Cousin Yi Xian is so vulgar. But what a relief. Chen Yan'er's pretty face surged with a touch of scarlet, and her cousin's words were so graphic that she couldn't bear to look at her. The boy. Chen Deyu was also amused by this nephew's sentence. This dislike makes it impossible for people to refute, even if he is secretly thumbs up for his nephew. His nephew's stature is something he knows very well. Ha ha ha. Hearing Yi Xian's surrounding guests, they also turned their anger into joy. This wave of counterattack is too powerful. Qi Mingtai and others. See, the companion was beaten. One face green. That kind of appearance is completely with the dead parents are no different. Kid, you seek death. Companions were beaten. More than 10 Qi Mingtai's companions are not calm. Clatter toward Yi Xian will come to a wave of beatings. The reason why so? They also see out that the Chinese kid really have a couple of tricks. Live. Right at this moment, before the voice of a youth not far away could be heard, he was stopped by the middle-aged man beside him. Dad. You. This is your territory. As the head of the Heavenly Sea Tidings Division, could it be that you allow the curfew of another country to run amok? That youth was named Chu Nanfeng, and the middle-aged man that Chu Nanfeng called his father was no one else but Chu Jinghua, the head of the Heavenly Sea Trial Division. Don't worry, these people are no match for that kid. Chu Jinghua's gaze fell on Yi Xian's body in the field. From the beginning he noticed that Yi Xian's expression did not even fluctuate for a second. It was a kind of extreme confidence in himself. A person who possessed such confidence was either a rash person or an extraordinary fellow. And obviously, judging from the scene just now, the young man in front of him belonged to the latter. Dad, are you sure? Chu Nanfeng's voice has not yet fallen. Is to hear the slap sound from the field spread. The line of sight fell in the field. Chu Nanfeng sought his whole life, can't forget the picture. And then the slap sound continues to come out. In the crowd of dumbfounded look. In a moment, more than 10 people are chopped like a vegetable fall across the ground. Are you kidding me? These people, in Yi Xian's eyes, were not even considered ants. Even Chen Deyu, who had seen Yi Xian's hands, was stunned, obviously not expecting this nephew of his to be even better than he had imagined. Dad, this, cousin Yi Xian is so powerful. Chen Yan'er looked at her cousin with a pair of astonished eyes, as if she had discovered a new continent. Although cousin Yi Xian was also very powerful when she was a child, she was too much more powerful now than she was then. What are you? Qi Mingtai was not a fool. This person in front of him was obviously extremely strong. Although he was not as old as him, secretly he was already on guard, ready to deal with unexpected situations. I'm just a Chinese nobody. Not enough. Yi Xian then glanced at Ji Mingtai. A small projectile country dares to comment on my Chinese martial arts. Just like you guys. Without exaggeration, I can beat at least 1,000. Kid, arrogant. Qi Mingtai would like to maintain a constant heart, but in fact, the boy in front of the eyes of the bully too much. Hit them 1,000, which is a bare bones humiliation. Intolerable, no need to endure again. Whoosh. Ji Mingtai's figure transformed into a black aura and attacked Yi Xian with great speed. However, the sound of a bang came out, and in the next moment, Yi Xian's taiji push caused Ji Mingtai to fly backwards with even greater speed, viciously knocked over 7 or 8 meters away from the dining room table. Clattering sound, glass dining room table shattered down to the ground. Ji Mingtai whole person's eyes wide-eyed, peripheral body bone cracking sound came out. Shattered I don't know how many bones. Blood sprayed and splattered down in front of his body. Ji Mingtai felt like his entire body was going to shatter. The pain of doubting his life directly pierced through the limits of what he could bear, and he fainted several times. Worry. That dude is so good. Shu Nanfeng's entire eyeballs were looking straight. He who had always liked Jianghu warriors. His heart was filled with admiration. Dad, what do you think about me worshipping him as a teacher? Chu Jinghua heard this and blanked his son. Just you. Come on. People can look at you with this qualification. Don't embarrass my old man. Dad, is that any way to talk about your son? Chu Nanfeng heard his father's words and whitened his eyes at Chu Jinghua with a grudge. Even if he didn't encourage him, he still struck him down. Pa 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 pa. While looking at Ji Mingtai, who was beaten to death. Thunderous applause rang out around him. Good job, young man. Mud. I've been watching these dogs for a long time. Well done, Grandma. Your grandma's sick man of East Asia. Fuck you. Now get up again and give me a bleeping try. Hey, that fucking hurts. It's more exciting than winning the lottery jackpot. Epin Lu lobby. Many guests have clapped and shouted. Not even sympathize with Chi Mingtai and others. 0.1 seconds. Chi Mingtai line of more than a dozen people's faces hot in raw pain, like by the abominable Huaxia boy, and severely slapped a slap. Somebody call an ambulance. Stopped for a long time. A product floor of the lobby manager which called the ambulance. Listening to more than 10 wailing Chi Mingtai, a group of men mouth twitching. If they let them know that this is the lobby manager intentionally, I do not know whether it will jump up with the lobby manager to do fight. Looking at Ji Mingtai and the others being pulled away by the ambulance, the crowd then retracted their eyes. Grandma, it's been a long time since I've had this much fun. The lobby manager received the message as soon as the intercom arrived. Yes, boss. Hearing the boss's command, the lobby manager did not dare to be slow, coughing to attract the attention of the crowd. All guests, the boss has an explanation. In view of today's Mr. Seeing justice and bravery for the country's glory, all of today's consumption of the boss to pay the bill, all free of charge. When this statement came out, the many guests in the hall froze, then their eyes fell on Yi Xian. This operation, they seem to have dipped into the light of this handsome man. Chapter 82, Dad, are you sure this is the right information? One Piece House, in the box. Ding dong. Back to the box of Chu Jinghua and Chu Nanfeng, father and son. Chu Jinghua's cell phone rang the sound of the message. Aside Chu Nanfeng came up, and this time Chu Jinghua has clicked on the message. Yi Xian, sophomore student of Tianhai University. Father Yi Pengfei, mother Chen Xiaowan. The family is ordinary. Now Yi Xian under the name of the Thousand June Hotel 90% of the shares, and has opened 3 outlets. The sky right to the security of the boss behind the scenes, the owner of Dragon Domain Real Estate, the owner of Tianhai University, the owner of Tian Men Club, who not long ago spent $1 billion to buy the entire Nine Dragons Villa complex. Put. Chu Nanfeng saw the information. Just drink a mouthful of red wine directly to spray out, splashing down all over the table. But this Chu Nanfeng did not pay the slightest attention to, a fleeting glance straight staring at his father Chu Jinghua's cell phone. This, how is it possible? An ordinary family, but already the owner of the Thousand June Hotel, Tian Quan Security, Dragon Domain Real Estate, Tianhai University, Tian Men Club, and bought the newly opened Nine Dragons Villa complex. Dad, are you sure this information is correct? Chu Nanfeng is really not calm. So much identity, to say the least, but also to small 10 billion, the other even if. Daydream Club, that is Qin Yuxian's industry, although it's dude, but Daydream Club is very valued. That guy, Qin Yuxian, that was the second youngest of the 4 top families in Tianhai. To be able to acquire his favorite thing, one could use one's toes to think about it and know how extraordinary far was. What a surprise! The Qin family, that was one of the 4 giant families of the Heavenly Sea. Each of them had a terrifyingly large background. Even if he had committed a crime, he didn't dare to easily offend. After all, their Chu family was only a first-class family of the Heavenly Sea. Once they had angered any of those 4 giants, their Chu family might suffer as a result. Chu Jinghua looked at the information in his cell phone. His eyes flashed with wise essence. That's not all. Nanfeng, did you notice? Just now this young man called Yi Xian, between his backhand, defeated a group of Taekwondo elites from Goryeo. It is said that before in Yangchang, he also used his empty hands to subdue a hostage-taking psychopath. It's kind of interesting that this is not something a student can do. There is also Tianhai University. I remember when the auction was still with the Xiao family. Xiao Tian's a hard steal. Auction 3. 5 billion sky price. I did not expect. Would be him. Chu Jinghua slightly relieved his breath. Obviously, he is a student of Tianhai University. Yet he has the ability to shoot down Tianhai University. And even more so, he survived unharmed until now. All sorts of things were pointing to one thing, and that was that this Yi Xian they saw was not simple, and was very uncomplicated. Villa 6, Kowloon, Hall Master, Wushuang is not polite. Leaving the Yiping building with the third uncle Chen Dayu, father and daughter respectively, Yi Xian is back to the villa, ready to Bailey Wushwan's special training a turn. After all, his time is very valuable. There is that time. Flirt with his wife. Pampering Meng Bao is not fragrant? There's no need to hold back. Even if you were several times stronger you wouldn't be my opponent. Bailey Wushwang. Good then. The subordinate is coming. Swish. With a flip of his hands, he produced 2 more daggers, and then his figure crossed the arc, attacking Yi Xian with a strength that was not weaker than Wang Tieju's, except that Bailey Wushwan was more inclined to assassination. Boo! Before Bailey Wushwan could get close, he was accurately slapped by Yi Xian through the 2 daggers on top of his heart. The terrifying force surged, and in an instant he was slapped out 5 or 6 meters away and crashed hard into the wall. So strong. This was Bailey Wushwan's first thought. Was the Hall Master really only in the realm of the War God? It felt like with such strength, it was a lot more powerful than the War God level powerhouse that had wasted him back then. Too weak. Too slow. Again. If Yi Xian, this statement is heard by the outside world will absolutely be shocked off. Bailey Wushwan, that is a top killer, even be set off weak strength, slow speed? Yes. Bailey Wushwan knew that he had far underestimated the strength of the palace master, and immediately tensed his nerves, transforming into a black aura that flickered ghostly through the villa at a speed that was much faster than just now. Boom 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 boom. However, such a speed was obviously still only a part of being hanged in Yi Xian's hands. Half an hour later, Bailey Wushwang panting, directly give tired into a dog. The shock in his heart is even more than before. In fact, the strength of the Hall Master completely exceeded his cognition, and even he cannot believe that the world will have the Hall Master such a strong person. Well, that's it for today. Yi Xian looked at Bailey Wushwang, who was on the verge of her limit. In the villa's refrigerator, there are special effects developed oranges that I prepared for you. Next, you will eat one every day until you feel that oranges have no effect on you. Next time I come back, I won't hold back like I did today. Centurion. Ahem. It's the Hall Master. The corners of Bailey Wushwan's mouth twitched and his eyes throbbed more than once. Of course he also knew that the Lord Highness of the palace had stayed his hand. Otherwise Bailey Wushwan was very sure that the Highness of the palace would be able to kill him in a second with a single move. And it was still the kind where he had no ability to resist. Special effects oranges? After Yi Xian left, Bailey Wushwan came to the refrigerator in the kitchen, opened the refrigerator door and looked at the refrigerator full of oranges, took out one and ate it, and immediately after, she felt an inexplicable heat flow in her body. It's this feeling. Bailey Wushwan finished eating the orange, felt the flood of energy in her body, and clenched her fists. The power has actually skyrocketed by a factor of 2. Just one is like this. Then if you eat all these oranges, then Bailey Wushwan looked at the orange in the refrigerator with blazing eyes. His eyes completely changed. He had a feeling that under the help of the orange, his Bailey Wushwan's entry into the God of War level was just around the corner. Your Hall Master has cultivated you so much. In the future, Wushwan will live up to your trust. While Bailey Wushwan was excited and exuberant, Yi Xian returned to the villa and came to the 3 munchkins at the first time. Looking at the 3 munchkins, all of Yi Xian's thoughts were turned into a strong fatherly love. Meng Meng, Nua Nua and Han Han, did you miss your dad? The 3 little munchkins saw their dad come near. Their eyes looked straight at Yi Xian. Their little faces were surging with happy smiles, and their little arms and legs were dancing excitedly, as if they were welcoming their dad back. The maids saw the scene of budding explosions, not to mention how envious. Showdown. They really want to pounce on their own young master, and then Mamma Mia borrow a wave of excellent genes from the young master. Of course, if this thought of theirs is known by Luo Tianyi, they will definitely be stripped naked and hanged to beat them up, and even have to storm their bodies for 3 days kind of thing. Chapter 83, Couple Poker? Wife's First Battle? Evening lights. After dinner, Luo Tianyi finished feeding San Bao and returned to the bedroom room with a sigh of relief. As usual, look, hurry up and finish the rest. I have to take a bath. Under the skillful operation, Yi Xian will be able to understand. Containing the big Ji will San Bao eat all the leftover eat all. Looking at the appearance of a certain guy enjoying, Luo Tianyi face slightly halo red. Knock knock. Listening to the pattering sound of water. Not a moment later, a knock on the door was heard. Anshin saw a trace remaining at the corner of her own young master's mouth and smiled without saying a word. Young master, this is the poker you asked for. Good. Accepting the poker in her hand, Anshin smiled sweetly with a great eye. Young master, have fun. This Anti-Shin, shaking his head slightly, he obviously knew that Shin Yubing had guessed something, but it didn't matter. Tomorrow was Luo Tianyi's birthday, something Luo Tianyi herself had probably forgotten about, and this pair of poker was also a way to warm up for tomorrow tonight, so that Luo Tianyi could relax all her mind and stress and have a good birthday. The door to the room closed and the maids, who had been waiting for a long time, chattered and gathered around. Auntie Shin, what did you just give the young master? Yeah, it's still a box, is it? Durex? It's kinda similar looking at the packaging. Wah, really? Auntie Shin, young master asked you to buy that thing. The maids chattered and brainstormed some sort of image, and Aunt Shin couldn't help but blush for a moment. Bah, you few nymphettes, what are you all blindly thinking about? Would young master let me buy that? Viciously blanking the several maids. What I gave the young master is a pair of poker. The young master is going to use it to play some games with Madam just. In addition to telling you that the young master will take Madam and the three little ones to travel to the Magic City tomorrow. And in the meantime, he will give Madam a grand birthday. There are 2 slots for any of you to go besides me following. The maids first froze when they heard it. Then their beautiful eyes widened. Going on a trip. And it was still the Magic City. I'll go. Of course it's me. Auntie Shin. The 6 maids were chattering and scrambling for the opportunity to go out on a trip with the young master and his wife. Of course they especially wanted to go. So, do all 6 of you want to go? Aunt Shin smiled as she looked at the 6 maids, an undetectable hint of a deep smile flashing across the corners of her mouth. Aha! Aunt Shin, it's better to let me go. I'm especially diligent. The other few maids were not happy about it and made their own recommendations. Aunt Shin saw that the time was almost right. How about this then? Let's have a sumo wrestling match, and the top 2 people will come with me to travel with young master and madam. Aunt Shin said so. The 6 maids could not stand each other, and finally agreed to this method. And then the maids' room. There was a 3-on-3 beauty sumo wrestling match. The picture was breathtaking. On the other hand, Luo Tianyi came out after taking a shower. He saw Yi Xian placing a pair of poker by the bedside. And there were also well-packaged delicate fun notes on the side. Obviously the poker that Aunt Shen had bought was not an ordinary poker, but a couple's poker. Simply put, it's a game that is played by winning a contest and then the winner gets to make the loser do the game on the exquisite fun note. It's also fair to say that it's a not-so-serious poker. What are you doing? Luo Tianyi was a bit confused when she saw the poker by the bedside, not understanding what this guy had gotten up to. The long night is boring. I asked Aunt Shen to buy a pair of couples poker. Why don't we play a couple games? Couple poker? Looking at the words on the poker box, knowing that the guy wasn't lying to her, there's still this kind of poker. Of course, if there is a demand, there is a market. Luo Tianyi was suspicious, but when she saw the prints and drawings on the face of each playing card, she couldn't help but blankly stare at a certain guy. Sure enough, this guy didn't have a good heart. A few cursory glances are to see swallows returning to their nests, turning over and strangling their horses, and a noble princess looking at the moon. Wait, cartoon character action pictures. Simply heartbreaking. What? The wife doesn't dare to come. Yi Xian laughed when he saw Luo Tianyi's face slightly haloed. Who wouldn't dare to come? It's not like we haven't seen it before anyway. Glaring at Yi Xian. This guy today, if this school flower doesn't take you down, this school flower won't be called Luo Tianyi. Come on. What are the rules of the contest? Luo Tianyi blanched at Yi Xian. A loser doesn't lose. Not to mention the one who loses in the end isn't necessarily her. It's simple. It's just that we'll play poker. And then the winner gets to pick one of these delicate slips of paper at random for the loser to execute. Oh, Luo Tianyi saw the delicate note on the side. The pretty face's halo red eased a little. She still was going to do the actions of the cartoon character. If that was the case, it was completely no different from asking for her life. If it was just one of those delicate straight jumping mini games, it would be a different story. What happened next, however, was a testament to how naive she was, as well as greatly underestimating the bottom line of the manufacturers of playing cards. Yes, so what do you say? What are we coming to? Landlord, bullfight, blackjack, whatever. Seeing this moment, Luo Tianyi glanced at the couple poker. You choose. Oh, wife knows quite a bit. Seeing his own wife in the pit, Yi Xian smiled faintly. Let's do it this way. Let's make it simple. How about a sheath in size? Could be. After thinking about it for a while, Luo Tianyi agreed. Playing poker like this is mostly based on luck. Then let's get started. Yi Xian contained a laugh out, although he did not know what was written in the exquisite straight jump, but it must be a very immodest kind. After all, from the immodest cartoon on the poker will be able to be confirmed. Ladies first, wives first. Good. Luo Tianyi didn't push back. Anyway, one person picks one. Anything is the same. Then drew out a card and put it in front of her eyes, and also peeked at it. When she saw the face of the card, her pretty face was a little unnatural. Yi Xian this time has also selected a poker. Also did not look at it. Directly turn over. Huran reflected in the eyes of the two is the plum blossom 4. And the cartoon on the Huran wrote flying dragon in the sky 4 words, but also with cartoon action pictures. Looking at the face of the card, Yixin turned over. Luo Tianyi slightly rolled her eyes as this move she tried, but soon landed on the 4 of clubs. Her pretty face was happy, and with a snap, she dropped the 5 of diamonds in her hand on the side of the bed, and the move on it, which was Shun Shui Pui Boat. LOL, I won. 5 of diamonds. Seeing that she had one, Luo Tianyi was as happy as a child who had eaten candy, and the look on her face was even more like a peacock who had won a battle. Humph. Willing to bet. I'll have to pick one. Luo Tianyi can't wait to punish a certain guy. Today her luck is too good. Goddess of Fortune must be on her side. Taking out a delicate note in her hand, and when seeing the message on the immodest note, Luo Tianyi was directly confused. Push-ups, kisses. This. How come? Chapter 84, Poker in Progress. Flirting with the old ancestor's coffin board can't be suppressed. Push-ups, kisses. This. How did this happen? Luo Tianyi was unsurprisingly dumbfounded, not expecting such a note at all, with a specific punishment method written on it. What punishment, ah wife? Let's both see. When the eyes fell on the note, it was to see the specific punishment. Boys do push-ups, girls lie down underneath them and are responsible for supervising them. For every standard push-up, the girl gives the person who is exercising a chance to kiss, the number of which will be set by the victor. Note, if it is not accomplished, the victor is at liberty to make the loser do any of the things. Anything? This. Luo Tianyi bit her silver teeth and looked at the note. 100. No. 200. Big asshole. I want you to do 200 push-ups. This. Honey, are you a ham? Sure. Yi Xian also didn't expect the note to be this kind of punishment, and it really wasn't an immodest poker. Sure. 200 push-ups, that's a lot. Lottie thought, at least in her mind. Okay then. Yi Xian looked at his own wife's appearance. And how do you not know this niece's mind? He can make him do anything if he fails to complete the task. It's just 200 push-ups. Is it a lot? Although, this amount was enough to be called elite even in the military. But not to mention 200, even 2,000, or even 20,000. In Yi Xian's opinion, it wouldn't matter. But unfortunately Luo Tianyi didn't even know how strong her own man really was. As per the punishment, you lie down. No problem. Luo Tianyi glared at a certain guy. Let this guy take advantage of something. Later see this school flower not let you look good. For example, let that guy give himself a shoulder massage for a year. No, 10 years. Oof. Thinking of this, Luo Tianyi full of energy. Lie down well without caring about the big Ji, which if the outsiders see absolutely ghosts crying. Eyes green mango. Come on. Looking at the appearance of a stunning beauty at the mercy of the king, Yi Xian lamented that such a beauty was really cheap. Then, Yi Xian didn't nag, and directly did push-ups on Luo Tianyi's body, kissing and biting every time he descended, which tasted great, especially because he didn't know if it was intentional that he would press on Aojiao Deji every time, which gave Luo Tianyi the impulse to find a crack and drill into it. 3, 10, 30, underneath each push-up, accompanied by a reward. Yi Xian enjoyed himself, while Luo Tianyi held her breath, thinking of the image of that guy who couldn't earn his way down. Between this, it really made Yi Xian take advantage of the situation. However, very soon, Luo Tianyi was in a bad mood. After the push-ups passed 100, she found that the guy who was doing push-ups on his body didn't have the slightest tendency of exhaustion, and the speed was the same as just doing it in general, neither fast nor slow. How come? That guy is hardly 110, 120, 130. Time passes and eventually the push-ups come to 198, followed by 199, 200. That's right. With a boo sound, kissed his stunning wife 200 times, finally completed the punishment task. Yi Xian easily and loosely get up, also did not forget to eat down Deji. How about it, wife? Still satisfied? Lottie, you, how? Luo Tianyi couldn't believe the scene she experienced in front of her eyes. That guy really did 200 push-ups. He was so good at doing push-ups. Why did she never know? I didn't realize your husband was so good at push-ups. Did you? Surprise, surprise. Seeing his wife's dumbfounded look, Yi Xian looked at her with joy in his heart. 200 push-ups? It's very tiring. Lottie, Yi Xian, you did it on purpose. Seeing this time Yi Xian with nothing like face red heart, she really did not expect that big soul to do push-ups so powerful. On purpose? How? You obviously chose this note yourself, and now you're blaming me. Seeing a certain guy's face full of innocence, Luo Tianyi had the heart to kill Yi Xian. Oof. Again. Luo Tianyi hummed. No more nonsense directly out. But Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Wife, are you sure? I don't know what else will appear in these notes later. When the time comes, don't you dare lose and cheat. Listening to Luo Tianyi's words that brought back the city, He pinched his pink breakable face and snickered with laughter. Go go go. Who can't afford to lose and play tricks? So you must have decided you won. I'd like to see what game these notes can be. It seems to have experienced the first wave of the game. Luo Tianyi thought to herself that it was just that. It was not just push-ups and kissing. It was too much lighter than when they were that. At most. Luo Tianyi thought so and so, but was completely unaware of how unorthodox these unorthodox and delicate rapping notes were. It can be said that there is no such thing as the most immodest. Only the more immodest. Come on. Hurry up. Grating. Not as good as a womanizer like me. Luo Tianyi reorganized her mind to restart. Despisingly blanked Yi Xian, which made Yi Xian froze. Well, this niece really doesn't know that the Horse King has 3 eyes. However, since his own wife had said so, he couldn't say anything. Alright then, I hope my wife won't cry later. Che. Luo Tianyi was unconcerned when she heard. I'll cry? Are you kidding? Ahem. In that case, let's begin. He did not say anything, so the two of them each drew a poker. Obviously this time the goddess of fortune did not stand on Luo Tianyi's side, but stood on Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian's card face, King of Spades, cartoon drawing, Oolong strung column, Lottie's deck, Jacks of Clubs, cartoon drawings, and a straight shot. Obviously the Ouroboros stringer of the King of Spades completely crushes the straight Jack of Clubs, and the size of the deck says it all. Honey, then I'm welcome. Seeing Luo Tianyi's slightly stunned look, Yi Xian curved up the arc, casually took a packaging exquisite note and then opened. Herein hanging handgear 3 words appeared in the note. Luo Tianyi curiously looked over. The loser controls the steering wheel. The winner is the coach shouting commands, such as first gear, second gear, brake. The loser according to the command to copy the corresponding action. The loser controls the steering wheel, and the winner is the coach who shouts commands, such as first gear, second gear, brakes, and the loser copies the corresponding actions according to the commands. Warm reminder, do not be too hard. After all, this steering wheel is relatively fragile. To cherish. Luo Tianyi saw the note punishment game. The whole person directly exploded in place. This steering wheel? Could it be that what? What the hell? No, how can it be such a shameless game? Finished. Chapter 85 did not play. You think this school flower can't afford to play, right? Everything is ready. Just need to drive. Just like this. Yi Xian commanded the stunning beauty. Such an amazing eye-catching thing. If outsiders saw it, it would definitely set off an 18 magnitude earthquake. But in this case, it was completely cheap for someone. After 10 minutes or so, Luo Tianyi had the heart to kill Yi Xian. Again, Luo Tianyi red face for a good while. A big loss. This loss ain't too big. Completely then the first game loss is still big. I should have known that her first game should say the cap of 2,000. No, at least 20,000. Honey, I think that's it. Are you sure you can afford to lose if you keep playing? Yi Xian looked at the stunning wife in front of him and said with a dry cough. No, it has to come. Who can't afford to lose when I'm taking such a big loss? Luo Tianyi in order to get back a city. Honestly also spelled out. Do not fight buns to fight not. Admit defeat is impossible. This life is impossible to admit defeat. This schoolgirl, never a slave. Wife, count me as a loser okay? How about, hubby unconditionally promise you a thing as compensation? Seeing his own wife's appearance, Yi Xian wanted to end this immodest poker game. Although, he enjoys it. Count you out? What do you mean by that? Luo Tianyi was obviously irritated by the 2 games she had just played. Gritting her silver teeth. This school flower needs you to let. Come on. Under the female authority of his wife, Yi Xian helplessly drew one, and then turned over the card, which was presented in front of the eyes was the 6 of clubs, cartoon drawings, and opened the door. When Luo Tianyi saw the 6 of clubs, her eyes were happy and her heart was greatly determined. Then she also lifted her own card, and when the 3 red stars were reflected in her eyes, the smile that curved and hooked up on Luo Tianyi's face stagnated. 3 of hearts, cartoon drawings, and big trees with roots. This, 3 of hearts. Again, lost. Luo Tianyi clenched her teeth. While seeing that she had won again, Yi Xian let out a slight sigh. Wife, this time, pick one for me yourself. You can't blame me for the game later. Lottie, Poof. He glared at Yi Xian, but in his hands, he did not slow down, and from the delicate wrapping paper strips, he selected one that was more pleasing to the eye and threw it to someone. Look, it's it. Are you sure? Yi Xian looked at the delicately wrapped note in front of him. Although he didn't know what kind of game this note was, one thing he could be sure of was that this note was definitely very immodest. Hurry up and tear it down. Luo Tianyi a heart for some reason Tang mentioned in the throat. Vaguely or some regret with that guy to the 3rd game, but now riding the tiger is difficult to get down. Can only be hard to continue. Good. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and quickly unwrapped the delicate note. Luo Tianyi followed the line of sight and looked over as well, and suddenly saw the rules of the third game. Song in the Rain. That's right. This is the name of the third game, and the following introduction, which fits the theme perfectly. The winner is responsible for telling the story, and the female loser performs the story. Lottie, Yi Xian, cough cough. I'll go. Playing so big this time? This, wife. Let's pretend this game isn't being played. Seriously, this game is genuinely not to be played. It's immodest and at least 10 times more immodest than either of the two games we just played. To say it was heartless would be an understatement. Not playing. No way. Luo Tianyi glared at Yi Xian. Willing to bet? Come. Yi Xian looked at his own wife's windy and cold posture. Wife, are you sure? This game, although I'm happy with it, it's too unfair to you. Hurry up and waste. Bother, what words? After the voice lagged behind, Luo Tianyi directly pushed someone down with one hand. Yi Xian's heart was jolted. Grandma, what is this situation? With no other choice, Yi Xian could only be forced to comply. Quietly, under Yi Xian's soundproof card, the wonderful music fills every corner of the room. This piece of sound is definitely the most beautiful heavenly music on earth. It is a pity that no one can enjoy it except for Yi Xian. As for the card game, at this point in time it apparently ends as well. The next day, early morning, well, accompanied by a voice, Luo Tianyi opened the beautiful eyes that made all the flowers lose their color. And then what came into her eyes was the person that she loved and hated. And also during this time, a touch of memory was like a tiger that had broken free from its cage, surging into her mind. And the indescribable scene from last night was presented in front of her eyes like this. 3 games, to be precise. 3 immodest games, really played her out. That kind of couple cards. Last night even they finished nearly every picture on the card. She just can't dare to imagine. Now that she thought about it, Luo Tianyi's silver teeth were clenched. Asshole, that big bastard. How could he treat himself like that? It was just that Luo Tianyi was surprised that she didn't feel too much exertion even though it was just a flickering thought, even though it was obviously such a fierce battle. Luo Tianyi of course does not know. This is thanks to Yi Xian extreme medical skills plus extreme massage, the use of the recovery immortal brew, or else last night alone. Afraid that even 10 Luo Tianyi are not enough to see. Damn it, that guy's big hand still wrapped Ji tightly, but it made Luo Tianyi feel a sense of security like never before. And there was even a moment when Luo Tianyi felt like she was going crazy. Honey, you're awake. Feeling the sudden acceleration of Luo Tianyi's heartbeat, a sudden voice startled Luo Tianyi. Although she knew that it was impossible for that guy to know her mind, she still couldn't stop her face from blushing for a moment. Secretly relieved, immediately glared at Yi Xian. Big bad guy, scared me to death. You want to die. Chapter 86. Men are all bad to the core. Big Pig's hooves. Thanks for the character summoning from Big Brother Manhwa. Villa, living room, squeak. With the sound of the door opening, the maids who were busy with breakfast in the living room coincidentally dropped their eyes on the room where the young master and madam were. Because yesterday, under their repeated side conversations, Anshin told them that although the young master asked her to buy poker, but it was the kind of immodest poker suitable for couples to warm up their feelings. As for what was inside, she didn't know. Wow. Seeing the spirited young master, and the madam with an even more charming face and temperament, the maids couldn't help but have their eyes light up. Madam today. So pretty. It feels a whole lot prettier overnight. No need to think about it. It must be the effect of young master's couple poker. Really duh. A poker like that still has this kind of divine effect. Unfortunately, I don't even have a boyfriend. Where is the poker's role in making madam so beautiful? It's clearly the credit of young master's quality genes. The maid's chattering voices were heard in Anshin's ears as she shook her head slightly. These nymphets seemed to be quite poisoned by the young master. Although it could be, maybe, probably partly due to the young master. It's all you're doing. Luo Tianyi vaguely heard the maid's conversations. Her face slightly haloed and blanched as she looked at Yi Xian, who was old and relaxed. How can you blame me? Who made my wife more and more beautiful? But you still say that. Luo Tianyi glared at Yi Xian. But this scene was no different from flirting in the eyes of the maids. Their eyes were flooded with envy, and they ate this wave of dog food as willingly as they could. After breakfast, Anshin brought the 2 maids, Meng Meng and Shur, to drive the stretch Lincoln, following the Lamborghini Poison driven by Yi Xian to the Tianhai airport. Honey, let me discuss something with you. While driving, Yi Xian spoke to Luo Tianyi, who was lost in thought with a slightly reddened face, not knowing what she was thinking. What is it? Luo Tianyi, who was thinking wildly, with last night's events floating in her head, shook her head and uttered, It's We still haven't finished our Chidori no Hato from yesterday, so why don't we continue tonight? Lottie, Yi Xian, you, shameless, Luo Tianyi heard, face directly red to the root of the back of the ear. That bastard he, surprisingly, still want to continue that thousand bird song. That bastard, shameless, rogue, and a huge asshole. Men are, indeed, all bad to the heart of the big pig's hooves. Honey, shut up. Before Yi Xian could finish, he directly interrupted him. I don't want to listen to you. You're not allowed to speak again. Luo Tianyi's red face, calming her fluctuating mind for a long while before she eased up, and then seemed to think of something. By the way, why did you suddenly think of taking me on a trip to Magic City? The voice fell. After listening for several seconds, Yi Xian didn't answer. Luo Tianyi's brows knitted slightly. Why don't you say anything? Aren't you the one who told me not to talk? Yi Xian's innocent eyes looked at the co-pilot Luo Tianyi, while Luo Tianyi, who heard this, almost didn't spit blood in anger. Luo Tianyi was speechless. What could she say? That bastard was right. Just now indeed she did not allow Yi Xian to say. But, why is this guy so angry? So obedient now? Then I let you die. Do you still go to die? After holding her tongue for a long while, Luo Tianyi held back a sentence that almost didn't give way to internal injuries. Hearing Luo Tianyi's words, Yi Xian blankly eyed his stunning wife. How can that be? I'm not stupid. Lottie, #@ asterisk and in asterisk and. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Luo Tianyi really didn't want to say one more word of nonsense to that guy because she was really afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself and directly pounce on that guy to bite him alive and tear him into pieces. Half a day later, Magic City Airport. Young master, look, that animal over there is so beautiful. At the airport exit, the maid Xiaoming blinked her eyes and stared at a stall next to the airport exit. Yi Xian searched his eyes and his sight landed on the animal that Xiaoming had mentioned. To be precise, it was a pet. It's pretty cute. Luo Tianyi saw that body, snow white, black as ink eyes, that kind of cute and adorable image of the pet. It can be said that any girl will like. Ding! Host triggers a randomized quest, get a purebred ferret for Luo Tianyi, rewarding the ability of the ultimate imperial beast, with a +2 physique attached. Mission failed, +1 physique. The ultimate beast ability? The system's voice rang in his ears. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. The imperial beast ability. Could it be the ability to communicate with the same animal as in the novel? This is a bit powerful. And, on top of that, you get 2 points of constitution. Thinking of this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate. Why? Wife likes it. Let's go over there. The voice falls. Yi Xian lifted his foot as toward take out the stall before walking. Luo Tianyi was stunned. The corner of the mouth then curved up the arc to follow the past. Really? Their own thoughts are that guy, see out of it. Humph. For some reason, her own mind was seen by Yi Xian and she had to go over to take a look. Luo Tianyi felt sweet in her heart. Aunt Shin and the two maids also froze for a moment and followed. Soon, it was in front of the stall. Upon arriving, the most striking thing to see was a large poster that stood up with the method of obtaining these pets, which apparently were not bought directly with money. Win Pet Battle, visitors can get 3 power challenge opportunities for every $20. 3 times the power to take the highest data. As long as the power is over 60 kilograms you can get a pet worth $100. Over 120 kilograms you can get a pet worth $1. 000. Over 200 kilograms you can get a pet worth $10. 000 for an unlimited number of times. See the rules of the game. Yi Xian slightly smiled. Normally an adult man's full force blow is almost 50 to 65 kilograms. Only some of the physique is extremely good people may hit 60 kilograms above the power. As for the 120 kilograms that must go through a very systematic professional training. That is, people often say that the existence of the special forces like this to be able to do. As for the 120 kilograms, it must go through a very systematic professional training. That is, people often say that the existence of special forces like this can do. As for the power of 200 kilograms or more, unless those who will enhance the power to the limit of the human boxing champion, but it is possible to achieve. Trader bosses can be shrewd, and this setting, not unattained, especially in the first gear, is frankly exploiting human good sense. Crap, this is too hard. I've only played 52 kilograms. It shouldn't be. Not really. I was clearly over 100 kilograms on the previous boxing test apparatus. Hey, you don't realize, do you, that all those power testers have dialed down the difficulty, and the machine in front of you is the real power. The sound of people around them chattering rang out, and the maid Xiaoshi's surprised voice came out. Yeah, that pet is in the area of $10. 000. Wouldn't it be that the strength has to reach 200 kilograms to get it? Which? Yi Xian. Let's go. Before Luo Tianyi's voice finished, Yi Xian had already paid the stall owner for 3 challenges. The corner of his mouth curved up in an imperceptible arc. I wonder how much I can hit. I hope the owner won't cry later. Chapter 87, What Your Wife Wants. Even if it's the stars in the sky, your husband will pick them for you. Yi Xian, let's go. Before Luo Tianyi could finish her sentence, she saw that Yi Xian had already been given a boxing glove by the stall owner. Yi Xian, you really want a challenge? What was the concept of 200 kilograms? Luo Tianyi didn't know about boxing, but she also knew that this power could be far from what an ordinary person could do. That's not true. Yi Xian looked at Luo Tianyi with a smile, and under the gaze of the crowd, he dotingly pinched Luo Tianyi's stunningly beautiful face. What your wife wants, even if it's the stars in the sky, your husband will pick them for you. Aunt Shin, the 2 maids saw this. Their eyes were full of little stars. Wow, young master, it's too romantic, right? This kind of public show of love is really good. Those girls around are going to die of envy. Oh beautiful, your husband loves you enough. The stall owner at this time without trace patted a wave of horse's ass, and patted just right, not the slightest lag. Luo Tianyi's face was slightly flushed. Her heart was sweet. Of course she felt the envy and stares from the people around her. But that guy is really, if you pick the stars, just pick the stars for yourself. What's the point of saying it? Heck, you know you're out of the limelight when you show love like that. Yeah, that guy must be. Come on dudes, go for it. The stall owner was cheering for Yi Xian. His eyes were flooded with wry colors. He could see that this line of people were not poor at all, and such a golden master would not be able to stay with him. Only that he indistinctly did not know what would be waiting for him next. Go young master. The 2 maids, Meng Meng and Sure, put up their little pink fists and cheered for their own young master, even though they knew that the possibility of accomplishing the task was slim to none. Young master's expression is not the slightest bit flustered. How can it be that the young master is really confident that his strength will exceed 200 kilograms? If that's the case, boo! 30 kilograms, 80 kilograms, 100 kilograms, 140 kilograms. The data spiked up like a drug, and the stall owner who was originally piling on the smiles was directly dumbfounded in place, and an extremely unpleasant feeling surged through his heart. In an instant, the display panel data is soaring past 200 kilograms, but it doesn't stop there. 210 kilograms, 220 kilograms. Eventually, under the horror of the crowd, the data on the display panel finally stopped at 240 kilograms. That is, 480 pounds of strength. 240 kilograms. The stall owner is full of misery. Worry. The surrounding onlookers of the public is not calm. Eyeballs directly broken aground. Nima, that dude even directly broke 200 kilograms. That's not all, but it's a full 40 kilograms over 200 kilograms. This guy is still human. Then, boom, 2 sounds followed one after another, and on the display panel, the force of the 2 punches was calculated in no time. 245 kilograms, 241 kilograms. Eventually, the second and third time stopped at 2 numbers. 245 kilograms. That's right, that's the highest power of Yi Xian's 3 punches, and it's simply outrageous. Hiss. Aunt Shin at this moment sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked at her young master in surprise. Young master, this is a great strength. 245 kilograms. How did you do it? My God. The 2 maids with their mouths open wide enough to stuff an egg. Their faces are filled with shock. Young master, this is too bullish. This kind of power. Mrs. She, how can she stand it? They couldn't even imagine that. Gobble. All around, all the people full of vibration. Feel everything in front of them like a dream. Of course, which is the most dumbfounded to be the number of stall bosses. Your sister. These pets can be the real thing. Especially 10,000 yuan of pets. At the top of the purebred among the purebred. It looks like I succeeded in my challenge. Yi Xian smiled faintly as his gaze landed on the purebred ferret. Boss, I want that ferret. Ahem. Well, good. The stall owner, under the watchful eyes of many people, with blood dripping from his heart, took that purebred ferret to Yi Xian. Mama, 10,000 bucks. He'll have to earn 500 times to make up for this loss. Whoa. In the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Yi Xian left the stall carrying a purebred ferret worth tens of thousands of dollars. If not for the large number of people in this room, the boss of the stall directly sprayed out a mouthful of reverse blood. This operation. Your sister. Too suffocating. This operation. He at least most of the month in vain. The stall owner came to the test instrument with some disbelief and casually slammed his fist. Then 40 kilograms. 45 kilograms. 36 kilograms. The instrument is good. In other words, That guy's one-punch strength was at least as much as 40 kilograms higher than the highest gear he had set. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the purebred ferret quest 1 for Luo Tianyi, rewarding the ultimate beast sentinel ability with a bonus physique +2. The system's voice rang in his ears. Then Yi Xian called up the attribute panel. Host, Yi Xian. Age, 20 years. Physique, 30, 10 for normal people, charisma, max. Skills, extreme music, extreme nurse, extreme massage, extreme martial arts, extreme cooking, extreme vehicle skills, extreme calligraphy, extreme medicine, extreme beast sentry. Items, refreshing watermelon, X3. Soundproof card, X2. Lasting capsule, X4. Set of golden needles, X1. Recovery potion, X50 drops. Recovery fairy brew, X10 drops. Wealth, $11. 309 billion. Returning to his senses, Yi Xian's line of sight once again landed on top of the purebred dull ferret, and he magically understood its words. Master. Thank you, Master, for saving me from my misery. Of course Luo Tianyi heard this as the sound of cooing. Yi Xian heard the ferret's words and couldn't help but sigh. Grandma drop. The system is really fucking strange. This can be done as also drunk, but this ability is really not generally powerful.